On the hill rises the castle, like an ancient guardian of age-old secrets. The narrow sidewalk is animated by a crowd. Two walk together, distinguishing themselves from the rest. Gimmel's courage, the young man pronounces, determination in his gaze. Eisen's iron will, the old man replies, his eyes full of determination. A man with a confident smile stands in the audience. Geither's sincere faith, he says. The woman looks off into the distance, her gaze full of hope. And finally, Friren's magic. Because of your feat, an era of peace and prosperity awaits us. Voices in the audience can be heard. There is excitement in the street. I heard His Majesty is going to put a statue of us in the main square. The young hero laughs. The sculptors will embody all the beauty, you bet. Oh, come on, Friren. Enjoy the moment. Geither replies with a smile. Laughter erupts everywhere, merriment filling the air. Forgot bita Cherkovny, jokes Friren. The old warrior sighs. This is the end of it. His eyes are full of wisdom. The final chapter in our squad's history. The hero ponders, looking off into the distance. Hayter and Friren, immersed in the festive atmosphere, gaze up at the stars. How much has happened in these 10 years? Exclaims one of the characters. And they remember how the king spared them for their insolence in the old days. It was almost turned into a chutzpah every week, friends recall, laughing at old jokes. Friren readily notes, and such mishaps never happened to me. It's dark and scary in here. Gimmel jokes, teasing a comrade on the street. The tavern is bustling with life. The characters are surrounded by warm smiles and joyful laughter. Damn, not the fondest of memories. Gimmel sighs, but the smile doesn't leave his face. I'm glad I joined this unit, but it was fun, he says, warmly reminiscing about the past. That's for sure, Geither agrees. And Friren nods in agreement, sharing their feelings. Friren looks off into the distance, sadly acknowledging, it's a shame it's over so quickly. The comrades stand side by side, looking to the future, full of determination and hope. Gimmel says thoughtfully, Vaistro, what are you talking about? It's been 10 years. Look at Geither. He's gotten really old, jokes one friend. Yes, he was, Gimmel agreed, keeping the joke going. On the roof, looking up into the night sky, Hayter remarks, it's about to start. Yes, a meteor shower that occurs once every 50 years. A new age starfall, Gimmel ponders. Perfect for setting the stage for our adventure, Friren says, contemplating the sky. Gimmel, gazing up at the stars, pronounces, beauty. We're actually having a dramatic moment here. You could have played along. Geither jokes. The next time, Friren promises to improve his role. I will take you to a place from where this sight will seem even more beautiful, she says, looking up into the sky. What? Gimmel wonders, and Geither only laughs back. Gimmel smiles. No, nothing. Let's get together again in half a century, he offers, looking at the castle in the distance. It's time to say goodbye, Friren pronounces, looking at the path ahead. What are you going to do now? Asks Geither, planning for the future. Friren, with the bravery of an elven warrior, answers her companion's question. I plan to travel for the next 100 years, continuing my magical research, but I will still visit you occasionally. Her words reek of magic and the eternal wanderlust of her ancient people. She promises a return, but every step she takes in the distance takes her farther into uncharted lands. Hayter looks after her, shrugging his shoulders. There is no way we can understand the elven perception of time. His words are filled with a sense of wonder and reverence for his friend's extraordinary longevity and mystery. And there she is, a lone figure on the road, against the backdrop of dawn that illuminates the ancient path that leads to the abandoned gatehouse. With each step, Friren weaves her story into the eternal fabric of time, where each moment is its own legend. In the shadows of a dense forest, Friren thoughtfully watches the potion boiling in the cauldron, her mind absorbed in the mysteries of alchemy and the ancient spells that the wind whispers quietly among the trees. In a cozy library, surrounded by ancient tomes, she shares her wisdom with a young student, each page a bridge to another world, each word a magic that comes alive in their conversations. On a stone wall looking out at the horizon, she rests, immersed in thought. Her gaze glides over the centuries-old ruins, and in them she sees not only the past, but also the promise of future discoveries. Under a starry sky, stepping through the first snow, Frieren is on a journey. A new adventure is ripening in her heart, and every snowflake touching her face is a small universe waiting to be explored. With a wave of her staff, Frieren summons a whirlwind of magic, and the children watch admiringly as she soars through the air. Among the crystals, she searches for ancient artifacts, her eyes sparkling with insight. In a forest clearing, an elven woman gathers rare herbs, each leaf containing enchantments. On the shore of the lake, Frieren ponders infinity while sitting next to a snowman. Nestled among the green of the forest was a cabin, like a shelter for a weary wanderer, or a place for secret meetings of mages. The horn of the Dragon of Darkness. I don't do that sort of thing. The mage cut off, not taking his eyes off the book. What is there to do? I need it for the summoning ritual, Frieren insists, finding the rare ingredient. That's right. We picked one up in the Demon King's castle, didn't we? I think I gave it to Gimel for safekeeping, she recalls, solving the mystery of the missing artifact. I still wanted to get back to the capital before the stargazing started, Frieren says, surrounded by flasks and mysteries. With a majestic castle in the background, she dreams of the new discoveries that starry nights promise. Yes, a lot has changed since then. Her words bring back memories of the past when she first arrived here. It seems to be around here somewhere. Frieren is in search of a forgotten place, each step filled with the hope of a new adventure. Frieren turns around at the call. Frieren. The voice is familiar and dear to her heart. Gimel? Her eyes light up with joy at the sight of her old friend. Well, why archives right away? She raises an eyebrow in surprise, looking at his antique clothes. I'm still handsome for my age, Gimel jokes without losing his optimism. 50 years have passed and you haven't changed a bit. Gimel marvels at her eternal youth. New age stargazing? Oh, there was a time. He recalls magical moments from the past. I also wanted to pick up that horn we picked up at the castle. Frieren reminds of an adventure from long ago. I didn't forget about him for a moment, Gimel assures me, staying true to his word. Forgotten armor antiquity falls out of the closet with a clatter, to which Frieren apologizes. Sorry about that. No, you can't do that, Gimel objected softly, treating the incident with understanding. Maybe to you it's just another forgotten item, but to me it's a valuable item. He reminds him of the importance of the dragon horn. So I had to keep a good eye on him, he concludes, smiling beneath his gray beard. The rooftops beneath the old trees of the town square hold 1,000 stories, among them one particularly precious to Frieren. She recalls a dragon's horn, lost among many treasures, but still important to her. A screaming bird greets her at the entrance, reminding her of the wildlife that is always there, even in the heart of civilization. Gimel's statue, which stands tall in the square, serves as a reminder of long-ago exploits and the invisible bond that keeps old friends together, despite distance and time. Here they are together again, united by resilience and courage, ready for new adventures that call them beyond the city, into uncharted lands. In the room, with a slight tinge of the past, stood a mirror that reflected not only faces but souls as well. Where time seemed to stop, each object shared its wisdom with whoever was willing to listen. Outside, where the shadows of trees played on the walls of cozy houses, the air vibrated with the quiet anticipation of morning. It was a place where every brick and every window held the stories of many generations. "Gimel, aren't you done yet?" Her voice was full of tender concern, her gaze fixed on the distance where a new day was being born, promising fresh adventures and mysteries waiting to be discovered. "It needs careful care too," she purred, turning to her reflection. She knew that every detail mattered in this world where beauty was intertwined with magic. "Well, let's go try this stargazing," she said, dreaming of the wonders that might be waiting for them outside the door. Their journey was full of mystery, and each step brought them closer to a new discovery. The gateway to the unknown opened before them. The heart of each of them beat with anticipation. What would they find behind these ancient walls, shrouded in the secrets of the past? In the clearing, where the silence was broken only by the whispering of the grass underfoot, The old man held out his hand in greeting with a smile. A new chapter of their adventure was just beginning. "I'm a bishop in the Strail now, after all," he said with pride in his voice. His words filled the air with weight, and she realized that before her stood a man whose life had been punctuated with many stories. "Don't touch my head!" she exclaimed with playful indignation, as his hand touched her hair affectionately. Laughter echoed between them like an echo of childhood memories. "Really? Then I still look pretty good," he replied, looking at her with a warm smile. Time had no power over the sincere emotions and bonds they shared. "Are we hitting the road yet?" Her gaze was full of anticipation, her heart hammering in unison with the approaching adventure that promised to be memorable. "It is. We should be able to get there just in time." Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the unwavering determination and excitement of the upcoming journey to the stars. Their hearts were full of youth and hope. Their eyes reflected the boundless horizon of the future. With each step they were moving away from the past, but its wisdom was always following them. The porch of the house left an echo of days gone by, reminding us that the forgotten corners of life should not be forgotten either. These walls have witnessed many destinies. As they looked back at the path they had traveled, they breathed in air full of memories, and each step reminded them of the youth that was once boundless and free. His gaze was fixed on the distance where memories lead. It was as if he were being transported back to the days of his youthful excitement and unquenchable thirst for adventure. The signposts were worth trusting, but her intuition whispered her way. She was a master of her craft, a traveler with a seeker's soul. The mountains stretched before them like unattainable goals, but they knew that every peak would be conquered at some point. The light of the beam pierced the shadows of the forest like a sign pointing their way. The magic of adventure was in the air. With friends around the campfire, stories and laughter merged, filling the forest with warmth and light. This was their moment of peace. The forest beast, mighty and majestic, met them, but it was not a threat. Its growl was part of nature, a reminder of the wild power of the area. Among the trees they found a refuge where the natural and human worlds coexisted. Here they were only guests. Her smile was genuine as they shared their experiences. The road was teaching them how to appreciate every moment together. Gratitude and warm words warmed their hearts. The meeting was long awaited, and worth all the adventures that had brought them together. The stars sparkled above them like a majestic river in the heavens, filling their hearts with wonder and awe at the cosmic beauty. The castle towered above the city, a fortress from fairy tales, holding age-old secrets and legends of heroes of bygone days. The bells from the tower rang through the morning air, calling everyone to the start of a new day full of hope and promise. Solemn silence reigned in the hall, where every whisper echoed in the majestic vaults, marking an important moment in their journey. The heart of eternal rest, amidst the fragrance of roses he lay still, framed by flowers symbolizing the endless loop of life. Those gathered carried silence and respect. In their gazes was a mixture of grief and gratitude for shared moments. "I'm sure he lived a happy life," the words carried comfort, a reflection of a life lived with dignity and joy. "I hope so." She read hope and faith in her eyes that every moment of life mattered, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. The eyes of those gathered reflected a different range of feelings. Some sought solace in memories, others were lost in their sadness. "Is this the same elven girl who was in the same troop with Mr. Gimmel?" A whisper spread among those present, filling the space with mystery and questions. "There is not a shadow of sorrow on her face. What heartlessness!" The uncomprehending conversation flickered, as if judging an unread book by its cover. There was a silence in her gaze that spoke more than any words could. The world of her soul hid deep feelings behind an impenetrable facade. Hey, we're not really grieving either," he whispered, reminding them that everyone shows sadness in their own way, and there's no one way to experience loss. "Ha ha ha, cruel audience." His words easily dispelled the heaviness of the mood, bringing with them the realization that life goes on. "But I didn't really know him." Her confession was quiet, but there was sincerity in it, and an understanding that connection wasn't always measured in time. His smile was warm and wise, as if he saw beyond the boundaries of his own life. realizing the eternal cycle of goodbyes and reunions. We were only together for 10 years. Her words were quiet, but they echoed the infinity of moments they'd shared, each one priceless. Remembering the past, they stood side by side, forming a shadow of the one whole that was once inseparable. The battles they fought side by side were filled with laughter and despair, but each one brought them together like siblings. The warm embrace, the laughter behind the bar. These memories will stay with them forever, as evidence of an unbreakable bond. Their shared rest in the shade of the trees seemed so far away, yet so close, a part of the soul that could not be forgotten. Why didn't I try to get to know him better? Her regret was so deep, as if she felt the weight of every unspoken phrase. The silence answered her with a glimpse of the past, reminding her that everyone has their own way of accepting and understanding loss. "Don't pet me." His words were a gentle reminder that it was important to maintain dignity even when one's heart was overwhelmed with grief. "Well, I must get back to Strahl," he said, and in those words there was not only necessity, but a quiet melancholy of farewell. "Let me get a good look at your faces. This may be the last time we see each other." His words were filled with warmth and a hidden meaning about the value of each meeting. "Are you ill with something?" Her question was full of genuine concern and worry, for she didn't know everything yet. "Ha ha ha, the long years of plastering are making themselves felt. Have the gods punished me?" His laughter hid wisdom and reconciliation with the inevitability of time. "If you're ever in Strahl, bring me a bottle of something strong for my grave," he said with a slight chuckle, as if already anticipating a meeting in the other world. "Gaither, aren't you scared to die?" Her question was full of genuine concern and seeking comfort in his wisdom. His smile was calm and confident, like someone who had made peace with the inevitable and found their peace in it. "When we die, we will surely be bathed in paradisiacal luxury and wine. After all, we saved the world from evil." His answer reflected the belief that after a life of exploits, tranquility was deserved. "That's why I agreed to join your squad." Her words were full of determination, and an acknowledgement that their adventures together were more than just battles. "Forget my church, Dyke." His laughter broke the tension, reminding me that even in serious moments there was room for humor and lightness. "Well, farewell, friends." The parting words were full of tenderness and warmth, every syllable in them like an echo of their common journey. As the carriage carried him away, the road flowed before her eyes, each turn filled with shared memories and experiences. "Eisen, I need to leave too," she said, looking back at the road that brought them all to this moment of farewell. "Magical research?" Her companion, with a note of curiosity, tried to understand the next steps of her journey. "That too." Her answer was cryptic, but there was a sense of steadfastness in it and a willingness to embark on new endeavors. "But in general, I want to try to understand human nature." The final words revealed her desire to learn, to explore the depths of not only magic, but also the heart. "I could use a good warrior as a sorceress, plus I have a proposition for you." Her words sounded like an invitation to a new path filled with magic and possibilities. "I'm afraid it won't work," he said, doubting her words and ideas. "Not old enough to swing an axe anymore," he replied wisely, recognizing his limits and age changes. "Don't be sad, Frieren." Her words were filled with understanding and support, offering comfort in the face of life's inevitable changes. In the harsh world of the Vikings, an old warrior is surprised by his comrade's longevity. "You'll be surprised yet at how long an old nobleman can live," he says with a smile. The young elf, puzzled and a little embarrassed, replies inarticulately, "Well tog da." Her gaze is filled with warm memories of the past. "See you later, Eisen," she says goodbye, promising to return. The old warrior, looking after the departing girl, says sadly, "Yes, why? This word is an ancient vow of loyalty and strength." The last image opens up a road into the unknown, where the elf woman steps into the future, and the Viking is left standing, contemplating life. In front of us is a cozy cottage drenched in greenery. Two mysterious figures stand at the entrance, as if waiting for a meeting with the past. "Are you still alive, forgotten churchman?" asks one of the figures, meeting the occupant of the house, whose gaze is full of wisdom. The old man in the robe replies with a sardonic smile. It's not easy to die honorably, as if he had more than one trial in his life. I brought a bottle to your grave like you asked. Shall we have a drink? The sentence sounds like the beginning of something sinister, or perhaps redemption. The old man laughs. Yeah? You think if you pretend to be a humble monk now, all your sins will be forgiven? His mockery echoes around the room. One character says to another, her name is Fern. The flames of the Cog War took her entire family. The weight of the lost hangs in the air. You're not a Gimel. It's not like you to willingly help an orphan. She reproaches the old man, the light of the window emphasizing their separation. The old man replies, I now try to drink as much as I can to connect with the people I meet on my travels. His words carry redemption. I wish I could repay that debt before you go. Besides, I owe you a lot, Geither. The seriousness and determination in her words. The old man calmly offers, Fern has the makings of a sorceress. Why don't you take her with you on your journey? His gaze is full of hope. I'm sorry, Hater, I can't do that. She'll only get in my way. The refusal sounds firm but without cruelty. You know how often apprentice wizards die in battle. I can't put the child you're baking in that kind of danger. Care and concern in her voice. The old man stands at the open hatch as if offering a glimpse beyond the visible. In that case, there's something else. The girl walks cautiously down the stairs, followed by the old man, limping but full of determination. They find themselves in a spacious library with high ceilings, shelves full of books and a lone desk. On the table lies an ancient grimoire with cryptic symbols on the cover. This grimoire was found at the excavation of the tomb of the sage Zwig. An old man framed by shelves of books shares a secret. They say it describes a way to raise the dead and solve the question of immortality. That's why I'm asking you to take over deciphering it. Can you do it? He asks the question, full of hope in her abilities. The girl gazed into the book, where the cipher was depicted in the form of pictures. I should be able to do it in 5 or 6 years, she replies thoughtfully. But why do you need to know what is written in this grimoire? I thought you weren't afraid of death. She looks at the old man, searching for answers. The old man shares the reasons for his aspiration. First, I lied back then to look cool in your eyes. Second, as time passes, I want to die less and less. He continues, I don't need immortality. I just want to live a little longer, just a little longer. The girl recalls the words of the sermon. Yes, and Scripture commands us to live in health and goodness. Longevity is the highest virtue, Friern. He suggests, I'm just a simple priest and I don't know anything about this. Since you've agreed to help me, why don't you help me teach Fern? The girl agrees to train Fern, but only while deciphering the cipher, setting her own boundaries. Once they begin their training, they emerge onto a huge stone ledge that offers a majestic view. At the top of the cliff, Fern meets the one who will guide her training, setting the beginning of a new phase in their lives. Fern shares her impressions of the forest, which has already become a familiar place to her, expressing her affection for the area. Fern shares that even the experienced Frieren has trouble finding her, and that Hader often notices her stealth. She asks a question, assuming that her ability to go unnoticed might be useful, to which the mentor, somewhat puzzled, agrees, recognizing that this may indeed be a positive quality. Thus, it is confirmed that Fern already has knowledge of basic magic. Since the search spell has no effect on her, the mentor is surprised at how quickly Fern has reached such a level of proficiency in magic, and wonders how long the girl has been practicing. Fern expresses her belief that if she can master a certain spell, it will be proof of her status as a wizard. The mentor seems to doubt Gaither's words and wants to clarify something with Fern. Finally, Fern demonstrates a magical ability by creating a powerful vortex barrier in front of her. Fern, covering her eyes with her hand, tries to concentrate on her spell to achieve the desired effect. However, her attempt to create a magical flow is unsuccessful. The magic dissipates before reaching its target. She goes to her mentor, admitting her flaw, and asking for help to improve her mastery of magic. Fern is looking for advice on how to improve her skills and make her magic more powerful and directed. The mentor asks Fern if she likes magic, emphasizing the importance of this question for their further training. Fern replies that her relationship to magic is complex. She has no definite feelings about it. The mentor smiles back, noting that she herself has ambivalent feelings about magic. Finding common ground with her student, ends the talk with an explanation of the complexity of long-range magic, which requires a deep understanding and mastery of the three elements. A young woman is deep in the study of magical scrolls, surrounded by ancient books, exploring the knowledge harbored on the shelves of the library. A change of scenery, and here they are in a snowy clearing where the mentor can use the winter cold to teach Fern how to manipulate the elements in harsh conditions. At the edge of a forest clearing in the bright sunlight, the mentor relaxedly flips through the pages of a book, their brilliance reflected in her eyes full of knowledge. At the foot of a mighty tree, the mentor stood on a rock as if preparing to demonstrate another lesson to Fern, showing the importance of connecting with nature to enhance magic. In the library, the mentor continues her research, while Fern watches, absorbing knowledge, surrounded by a world of books and magic. The next action unfolds around the campfire, where Fern learns to control the fire, while her mentor watches her progress, offering advice. Now the mentor is immersed in her work, writing or analyzing a text, remaining in her world of knowledge and study, isolated from the outside world. At the end of the day, they sit down to eat, a time when teacher and student can share thoughts about the day and discuss lessons in the comfort of home. Through the silence of knowledge, where only the whisper of pages spoke to infinity, the tutor succumbed to the temptation of Morpheus, for even wizards are not eternal in the face of the onslaught of exhaustion. The rising stars above the abyss witnessed the student striving for the heights of wisdom, while her mentor taught her to read the celestial scrolls of eternity. In a cozy library where time seemed to stand still, the old man looks with kindness at the mentor who fell asleep in search of knowledge, and Fern thoughtfully gazes into the scene, as if trying to unravel the secrets of craftsmanship, not described in books. And so, ensconced in the silence of nature, Fern finds solitude by a body of water, searching its surface for the calm and strength that fills her soul with magical serenity and confidence in the challenges ahead. There is scholarly chaos in the library, books lying everywhere, and the air is saturated with knowledge. How's Fern's studies going? The question is asked to the one who seems to be the keeper of this world of books. She comprehended in 4 years what normal people take 10 years to do. The response shows pride in Fern's accomplishments, but also warns of the possible risks of such accelerated learning. As of late, she's been spending all her time in this forest, an observation emphasizing her dedication and passion for magic, but also her longing for solitude, perhaps in search of new knowledge or reflection on life. And the final remark, and yet she still has much to learn to become a sorceress, is a reminder that the path of mastery is endless, and that each peak reached opens the eye to new horizons to conquer. In the lull of the library, the mentor shares with Fern. The grimoire must be deciphered before her training is complete, bewilderment reflected in her eyes, for the task is not an easy one. Then she turns to Gaither to speculate on the secrets of the cipher, a look filled with intent to reveal the hidden. A humble cottage on the edge of the forest becomes their refuge from the world, a place where magic and reality intertwine to create a secluded oasis for learning. And in the silence and solitude of her room, Fern ponders, gazing into the simplicity of the world around her, where every object, every ray of light may hide the answers to her countless questions. Leaning over the old man, weariness and concern are reflected in his mentor's face as he jokingly notices her worried look and marvels at his ability to survive to such mature years. She promises the old man to speed up work on the grimoire, her voice sounding determined, as if every rustle of the page brings her closer to her cherished goal. The rain pounding on the edge of the cliff, its rhythm a reminder of the inexorable passage of time, in which each drop is a moment of life disappearing into eternity. Fern stands in front of the rain, gazing at her teacher who, like a statue, stares into the distance, where the boundaries between earth and sky are obliterated by the shroud of rain. The mentor tells Fern with concern in her eyes that it's time to cut training short, as Gaither's health has deteriorated, and Fern would be better off staying by his side. Fern, focused and determined, is not ready to put off her exercises, dreaming of the day when she can crack that stone, the symbol of her aspiration and skill. Her mentor comforts her, telling her that one day she will succeed, but right now she needs to be patient and think of her loved ones. The realization of the seriousness of her mentor's words hits Fern, as she begins to realize the weight of the consequences that could befall Gaither. Hiro heard a quiet voice. It was his new heroine that he had just created. "He saved my life once," she whispered, standing in the rain at the edge of a cliff. Her gaze was full of gratitude and secrets. Hiro knew she was talking about her companion, the mysterious warrior he had sketched out back in the morning. The girl turned around, gazing into the distant mountains that she believed hid the answer to her questions. Hiro's heroine was not just a character. She was a part of his soul, his aspirations and dreams. Standing on the edge of the cliff, she thought back to the day her world had collapsed, but the warrior had managed to keep her from falling. A piece of her past came to mind, like an old photograph of her parents and her as a child. Happy moments lost forever. Hiro realized that his creations had a life of their own, their fates intertwined with his own anxieties and hopes. In creating them, he created worlds where everyone could find an echo of his soul. The corners of her lips are slightly lowered, her eyes unable to see the world in front of her. She stands alone, her figure looming against the void like the last symbol of a bygone era. Her soul through quiet words, thoughtful and full of hidden wisdom. "I think it would be foolish to die now." The phrase hangs in the air, echoing invisibly in her heart. The gaze shifts to the old man. His image embodies calmness and at the same time deep sadness. Sitting in the shade of the majestic trees, he seems to be part of another ancient reality. The elder looks down at the memory in his hands. "You know, I lost a very old friend of mine." The words penetrate his heart, making him feel the weight of his loss. The young man looks at the boy with understanding and warmth in his eyes. His character wouldn't let him leave someone in trouble, he says, emphasizing the difference between himself and the person he wants to be. These are words about someone important who has left an indelible mark on his life. An old man sitting alone, turning his back on the past. "But one day I realized something," he ponders, holding a bottle, a symbol of his memories and vows made long ago. A powerful warrior surrounded by friends and comrades in arms. "The courage, will, and friendship he taught me will die with me." Words that express that the lessons and values that have passed away live on in each of us, and we must cherish them. The characters head into the unknown, embodying dreams and ambitions. "The memories dear to me will fade with me." A monologue filled with sadness for what has been lost, but also with hope that the memory of the past will bring light to the future. Peacefully, the girl turns over her shoulder and stares at something that remains out of sight. Her eyes are thoughtful, soft, and deep, as if she were having a silent dialogue with an invisible interlocutor. The hand holding the watch symbolizes the inexorable passage of time and the importance of each moment that we choose to appreciate or miss. Voices from the past echo in the present day. "It would be foolish to die like that." Words that suggest that even in the depths of despair, there is room for hope and values so important to everyone. And the final moment reveals the girl's inner world, as she remembers someone who wouldn't let her give up in the face of the inevitable. "Mr. Hater was worried and didn't want to leave me to my fate." A veil opens over her past and those who helped shape her present. Her gaze is determined and she is confident in her words. "It was the right choice," she says, and there's no doubt in her tone. She doesn't want him to regret his action, the choice that may have changed them both. She stands on the threshold of new challenges, facing life with an unwavering will. "But I want to be an adult and deal with life's hardships on my own," is how she repays the man who once saved her, showing that his lessons will not go to waste. Her wish is for him to take it easy, knowing that she is grateful for the life she saved. She wants to prove that she can carry her cross without burdening him. And in a final exchange of words with her invisible mentor, she confirms, Yes, you remember everything I taught you, don't you? These are the words of farewell, but also the words of the beginning of a new chapter of her own epic. She walks off down the trail, disappearing into the forest wilderness, leaving behind her the echo of the words, "Then do as you see fit." It is her decision to go forward, based on her own beliefs and choices. Her face, facing the sky, catches the raindrops as if she is seeking refreshment and cleansing in this unexpected downpour. She is ready to face the storms that life brings. Among countless shelves filled with knowledge, she searches for answers. Each book is a door to a new world, each page helping her to become wiser and stronger. And here she stands on a stone cage, towering above the ground, as if choosing a path that leads to new heights. She not only follows her destiny, she creates it herself. Leaning over the pages of an ancient book, she is absorbed in her labor, each stroke of her pen a step towards the truth. Her diligence and patience are what lead her to mastery. She walks through the snow, carrying her weapons and the will to fight. With each step she leaves a mark on the world, which she now defends not only with knowledge but also with her sword. Her gaze slides thoughtfully over the lines. Here, amidst the silence of the library, she searches for the answers she couldn't find in battle. Books are her new warriors, and words are her new weapons. At the top of the cliff, she stands alone, contemplating the vast world before her. It is the place where one path ends and another begins, a place of promise and new beginnings. Among the stacks of books and records, she finds refuge and purpose. The hand covering her face may speak of a moment of doubt or fatigue, but her spirit is unbroken. The next image shows her bravely confronting the whirlwind of fate. Her determination emanates from every movement. She is ready to change the vector of the storm with her will. The view of the house adorned with a sword on the roof symbolizes peace after storms, triumph after battle, and wisdom achieved through adversity. And here was an old man, perhaps a mentor or protector, now in need of her protection. His gaze is soft and trusting, a silent gratitude for their journey together. In the privacy of her room, she shares her reflections with the sage. "I have found nothing about the resurrection of the dead or immortality." Her words illuminate the theme of the eternal search and the incomprehensibility of death. He looks at her with compassion and deep understanding. "The fear of death cannot be put into words. Did you know?" His revelation speaks of recognizing his own humanity and limitations. "How's Fern?" Her question cuts off the heavy conversation, shifting their attention to something alive and urgent, the importance of direct action in the world. And she concludes, she still has work to do, but she's well on her way to being called a wizard. There is a respect in her words for the process of learning and growth, for the journey that still lies ahead. The glow of a warm smile on the old man's face reflects reassurance and satisfaction. "Good. So we're settled," he says, confirming the achievement of a milestone in their history together. Her silhouette in the mirror, like an echo of her thoughts, utters, "I'm sorry, Gaither, I can't do that." The reflection of her principles and independence is visible even in a simple reflection. His laughter lightens the atmosphere. You can hear the joy in it, and perhaps a bit of weariness from years of instruction. "Did you plan all this?" His question lifts the veil on how much he knows and understands. In his last words before leaving, "The fee for the grimoire is in my desk drawer. I'm sorry, leave tonight." It's a simple goodbye, but in it resounds all the way they have traveled together, and now each of them must go their separate ways. Wisdom and peace are read in his smile as he says, "I don't want Fern to be upset about another death. As you can see, I don't have long to live." His voice is calm as he asks, "Frieren, take care of her." It is the request of a mentor entrusting his most precious model to the next generation. She looks up at him, a look of bewilderment in her gaze. "Trying to be cool again, Gaither." There's a slight reproachful tenderness in her words, mixed with admiration. He replies with a slight smile, "Fern has known for some time now that you were about to die." There is no fear in his words, only acceptance of the inevitable and a desire to protect his students to the very end. A gray-haired sage, realizing the brevity of the time left, shares some final wisdom. You should say goodbye to her properly, and leave as many good memories of yourself as possible, referring to the legacy we leave behind. She, with a gaze full of deep empathy and tenderness, heeded his words. Friaren, you really do have a kind soul. These words sound like approval and blessing. Her figure, lost among the ancient trees, represents loneliness and strength, the ability to go forward despite all the difficulties. One final question that sounds almost like a riddle. Why did you save Fern? It does not demand an answer, but rather invites reflection on the deep motives and connections that shape our choices and destiny. The sage sits back, tucked into his pillows, and his words carry the weight of a farewell. You should say goodbye to her properly. Before you pass away, leave a warmth behind you. His eyes light up as he addresses his student, because that's what our brave Gimel would do. There is pride in his words and confidence in the rightness of their journey together. A smile filled with warmth and tenderness appears on his face as he looks at Fern. Friaren, you really do have a kind soul, are the words he shares as he recognizes her true character. And here she is, standing in the shade of the mighty trees, reflecting the complexity and beauty of the world she is to protect, and in which she is to find her way. She paced thoughtfully along the forest path, pondering aloud. Should I follow his example? There is a rhetorical question in her words, hinting at the burden of choice and responsibility. She stopped at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distant horizon. The silence around her is full of meaning, as if she is searching for answers in nature itself. The celestial body hovering above the earth seems to symbolize the cycles of life and rebirth, reminding us of the constancy of change and eternity. Finally, a smile appears on her face, reflecting an inner light and optimism that heralds new beginnings and hopes budding in her heart. The sight of the ancient city with its majestic towers and domes evokes a sense of eternity and enduring beauty created by many generations. The arches of the cathedral's entrance speak of the many stories it has witnessed, each of which has left its mark on its stone thresholds. The cemetery in the shade of the trees is a quiet reminder of eras gone by, and the people whose lives have made up the history of this place. She stands in front of the grave, slowly pouring water. This act of reverence and remembrance symbolizes respect for the past and those who have gone on to leave their mark on the world. Two figures stand in front of the grave, one of whom speaks words of gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to repay my debt to Mr. Gaither. These words show respect and appreciation for the support and help. In response, one hears a simple but wise retort. He was just using me. There is no bitterness in it, only a recognition of the complexity and intertwined nature of human relationships. The name Hater is engraved on the stone, and next to it are words that give it sanctity and significance, but also pay tribute to its complex history. This church warden. In these words one reads the irony of fate, reflecting his ambiguous role in the lives of others. We are transported to the vastness of the central kingdoms, to the province of Targ, where time runs its course and life goes on 26 years after Gimel's death. In the fields where the crops are ripening, a sorceress appears, lifting heavy pumpkins into the air with ease, demonstrating her power and control of the elements. In the same region, under the shadow of the mountains, she manages the harvest, as if dancing with nature, interacting with the earth and its fruits, creating magic in every gesture. So she turns to Fern. That's it, that's enough, Fern, we're done. Those words close out another day of labor and teaching, a journey they have traveled together, continuing Gimel's legacy and building their own. In front of a house in the countryside, a boy runs down a path full of joyful anticipation of a meeting, glowing with the happiness and innocence of childhood. Thank you, you really helped me out, he says, addressing the two figures. His gratitude is sincere, and there is relief in his words. In response to his gratitude, the figure holds out a scroll. Here is the reward, as promised. This gesture symbolizes the completion of the transaction, but also respect for the agreement and responsibility. The two figures stand looking at a scroll that perhaps carries new quests or secrets, ready to be revealed in their travels and explorations. They continue on their way, contemplating the daily chores and small tasks that make up a large part of their adventure. "It's part of the adventure, too," says one, recognizing the importance of each, even the smallest moment. The assistant wonders what was in the reward, and gets the answer: a magic spell that creates hot tea, sure to come in handy in their future wanderings. The next moment is when they remember how magic turned sweet grapes into sour grapes. It's a fun story about another unusual spell that came into their collection. And at the end, one of them shares her own surprise. "Do you purposely collect only such strange spells?" It's a slight rebuke to their unusual interests, but also an admiration for their unique approach to magic. Fern's face reflects genuine passion and enthusiasm. Mistress Frieren really loves magic. Her words read admiration and respect for her mentor. Frieren replies with a slight tinge of self-irony, "To some extent, like you." She recognizes the commonality of their aspirations and interests, and implicitly notes their shared character traits. Fern remarks thoughtfully, "I think your love is a little different from mine." This observation contains a reflection on the fact that each person puts their own individual traits and emotions into passion. Frieren, standing back and contemplating the distance, replies simply and casually, "Not at all." This could mean that deep down she feels the same way as her student, but prefers to remain steadfast and reserved. In the depths of a mountain village hidden by snows and mists lived an old sorceress. She had been studying the secrets of magic and healing herbs for many years. One day, 3 young travelers came to her, seeking knowledge of the local flora and magic. "Are you sure you don't mind honoring my request?" one of the girls asked timidly, looking at the old woman with hope in her eyes. "I am, after all, only an old sigil, and I can hardly teach you any magic." "I don't mind," the other, more determined and stern, cut off. "It will be enough if you just share your knowledge of the local vegetation." After she had seen off her unexpected guests with a glance, the sigil led them to a sacred place in the forest. "This is the place," she said, pointing to a thicket of mysterious plants near an ancient pillar. This was where their true story began, full of magic and ancient knowledge. The young traveler looked at the old monument with delight, for it was places like this that held the threads of the past, paving the way to the magic and mysteries of nature. His smile reflected not only the joy of discovery, but also a deep respect for the history embedded in this stone. His companion stood nearby, an elven woman whose keen ears vibrated with the sounds of the forest. She was gazing into the monument, trying to unravel forgotten legends that might help them in their quest. "A monument to the brave Gimleo," muttered the third of them, whose eyes were now full of seriousness and thoughtfulness. The sign-maker leading them looked up at the monument and said with sadness in her voice, "As you can see, it is in a neglected state. I couldn't do it alone, and the young people in the village are indifferent to such things." Tension was in the air as the monster emerged from the silence of the forest, a monster that inspired fear with its appearance. Its paws thudded heavily on the ground, and the children in its path were terrified. One of the boys stepped back, sensing the dark magic approaching. The little girl, unable to move from fear, stared at the approaching demon with open terror in her eyes. She was numb, her body disobeying commands to run. The man standing in front of the monster, perhaps a warrior or mage, was reminiscing about past times. "Didn't Mr. Gimle once save our village from a demon?" His words were full of determination and willingness to become the next hero of this story. The seer who was observing the scene could not hide her disappointment. It is sad to see such an attitude towards the heroes of the past. Her words were a reminder of the forgotten debt of gratitude and respect that true heroes deserve. The elven woman stared off into the distance, her gaze full of thought. In her world, where every tree and stone held stories ancient and mysterious, the relationship to the past was a different measure of value. "No, it's Gimle's own fault," she said quietly, but with a certainty as if it were undeniable. That narcissist deserved to be treated this way. Her words were sharp as a blade, reflecting her view of heroism and its consequences. "I should have given up on this monument idea right away," the other girl thought, realizing that monuments sometimes serve more for the living than to honor the departed. The story ended in a sculpture studio where an artist who had put his soul into his creation watched helplessly as his work was misunderstood and unclaimed. And he, at 6 p.m., couldn't react with a pose. The sculptor was beyond furious, he was heard saying, full of frustration at the unfathomable art of understanding history. Standing in front of the monument, the elven woman gazed at the stone image of the warrior with respect and a mute question. In the end, the dummy just stood there quietly with sword in hand. Her words echoed, as if echoing deeper thoughts about what it meant to be a hero. Looking at the statue, the other girl, her companion, reflected on the views of heroism and memory. Her eyes were full of concentration, reflecting the complexity of their journey in search of knowledge and self-discovery. The sign-maker looked at them with a smile. "What wonderful stories you have." Her words were full of irony and the wisdom that comes with age and experience, having seen the many cycles of life and death. By the way, it seems there was also an elven sorceress in brave Gimli's troop, she added, hinting at the connection between past and present, between legends and those living among them. These words made one think of the chain of transmission of knowledge and power that does not break with the passage of time. The elf's smile was full of warmth and confidence as she turned to her companions. Her eyes reflected hope and readiness for the new discoveries that awaited them ahead. "Shall we begin?" Her voice sounded commanding but friendly, calling her comrades to action. Together they stood on the threshold of the unknown, ready to explore the magic and wisdom these lands held. The sight of the mountaintops rising behind the lush crowns of trees evoked a sense of the majesty and eternity of nature, its enduring beauty and power. They passed the monument to Gimli, which now stood like a silent guardian over the stories of the past, an immovable testament to glory and oblivion, to how the world changes, but legends remain. With gratitude in her voice, the seer turned to the young travelers. "Thank you. What would I do without your magic?" Her words are filled with recognition of the importance of the new lessons and encounters these young souls have brought. "Shiny as new," she said with a slight laugh, looking at the polished monument which now shone in the sun, reflecting their joint efforts to restore it. The sign-maker slowly withdrew, leaving the monument standing alone amidst the rustling of leaves. This moment of silence was full of tranquility and peace, symbolizing the peace between the past and the present. "I want to add color to this place. I'll probably plant flowers here." Her words were determined to bring life and color to this corner of nature, breathing new spirit into it and creating a link between generations, between history and the future. The elfess rubbed her chin thoughtfully and pondered aloud. Right. Which flower to choose? Her gaze was full of concentration, for the choice of flower carried a deep symbolic meaning. "Mistress Oriron, you can grow them with magic, can't you?" her companion reminded her, emphasizing that magic could bring life to even the darkest corner of the forest. "Maybe we could plant some moon lazulas here," the elfess suggested, her eyes lighting up at the thought of the marvelous flowers that could adorn this patch of land with their glow in the night. "What kind of flowers are these? I don't know. I've never seen them before," the sigil replied, showing that even in their world full of wonder and magic, there was always room for new wonder and discovery. The statue of the hero Gimli was once again at the center of the conversation. "They grew in Gimli's homeland," the elfess reminded, pointing out the symbolic connection between the chosen flowers and the land the great warrior defended. "But can you grow flowers you've never seen once?" her companion doubted. This question sparked a new urge of curiosity and a desire to master the uncharted aspects of their magic. As she watched their interactions, the seer could not hold back a smile. Seeing their enthusiasm and willingness to learn, she realized that their journey was not only a quest for knowledge, but also a journey of personal growth and mutual help. Their discussion and combined efforts became a symbol of how the magic and knowledge of the past can translate into a living symbol of hope and beauty, contributing to legends that will live on, even after they are gone. Returning to the village brought new challenges and opportunities. The old abandoned archive, with its lurking secrets and forgotten stories, became the next place for our heroes to explore. In one of the ancient books covered in a layer of dust was found a mention of moon azure, a rare flower said to grow in Gimle's homeland. "I haven't heard of her in a while," the sigil mumbled, flipping through the pages of an old folio. Her memory was rich with knowledge, but even she sometimes encountered something new. The young companion, following the sign maker, looking at the miraculous flowers, realized that magic is not only a power, but also an endless source of knowledge, which can always surprise and teach new things. In the quiet room where the sorceress and her students conducted their research, even small creatures like squirrels found their own corner. They, untouched by magic and stories, went about their simple concerns. "These wine flowers used to grow in the thicket of our forest," the sorceress recalled, pondering the stories she had heard in her youth. These stories were as dear to her as any healing herbs. "But they're not here now." There was disappointment in the student's voice. The opportunity to see the miracle she had heard so much about seemed lost to her. "They're extinct. No one has seen them on this continent for decades," the sign maker concluded, emphasizing the frailty of all living things and the importance of efforts to preserve each natural wonder that, as it turns out, can so easily disappear. A spark of curiosity appeared in the elf's eyes despite the sad news. "So," she mumbled, as if a plan was already brewing inside her to turn the possible into the actual. "Come along, Fern," she said to her companion, taking the initiative. There was the determination in her voice that was necessary for a new endeavor. "Ciao," Fern replied, following the elfess. She was ready to support her friend in any endeavor, even the most improbable. "Are you going to come up with something? You can show me. I won't be mad," the sigil said, turning to the elfess. Her words felt like faith in the young sorceress's abilities, as well as the love and support she was willing to offer. The squirrels, unexpected guests in the room, chirped merrily, adding liveliness to the quiet atmosphere of scholarly study. "I'll take them into the woods," the elfess said, carefully taking care of the little creatures that may have wandered here by accident in search of food or shelter. Going back to the forest was like a symbol of returning to the origins, to the roots of a story that began amidst tree giants and lost trails. "All right, Fern, let's begin our search for the moon azure," the elfess said firmly, turning to her companion. This new stage of their journey promised to be filled with wonders and discoveries, for in their hands was magic that could awaken even that which seemed lost forever. "Of course they used to grow in this forest decades ago," the elfess reminded, holding out hope that some wonders could still be resurrected. "If we can find and protonize just one flower, we can grow an entire field with magic," she continued, already imagining how their efforts would lead to a rebirth of beauty that seemed lost. "Still, it's worth trying our luck," she concluded, convinced that even the smallest steps could lead to big changes. "Are you doing this for Mr. Gimle?" Fern asked, seeking to understand her mentor's motives. "No, most likely for my own sake," replied the elfess, emphasizing that their journey in search of the moon azure was a journey of self-discovery and personal growth, no less important than honoring the memory of a great hero. In a forest where time seemed to slow down, they encountered a giant tortoise, blooming like a living garden. This creature they met reminded them of the cycles of nature and that life always finds a way. Back to their books and potions, they discussed their findings and planned their next steps. Every page, every word in those books could be the key to unlocking the mystery of the moonlit azure. On one of the paths in the forest, they came across a tender shoot that might be the flower they were looking for. The discovery made their hearts beat faster. Perhaps their efforts had not been in vain. Their days were full of exploration and discovery, and their nights were full of rest and dreams that inspired new achievements. Every morning they woke up with new hope and readiness to continue their research. In search of moonlit azure, the elf and her companion strolled through the streets of the city, their footsteps echoing among the stone walls and sidewalk, and the mountains towering above them like old guardians of wisdom and stories. Deep in the forest, where the light shone through the dense crown of trees, They searched for those very rare flowers, learning to read the signs of nature and listen to her quiet voice. Back in the cozy room, where every item was familiar and dear, they shared their impressions of a day spent exploring and discovering, strengthening their bond and friendship. Under the guidance of the sorceress, they once again immersed themselves in the magic of potions, brewing and mixing ingredients, each endowed with special power and meaning. These evenings of study taught them patience and reverence for ancient traditions and knowledge. In the silence of the forest, where only the light wind whispered with the trees, the elfess looked hopefully into the distance, and her heart was full of determination to keep searching. Among the houses that carried the stories of many generations, they felt the connection of time and realized that every building, every stone had a role to play in their journey. "Mistress Fern, it's been 6 months since we began our search," the elfess remarked thoughtfully, looking back on the time spent searching for the lost. "Right. Maybe we should broaden our search area?" she suggested, realizing that sometimes you have to explore new horizons to achieve a goal and not be afraid to change your plans. The old house, whose walls hold the memory of many generations, welcomed them again, witnessing many of their conversations and discoveries. "Wow, it's unusual to see you alone," remarked the sign-maker, welcoming Fern's return. The habit of daily communication and working together had made them more than teacher and student. They had become true comrades. "You have been guests in our village for a long time," she said, emphasizing how important their presence had become, and how they had become embedded in the life of the place. "Did you find the moon azure?" the sigilless asked expectantly, knowing of the incredible journey in search of the rare flower that her students had undertaken. "Do you think we can even find her?" Fern doubted, asking the question that no doubt hovered in the air amidst all their efforts and hopes. "I'm afraid she'll be looking for that flower for decades like that," the elfess replied, realizing that their search could drag on indefinitely, but she didn't lose her optimism. The sigil, who was watching the conversation with a smile, knew that persistence and patience were the keys to success in any endeavor, especially when it came to magic. She should not waste her time searching for something that may not even exist at all. Mistress Fern's power can save many, the sigil wisely observed, emphasizing that their magical abilities could be used much more fruitfully in other aspects of their lives and service to society. "Hey, youth," the sign-maker said thoughtfully, pondering her words, wondering if she had chosen them correctly, for young hearts are so easily wounded. "No, it's just that Ms. Fern probably thinks differently," she said, certain that everyone had their own way and vision, and that all thoughts and feelings deserved to be heard. "But you know, she's much older than both of us after all," the seer continued, reminding us that experience comes with time and that the older ones have wisdom that deserves respect. "You should share your experiences with her. She will understand," she concluded, confirming that a sincere conversation is often the key to understanding and strengthening the bonds between people. Passing through a dense forest surrounded by ancient trees, our heroes felt the majesty and silent wisdom of nature, which gave shelter and support to their long journey. The attentive eyes of the elf and Fern stumbled upon something that sparked their interest and excitement, something that could be the key to their quest, evidence of a past still stored in the depths of the forest. The elfess held a seed that she suspected belonged to a sought-after flower, known for its healing properties, and the discovery made their hearts race in anticipation of the opportunity to awaken the forgotten. Sitting on a bench in the shade of the trees, the elfess examined the seeds, pondering the possibility of planting them near Gimli's monument to pay homage to ancient traditions and contribute to the history of the place. Deep in the forest, where the light barely breaks through the dense crown of trees, the girl says goodbye with a heavy heart. "I get it, Fern." Her words hang in the air, filled with the silence and coolness of the passing day. She addresses the invisible interlocutor, and her voice trembles involuntarily. "I'm not traveling alone now, after all." As if she were trying to convince herself that the journey ahead would be easier, despite the absence of a companion. He apologizes for his actions. "I'm sorry for making you worry." These are words of support and gratitude, words that should give her the strength to continue on her journey. I'll look a little longer and then we'll be out of here, she promises. Her determination and hope shine through the excitement, giving strength to her image. Fern, in the heat of the conversation, questioned the timing, indicating that a little bit might be a very uncertain time frame, especially in the context of their long search. The elfess, with a slight smile on her face, seemed to want to encourage Fern, reminding her that patience and faith in success could lead to unexpected results of their efforts. A moment of surprise overtook them when a small forest dweller, a squirrel, suddenly appeared, adding liveliness to their day and reminding them of the many lives hidden in the forest. The squirrel they encountered along the way was a living reminder of the slow but steady passage of time, and that nature always holds wonders waiting to be discovered. The elven woman looks off into the distance. "Let's go after her," she says. They stride between the trees, immersed in the shadows. "Why do you collect spells?" the girl asks. "My life has been empty," the elfess sighed. Travelers cross the sweltering desert following their guide. The elfess raises her staff and currents of air gather around her. The blooming oasis explodes with life, surrounding them after magic. Laughter erupts among the flowers, not even magic can hide the joy. A wreath of flowers adorns her hair, adding softness to her gaze. His smile hides warmth, revealing secret thoughts. "Found a fool to praise my collection," she says. "What a ridiculous reason," replies the shadow in the woods. The two figures continue on their way, following an overgrown path that leads them to new adventures. The tower rising before them is old and full of mystery, as if summoning them to explore its depths. There is life on the walls of the ancient structure, beasts going about their business, unbeknownst to the eyes of the aliens. "A petal," the elfess utters, picking up what she found on the ground, and her friend next to her repeats after her curiously. "It's clever mushrooms," ponders one, while another compliments, "Seed-eating rats hide food." "I wouldn't say that," the girl objected, doubting her friend's words. "They hide their prey in various places, often forgetting about it," the elfess continued. A majestic sight opens before them, a magical waterfall hiding the entrance to a secret place. The elfess soars into the air, heading for the clouds, her staff glowing, revealing a celestial path before her. Sputnik looks up in surprise, wondering if it has something to do with the nighttime luminary. One of the travelers finds solace in the beauty of a flower that reminds him of a distant homeland. It was time to continue the journey, despite the nostalgia drawing me to stay and savor the moment. The elven woman speaks the name thoughtfully, answering the call of adventure. The companion expresses a dream that she also sees the beauty of his home. She promises that someday he will be able to show it to her, tying them together with hopes for the future, and they climb together to the top of the tower, where a new chapter of their story awaits them. Elfie is pleased to note the abundance of blooms that have exceeded her expectations. She apologizes to the nature spirits for her interference, sensing their peaceful presence. They now have the opportunity to use magic to care for these plants. The companion questions her passion for magic, not quite understanding the deep connection to nature. The elfess admits that she used to dream of magical powers, but now they owe her. Her companion discovers that magic is a path to independence for him, not just a desire for power. She's sure she could have achieved her goals without magic, but she chose this path. He reminds her that it is magic that has become her chosen way of interacting with the world. A sage gives a young student an orb of light, symbolizing the beginning of a journey in magic. She looks at the gift with awe, sensing the importance of the moment. Climbing to the top, the companion recognizes the rightness of the mentor in choosing the path for the apprentice. And so she stands before the statue of the great magician, asserting her place in the world of magic and adventure. The elfess didn't expect her magic to awaken the moonflowers again. They marvel at their delicate glow. The old woman expresses her gratitude to the elfess. Now the memory of Gimel will forever remain in the village. Leaving behind a grateful old lady, they leave, carrying with them the warmth of her words. The elfess remembers something important she forgot to say or do at the last minute. Before leaving, they stop to honor Gimel at his statue as a tribute to his legacy. The elven woman, climbing up on the pedestal, whispers something quietly to the statue, as if conveying a secret message. And finally, One of the companions finds something lovely in the act, seeing it as part of a larger story rather than just a gesture. The commercial port of the city of Varm is lively and full of humor. 27 years after Gimmel's death, we read in the text, indicating the elapsed time and historical variables that have left their mark on the town, the heart of the city, where the girl suggests, well, let's split up and replenish our supplies. This practical and decisive statement emphasizes their independence and ability to take care of themselves. My list has almost all the essentials, she says, holding up a list that apparently includes items needed for traveling. And what will you buy, Ms. Fearon? The question is addressed to her companion, who is perhaps playing the role of sage or healer in their duo. Well, healing herbs and stuff, answers Fearon, which confirms her knowledge and perhaps hints at her upcoming role in their adventure. Every element, textual and visual, hints at their mission together and the challenges ahead. The girl's face expresses consternation, and her eyes read anxiety. She always has that look on her face when she's hiding something, the text tells us, suggesting that her innocent gaze hides secrets. Her companion, Fearon, seems to know her perfectly well. I've known Fearon-sama for quite some time now. She's definitely up to no good right now. Her words confirm the assumptions, and it becomes clear to us that there is a deep connection and understanding between these two characters. We see a girl at the mask stand, probably going to buy some junk again. Not a freak, Fearon comments, suggesting that the girl's fascination with collecting could lead to unexpected consequences. The story concludes with an agreement to meet. Okay, I'll see you at the inn. This exchange of words foreshadows the continuation of their adventures, perhaps over a cup of tea and a new plan of action. On the streets of Varm, amidst the paving stones and the noise of voices, a girl stands alone, frozen in thought. She is surrounded by life, but her gaze is far away, somewhere beyond what she can see. We can't spend on such nonsense, she thinks, and responsibility resounds in her words. She feels the burden of caring for her companion, of having to make decisions that are important not only for herself. She walks through the market where vendors offer their wares and the locals hurry about their business. The hustle and bustle of the market does not concern her. She walks by as if looking for something specific. So she stops at the jewelry counter. A jewelry counter? Maybe it's not just curiosity. Perhaps here lies the key to the next step in their journey, or a personal secret she has yet to reveal. The girl's gaze turned to the child, whose innocence and carelessness contrasted with her own thoughtfulness. Oh, you're tired again with wet hair. Her concern for the baby is on her face, for she is well aware that the child's health is a concern for the future. Fearon, who can't seem to hide her excitement, can't make up her mind. Fearon's thoughts reflect her doubts and perhaps some anxiety for her companion, who is on the threshold of an important decision. Surprise is painted on Fearon's face as she exclaims, "Ah, what's that grimace?" Her words are filled with anxiety and bewilderment, for to see Fearon in such a state is something unusual and disturbing. Fearon stands at the jewelry counter, frozen in thought. Maybe this is where she'll find what she's looking for, or maybe this place is just another step in their long journey. In the market square, busy with commerce and bustle, the girl seemed to forget her worries for a moment, stroking the cat that was suddenly at her side. This peaceful gesture adds warmth to the atmosphere of the daily hustle and bustle of the city of Varm. Fearon is engaged in conversation with the merchant, holding the item that sparked her interest. Apparently she found what she was looking for, or it's just part of their long journey. Each item contributes to their story. Took a long time to choose, she mumbled, gazing at the item she had found. The decision had been made, and each choice along the way had its own meaning, each step bringing them closer to something important. So she just bought a piece of jewelry? The girl ponders as she watches Fearon move away. Though doubt may linger in her heart, she realizes that sometimes small joys are just as important as big goals. Okay, time for me to get back to shopping too, she decides, returning to her task with renewed determination, realizing that every moment of rest must be replaced by the continuation of their journey. Firen approaches a passerby asking about sweets. Her interest in the minutiae of life shows that even in the whirlwind of adventure, there is room for simple joys, and that sweet pleasures can be part of their daily routine. "Thank you, you'd better ask at that tavern." The locals' advice directs them to the next point in their plan, a place where new tastes and flavors merge with the atmosphere of the city. In the tavern, they are greeted by the warm glow of the lights and the hum of the guests. Here, amidst the noise and laughter, they will find not only sustenance for the body, but also for the soul, for each tavern hides its own little secrets and stories. In the tavern, Firen finds familiar faces with whom he exchanges brief greetings. Here, then, her words leave an air of expectation that here, in this gathering place of travelers and sailors, they will find new clues or allies. But her companion doesn't hide her disappointment. No, this is clearly not the place to learn about sweets. Her dreams of a sweet pause in her adventure collide with the rough reality of the tavern. The jokes and laughter in response to her question about the candy store show that the locals take their search with some derision. A candy store? Are you kidding me? They are not used to such gentle inquiries in their daily lives. Yet amidst the laughter, a sentence appears. Hey, we'll tell you all about them now. There are tables bursting with sweets in this town. Their words promise that even in this rough corner of the world, a source of joy and flavor can be found. At the corner of a narrow street, where the echo of footsteps mingled with lively conversation, our hero watched a trio of travelers. Their mundane dialogue of adventure and ruffians at the table of a small inn carried a hint of a larger story. These moments were just a precursor to their journey, full of mystery and discovery. A girl with 2 pigtails walked past, waving politely goodbye to them. Her light steps and shy gaze hid the determination and courage she needed for her own adventures. The next frame showed a girl standing alone at a crossroads, looking after the departing travelers. Perhaps she was thinking of following them or choosing her own path, and so she steps forward, heading resolutely in the opposite direction, leaving behind her the path chosen by the others. Her face is resolute, and her hand is clenched tightly around a sheet of paper, perhaps a map or a letter with directions. Suddenly the girl stopped, struck by a realization. Completely forgot about my purchases. A surge of emotion and bewilderment reflected on her face. Returning for her forgotten bags interrupted her journey, but did not diminish her resolve. An old friend was waiting for her at home, who was not surprised at her lateness. His calmness and patience were a counterbalance to her absent-mindedness and adventurousness. "Excuse me, please," the girl uttered, taking the shopping bag off her shoulders. She knew that the mistake was minor, and that it was important to remain calm and focused. Her friend's suggestion to eat something sweet and postpone the journey was like an invitation for a little break in their ventures. "That's okay. Leave the shopping here," she replied, realizing that even the smallest moments can be full of happiness and comfort. Leaving the comfort of their home, the girl and her friend climbed the wooden stairs to the roof of the building, where they had a magnificent view of the city. The air was filled with the anticipation of evening, and the horizon was colored in the warm hues of sunset. From the rooftop, they watched the life of the city pulsate with the rhythm of daily business and bustle, and the houses and streets seemed to tell their unique stories. "Great view. I can see why they praise this place so much," the girl pondered, appreciating the moment of peace. They were soon joined by the lady of the house, Mrs. Firen. "Forgive me for doubting you," the girl said, confessing her distrust. The older woman's wisdom and kindness were evident, and her presence gave the evening a special meaning. The conversation on the rooftop continued, but the topics of conversation became more mundane. "No, nothing about—" Ms. Firen waved off the thanks, preferring modesty. "What do you mean?" The girl's friendly interest in her older friend's life was obvious. The menu unfolded before them, and the question of finances arose naturally. "Are we sure we have enough money?" But the girl was already prepared for this moment. "Choose whatever your heart desires," she offered confidently, reassuring her companion. I have a little stash, the girl replied with a sly smile, making it clear that her adventurous nature included foresight. She was prepared for unexpected expenses. Mrs. Freeran, slightly surprised but genuinely admiring the youth's determination and independence, interjected, "A stash?" The girl's unexpected practicality added a new facet to her image. Dusk was descending on the city, and the two friends continued to enjoy the evening on the rooftop. The girl looked thoughtfully at the menu. "Let's see. What am I craving tonight?" Her dreamy gaze drifted off into the distance, to the twinkling lights of the streets below. "And what will you have, Mistress Freeran?" she politely inquired, offering the older woman her first choice. Mistress Freeran's gaze was full of the warmth and wisdom that had come with the years. "Probably Merkel pudding," Mrs. Freeran replied abruptly, revealing her weakness for sweets. This choice seemed to bridge the generations, connecting them by their shared tastes. "You're ordering Merkel pudding today, guess?" the girl suggested with a smile, teasing at Mistress Freeran's predictable choice. The air was saturated not only with the aromas of the evening's food, but also with the ease of friendly conversation. "How do you know?" the girl asked in amazement, catching the note of insight in her friend's words. It was both a surprise to her and at the same time a pleasant realization that someone cared for her. "Well, we've been traveling together for so many years, haven't we? Somehow I've learned to understand you over that time," he replied with a warm smile, emphasizing that friendship and shared memories bring people closer together. "And just like that, I don't know anything about you," he joked, confessing his ignorance of the many minutiae of Mistress Freeran's life. "Then we need to help you get to know us better," he suggested, opening the way for more conversations and revelations. It was not only a call to deepen their relationship, but also a recognition that they were learning something new from each other every day. The exchange of small personal revelations filled the evening with a special intimacy. "And I have grapes, especially sour grapes," the girl shared, smiling at the memory of her hidden treat. "Speaking of which, my favorite dish is scrambled eggs," her friend added, revealing a little secret about his culinary preferences. "Beer, forgotten Cherkovy, spit." Every word about food or drink opened a new page in the book of their relationship. "That's how much you have to drink for even Freeran to languish the holy men at our place?" the girl asked jokingly, toying with the idea of an incredible number of drinks. Did he take that as a compliment? She wondered as their gazes crossed. Was it a compliment or just a joke, the meaning of which was slipping away in the dark waters of the beer? The Merkel pudding appeared on the table in front of them, as if it were the culmination of their evening's socializing. This simple dessert symbolized their common path, sweet, but with a touch of variety, like the life of each of them. "I'm sorry, Fern," the girl said, feeling the weight of her words. Her voice was quiet, but there was sincerity in it. The look in her eyes reflected a deep sense of respect and gratitude. "Why are you apologizing?" Mrs. Freeran asked in surprise, raising her eyes from her pudding. There was an invisible thread of misunderstanding in the air, a slight dissonance between words and emotions. "I don't know anything about you," the girl admitted, and her voice was full of regret. She realized that friendship was not only about shared memories, but also about wanting to understand each other more deeply. The light of the moon played on the table, illuminating their dinner and invisibly emphasizing their conversation. Now that the confessions were made, a new path to deeper and more realized communication was opening before them. "So I'm not sure if you'll like it or not, but—" the girl began, holding out the gift. Despite her doubts, she wanted to make this gesture to show her care and attention to her friend. Rising up, she handed a small gift to Mistress Freeran. The warm light of the sunset created a cozy atmosphere for this solemn moment. "Right. It's my birthday today," Mrs. Freeran said with surprise and excitement as she opened the gift. It was indeed a special day, made even more meaningful by the unexpected and attentive gesture. "Beautiful hairpin. Thank you so much. I really like it," she thanked sincerely, holding the elegant piece of jewelry in her hands. The gift was not just an object, It was a symbol of their bond, understanding and respect for each other. "Really?" the girl said uncertainly, still not fully realizing the magnitude of her gesture. Her face reflected the hidden hope of approval and the fear of making a mistake. "Since you're not a very good judge of human feelings, I'll be blunt," she began, trying to be as frank and honest as possible with Mrs. Freeran. "Thank you for trying to get to know me, Mistress Freeran. I can't tell you how pleased I am," she continued, her eyes glowing with joy and gratitude. "Just because I want to get to know you better?" Mrs. Freeran asked, elevating simple human curiosity as an essential part of friendship. In that moment, they both realized that true understanding takes not only time, but also openness of heart. "Oh, Ms. Freeran, you really don't know anything about human feelings," the girl said with a slight smile, noting the uniqueness of her companion. It wasn't every day that one met someone who would admit their weaknesses so openly. "Well, it's time to reveal ourselves," Mistress Freeran said, rising to embark on a new journey despite the evening's peacefulness. She seemed ready for new discoveries, for new days filled with meaning and adventure. And then the girl noticed the barrette in Mistress Freeran's hair, a quiet reminder of a recent warm gesture, of feelings that needed no words to be understood. "By the way, Mistress Freeran, does our journey even have a purpose?" the girl asked, turning their conversation to the future, to the adventures to come, and to the endless possibilities that awaited them ahead. "I guess not. I'm just wandering the world, collecting various spells," Mrs. Freeran replied, looking hopefully up into the sky. Her words reflected the wandering spirit and thirst for knowledge that drove her forward. "But if I can, I'd like to take another walk through the places of our former glory," she continued, looking back at the road they had already traveled. Her tone showed that the past had left an imprint in her heart that she wanted to explore again. "Before time turns them to dust." Her voice was thoughtful and a little melancholy, but there was a certain determination in it. Time brings change, and she wanted to relive these places while they were still alive in her memory. "It must be very important to you, Mistress Freeran," the girl said, looking at her friend with a heartfelt gaze. She understood that every journey had its own significance, and that for Mistress Freeran this was more than just a journey. It was a journey of self-discovery and reconnection with the past. Mrs. Freeran stands before her companion, openly sharing her ignorance and her desire to find answers, her quest to understand the unknown, to gather diverse knowledge from around the world, makes her search endless. The girl looks at her with understanding and respect, appreciating her courage and determination. She knows that growing up is not only the accumulation of years, but also the ability to retain surprise and curiosity, like a child marveling at each new discovery. They stand together, ready to continue down a trail dotted with memories and hopes for new discoveries. The girl asks the question that many people ask themselves in search of the meaning of life, but Ms. Freeran has already found hers, in wandering and in acquiring new knowledge that makes her life truly rich and meaningful. Mrs. Freeran, puzzled, had lost the confidence that had always distinguished her. There was a look of confusion on her face, a questioning look in her eyes. Something in her heart must have responded to the words about places of former glory, remembering what had once been dear to her. The girl, watching Mistress Freeran, felt mixed emotions. On the one hand, she was ready to support her in any quest. On the other, anxiety for her indecision. Mistress Freeran's gaze was staring into the distance, as if searching for answers in the shadows of the past or in the uncertainty of the future. The travelers make their way through the forest of dreams, flooded with the lights and shadows of a past that has now become a central part of their own history. It is a place where the air is permeated with memories of bygone times, of Gimel, whose death has shaped the history of the kingdom. They encounter a magical barrier that flashes before them as a reminder of the powers that slumber in this world. Power and magic are in the air, felt in every stroke of their wands and every spell they dare to cast. And so they find a magical portal, perhaps a gateway to another world or a path to new discoveries. Mrs. Freeran, with her staff, feels the power emanating from this place, knows that with each step they are getting closer to unraveling the mysteries of this world. Each step across the broken ground is a step into the unknown, a step towards a new chapter in their long and amazing journey. A young sorceress stands in front of a magical barrier that shimmers in front of her. She looks confident and focused, as if she has just successfully applied a magical defense. Her voice has a note of pride and satisfaction from the accomplished action, but also a slight doubt in the real effectiveness of her skills. A sorceress full of focus and exertion as she maintains the magical barrier. She feels the power of the spell coming from her staff, and the effort requires her full commitment. Her face reflects the fortitude and determination needed to control magical forces. We see the sorceress standing in front of a portal that reacts to her magic. There is an element of surprise in her reaction. Hello? As if she did not expect such a strong response from her spell. Mrs. Fryron makes the observation that such protective measures might not be sufficient in a real battle. She stands a little behind, watching the young sorceress's attempts, and her words are a reminder of the brutal reality of magical battles, where mistakes can cost lives. A young sorceress demonstrates her magical power. She stands in the center of the magic circle that is opened around her, radiating energy in all directions. Miss Fryron's voice is a challenge. She calls on her apprentice to show what she can do. She confidently declares, "That's it," confirming her readiness and ability to defend herself with magic. The shield seems impenetrable and shows the level of skill she has achieved. Round bursts of energy explode in the air, confirming the power of her spells. These energy bursts symbolize the power she possesses and her ability to cause changes in the physical world. The girl, exhausted but pleased with herself, declares that the training is enough for today. Mrs. Fryron, sitting on the ground, watches her with a slight smile, apparently satisfied with her student's progress. Both of them realize that this was another step in their training and development. In a clearing where ancient trees whispered stories to the winds, Mrs. Fryron and her apprentice stop at a bridge. The old stone beneath their feet, worn by time and the footsteps of many travelers, seems to be listening to their conversation. The wise mentor explains the subtleties of magic, shares her knowledge of the power and price of a protective shield. She warns that every spell requires not only knowledge, but also a reasonable expenditure of energy. Otherwise, the student's strength may be depleted at the most inopportune moment. Standing in the shadows of the forest, they ponder the right moment to apply the defense. The magic shield should appear suddenly, like lightning, reflecting the enemy's attack exactly the second it approaches. The apprentice listens to Mistress Fryron's words, realizing that these lessons could one day save her life. For the art of defense is no less important than the art of offense, and mastery of this skill distinguishes the true mage from the novice. On their journey through the forest of dreams, the apprentice learns not only spells but also wisdom, patience, learning from her mistakes, and a relentless pursuit of perfection. The young apprentice's eyes reflect admiration for the power of the magic she is learning. She realizes that defense magic has great potential, and used correctly, can neutralize almost any threat. Her eyes are full of wonder as she absorbs every word of her wise mentor, discovering new horizons of her abilities. Mrs. Fryron reminds her student of the importance of learning theory, demonstrating that practice and knowledge go hand in hand. She's surprised that the student has not read the book on the history of magic she was given. This moment emphasizes that the mastery of magic requires not only physical training, but also an in-depth understanding of its essence and past. The student responds by asserting her independence, that she is old enough to seek knowledge on her own and read before bed. This emphasizes her growing independence and her desire to understand the complexities of magic on her own. In front of them is a view of the village that Mistress Fryron spoke of. It may be the place where they will find new mysterious spells, new lessons and challenges. The village looks quiet and peaceful, but to Mistress Fryron it may be a new page in their journey of knowledge and magical discovery. In the shadows of the village's humble homes, Mistress Fryron and her apprentice encounter yet another mystery. This time their visit is not about finding magic spells. The motives are deeper and more personal. Mistress Frieren returns here for other reasons, looking to the past, perhaps seeking answers to questions that have long plagued her. She seeks information, trying to unravel the mysteries left unsolved. In her words, one hears a thirst for knowledge, a desire to understand what has been hidden or lost over time. This dialogue emphasizes that even a wise magician always remains a student of life, forever seeking and striving for truth. A conversation with the locals points to some mystery involving white hair and an elven woman. These words suggest that there are some important events or personalities in Mistress Frieren's past that are still shrouded in a fog of mystery and may provide clues to understanding her path. The surprise in the voice of one of the villagers at the mention of Mrs. Frieren's name hints at her prominence, or perhaps even her importance in the history of this place. The prospect opens up that her personal history is intertwined with the history of these lands, and that every step through this village may lead to new discoveries about its past. Noticing a mysterious figure in the distance, Hiro cautiously stepped closer. "You're looking for the place where Kaval is sealed, aren't you?" sounded the question from beneath the stranger's dark hood. Hiro instantly tensed, for his mission was secret. "How do you know me?" came out of his mouth. When the forest became thinner, they came to a clearing where a huge, moss-covered stone stood in the center. "The creator is the elder Kaval," the companion began to tell them, pointing to the stone. Hiro knew from the legends that Kaval was one of the demons that had roamed these lands 80 years ago. "One of the demons that roamed these lands 80 years ago," the stranger continued, his voice sounding like an echo of times long gone. "A brave Gimlel and his troops sealed it nearby." Hiro felt goosebumps run down his back. It was exactly what he was looking for, but it bothered him that this stranger knew about it. "But how did you know about it?" Hiro asked cautiously. "I haven't told anyone about what I'm about to do." A young man with pale hair and a pensive expression recalls the words of someone perhaps important to him. He says, "He seemed to want to make sure the seal was okay." This may indicate some regularity with which someone checked the condition of the seal, a task that seemed obligatory and ritualistic. Two characters are walking along a path. One of them, a woman in long clothes, comments, "Oh, his good-naturedness." The other, the same young man, adds, "He told me about you too, Mrs. Frieren." This emphasizes that these are people who know each other well, and that there was a relationship of trust between them. A woman in a long robe who, wrapped up against the cold, says, "I'm sorry, she's so cold." This could mean that they are in a place associated with a magical seal that radiates cold, or it could be a metaphor for the coldness associated with some kind of danger or upcoming trials. The man continues the conversation by addressing the woman, "But he also said that you are not so callous as to abandon us to our fate." This reveals the woman's character, showing her as strict but fair, and that she may be taking responsibility for the welfare of others. There was a monument in front of them, modeled with signs and symbols, the riddle of which had yet to be solved, and the Elfess stared at it puzzled, feeling close to a solution. The encounter with the mighty guardian, majestic and motionless, was a moment for them to realize the depth and strength of the ties between past and present. Thinking about the imprint that was about to be taken made the elven woman anxious and excited for the upcoming challenge they were ready to take on the very next day. Studying the notes left by Mrs. Fern was a reminder that every step, every action in their journey carried deep meaning and purpose, remaining part of their shared history and development. A woman with a book in her hands and a soft gaze sitting in a den candidly shares, "Kval was too strong, that's all." This simple admission emphasizes the greatness and power of the enemy they faced. Group standing in front of a monumental figure where a voice booms out, "He is considered one of the best mages in the Demon King's army after all." This reinforces Kaval's reputation and explains why he is so hard to defeat. The demon's silhouette comes to life in a tale of its power. Eosatrak, the spell of slaying. These words introduce a new element to the story, a spell created by Kaval, which heightens the atmosphere and emphasizes the threat posed by him. The defensive magic of the people reached with the resistance of magic, all of it was powerless. These words reveal the hopelessness of the opposition and the power of Caval's magic, before which everything else seems insignificant. In the semi-darkness of the room, where a faint light penetrates through the window, a woman gazes at the distant horizons. Her words, full of sadness, ring out. "It was because of this spell that we died." She continues, as if echoes of long-ago battles resound in her heart. And the seventh part of the mages are spinning all the adventurers in these environs. The next moment is suddenly filled with light and delight as she, with wonder in her eyes, whispers, "That's a monstrous power." Perhaps in her mind's eye she has an idea of how to use this power, or how it could change the course of history. The silence of the room is broken only by her voice as she says, sighing, "He was mighty. Yes." These words reinforce the image of a fallen hero or enemy whose might was so great that it will survive the ages. Lifting her eyes from the book, the woman reflects on how power often turns into a curse. But now that power has become his greatest enemy. In these words, one reads the tragedy of a powerful being facing the inevitable turn of fate when his own powers turn against him. The girl looks out the window with a perplexed look on her face and asks cautiously, "What do you mean?" Her gaze is full of curiosity and a thirst for knowledge waiting to be revealed. A mysterious woman in long robes stands across from her, surrounded by books and volumes of ancient records. "Still, I'll have to do some reading for you," she says, offering knowledge that could change their fate. Night landscape, where the voice sounds like the wind carrying a premonition. "No need, now we'd better get a good night's sleep." It foreshadows a respite before the coming challenge, a pause in history before a decisive event. The view of the snow-capped peaks and the monumental figure towering over the meadow opens up again. This is the place where the fates of heroes and villains intertwine, where the beginning and the end of their journey collide in an epic confrontation. A girl armed with a staff addresses her companions. "Keep your guard up, I will break the seal." Her words sound like a call to action, a warning of the challenge ahead. Moving forward, against the backdrop of the forest, leads them to a place where a hidden power slumbers. The silence perhaps heralds the beginning of an important event or ritual that awaits them ahead. As they stand before the sealed creature, its magnitude becomes apparent. It towers before them like a dark monument, a symbol of the coming struggle and ancient powers. And so, a deep conversation unfolds. 80, the giant pronounces as if counting the long years of his imprisonment. "It's been a long time, Frieren. How many years has it been?" It is a meeting of old acquaintances, or even adversaries, coming face to face again after a long absence. The dialogue continues and the characters exchange thoughts about the past tense. "It's a long time for someone," reflects one of the characters, immersed in her own thoughts about time, which can seem like an eternity, or just a moment. The goggle of the beast, which embodies power and fury, reveals a new facet of the story. What of the Demon King? The question is a challenge and perhaps a hint of previous ties and conflicts. Frieren's answer is succinct and full of invisible weight. Dead. The word echoes past battles and decisions that have affected the fate of worlds. The demon, who seems to accept the news with reconciliation and anticipation of revenge. I see. Then it would be a good idea to avenge His Majesty. There is a sense of unwavering desire for action in his words, the beginning of a new chapter in a long-standing saga. Frieren, focused and determined, commands her companion, "Fern, wall the magical shield." Her voice is confident, knowing that every move they make could be decisive in the coming battle. A moment of tension explodes into action. "Eositrak!" shouts Caval, and magical energy rips through the air, filling the space with sparkling charges as his mighty figure rushes forward. The demon rushed to the attack, his every step thundering in the souls of those present. The atmosphere of battle thickened around him, forces clashing, shattering the silence of the neighborhood. Frieren and Fern stand unwavering behind a shining barrier created for protection. This shield not only blocks the demon's path, but also symbolizes the unyielding will of the heroes, their continuous striving to resist the darkness. Standing in the shadow of their mighty adversary, Frieren and Fern reflect his magic. The demon, bewildered, notes, "Huh, wow. You were able to defend yourselves against Eositrak?" His words betray surprise, for few have been able to resist his might. "Apparently your spells have become more powerful, Frieren." She says this with ease, emphasizing her ability to adapt and resist even the most powerful attacks. Frieren's companion, with concern in his voice, asks, "Ms. Frieren, what is he talking about?" His question shows that what is happening is beyond his comprehension. Frieren, however, explains with unwavering calmness, "It's just an ordinary magical attack." She dispels his fears and doubts, assuring him that they are quite capable of meeting the challenge. And confirming his words, Frieren adds, "Exactly, that's what Eositrak is." Her confidence and knowledge become their shield, no less reliable than the magical barrier that protects them. Frieren stands motionless, addressing Kval. "Kval, 80 years ago you were too strong." She says this with respect for her enemy's past greatness, but also with confidence in her words. The next moment opens the story of struggle and progress. Soon, Eositrak became part of the magic system of the humans. Frieren describes the evolution of magic that adapted to the ancient spell, transforming it from a threat to a tool. "The spell of slaying no longer poses any harm," she continues, looking at her companions. Their experience and knowledge had become a shield against the dangers of long ago, keeping them safe from the darkness. Finally, Frieren sums up the confrontation. Now, it's just an ordinary magical attack. Her words resound not only with knowledge, but also with the certainty that past threats no longer hold sway over them. In front of the stately figure of Kval, Frieren sadly remarks, "Apparently, for humans, 80 years is quite a long time." Her words reflect an understanding of the temporal gulf between human life and the eternity epitomized by the ancient beings. Kval, pulling himself together, warns, "I see. Kval, if you don't fight back, I'll kill you quickly." His words do not carry a threat, but rather a promise of a speedy release, whether in battle or in peace. "I see. This shield dispels the power of Eositrak, thus equating it to a normal magic attack." Kval ponders. He recognizes that the magic of humans has reached new heights, turning his own enchantments against him. Finally, in his sinister grin, he reads a confession. They must take a lot of strength. Kval realizes that his long-standing powers require more than mere might to overpower humanity's new defenses. The realization of the vulnerability of their defenses awakens Frieren's vigilance, her eyes narrowing cautiously. "He's spotted the one flaw in our defense," she says, alert to a possible breach in their defenses. Kval, taking advantage of this opening, is about to strike. "Fern, can you handle such an attack?" His voice is full of challenge, ready to test their strength to the limit. Frieren answers confidently, confirming their training. "Yes, we've been over this in training, haven't we?" Her words sound like a reminder of long hours of practice and perseverance. And Fern, keeping her tone light, adds, "Then cover me, too." There's no fear in his request, only trust in Frieren's ability to provide them with a safe haven. There is tension in the air as the powerful energy waves of the Kval cut through space, seeking to overcome the magical barrier. The magic trembles under the onslaught of the ancient power, but stands firm. Fern, gathering his will into a fist, prepares to retaliate. His voice is confident and calm despite the roaring storm around him. Eositrak. The word isn't just an incantation, it's a declaration of readiness to confront. The runes of the magic circle beneath Frieren's feet flash, creating a powerful barrier of light that will repel Qual's attack. The magical symbols dance and intertwine, forming a shield against the onslaught of evil. And at the same time, Kval, the embodiment of fury and power, does not back down. His beastly determination and willingness to fight to the end evoke the echoes of ancient battles that have echoed through the history of the world. Amidst the darkness enveloping the battlefield, Fern's faint but confident voice rang out, "My, for, Klai, Fry, Ray!" She invokes a spell designed to reverse the outcome of the battle, even on the brink of despair. The magic smoke slowly dissipates after the fight, leaving behind only silence and traces of the confrontation. The landscape is at peace again, and the only question that remains is who won this duel of fates. The peaceful village, where life goes on as usual, provides a contrast to the tense moments of battle. The everyday hustle and bustle here knows no magical fights. It flows in a measured and calm manner. The man's final words convey the relief of the entire village. Well, now our village can live in peace. This triumphant declaration symbolizes the end of a long struggle and the beginning of a new era of tranquility. Fern, noticing the object in the boy's hands, says thoughtfully, "By the way, and that hat." She seems familiar, as if hinting at the importance of this element in their story. The man providing the hat says nostalgically, "Oh, this summer days are hot, sultry here. So a thing like this is a farmer's best friend." His words reflect simple life wisdom and a connection to the land. Fern's gaze is piercing and full of recognition. "I think I've seen it somewhere before." Whether it's a fleeting memory or the key to solving a mystery, she's trying to remember where she knows the hat from. Finally, the man playfully slaps his face with his hat, awakening lightness after the recent tension and bringing a touch of joy to the daily routine. This gesture symbolizes a return to an ordinary, peaceful life. Suddenly, Fern realizes the origin of the hat, which brings back memories. "The same little boy who bullied my skirt." Her voice resounds with surprise, for the past has suddenly come alive before her eyes. The next moment is captured in childlike playfulness. "Hey," the boy exclaims, and his voice echoes down the village street, bringing the immediacy and joy of simple life moments. The boy exclaims, and his voice echoes through the village street, bringing with it the immediacy and joy of life's simple moments. The boy's father, in the spirit of strict parental care, reacts to his son's antics by saying, "What are you doing, you brat?" His voice is full of fake anger, hiding tender love and care. The man jokingly threatens, "I might have wanted to look in there too." He softens the tension of the situation by showing that there is room in this world for both joy and carefree laughter. The man in the hat expresses his sincere gratitude, "And I shall live even longer, thanks to Mrs. Fryron." His words reflect a deep appreciation for the salvation brought to him by Fryron and her companions. He continues, looking at Fryron, "All these bows are not meant for me. The respect and reverence bestowed upon him is actually meant for the heroes who have protected their world." Fryron stares off into the distance, pondering, "Actually, the people here just believed Gimel." She realizes that the villagers' true faith was directed at their protector. Fryron's final words indicate a deep mutual understanding. "But for Mr. Gimel, in turn, he believed in you." It is a recognition of the mutual faith and trust that binds them all together. The announcement of the fall of the Central Kingdoms after Gimel's death and the past 28 years point to a period of change following events that left a deep mark on history. The harsh reality shows itself in the form of debris that the merciless waves of the surf toss onto the shore, reminding us of the power of natural elements and how they shape and change the lives of people and the places they call home. Concerned with maintaining order on the beach, the villagers faced a shortage of labor, underscoring the dire consequences of their struggle to survive in the aftermath of the disaster. The elven woman looks with understanding at the ruined strait and remembers the former purity and beauty of these places, realizing that the lost prosperity and harmony was an integral part of the life they still strive to rebuild. A slope strewn with rubble, where Fern and the elfess meet a local, breathing in air that smells of sea and history. The elf offers a reward for the cleanup, offering a reward for the labor of cleaning up the beach, showing her gratitude and desire to help the community. The dialogue between the elven woman and Fern leads to a discussion of Archmage Flam, which brings an element of mysticism and deep knowledge into their daily lives. The confirmation that there is only one grimoire in the village emphasizes the uniqueness and value of the knowledge they possess and the responsibility to preserve it. The companions express their willingness to fulfill the old man's request, affirming their support and participation in the general affairs and problems of the village. They direct their gazes towards the house, which stands tall against the devastated landscape, symbolizing the strength and perseverance of life in the face of constant adversity. The discussion of the grimoire between Fern and the elven woman reveals its importance as a relic and tool of knowledge, key to their magical practice and cultural heritage. The Elphys suggests that true knowledge and mastery cannot be found among the detritus of reality. They require exploration and discovery, and Fern learns this lesson, grasping the depth and value of true scholarship. In the distance, where the sky meets the earth, stands a young warrior with elven features, her gaze fixed on her companion. A question hangs in the air, reflecting a mixture of doubt and a sincere desire to help. She holds her head confidently, her words of soft-heartedness clipped, as if she's trying to convince not only her companion but herself as well. Her eyes are intent on hiding her real motivation behind an armor of indifference. The answer comes quietly but clearly. The words, "I do it for me," carry the weight of personal responsibility and hidden pain, revealing in passing the complexity of her character. And so they both stop, amidst the wreckage of ships and shattered hopes, distorted by time and sea storms. The nearby town seems to be a silent witness to their decision to linger, their gazes filled with determination and a quiet acceptance of their circumstances. The tops of the roofs are beneath the caressing bubbles of falling snow, and the eye rises to the church tower, which rises above the village landscape like a watchtower guarding the secrets of the past. A warm thank you sounds in the cozy store. A light shopping bag held out with a smile becomes a small symbol of neighborliness, weaving a bond between new and old residents. Warm words of farewell are heard on the street, where every house is a familiar face. The simplicity of life here, among the old wooden buildings, fills the heart with tranquility and the air with anticipation of the approaching winter. And here she is, alone, outside where the winter wind dances with the falling snowflakes. The silence of this place, where even the seasons seem like old friends, envelops her, while the snow covers everything around with a white blanket. The creak of the door cuts through the silence of the morning, and the warrior cautiously enters the room where her companion is still immersed in slumber, despite the light already filling the space. Scattered books and papers on the floor attest to the recent struggle with chaos that seems to inevitably return like the tide. A gentle voice wakes the sleeper, heralding a new day. This peaceful moment of dawn brings with it the promise of new beginnings and fresh perspectives. Work does not wait, and her companion, already awakened, stares intently at the screen. The two figures, united in a common cause, anticipate the labor that lies ahead today. They stand side by side, both holding warm cups in their hands, and share the morning silence in quiet agreement before the day fills with hustle and bustle. The warrior then carefully places the cup on the table, her movements measured and calm, as if she draws strength from this simple gesture for the things to come. There is a soft comfort in her gesture as she leans over to her little companion, extending a hand of support and promising that despite everything they will overcome any difficulties together. And now they are on the doorstep, ready to begin the next tasks of the day, the warrior's gaze fixed on the first, and there they are, striding together down a morning street past passers-by, each absorbed in their own affairs, while the bright winter sun plays on the rooftops. They stop on the shore, where the air is permeated with the cold of April, and the sea throws ashore fragments of tidings from distant lands, floating in the air like a memory of distant mariners. Her eyes stare off into the distance while the wind plays with her hair, and every feature of her face says that she is determined to face whatever the day brings. The little companion says something, interrupting the silence, and her words hang in the air, creating a sense of anticipation that a new chapter of their story is about to begin. A thoughtful question hangs in the air, and the warrior's eyes read the confusion caused by the unexpected assessment of her actions, as if she were thinking about her motives for the first time. She responds with the customary care that has become second nature to her, expressing warmth and unconscious affection for the daily rituals of their life together. A firm confidence resounds in the voice of her younger companion, who, though small, is determined to prove her ability to be independent. With a dose of playfulness, she reminds them of her necessity, as if to emphasize that their daily lives are closely intertwined and even small habits matter. Through the shadow of the wreckage, the warrior, a little embarrassed, admits her feelings, and a note of weariness mixed with relief can be heard in her voice. The slight reproach in her words doesn't hide the caring anxiety she feels for those around her, reminding her of times when she had to be strong for many. The little companion's questions touch the deep strings of memory, and she stares wistfully into the distance, as if searching for answers in the echoes of the past. And in the answer there is a soft sadness about the old days, about the only time that remained in the memory, like an imprint on the heart, gently framed by snow and wind. The little companion's words float in the air, honoring the unwavering spirit of heroes of the past whose deeds exceeded all expectations and courage. The warrior's gaze slides over the faces of the passers-by, and in her words you can feel the longing for those who were there for her in times of storm and disaster, and the bitterness of loss. They stand at the edge of the world, where the wind is forever dancing with the wreckage of ships, their silhouettes like a reminder that life is a continuous progression, despite all the difficulties. And so they, returning to the simple joys of everyday life, walk past a merchant whose cart is full of goods, symbolizing the continuation of the journey they have chosen together. Evening descends upon the village and the first snowflakes begin to fall, softly illuminated by the light from the tavern windows, heralding the peace and comfort within. Inside the tavern there is warmth and tranquility. Conversations about the daily routine and tasks are replaced by light jokes about how well everything is arranged and organized. The tavern owner, with a good-natured smile, addresses the guests, and his words carry warmth and care for those who have come under his roof. They answer him, and in their responses they feel tired after a long day, but also grateful for the warmth of the fire and anticipation of a well-deserved rest. Thoughts of the new day that is born with the first rays of the sun envelope their conversation, like a reminder that after a long night, morning always comes. The little companion gazes wistfully at the light sparkling in the warmth of the fireplace, her dreams and hopes reflected in her eyes full of expectation. The logic of rituals and traditions sometimes seems distant and mysterious, but there is a meaning in every action associated with renewal and new beginnings. And then they talk about the simple joys of winter and the light that plays on the surface of the water, bringing moments of pure beauty and the magic of New Year's morning into their lives. With a slight anxiety in her voice, the little companion wondered about the morrow, her eyes full of hope that they might see the first rays of the sun. There was a concern in the response, a recognition that even if she didn't wake up, the world around her wouldn't stop its eternal course, continuing the cycle of life. Meeting a mysterious character at the tavern adds a new facet to their story, promising new adventures and opportunities hidden behind the doors of this ancient building. Once again, life is filled with small worries and chores, simple but important to keep order and rhythm in their little world. The day begins with waking up in a room where the rays of morning light cast warm shadows on the floor, and the sloppily thrown blanket reminds us of the calm of the night. They devote the early hours to caring for each other. Morning rituals fill the space with warmth and closeness, creating an atmosphere of homeliness. Standing on the coast in front of the raised ship, they remind themselves once again of the endless possibilities each new day brings as they gaze out at the vast expanse before them. Their journey takes them past familiar places, where every object and every sound is filled with meaning and history that inextricably ties them to this land. On the ocean shore, where endless waves caress the sand, two friends stand contemplating the expanse before them, in anticipation of what tomorrow will bring. The gaze is fixed on the horizon, where earth meets sky, and each new day appears as a blank slate ready for new stories and adventures. The words that hover in the cold air are filled with anticipation, and each one carries the promise of the beginning of a new chapter in their journey. They go on their way, celebrating each small victory, each step forward that brings them closer to the celebration, to new beginnings, and to the purity that the new year promises. In their path lies a year gone by, filled with memories and accomplishments, and before them lies a new one, uncharted and full of promise. In anticipation of the festivities, they exchange words with a local resident, an invitation to share the joy of the upcoming celebration and strengthen the bonds of community. With gratitude, they accept the invitation, realizing the importance of celebrating together and uniting all the villagers. And then, despite the early morning ahead of them, they go forward knowing that the real magic lies in the moments they will share together as they greet the dawn. The desire to face the dawn is so great that sleep recedes into the background, and in anticipation, they share their thoughts about the morning ahead. Even if the morning sunrises do not attract everyone, there are those who want to see this miracle of nature with their own eyes, to see its magic in person. It is perplexing and incomprehensible why anyone would want to stay awake all night, but everyone lives by their own beliefs and seeks their own miracles. And here they are, standing in front of the tavern where warmth and comfort await them, on the threshold of a night full of mystery and anticipation of the morning glow. The calm of the night enveloped the room where they both found rest, one in deep sleep, the other in lost thoughts waiting for morning. The morning rays wake them up, and the question arises as to why one of the friends missed the celebration, a moment of shared merriment and joy. It turns out that the reason for his absence was simple. Yesterday's fun had exhausted his strength, and now he needed rest to recover. Support and understanding from a friend is unfailing, and even if they spent the evening apart, the shared experience brings them together. The confidence in his friend's voice leaves no doubt. He knows that the feast would bring joy, and the light of dawn would be the best ending to the day. A sincere question, full of curiosity and openness to new experiences, hangs in the air, at which a look full of conviction that he understands her better than anyone else. He immediately said he knew her very well and when she was hiding something. And at the conclusion of this day comes the quiet of the morning hours, where everyone finds peace in their own corner of the world, full of expectations and dreams of the future. Morning catches up with them unexpectedly, and the first word that breaks the silence is the signal to start a new day, full of promise and new possibilities. Astonishment at the sudden awakening, eyes full of wonder and bewilderment at the fact that the day had already arrived. Hurry and apologies mingle when they realize that time is passing faster than their expectations, and the holiday is on their doorstep. Light laughter and bewilderment at the unexpected nickname, but it only adds warmth to the morning chaos that starts their day. Reflections on the inevitability of daily chores and unexpected responsibilities sometimes come unexpectedly, but they are reminders that life is a chain of events and encounters. Gratitude for support and understanding, for having someone who is always there to support and help at any moment. Before them is the splendor of dawn, a moment when the world is bathed in the soft light of a new day that promises the beginning of something great and important. Their gazes are filled with anticipation and hope as they stand on the threshold of new beginnings, ready to face whatever this new day brings them together. In quiet conversation, they share their thoughts on what they have gained from watching the sunrise and what it takes to wake up early. Sometimes doubts about whether it's worth sacrificing a morning nap for a moment of beauty raise questions about values and preferences. But the beauty of the morning light playing on the horizon cannot be denied, and it brings with it a sense of calm and admiration. However, the truth is different for everyone, and what is a miracle for one may be just a pleasant backdrop of everyday life for another. The conversation continues, and in the words there is a genuine interest in his friend's feelings, his perception of the moment, and his emotions. The smile that sneaks onto their faces becomes an invisible bridge that connects their memories and experiences, becoming a quiet testament to their inner happiness. Sometimes it's hard to admit to ourselves that life's simple moments bring joy, especially when they seem mundane and insignificant. Recognizing this moment of beauty and shared experience, even if it arises from a friend's insistence, adds a new hue to their relationship, making this dawn special. A group of travelers in a shady forest listened to the words of a wise man. His discussion of the ancient idea of nothingness and the nobility's predilection for tragedy set the tone for their conversation, which is filled with reflections on life and death. The elven woman, with a face full of doubt, ponders the limits of modern magic and its inability to trace the souls of the departed, leaving room for uncertainty and eternal questions. A young monk, covered in a cloak, expresses his doubts about paradise, opening the door to his inner world and personal spiritual struggle, which is closely intertwined with his faith and reflections. The knight, who gathers around him a mantle of skepticism, expresses indifference to the existence of paradise or lack thereof, reflecting a practical and earthly view of the world that clashes with the mystical perceptions of his companions. Is it proper for a priest to say such a thing, forgetting thou art ours? The question thrown in the monk's direction reflects the tension between his doubts and the expectations society places on his role. But even if there really is no heaven, I still want to think there is. The priest's answer highlights the inner conflict between faith and reality, between spiritual utopia and the material world. Why? This word released into the silence of the forest echoed like an echo off the trees, returning to the companions with a question about the meaning of their beliefs, about what drives their faith and doubts. I don't want my soul's torment to end in emptiness and eternal darkness. It is much more comfortable that way. The priest's last words emphasize the human desire for consolation in the thought of some eternity, of a world where the soul will find rest. It is better to believe that in the end we will find muddy shores and grace. The priest, with folded hands, finds comfort in this hope, offering a bright alternative to the unknown after death. The warrior's gaze, hidden beneath his heavy helmet, does not betray his thoughts, but his silence can speak volumes, perhaps of agreement or his own thoughts on the subject. It's really more comfortable this way. Heh heh heh. The young monk smiles and half-jokingly agrees with this thought, finding in it an escape from his gloomy thoughts. Shall we pray? The monk's suggestion to the elf woman standing next to him becomes an invitation to a joint ritual that may strengthen their faith and offer new hope in the journey of their spiritual quest. The travelers in the same road turn their thoughts and prayers to something beyond their earthly experiences, seeking comfort and answers in faith and shared rituals. The elven woman's word, expressed in a modest and casual manner, confirms her participation in the prayer. She delicately enters into a shared act of faith. It's been 28 years since Himmler's death. Central Kingdoms, Brett Province. Time and space have shifted, leaving room for a new context in which the story unfolds further. Eisen, welcome the guests. The elven woman welcomes the new arrivals, ready to reveal to them the hospitality and traditions of her people. 30 years have passed, and you act like nothing has happened. A warrior, despite the passage of time, maintains his composure and principles, unfazed in the face of change and decades. Yeah, only a third of a century, come to think of it. The young monk's words, perhaps a bit ironic, reflect his inner calm and wisdom that defies the tumult of time. In the cozy room of the house, the travelers come together to discuss their onward journey, their conversations filled with memories and plans for the future. I didn't think you'd have a student. This phrase of the priest may indicate a new turn in his life, where he is passing on his knowledge to the next generation, continuing the chain of wisdom and learning. Eisen, maybe you need some help? The elfess, addressing the question to her comrade, shows care and willingness to help, which shows the strength of their bond and mutual assistance in the team. Don't good me before my time. A warrior, true to his character, remains unfazed and focused, even in the face of a benevolent offer. Friggin', didn't you come to the driver with the same question? This exchange, full of stories and memories, shows the depth of their shared past and the sharing of experiences between generations. Wow, you don't look like you're doing the right thing, and your words are as cold as ever. The dialogue between the priest and the warrior is imbued with irony and mutual respect, reflecting their long history of interaction and mutual understanding. So what's up? Do you have a favor to ask of us? The elven woman turns to her interlocutor, showing her openness and willingness to help, which shows her goodwill and loyalty to her friends. The Valley of Wolfsbane brings back memories. Have you been here before? As they recall the past, they share moments of nostalgia and personal stories that strengthen their bond and understanding of each other. A long time ago, the elf's words open the door to her distant past, to an era that for others remains only pages of history. That's a lot, even for an elf. Probably back in the primitive era. I wonder what she means by a long time ago. The discussion, full of jokes and guesses, reveals the mysteries of the long life of elves and their perception of time. Deep in the ancient forest, amidst the rustling of leaves and mysterious sounds, Three travelers stopped in front of a hovering book. "Memoirs of Archmage Fiam," said an old man with a beard, his gaze hidden beneath heavy eyelids. "And what did you want to find here?" the girl asked, her eyes full of curiosity and vague anxiety. The small, cloaked figure was silent, but her gaze was fixed on the book. "Almost all of her work on this continent is fake," the old man continued, his voice sounding tired. "Well, I don't mind, but—" the girl began, but her words sank into the air. A grand hallway with long rows of bookshelves greeted them with the following. "Hayter has studied every record of Fiamma that was in the state. He even managed to ferret out the location," the old man said slowly, as his companions gazed into the distant shelves, searching for something unseen. Returning to the call of nature, they followed the overgrown trail. "The true memoirs are hidden somewhere in this valley," said the old man, pointing ahead. New mysteries were opening up before them, and they walked towards them, ready for the discoveries and challenges that this land held. The sun was breaking through the trees when the old man turned to the girl. "You should have known about this, Frieren." His voice was full of reproach. Frieren nodded silently, her eyes lowered in respect or perhaps guilt. "Here I forgot the church one. You got to that too." Her words were barely audible in the silence of the forest. The old man looked at her, and something like understanding flashed in his gaze. They continued on their way, and soon there was a branching trail in front of them. "Big tree? What the hell is that?" muttered under her breath to the girl. "I see. We need to find the big tree first," the old man stated confidently. "Uh-huh," the small cloaked figure replied as if it was a matter of course. "Okay, I think we have plenty of time," the old man said, looking off into the distance, where light flickered between the trees. In the gloom of the forest, Frieren's face shone with a soft light, her smile full of determination and tenderness. She looked at her companions as if she wanted to share the warmth of her heart with them. "But Fern won't be happy about that, so let's finish this quickly," she said, and you could sense the eagerness in her voice to act despite the possible obstacles. Frieren had already assumed the role of leader in this wanderlust. "May our quest be fruitful," the old man said, and all three of them set off again. Their footsteps were silent, but each reflected an unwavering purpose. The road ahead of them was lined with the shadows of centuries-old trees, and each step led them deeper and deeper into the labyrinths of forgotten stories and ancient spells among which they sought their way to the truth. The old man's shadow fell in a long streak on the ground as he turned to Frieren. "You have changed. Worries of another's time." His words carried the weight of centuries and hidden wisdom. Frieren turned to him, defense red in her gaze. "You just haven't seen how scary Fern is in anger," she replied, and her voice trembled like an echo of a long-ago fear. The old man was silent, his gaze staring ahead into the shadows of the trees where past and present merged into one. "That's how. I'll be careful with her," he finally said, promising to be careful with the one so close to his heart. Their journey continued, shrouded in silence, full of unspoken words and deep feelings. The forest came alive with a sudden movement as a small figure flew into the air, like a light leaf caught by the wind. She hovered above the ground, her arms outstretched toward the sky, and the symbols of an ancient spell flashed around her. In the clearing they came upon an old stone, like a beacon pointing into the past. Frieren walked up to it, touched it with her hand, and suddenly the world around them froze. The old man paused, looking at Frieren, who was now lying on the ground, pages of memoirs scattered around her. The symbols of the spell glowed dimly on the white sheets like stars in the night. Their path took them above the ground again, to a height from which the world seemed different. They walked on the air bridge created by magic, which led them to the place where the Archmage's memoirs promised to reveal their secrets. Frieren flew up higher to look around at her surroundings. "Mistress Frieren, I see a huge tree to the west growing through the ruins." A voice reached her from afar. "Understood," was her short but firm reply. She was ready to follow the signs of fate that were leading them forward. On the ground, the old man asked the question on everyone's mind. "Look, why do you even want Fiam's memoirs?" He wanted to understand what all this hardship was all about, why they were going through all these trials. "It's all halakha," His words hung in the air like an unsolved riddle, leaving Frieren puzzled. She looked at the old man, trying to make sense of his words. The old man continued, and his words were full of regret. I felt sorry for you and Gimel. There was something more in his voice than just an answer to her question. It was a story intertwined with their own, a story of loss and hope found. Frieren's heart clenched at the memories as the old man reminded her of days long past. 30 years ago, at the funeral. You were grieving for not knowing him better, he said, as if trying to unravel the closed book of her soul. I think you should tell him in person, the old man added, emphasizing the importance of personal relationships and the unspoken words that are so important to the healing of the soul. Fiamma's memoirs are supposed to mention conversations with the dead, he spoke softly, opening the door for Frieren to close old wounds, to find the answers she had been seeking for years. I don't even want to see him that much anymore, Frieren replied with a slight smile, but a shadow flickered in her eyes. It's all fairy tales, she whispered, but every step of their journey led her steadily toward the inevitable meeting with the past. The old man looked at Frieren with an impenetrable gaze. All magic begins with a tale. Besides, you want to know more about Gimel, don't you? His words were like a reminder that every endeavor begins with a dream or legend, even if it seems unattainable. I asked Geither for advice. We thought you'd still be saving about it, and we wanted to help, he continued, exposing to Frieren their true intentions. To help her find the answers she'd been seeking for years. In front of them stood a huge tree, majestic and mighty, like a guardian of ancient times, growing out of the ruins of a forgotten temple. It stood as a symbol of the bond of time, of life and death, of past and present. Mistress Frieren, the ruins and the tree are protected by a mighty barrier, the small figure uttered, ready to face the magical obstacles. Their journey was not only full of external obstacles, but also internal revelations. Frieren, standing at the foot of the tree, was lost in the depths of centuries. 1,000 years have passed, and you've once again wrapped me around your finger, master. Her words were full of sadness, and at the same time gratitude for her unceasing tutelage. Their path led them to a lonely building surrounded by trees, an island of peace amidst the churning sea of time. Here, every stone and leaf reminded them of the long history of the place, of its secrets and guardians. You can't be left alone, said another figure that appeared from the shadows of the forest. Her words were determined to support Frieren, no matter what might be ahead of them. If you let it grow, it will protect this place even after thousands of years, she added, pointing to the young plant. In it ripened the promise of the future, the knowledge that some things are meant to stand forever, as guardians of history and magic. On the steps leading up to the light-filled house, Frieren paused to pay her respects to the passage of time and its lessons. Master, you'll be dead in time. Her words were spoken with a slight chuckle, but her eyes were full of seriousness and wisdom. Her companion looked at her with a warm smile, as if she knew the secrets hidden from the world. But you will live, she replied, emphasizing the immortality of the spirit and the lasting significance of every experience. Someday you'll make a big mistake, after which you'll want to get to know people better, she continued, pointing to the profound lessons that life brings, the importance of understanding and empathy for others. Implying that I should get to know you better? Frieren questioned, her voice full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Do you lack attention? She asked, playing with words, but a spark of longing for understanding and connection lay in her heart. I'll help you, Frieren's companion said, emphasizing her willingness to support her in any search for truth. When you do, come back here. Her words sounded like a promise of a future meeting, a sign that their paths would cross again. Stepping through the door, Frieren found herself facing a swirl of archimagic runes that filled the space around her. Oh, those archmages, she murmured, admiring and at the same time groping for clues to their ancient knowledge. An open book lay before her, Mistress Fiamme. She stood before the source of wisdom, before the very heart of the spells that had been kept in the silence of this place for centuries. Frieren approached the table slowly, feeling the weight of every word, every symbol that was written on its pages. Here began a new chapter of her story, full of secrets and discoveries just waiting to be revealed. In the semi-darkness of the room, illuminated only by the light of knowledge from the memoirs, stood Frieren, with her faithful companion by her side. They're real. These are Fiamme's memoirs? The bewilderment in her companion's voice reflected the grandeur of the discovery that stood before them. Frieren was her best student. How can she be so sure? Wondered the old man and his companions as they watched Frieren. Their gazes were full of respect and curiosity for her wisdom and knowledge. "Does it say something about talking to the dead?" the old man asked, turning to Frieren. His question was full of hope that the old riddles would find their resolution. Could it be that Mrs. Frieren really lived in primitive times? Her companion wondered, admiring her deep understanding of ancient mysteries. Archimagus Fiamme is even mentioned in the history of magic as a hero of antiquity. In the depths of the ages, where legends intertwine with reality, a young explorer discovers an ancient scroll. Her eyes glide across the frayed parchment, and she can't believe her eyes. The words on it foretell her arrival here, at this very moment in time. She lifts her gaze to the majestic building before her. Its walls, covered in forgotten spells, whisper of the secret that lies within. It is a place where the souls of scholars gather in search of truth, and among them, there may be someone who has heard of the paradise described in the scroll. In her hands, the scroll doesn't seem so old anymore. How do I know what to expect from this mission? She thinks. The words from the ancient pages promise discovery, but also dangers hidden around every corner of history. In the shade of a mighty tree, standing like a guardian at the entrance to the library, she meets her mentor. His words are simple and exciting. Heaven exists, and these words set the gears of destiny in motion, leading the explorer deeper into the labyrinths of the past, where every step can lead to the greatest discoveries, or to unfathomable mysteries, On her way, she meets an elder man shrouded in Viking armor, as if he has fallen out of the pages of history. "It's more comfortable for everyone," he says, suggesting that the masks we wear can be both protection and prison bars. The elder looks at her through his beard, as if through the veil of time, and says, "That's right. Maybe we should finally believe." His words leave in the air the questions of faith and doubt that every researcher carries in his or her heart. She turns to him for a clue. "Wait a minute. The northern part of the mainland, you know." Her gaze is fixed on the scroll, searching for answers that seem so close, yet still hidden from her grasp. "Yes. It is, isn't it?" The elder begins, his voice full of mystery. His words feel the weight of centuries and knowledge yet to be revealed. With each word he speaks, she realizes that the path to truth is not a straight road, but rather a winding path leading through the shadows of the past. Inspired by the elder's words, the explorer continues her journey and encounters a grandiose castle, reaching for the heavens. The place where the Demon King's castle now stands, those words echo in her mind, and she feels history come alive around her. And why there? She wonders as she gazes up at the castle's gloomy towers. Her mind begins to form theories about how demons, paradise, and the fate written in the scroll are connected. "Frigg, I will find the eagle and talk to Gimel," she declares firmly, preparing for another encounter that may provide answers or further entangle her in the webs of the past. "It's all because of Geither. Since when did you become such a sly fox, Eisen?" she asks the elder. In his enigmatic smile, the explorer sees echoes of long-forgotten wisdom that will help her solve the riddle of heaven and demons. With each step along the unknown path, the explorer begins to feel the gravity of the journey ahead. "I get it. I don't think our journey will succeed, but..." Her words waver with doubt, but her eyes are resolute. "I'll have to cajole her again," thinks the mentor, realizing the difficult choice his student will have to make. He knows that every explorer must make his own path. "So reluctant to go there. Ah, the Demon King's lands are so cold," muttered the elder. paying attention to the inner conflict between curiosity and fear that anyone who stands on the threshold of the unknown feels. Their path takes them through dense forests, and the wind brings change. "I will find the eagle and talk to Gimel," the explorer states firmly, her voice carrying a note of determination that allows no doubt. The elder, hearing her words, realizes that she is on the right path. "You will help me, won't you?" she asks, looking for support in his wise eyes. Her question is not just a request, but a challenge to fate, which the elder accepts with honor. "I get it. I don't think our journey will succeed, but—" Her words are lost among the rustling leaves as they continue their journey, full of uncertainty and hope. In the distance, they can already see their next means of transportation, an ancient wagon, ready to take them further into uncharted lands. This is the next stage of their journey, which promises to be as mysterious as the one they have already traveled. The journey tires them, and for a brief moment they find solitude. The tired explorer falls soundly asleep, leaning on her companion's shoulder. "How carefree," he whispers affectionately, looking over her calm face. The road is long, and sleep becomes a rare companion. "There you go, falling asleep again," he says as he tucks her comfortably in the wagon. Her sleep is a brief interlude in an endless chain of clues and discoveries. "Having nightmares?" he asks quietly, noticing her flinch in her sleep. Cold. I don't want to go anywhere," she mumbles, and a hint of fear of her upcoming ordeal is heard in her words. "Does the Demon King's castle have this kind of frost?" he ponders, peering up at the dark treetops they are slowly passing by. With each turn of the wagon wheel, they get closer to answers and perhaps new mysteries frozen in time. The elder reminds them again that they are going to the end of the world. "Well, you know, the abode of the evil of this world is in the far north of the continent." His words fill the air with the weight of lore. "Besides, there's a lot to do with this place," he adds, and his words make one think of the history and mysticism that envelops their target. The bridge over the gorge leads them to new horizons, and they cross it, leaving the familiar world behind. It is like crossing between two realities, where every step echoes in their hearts. The silence that envelops them as they cross the bridge speaks more than words. They sit, drowned in their own thoughts and premonitions as their journey continues into the unknown. The trip continues, and the moment is approaching when the explorer should be woken up. Maybe it's time to wake her up finally. This is awkward. Her companion ponders, hesitant to destroy the tranquility of her sleep. "Mistress Frigg," he begins softly as she, startled, slowly opens her eyes. It's no use," he whispers, realizing that sleep still has her in its grasp. She purrs faintly, trying to pull herself together and wake up. Morning is coming, and with it the new challenges that await them. "Listen, Fern," he turns to the elder, anticipating a serious conversation about what lies ahead. There is a sense of importance in the air, and each of them knows that the moment of truth will soon come. The explorer's companion, alone with her thoughts, wonders, is she a good teacher? This question reflects the doubts and hopes of their journey together. She, awakening from her sleep, looks up at him and replies, "How to know? I just can't answer that myself." Her words suggest that the path of teaching is a path of mutual discovery. Miss Frigg is only interested in finding new spells on her journey, and she's just using me, he continues, perhaps with a note of resentment or concern that their goals may diverge. She seems to want to know more about Mr. Gimel and the others, but his words cut off, leaving questions in the air about the true intentions and expectations of each of them on this unknown journey. The companion, immersed in reflection, confesses, "I'm afraid she's not that interested in me." Her words express anxiety and doubts about her own importance on this path. She recalls how she became an apprentice. She only took me on as an apprentice, after all, because she promised Mrs. Gaither. This revelation reveals an internal struggle with a sense of obligation and a desire to be valued for her services. Their relationship is complex and full of understatement, like a reflection in the still waters of a deep lake, and only time will tell what lessons they will learn from this challenging journey. The companion ponders her words, looking her over with care. Their journey is intertwined not only with a common goal, but also with personal stories, aspirations, and hopes. The companion continues her reflections. But I still can't fully understand her. This is an expression of the deep longing for understanding and interconnectedness that is so important to both of them. She recalls kind moments. Since we started the journey, Mrs. Frigg started giving me birthday presents. This shows that there are not only responsibilities but also care between them. Though she usually doesn't care about such things, she adds, emphasizing the complexity of their relationship and perhaps the fickleness of Frigg's attention. A real mystery. I wonder what she's thinking. The companion wonders as he watches the peaceful sleep of the explorer. He, like her, longs to understand the hidden depths of her character. The companions gather together, each immersed in their own thoughts and feelings, pondering the action ahead. They have stopped for a rest, but the journey awaits them, and there are new chapters of history to be uncovered. With a majestic castle in the background, illuminated by stars, they greet the night. This sight is like a reminder of the eternity and the fleeting moments they experience on their journey. They stand together looking up at the lights of heaven, and each is like a star in its own path, shining with its own inner light and story. No, I will continue traveling. Then you won't stay in the capital? These words emphasize the adamancy of their decision to move on, despite all the difficulties and uncertainties that may come their way. At this point in their journey, the conversation becomes more personal and thoughtful. Ah, that's even more comfortable. Alone? Reflecting on the journey ahead of them alone makes them think of the challenges ahead. A companion shares her thoughts on the importance of a companion. Have you ever thought of taking on someone as an apprentice? It's better to have someone to talk to when you're on a halt. This shows the value of human companionship and support on a long journey. She continues, why train someone knowing they're going to die soon? It's a waste of time. These words express her inner conflict between the desire to pass on knowledge and the realization that we are all mortal and that it is possible that the knowledge could disappear with the person. These moments of reflection under the stars lend depth and versatility to their journey, prompting reflection on the meaning of mentorship, time, and life. Their conversation continues under the shimmering sky. Frigg, that's not the point at all. The elder tries to make his point to her, pointing out the depth of their connection beyond the mundane. That's exactly the point, and our adventure with you is not even 1/100th of my life, she replies, emphasizing her vision of their journey as a fleeting episode in the infinity of her existence. They stand facing the night, waiting for what the next day will bring. This moment is like a symbol of the transition from the past to the future, from the unknown to discovery. There is a moment of clarity in their interaction. You must understand, Eisen, she says, turning to the elder, seeking to convey her perspective and the importance of understanding in their shared journey. Yeah, Mum, he begins, as if searching for the right words to express his feelings and thoughts, being at a crossroads between his own opinion and the perception of her words. Their conversation is interrupted by a cheerful suggestion from the third companion. Let's have a drink. Today is a big celebration in our honor. He calls for a moment of celebration, to take one's mind off deep thoughts and allow oneself a moment of joy and companionship. Ta'ak, enough of this gloomy talk. His words offer a break from the gravity of their dialogue, reminding them that life is not only full of tasks, but also moments for relaxation and fun. Their conversation moves from serious topics to a lighter and more joyful moment of companionship. How did you guess? He responds to the offer of a drink with a smile, emphasizing his willingness to relax and celebrate the current moment. Oh, you're just looking for an excuse to drink another mug. There is a sense of camaraderie and mutual understanding in their words, despite the previous heavy reflections. Ha. Forget the church one. You can dribble on any other day too. Laughter and jokes add lightness to their relationship, showing that there is always room for joy in life, even if the path is full of difficulties. Their journey continues and they look to the future together, knowing that it is full of both challenges and opportunities for happiness and laughter. In the final moment of their journey, the explorer finds peace and acceptance. She's a good teacher. This recognition reflects her respect and gratitude for all the lessons and experiences shared by her mentor. With a smile, she adds, "I guess you're right." Words that sound like agreement with earlier thoughts about the value of their relationship, about teaching and about life. Their journey continues as they move forward, leaving behind memories of the trials they have faced and the lessons they have learned together. In a forest where every tree holds echoes of times long past, the elf and his companion glide like shadows across the mossy carpet of the earth. Their suitcases, filled not only with belongings but also with memories, clatter in unison with their steps, drawing a path to the unknown. In a clearing where light plays with shadow, they meet an old friend standing at a crossroads. There's a question hanging in the air that has long since been decided, but still needs to be spoken. "Aizen, are you sure you're not coming with us?" Sounds like a prayer, filled with hope and quiet desperation. The old man, clad in the wisdom and weariness of many years, answers with a firmness that has the world of his difficult decisions behind it. "Yes, I told you before, didn't I? I don't want to be a burden to you." His words cut through the air, leaving behind a heavy silence in which everyone comes face to face with their fate. The old man points out to the travelers the road that awaits them. Through the province of Ville, past the river Ritel, where the lands of the northern kingdoms will not be far away. His words are precise and clear, like a map laid in their hearts by years of wandering. He apologizes for not being able to accompany them further, for the journey promises to be long and full of trials. His words are full of warmth and hidden sadness, echoing in the hearts of the travelers. "It took our squad 10 years, he recalled, his eyes hiding memories of long-ago battles and countless journeys that had left a deep mark on his soul. Suddenly, the sight of a majestic castle, as if it had emerged from legends, appeared before their eyes. "I see. This is the same road the heroes once traveled," whispers the pixie, looking over the road that will now take them under its wings. 10 years isn't that long," the elfess replies easily. Looking at the old warrior, you can hear the wisdom in her voice that comes with realizing the endlessness of time in the face of the eternal forest. The old man, as if agreeing with her words, says thoughtfully, "100th part, eh?" His eyes are fixed on the past from which only moments of his long life are visible. The elfess, staring up at the stars, quietly remarks, "Yes, and our adventure with you is not even 100th of my life." Her voice is full of wistfulness and awe at the immensity of fate. And as they walk slowly down the path, her voice, full of doubt and surprise, comes out, "Did I say that?" It sounds like an echo, intertwined with the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. The forest air is filled with soft dialogue. "It turns out this 100th of a fraction has changed you so much," the elf woman says thoughtfully, addressing the old man. Her words are light and heavy at the same time, feeling the weight of the changes that happen to each of us with just a blink. "Well, I'll see you later. So long." With these parting words, the old man steps aside, leaving them to go on their way. The simplicity of these words does not hide the warmth of the farewell and the quiet hope of a future meeting. As the travelers move away, their figures gradually dissolve into the green of the forest. They step forward, gazing into the distance, where each step opens new horizons and brings new stories. And deep in the forest, where every step echoes in the age-old trees, the elfess whispers thoughtfully, "And for me, that means half." Her words leave a confusion in the air and a realization of how different paths can be, and how little we know about what measures the true share of our lives. "Mistress Frieren, I've spent half my life with you," says the young elf, turning to her companion. Her eyes reflect her gratitude for the past years filled with shared adventures and trials. In response, only the echo of footsteps and the soft whisper of leaves, and this is just the beginning. Frieren's words carry the promise of future wonders and discoveries on the long road ahead. In a cozy room where every board holds the warmth of many days, a young elf girl brings a tray of food to an elder, whose face lights up with a grateful smile. Watching them hidden in the shadows of the doorway is another figure, as if waiting for his turn to step into this warm picture. "Frieren, promise me," The old man begins, his words hovering in the air, filled with untold hopes and secret desires he holds deep in his heart. To be a sharecropper and obey Frieren in all things, he continued with a slight chuckle, remembering a promise made long ago that was like a bond between them, invisible and strong. Or else, her words hang in the air, full of understatement and excitement as the invisible thread of fate pulls them toward the unknown, toward stories that have yet to be experienced. The old man jokingly threatened, "I'll become a ghost and scare you." His eyes shine with amusement, and even in these words there is a sense of warmth and care. "So you'll come to me in ghost form if I'm naughty?" She asks the question with a smile, realizing it's nothing more than a good-natured warning, their own gentle ritual of goodbye. "How sly you've become. You remind me of someone," he continues, recognizing in her the traits of youth and mischief that were once so familiar to him. "Maybe I'll appear as a ghost to you once or twice, even if you're a sharecropper," he says, touching her hand affectionately, as if cementing his promise to be there for her, in this world or the next. On the threshold of a new home, under the cover of the sunset's parting rays, two figures sit side by side, immersed in a world of books and memories. Surrounded by silence, they seek solace in the shared silence, preparing for the journey ahead. "We're about to arrive, aren't we?" one of them says uncertainly, as if looking for confirmation of her hopes and expectations in the eyes of her companion. "It's nothing," the other replies, a softness and understanding in her voice, as if she senses the inevitability of impending change and new beginnings. And so, leaving the city walls behind them, they set out on the road again. 28 years after Gimmel's death, they leave the Central Kingdoms, the province of Ville, in search of new stories yet to be told. On the corner of a busy street, under the gazes of passers-by, our heroines meet a local resident. The old man, sitting on the steps of his house, watches the children playing nearby, and their innocent games provide a contrast to the disturbing news he is about to deliver to the travelers. Heroines listening attentively to the warnings. The square, surrounded by buildings with tall towers, is filled with tension and anticipation. A local resident with a serious expression shares rumors of disappearances, and although the background of the scene is calm, the words bring a sense of anxiety. The dialogue continues, and it becomes clear that recent events have shrouded the area in a shadow of mysticism and fear. The tale of monsters and witches taking ghosts away paints a picture before the heroines of the otherworldly threats that may be waiting for them on their journey. A girl who seems indifferent to the rumors that are spreading. Her carefree attitude and advice to try to stay alive add irony to the mysterious atmosphere surrounding the travelers before their upcoming adventure. In the cool of the forest, where the trees stand witness to countless secrets, the heroines learn about mysterious creatures, ghostly and elusive. The villagers' words that some have even been spoken to make them wonder, can ghosts be so similar to the living? Before entering the tavern, in the light of the setting sun, the conversation continues. Is that so? The question sounds skeptical, as if the pieces of the puzzle of the unexplained phenomena of this world are already beginning to fit together in Frieren's mind. The discussion turns to definitions of the undead, and a new layer of knowledge is revealed to the heroines. Undead is a collective name for corpses animated by magic, zombies or skeletons. The words carry age-old wisdom and magical energy, but the conversation doesn't fully capture them. The undead can't look quite like the living, a fact that calls into question everything they've just heard. In Frieren's mind, the idea that the truth is somewhere nearby, hiding behind the curtain of the visible. In the tense atmosphere of the tavern, shrouded in whispers and half-words, the heroines are confronted with a new mysterious revelation. Some other creature has been spotted here, says a local woman, and the air fills with anxiety. Silence descends the stairs behind Frieren, leaving behind questions. And I think you know which one, she hints, turning to her companion. And in that silence the words weigh heavier than stones. The pixie's profile facing the window reflects the seriousness of the situation. Quite a nasty creature, Better be careful not to run into it. Her words sound cautionary, as if she had already seen much in her path. Let's leave the village at first light. The decision was made. The morning light will be their ally, leading them through the fog of the unknown and the dangers of this mysterious world. In a secluded tavern room, the conversation turns to the past. Talking like Gimel again. The words, full of nostalgia, hint at shared memories and long-standing vows that continue to echo in their hearts. Because I, unlike you, am a good girl. The joke, said with a slight reproach, diffuses the tension, leaving room for a smile and understanding between the longtime companions. Well, since you say so. The doubts fade away and the determination returns. They realize that the journey over the pass is inevitable, and they will take this challenge together, as they always have. The majestic mountains, shrouded in silence and mystery, open before their eyes. They know that every step forward leads them to new challenges, to new chapters in their never-ending story. The road winds through the forest, each turn filled with anticipation. Our heroines walk along a winding path that seems to know more than it can tell. Echoes of the villagers' disappearances hang in the air, adding anxiety to their steps. Stopping, they exchange glances full of incredulity. And the volleys, plenty. The phrase is thrown into space, reflecting their vigilance and awareness of the dangers that may lurk in these shadowy thickets. What species do you think it is? Pondering the entity that might be hiding behind the trees boosts their morale. Questions about the undead and ghosts keep them on their toes, for knowledge is their weapon. The discussion is interrupted by the discovery of signs of magic in the surrounding forest. These signs reaffirm that the forces they may encounter are not of the ordinary world. The traces of magic become part of the map they make as they move forward. Two travelers were walking along the overgrown road, winding among the old trees. So the people from the village passed through here, the young man said sadly, looking at the footprints on the ground. The cloaked girl looked away with a disgruntled expression. And with a volley, plenty. Her words hung in the air like a light mist. What's the view? She asked, looking around. Traces of magic use everywhere, replied the young man, taking in the nature around them. The magical bestiary mentioned a monster that lures prey this way. His words cooled her anxiety. An illusion, she added, and determination flashed in her eyes. On a narrow ridge leading across the chasm, the travelers paused, gazing over the deep crevices on either side. Their path lay through the unknown, where every step could be their last. Einzam, mirage demon, muttered the young man, looking at the swirl of shadows before them. And we've got a cunning and voracious gourmand who, unlike his kin, eats only human flesh. Lures the victim by showing them ghosts. The girl shrugged, her gaze calm and focused. How can you fall for something like that? If this ghost takes the form of someone dear to you, then quite. Her voice sounded cautious, and there was a lingering worry in her eyes. Step by step, the travelers moved farther away from the dangerous place. The ability to resist the illusions of the mirage demon lay in the strength of the wizard, for whom mirages were nothing more than empty spectacle. They were discussing a plan. To dispel the deception, it was enough to direct a stream of magical energy into the ghost. It was a simple but effective way to deal with the trap. She looked into his eyes, seeking confirmation of his certainty. Could he dispel the illusion that so skillfully mimicked reality? He nodded, answering her question without words. Her eyes read determination. She knew they were only a clever fake, and their will was unshakable. They continued on their way, and the air around them shimmered with invisible energy. Remembering her past experience, the girl told of a time when she had encountered a similar illusion that had taken on the image of her teacher. With words to the effect that it was not difficult for her to recognize the truth, for she had heard the teacher ask for help many times, she expressed her confidence in her ability to discern falsehood from truth. She added thoughtfully that true sight is not a gift from the ghostly world, but the result of experience and intuition. So, step by step, light and shadows played on their paths, and the two travelers, surrounded by the silence of the forest, walked into the unknown, ready for the new challenges that awaited them ahead. The thickening fog heralded the approach to the heart of the mysterious forest. "We're close," the girl said softly, confidence in her voice, backed by the strength of her spirit. She turned to her companion, reminding him to act quickly and decisively at the slightest sign of deception. Her eyes glittered with determination, and her sword rested confidently in her hand, a symbol of their determination to resist any spell. The forest came alive around them, the leaves rustling as if preparing to witness the challenge ahead. The travelers faced the unknown, but they were ready, together and each on their own. A shadow slipped between the trees and a ghost materialized. An ancient chill swept through the forest as it appeared, and the name Fern was whispered by the girl like an incantation. The image taken by the ghost was familiar to her. It was an echo of the past, evoking memories but not worthy of trust. Her hand didn't waver as she raised her sword. One must shoot. Without hesitation, she reminded herself, preparing for decisive action. The ghost, as if reading her thoughts, smiled. "I told you I'd ghost you, even if you panic." His words sounded like a challenge, a test of her resolve. The illusion continued to weave its web, calling up memories of a love of magic, of childhood dreams. But the girl was no longer that little girl. She had chosen the path of a warrior. Her companion repeated the name Fern like an echo, strengthening her resolve with the power of her spoken words. Doubt flashed in her gaze as she came face to face with the ghost once more. "Not Silsa shit?" Her voice was quiet, but there was determination in it. Once again she was preparing for battle, preparing to dispel the deception. This time the hymnal. Her words were like an incantation, summoning real magic against the lies of the mirage. She was facing a choice that could change her path. Memories of the past and the certainty of facing the image of the teacher again collided mutually in her heart. Concentrating, she cast a spell. A magical stream of energy burst from her palms, transforming into a glowing vortex that rained down on the ghost. The illusion embodied in the image of the young man only smiled in response to her actions, as if recognizing her determination and strength. "Since you ask so," her words were calm and her actions precise and decisive, as she prepared to deliver the final blow to dispel the mirage. The magical energy exploded in a whirlwind of light, sweeping away the illusion until it dissipated like morning fog in the sunlight. The ghost of the past faded away, giving way to silence. She stood amidst the flying shards of magic, her eyes reflecting the determination and power of a sorceress. The symbols of the spell glittered around her, testament to the power she had just displayed. With each of her actions, the magic disk expanded until it looked like a shining sun destroying the darkness. When the last trace of the illusion was gone, only emptiness appeared before them. The forest was calm again, and the travelers, now freed from the deception, continued their journey into the unknown. The path ahead was now free of the dangers that lurked in the mirages. "The pass will be safe now," the girl shared, feeling relieved that the threat had been removed. They moved forward confidently, leaving the scene of their recent fight. "It was, after all, Mr. Geither's mirage, just a fake," she pondered aloud, recognizing that even the most skillful of deceptions could not stop them now. After descending from the mountain pass, they walked on, leaving cold shadows behind them. "Now let's meet the real thing," she said, ready for the new challenges and real adventures that awaited them. The majestic gorges opened before them like pages of history marked by time. Central Kingdom's Rigel Gorge read the words left on the stone, like a reminder of eras gone by. 28 years after Gimmel's death, travelers were treading ground rich with memories and history. They saw him, the first real dragon, a creature of legends before whom mirages vanished like smoke. Among the treasures resting in the dragon's shadow was the grimoire, the ancient book of magic they had been searching for. This day marked the beginning of a new chapter in their endless story of adventure. Faced with a dragon, the greatest of magical creatures, they wondered about its origins. Their species uses magical things in building their nest, the girl pondered, hinting at the dragon's unusual nature. But how did he get there? Her companion could not hide his amazement in the face of this powerful creature. "It is a sun dragon. Many a brave has fallen prey to its fangs," she added, emphasizing the danger of their new adversary. Cautiously, Knowing the value of the grimoire and its power, they prepared for their next move. Be careful not to nick the grimoire, she cautioned her companion, realizing that their next actions would have to be deliberate and precise. The dragon, towering in its majesty, sounded the gorge with a deep roar, filled with power and ancient strength. He was not just an animal, but the embodiment of primordial magic. Ms. Freeran, I don't think it worked. Stoic creature, after all, her companion said, watching the dragon not react to their presence. She was right. They couldn't just stand around and wait. There's nothing to do. Let's run, she shouted, and they took off running. The dragon opened its maw and was ready to attack. In this confrontation, they faced the true force of nature, and their every move had to be calculated for survival. Slipping away from fear and mortal danger, they finally found shelter among the trees. Ah! The girl's breathing was ragged. She barely realized that the fearsome creature had fallen behind them. They fly fast too, so you can't lurk in it. The companion breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe, at least for now. I already thought I was going to die. Her voice shook, but there was relief in it. They had survived, and that was what mattered. So shall we try again? She asked with irony in her voice. It'll probably spin at some point if we're real live. They both knew their journey was far from over. Gathering their spirits after fleeing, they were taking a break in their journey. You're right. It's not proper for us wizards to play catch-up with dragons, she admitted, realizing that their powers should be directed more wisely. Their gazes drifted off into the distance where new allies or powerful artifacts could take them. Maybe we should take him as an ally after all, she said thoughtfully, imagining what their power would be like with a dragon at their side. Night had fallen on the forest, and they settled down to rest by the fire. Fear, the companion asked, realizing that the trials ahead would require not only magical power, but courage as well. After a night spent in reflection by the fire, they prepared for a new day. You were looking for a wizard whose power you could hide behind, her companion reminded her, mirroring their search for protection and knowledge. They pondered their next steps. Take him with you on your way to the northern kingdoms, he suggested, seeing an opportunity to reinforce their mission. As they talked about the rigmarole, they mentioned the local village and a fellow named Stark. He's my apprentice, she said, reflecting on meeting her ward. Is he a good warrior? Her companion's question reflected the hope that their path would be strengthened by new alliances and forces that would help them in future trials. Arriving at the peaceful settlement, the travelers felt a stark contrast to the recent dangers. You wouldn't know from the looks of it that there's a dragon dwelling somewhere nearby, the girl remarked, looking at the peaceful life around them. They passed by locals going about their daily business, and in that ordinariness there was nothing that felt reminiscent of being close to a creature like a dragon. Ms. Freeran, what kind of magic is described in that grimoire? The companion asked, continuing the conversation about the recent find. Just a hobby. It's like you're drawn to these strange spells. The girl smiled, knowing that magical knowledge could awaken curiosity in even the calmest of hearts. As they searched for magical knowledge, they discussed the mysteries of the grimoire. For example, sometimes weapons can be hidden under clothing. That has good uses, the girl reasoned, imagining the possibilities of magic for stealth and defense. Apologizing and charming wayfarers, that was their appearance until they were faced with a new challenge or opportunity. Mr. Stark wishes to meet you. A local shared the news with them, which heralded a new turn in their journey. Looks like we won't have to search. The girl smiled, realizing that their reputation preceded them, and the path to new adventures was already paved. Their journey continued, and they weren't going to stop. A meeting with the locals revealed the dramatic history of their village. About 3 years ago, our village was attacked by a dragon, said an elderly woman, recalling the horrific events. The dragon, a powerful and formidable creature, seemed to mercilessly dominate everything in its path. It wreaked havoc, and its appearance caused panic and terror among the population. In that chaotic moment when there seemed to be no hope, Mr. Stark appeared, armed and ready for battle. His actions proved to be a lifesaver for the village, and he quickly established himself as a hero. In a village that was constantly terrorized by evil spirits, he appeared, a mysterious wanderer with a sword on his shoulders. The villagers whispered to him as they looked at him. Since then, he became not only a protector, but also a symbol of hope and a wall in the face of danger. He was not talkative, preferring action to words. Since then, he has settled here so that no monsters are afraid of the village now, the children said of him, driven by curiosity and admiration. A young girl whose eyes reflected the fire of determination approached him one morning. "So, with his help, we can defeat the dragon?" she asked, believing wholeheartedly in the legends and power of this silent warrior. But he only nodded silently, and there was more than just agreement glinting in his eyes. "I hope so," she whispered, breathing in the cool morning air and preparing herself for the challenge ahead. Their journey to the dragon led them to an ancient forest, where the trees stood like sentinels around a majestic crack in the earth, formed by a powerful creature. There, in the shade of the age-old trees, he shared his wisdom with the children. "You can?" he answered the boy's question about strength. His words were simple but weighty. "Can I become as strong as the old man?" the young apprentice asked with hope in his voice, looking at his mentor with a twinkle in his eyes. The traveler, however, admitted with a slight chuckle, "But fighting is not as cool as it seems." He knew the value of every battle, and that peace was more important than war. As they left the forest, the children exclaimed in delight and admiration, not knowing that not only was the dragon ahead of them, but also the life lessons the journey would teach them. "Babu Yaga!" they shouted joyfully, not yet realizing that the real trials were just beginning. The next stop on their journey was the place where the wanderer had first met the dragon. He sat by a tree, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. "Don't make the beast angry. You'll bring trouble to the village," he warned, remembering his previous encounter with the beast. "So you were the one who tried to finish off that dragon?" the girl asked, seeing the man in front of her who might know the monster's weaknesses. He rubbed the scar on his temple and said grimly, "These things are scarier than you think. See the scar? I got it when the dragon of darkness—" His words trailed off, leaving room for dark memories. The girl, on the other hand, without losing her confidence, reacted in surprise. "Sounds like a carapina to me." Her words were full of determination, and in her eyes was an unshakable faith in their success. In the forest where the trees keep secrets, there stood 3 people, a young man and 2 figures in cloaks. "Who are you?" he asked, his gaze wary yet curious. One of the figures slowly removed her hood, revealing her elf ears and serious eyes. "Enchantress Friren," she introduced herself in her soft but confident voice. Another figure, an old woman with wise eyes, looked at the young man. "Grandmother, won't you leave us?" Her voice was full of concern. The old woman seemed to be the key to their journey, the keeper of knowledge who could reveal many secrets. The man smiled, his confidence returning. "It's all right. These are acquaintances of my mentor," he said, and there was a note of relief in his words. The old woman nodded, confirming his words. There was something in common in their gazes. They were connected by the secret threads of fate. At an ancient gate hidden deep in the forest, they stopped to rest. "Was he angry?" Friren asked, turning to the young man who seemed lost in his thoughts. I ran away without saying anything." His voice sounded regretful, as if he was struggling with inner demons that had left his mentor in the dark. "Old man, why haven't you killed the dragon yet?" Friren asked sharply. There was genuine bewilderment in her eyes. "There's no reason for you to stay in the village, is there?" Her words were full of determination, hinting at the long journey and the unfulfilled task. "Would you like me to go back to the teacher?" "No thanks," the young man replied ironically, grinning in response to Friren's suggestion. "Why don't you tell me what you're here for first?" His question was full of anticipation, for each of them had come here for a reason. "How about you become our guardian?" Friren suddenly suggested, and her suggestion hung in the air like a challenge. "But first, it would be a good idea to deal with that snake." Her eyes glittered with determination, and there was a sense of steadfastness in her tone. Why? The man asked, raising an eyebrow in doubt. I need the grimoire from his placer, the sorceress replied calmly, as if it was a very ordinary matter. There was not an ounce of fear of the ancient monster in her words. Frieren met his gaze full of bewilderment. Don't look for deep meaning here. Just a hobby, she said, and her voice sounded like she was talking about a walk in the woods, not a battle with a dragon. Going to get into a fight with a sun dragon for no reason? The man looked at Frieren questioningly, his gaze telling her that he saw this as more than just a hobby. His mind was spinning with thoughts of the possible consequences of such a decision. They stood before a stone structure, ornate symbols dancing across its surface, sparkling with magic. Frieren held a staff in her hands, her eyes looking through space and time. Perhaps it was a portal, or an ancient artifact in need of unraveling. Frieren looked up at the branches of the trees, their leaves whispering ancient secrets to her. That's the whole reason, she said. All because a fool was found who reaped my love of magic. It wasn't so much resentment as surprise that was audible in her voice. The man met Frieren's gaze, his face contorted with bewilderment. Shrugged, he repeated after her as if the word was the key to understanding her strange behavior, her quirks, and perhaps even their entire destiny. A drop of sweat rolled off his forehead and he ran his hand through his hair. His silence spoke for itself. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fit together in his head, creating a picture that had yet to become clear. Tell me about it. The second figure backed him up, seeming to fully share Frieren's doubts. What a chud, the man added, his tone expressing sarcasm mixed with respect for her unpredictable nature. It's all the teacher's plan, isn't it? He sighed, realizing that their mentor's mysterious ways had always been inscrutable. I wouldn't mind being your ally. His words were firm, as if he had found his purpose in this new challenge. I can't handle it alone. Frieren, you can kill such a thing, can't you? He asked, studying her reaction, ready to make the decision that would determine their future path. Frieren only smiled. Her confidence was indestructible. If you could hold it in place for at least 30 seconds easily. Her voice was calm, and it made it clear that for her, the battle with the dragon was just another mystery she intended to solve. The man looked at Frieren as she studied his belongings. Do I have to do that? His gaze was full of bewilderment. What's he carrying? She wondered, digging into the depths of his motives and history. Frieren looked up, her gaze full of doubt. That's what I thought, old man. Have you ever fought monsters? Her tone was serious, but there was also a spark of curiosity. The man exploded with a sudden shout. No! His voice reflected panic and despair, as if the very question had caused him inner terror. Whoa! Burst out as he realized that his secrets might be revealed. Help me out, Frieren, he exclaimed, grabbing her hand in a moment of desperation. I, tried to kill him. His words were interrupted, and it was clear that his past was hiding far more than he wanted to admit. Ruins and a dragon bursting into the scene with destructive force. And these birds can tear houses to pieces. Such a thing is beyond the power of man. The words were full of anxiety and admiration for the dragon's power. But I couldn't even move my eyes for fear, shouted the man, his fright only emphasizing the monster's power. A man surrounded by a group of people, his face expressing guilt and shame. And he hasn't shown up since, and everyone thought I was a hero. His words reveal the burden he bears and the misconceptions of him ingrained in the minds of the villagers. A man stands in front of an old man and a boy. They are preparing food. Old man, teach me a new stroke. It's fun, son. The young need to eat a lot. The words reflect his desire to become a better man and his unwavering commitment to learning despite the hard times. Frieren turns to the man in consolation. Mrs. Frieren, he is not the right man for us. We'll look for another. Don't leave me. His desperate words come from his fear of being abandoned, reflecting his struggle with his own insecurity and fear of helplessness in the face of future trials. Frieren looks at the man with doubt in her eyes. No, I think he can slay a dragon. Her words sound like a judgment, but at the same time they carry a challenge that could be a chance for him to prove himself. She continues, somewhat ironically, Of course it's worth a try, but There is a note of wit in her voice, even as they stand on the brink of possible tragedy. "Old man, I'll give you one night, think it over. You realize this is going nowhere." She gives the man time to think, realizing that the decision he has to make will change everything. The man is alone in the darkness, his silhouette barely recognizable against the background of the forest. It is a moment of silence and reflection, when the stars above are the only witnesses to his inner struggle. Above the entrance to the modest building hangs a sign displaying culinary tools and dishes, indicating that this is a place to satisfy hunger and find comfort. Inside, the cook, with a smile on his face, turns to the boy, who looks at him with admiration. "Seen Mr. Old Man yet? Great kid, isn't he?" His words create an atmosphere of friendliness and support. In the dark of night, under the starry sky, Friren and her companion hear an unexpected sound. Bam! It cuts through the silence, causing them to stop. "What's that sound?" Friren asks, straining her hearing. "And I'm going to bed," her companion replies, not wanting to get into possible trouble. "An old man, I suppose. If you're so interested, go and see." Her words reflect a desire to avoid unnecessary risks and a preference to preserve the tranquility of the night. A sign reading "Inn" is held firmly on the facade of the structure, indicating to weary travelers that here they will find shelter for the night. Inside, in a room with 2 beds, sits a weary traveler, drowning in his musings. The silence of the room speaks volumes, and every shadow seems filled with stories. In the midst of the night camp, by the light of the campfire, a question rang out. Is he a good warrior? The innocence of this question stands in stark contrast to the brutality of the world they are forced to survive in. A mystical warrior, with eyes full of determination and strength, his gaze piercing the darkness. The crackle, crackle, crackle sounds of his armor create an atmosphere of tension and expectation. A voice from the past, filled with echoes of battles and trials, breaks the silence. Long ago, this coward fled his village when it was attacked by demons. She narrates, and in her words you can hear not only condemnation but understanding. "So do I," she adds, looking around at the familiar surroundings, where every bush and tree knows her own secrets and fears. "Now he won't let go of his axe if he has someone to fight for, so I will teach him everything I know." The determination in the warrior's voice shows his willingness to pass on his knowledge and experience. "A good one, then," she says, and her eyes reflect a light of confidence. She sees in him not only past failures, but the potential for future victories. The forest border reveals itself before us, plunged into darkness, only the outlines of the trees drawing silhouettes in the night. A sharp sound shatters the silence, and the ancient trunks echo. The echoes of the collision vibrate in the air, and every stone seems to witness an invisible battle. She paused, comprehending the situation. So those were training marks. The reflection interrupted the silence of the night, lending seriousness to what she had just heard. His figure looms against the ravaged forest, weapon in hand, determination in his heart. The sounds have died down, but his readiness for battle remains unwavering. She turns to him with a question, testing his resolve. "And if he attacks, will you fight back?" There's a challenge in her voice, suggesting he face the worst of his fears. "But I don't want to die. For this village, I'm still a hero." He reflects on his place in the world, the price of fame, and what it means to be a hero in the eyes of others. With confidence in his voice, he utters his promise. "Protector of the weak, Mr. Stark. I promised I would be a wall for them." His words reflect a willingness to stand between danger and those he protects. With a slight smile, he admits his weaknesses, though when it comes to battle, I may be light on my heels. His honesty shows that he is still a man not without doubt and fear. Sitting on the doorstep, he reminisces about a time long ago. "I got the scar on my forehead in a fight with my teacher because I refused to fight monsters," he admits, and the weight of past decisions can be heard in his words. He'd never raised a hand to me before. I must have disappointed him that day. His gaze drifted downward, shrouded in a shadow of guilt and reflection on the actions that had disappointed him. In the end, I never heard praise from his lips. The teacher's silence left a deep imprint on his soul, a reminder of unattainable expectations. "What are you doing?" His question, addressed to his companion, sounds a note of surprise and incomprehension as she makes an unexpected gesture. With a look full of confidence, she tells him, "Mr. Stark, I think you won't chicken out." Her words sound like a confession that she sees more in him than he realizes. His answer is mixed with self-distrust. "What do you know about me?" He searches her eyes for answers that only time can provide. "Nothing scary, but I remembered something scary." Her words are cryptic, and the depth of the past they both share is evident in them. A memory of the monster that represents their shared fears is revealed before them. The knowledge to defeat him was quite enough for me. She speaks of the day she first encountered the monster, and her words are full of determination. She recalls moments of fear when her legs wouldn't obey, and her heart sank in the face of danger. But out of fear, I froze in place, and then I rushed away. Her words are imbued with a sincere confession of weakness. She speaks candidly about how her teacher, Mrs. Fryren, only watched the events without taking action. The monster was getting closer and closer, and Mrs. Fryren just watched. Her voice sounds almost reproachful, but also with the realization that everyone faces their demons differently. "I did decide to turn around, and when I was cornered," she recounts of a pivotal moment when there were only two choices: fight or die. In the end, the instinct of self-preservation took over. Shot out, the body moved on its own. Her words describe the moment when fear is replaced by action, and choice becomes an act of survival. He shares his thoughts that come from deep within. "You just have to have the spirit, and the knowledge and skills you've learned in training will never let you down." His words reflect the realization that willpower is just as important as skills. Her reply is filled with encouragement. "I think you are an incorrigible coward, but I believe in the sincerity of your desire to protect the village." She sees in him something more than just the fears of the past. "Build up your spirit." These words become his mantra, a reminder that inner strength is often more important than physical fitness. Their journey continues, leading through the forest shadows to the new challenges and triumphs that lie ahead. They move forward despite the heavy memories. "Ran away, didn't show up, and I hoped." Words full of disappointment, but also the expectation that past mistakes will not determine the future. "Oh well, we'll have to play catch-up with the snake." She accepts reality with a challenge, ready to face what lies ahead. Her posture is resolute, guiding the way forward as if pointing the direction of her magical power. "Vriren." His voice is firm as he speaks her name, reaffirming his willingness to follow her wherever fate leads them. A mysterious elf girl stands on the side of the road. Her eyes are staring off into the distance, waiting for someone or something to come. "Where have you been?" she asks, rubbing her earring thoughtfully. Further down the road, a small group of travelers are walking. One of them, a young man, turns to his companions. "Hold him back for 30 seconds, right?" His voice sounds like a challenge. "Uh-huh." One of the companions, keeping close behind, replies barely audibly. There is a look of determination on the man's face as he stops and turns to his comrades. "If he does break me in half a minute, finish the creature. Can you promise me something?" His words are as heavy as the weight of the decision he has to make. The elf girl and her companion exchange glances full of understanding and certainty. "Understood, I promise," she replies quietly but firmly. The promise is made, and now they are all bound together by a common goal. Something threatens them, and they are ready to meet it. The elf girl's gaze softened, excitement in her voice. "But why do you hold this village so dear?" She searches for answers, trying to understand her companion's motives. The man responds with a smile, warmth and tenderness in his gaze. He cherishes the memories of his life here, and the people who have become close to him. "That's a strange question." The man seems surprised. His voice sounds questioning. He didn't expect this turn of conversation from his comrades. "I've lived here for 3 years. His words are simple, but hidden in them is a whole story full of deep emotions and attachments that bind him to this place. The elven girl gazes into the shadows of the forest, her profile looming sharply against the trees. Her posture reads steadfastness and readiness for any challenge. The man addresses her, his words sounding like an incantation, like the beginning of a ritual. 3 whole years. His voice is full of both respect for the time that has passed and admiration for the moment they are now experiencing together. "Well, it's time to prorate the dragon," he announces with determination in his voice. The statement sounds like a signal for battle, a call to action that neither of them can ignore. "I know the fear hasn't gone away. Your hands are shaking." He says it calmly and confidently, supporting his comrades. They know the fear, but they also know the strength that comes when they stand together. A light laugh cuts through the tension. "What's so funny?" Her question is imbued with curiosity and ease despite the proximity of danger. Hey. The man's reply carries confidence and playfulness, as if he sees something beyond the reach of others' eyes. "Teacher, just like Aizen." The girl's words echoed with the warmth of memories and respect for someone who was apparently important to her. There was something more hidden in those words than a mere comparison. And now their challenge appears before them. A mighty dragon, the embodiment of the elements, a force they must overcome. His figure is monumental and intimidating, shrouded in dancing flames and smoke. "Yep, Aizen, your hands are shaking. Are you afraid?" The elf girl turns to her comrade, her tone and gaze full of support and courage. She is ready to be a support in this challenge. "There's nothing wrong with fear," the man encourages his friends, his words filled with wisdom and understanding. "Fear is part of their journey, part of their strength." "How easily you confess." The elf girl looks at him, and in her eyes she reads not only courage, but also respect for his sincerity. "I've only gotten this far because of him," the helmeted warrior says, addressing the man with gratitude. His words express the deep bond that has been forged through battles and trials together. "Even treasured just as much," the girl continues, her words reinforcing their shared bond, emphasizing the value of each of them in this union. A majestic dragon now loomed before the man, the embodiment of the challenge they must overcome. "Were you scared too?" His voice resounds in the face of the huge creature, and hidden in that question is the recognition that even the mightiest of creatures experience fear. The man looks straight ahead, his gaze full of determination. "We just need to muster up the spirit," he whispered, gathering his strength in the face of an imminent battle. The dragon gains altitude, flapping its wings powerfully. "Coming in close," the helmeted warrior says as he watches the creature, assessing the distance between them and the monster. The elven girl and her companion exchange glances. The monster is alert. One whispers while the other watches the monster's every move, waiting for its next move. "That's why he didn't attack the village." The elfess ponders, her gaze growing more and more focused. "That's what I thought," she adds, tying together the pieces of the puzzle that were forming in her mind. The helmeted warrior stands in front of the dragon, his figure full of unwavering confidence. Dragons are extremely intelligent. They never rush at a strong opponent first. His words reveal the wisdom of these creatures, their ability to assess their opponent. A man with a long sword comes face to face with a dragon. Not because the youngster didn't poison his hope and turned out to be weak. Aizen left the old man that scar. He reflects on the past, the battles that left a mark on history and on the skin of the mighty beast. 2 figures sit around a campfire in a forest thicket. "Did you hit him?" asks the girl, her interest in the events that are unfolding clear. "We quarreled and I haven't seen the old man since," replies the warrior, his words showing that something significant has happened between them. The helmeted warrior ponders as he squats. "My hand twitched involuntarily," he says, regret in his voice. "Now I regret what I did." His reflections on the past and how small actions can have big consequences. The young warrior leans against the wall, his gaze fixed downward. "But I was scared," he confesses, revealing his vulnerability and humanity in the face of the unknown. "I was afraid of him, Frieren," were the young man's words. an admission of his fear of a mentor who had become more than just a teacher to him. The helmeted warrior looks through the shadows, his eyes reflecting deep thoughtfulness. "My apprentice is too weak." The words are full of disappointment, perhaps even pain for an apprentice who has not yet reached the expected strength. The sword-wielding warrior stands, ready for battle. His posture reads an unyielding will. He will become a legendary warrior. This cry is not just a prophecy, but a vow that the mentor has made to himself regarding his pupil. The man swings with his weapon, his movements sharp and precise, full of determination and strength, ready for a decisive blow. In the fight with the dragon, the warrior makes a powerful leap, dodging its sharp fangs. The clash between dragon and man illustrates the intense struggle for survival and superiority. "Come on, shoot!" shouts the man, possibly addressing his comrades. His face reflects a mixture of fear and excitement, making the scene even more dramatic. Two figures stand in the background, ready to support their comrade. Their focused look suggests that they are determined to help at any moment. "I did as you asked. What are you waiting for?" The man turns around, his voice full of bewilderment and impatience, as if he's urging his companions on. "Why, you're no better than the teacher." "Apologize, Grandma, say it. Do I have to kill him alone?" His words sound accusatory, with emotions that are intertwined with a sense of responsibility and perhaps even reproach. The elven girl looks down mournfully and quietly, saying, "He's already dead." You can hear the sadness in her voice and perhaps the realization of the depth of their loss. The man is stunned, expresses confusion, shock at the sudden turn of events that overturns his understanding of the situation. Apprehension and uncertainty hang in the air as one of the girls says, "Oh, what's about to happen? Elf grandmother?" Perhaps she is concerned about the older generation's reaction to the events that have just unfolded before them. The man stops, looking at the fallen dragon, his silhouette looming against the monster's body receding into the distance. "Did I do it?" he wondered, with mixed feelings of victory and disbelief. Standing in front of the dragon's huge motionless body, he asks himself, single-handedly, defeated the dragon. Reflection on his own achievements and abilities leads him to realize his own power. The elf girl, with a slight smile on her face, confirms his success. "You did even more than what was required of you. Well done." Her words are filled with pride and recognition of his merit and strength. A man's silhouette stands out in the foreground against the background of the mountains receding into the distance. "There's mountains coming up, high mountains. We can't carry everything," he says, drawing attention to the approaching danger and to the fact that they will have to make a hard decision about what to take with them. The elf girl examines the remains of the dragon with respect and attention. "Yes, this is a veritable treasure trove. What nonsense. Do you need these trinkets that badly?" she asks, trying to understand what is driving the man at this moment. The man replies simply, "Uh-huh." His words reflect the wisdom of a mentor who thinks their adventure has turned into a fool's errand. Perhaps he is saying that value is not in things but in experiences. However, you can read the nostalgia in his gaze when he says, "But he still remembers those silly things with a smile." This shows that even insignificant things can be of great value if they are connected to important memories and emotions. In an old stone room, a group of friends share joy and small victories. "See, you weren't looking for nothing." "Heh heh heh heh," the elf girl says, finding something valuable in the chest. "Wow, it really did turn out to be ice cream." The man's joy is genuine, the surprise and delight of the found treat breaking through the fatigue of the long wanderings. "Do we have time for such nonsense?" "What nonsense?" A voice of reason comes from another figure, reminding them of the seriousness of their situation and that time is inexorable. "Our journey has only just begun. And why not?" One can sense in these words the desire to live in the here and now, to appreciate the moment, despite all the dangers that lie ahead. No one knows if we will return alive. It is said that even an invincible hero, with once lost a battle against 7 fallen demon sages, the helmeted warrior reminds, his words filled with the weight of past battles and the burden of heroic legends. "Do you want this adventure to be full of misery?" asks one of the characters, raising an important question about the purpose of their journey. "You know I want to have a good laugh at these silly things as it's over," the other figure replies, indicating that even in the hard moments, one can find room for humor and lightness. "I'm telling you bullshit. No, so I don't have that kind of spell, ha ha ha." There's a conversation where the characters discuss their abilities and take the situation humorously. "By the way, Frieren, where's the syrup?" The dialogue continues and it feels light and casual despite the seriousness of their task. In front of a building that looks like a village school stands a group of people welcoming the travelers. This place seems to be their starting point, or a place where they find support and rest. 3 travelers walk along a road leading to a gate, beyond which they are met by a crowd of people. The air is filled with anticipation of the meeting, and now they seem to be on the threshold of their long-awaited return. One of the girls turns to her companion. "I see, but I don't really like this magic." I'm sorry. There's not much interesting about my body." This could be a discussion of some newly acquired magical ability, or just light banter between friends. The girl's face expresses embarrassment or confusion. It's not tiny, it's how tiny. She may be reacting to an unexpected comment or reflecting on something personal that caused her to feel this way. The last picture shows a pensive man trailing behind his companions. "Stark, what are you going to do? If you want, you can go back to Aizen too." Offers him a choice, hinting at the possibility of returning to the past or starting over. The man responds to his comrade's offer with a smile, relief and confidence in his words. "No, he asked you to take me along." This emphasizes his willingness to follow the challenge and be part of the team to which he has been invited. The road takes them deep into the forest, and they continue on their way together. "Besides, I suddenly feel like doing something stupid," he adds, making it clear that they have many more adventures ahead of them and that he appreciates the ease and unexpectedness that travel brings. Before entering the fortification, the guard says, "Understood, I'll be right there. Captain, the Castellan wants to see you." He looks ready to follow orders, realizing the importance of the challenge ahead of him. The next scene shows a conversation on a city street. "Are you all clear, travelers? I don't want any trouble in this town." The authoritative tone of the figure emphasizes the seriousness of the situation and the demand for order. "Yeah, but he's a good captain, not the warmest of welcomes," reflects one of the travelers, commenting on the captain's strictness and his attitude towards the safety of the city. The last image shows the trio walking down a city street. Their facial expressions suggest reflection and perhaps some anxiety that the meeting with the captain brings. Calm and confident, the elf girl turns to her companions. "We are in no danger here. We can safely wait for the outpost to open." She seems completely confident of her group's safety in this place. Next, one of the characters expresses his relief at finally finding time to do his own thing. "I'll finally carve out a moment for magical research. I'll drop my things off at the inn and go to the caster's shop." His plans show that even when traveling, there is room for personal hobbies and daily chores. The next shot, the elf girl says to her companion, "Well, don't look like that. We seem to be here for a long time anyway." Her words suggest that they may spend more time in this place than expected. Finally, as their journey continues, one of the characters suggests, "In the meantime, I'll get some night air. Keep yourself busy." He is looking for a moment of peace and an opportunity to enjoy the tranquility of the night away from the hustle and bustle of the day. A man approaches his companion with a proposition. "Shall we have lunch?" He suggests a break to have some rest and recuperation. The girl replies to him, "Got it. If you don't want to, suit yourself." Her words show a willingness to respect his decision despite her own preferences. The man walks away, leaving the girl alone. Her gaze follows his, and there is a note of disappointment or thoughtfulness in it. Speaking to a local resident, the man says, "Yes, the soldiers are fighting the customs critters, but miraculously, we won't see the North for another 2 years." He discusses the difficulties of the journey home. The trio is walking down the street and the man says emphatically, "It's time to tighten our belts." implying that something serious or difficult is about to happen. At the inn, the man recalls past gustatory pleasures. It's been a long time since I've tasted fruta jambo. He enjoys the memories of his favorite dishes. Last time the portion was so big I had to share with the old man. His words have a warm feeling for past meals together. Sitting at the table, the man sadly states, "Now I'm one tooth short here." Apparently now he has to settle for less than he was used to. The innkeeper looks at the man with a smile and says, "It's just that you've grown up." He notices the changes that have happened to the young man. The man agrees. Yes, time spares no one. He realizes the inexorability of time and its effect on everyone. The helmeted warrior pondered. Even that iron eisen that was a wall to me has begun to seem tiny over the years. His words reflect his changing perception of the world. The innkeeper offers advice. "Well, your teacher's not old anymore. You'd better think of a way to repay him for his care." He reminds them of their duty of gratitude to their teacher. The innkeeper remembers the past. The grass used to be greener. He sentimentally compares the past to the present. The man replies thoughtfully, "No, I think it was bigger." He reflects on the fickleness of his memories and perceptions. "What did I do wrong again? I bought it with my own money." He reacts resentfully to criticism, defending his choice and his right to decide for himself. Turning to the innkeeper, the man asks, "Please, a glass of milk, please." He makes a simple but specific order, perhaps to appease himself. The elf girl asks in surprise, Are you offended?" She notices the change in his mood and tries to understand his reaction. A girl with a serious face addresses someone, "Mr. Stark." The man, smiling, offers, All right, I'll share my ajambo." The girl asks the question, "Tell me, could you sit idle in this town for 2 years?" The man replies with a perplexed look on his face, Well, no." The man jokes, "That's what I'm saying, that's nonsense." The man is concerned, "Look, did I do something to you?" The two walk along the fortress wall, the air full of tension. The girl thanks, the man offers to help. "Do you want to go around this wall?" "All right, I'll help you." The girl inquires of the man about the possibility of overcoming the wall using magic. The man explains that magical barriers protect the city from trouble, making flight impossible. They discuss an alternative plan for getting through the checkpoints. In front of them is a view of the gates leading to the busier part of town. The trio is sitting in the reception room, their conversation with someone important to come. Next, they discuss the necessity of waiting because of the unusual situation in the north. One suggests revising plans due to unforeseen circumstances. The man speaks confidently of his ability to intimidate danger, showing confidence in his abilities. The man seems a little confused by the comment that came at him, while the girl watches in the background. They enter a local market where vendors and shoppers can be seen. Bustle fills the space. A man meets a familiar face in the marketplace, an exchange clearly unexpected and possibly unpleasant. The situation escalates when they are confronted by a group of menacing-looking men who seem ready for a confrontation. The atmosphere in the bar is tense. The faces of the customers express various emotions, and the characters seem pensive or preoccupied. The characters are standing in the street, gazes directed into the distance, and a sense of frustration at yet another failure hovers between them. One of them stares at the wall, contemplating the possibility of going through the nearest gate, a plan maturing in his mind. As they walk up the steps, they discuss the resource they have left, the garrison, which may represent the next stage of their journey. The characters are faced with some unexpected discovery or obstacle, which causes mixed feelings of surprise and doubt. There is a sense of misunderstanding in their dialogue. They discuss the reasons for their reluctance to set off, and one of them is surprised by the unexpected reaction of the other. The girl expresses recognition of the man's efforts, emphasizing that he is trying just as hard as she is, perhaps even harder. Their conversation revolves around the concept of time, where one of them expresses the limitations of their time, which raises questions for the interlocutor. The characters stop to admire the view, and one of them notes the beauty of the surrounding area. The man recalls the times when he used to visit here with his teacher as a child, looking around the northern lands. They contemplate the beginning of their journey in the northern kingdoms where it all began. Interest in the continuation of the story grows, and the character wonders what happened next after their adventure began. The man notes that his teacher, usually taciturn, was eager to talk about past times, filling their journey with stories. While 10 years may seem like an insignificant amount of time to a dwarf, those memories stayed with him for a lifetime. He wistfully suggests that his companion Frieren may be experiencing similar feelings, sharing a nostalgia for the past. He also realizes that the time of worry and wanderlust for their teacher Eisen is probably over. The narrow corridor of the fortress was empty. Only the echo of the warrior's footsteps filled it, as he thought about the journey ahead. The legacy of adventurous stories. The warrior's thought flashed through his mind as he paced the fortress walls. He knew that time was merciless and every moment was precious. It was his duty to pay tribute to his mentor. He and we are one, the warrior thought, looking out into the distant horizon. The warriors stood at the threshold of the house, their shadows wavering slightly in the sunlight. Among the streets, the warrior and his companion met a familiar face, exchanged a fleeting glance and a silent greeting. Wearing armor like a second skin, the warrior embodied strength and determination, his gaze fixed on the distance. The deserted streets seemed endless, their silence broken only by the whisper of the wind. A chance encounter at the door of the building provoked a slight misunderstanding. The warrior, as if caught in the act, stared dazedly at his companions. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, the dignity and respect remained intact. Skepticism and fatigue were reflected in the girl's eyes, indicating an inner conflict. The manager of the fortress apologized for the mishap that happened to his subordinate. The girl waved off the apology, realizing that strictness was part of the captain's duty. He offered to help, explaining the complexity of the situation in a country where old evils still slumbered. With confidence, he promised to open the gates, pointing out the connections to the northern kingdoms. Beneath the towers of the fortress, wrapped in festive decorations, the travelers met the civilians who had gathered there to witness the historic moment. In the atmosphere of universal expectation, our heroes felt the weight of responsibility, for their actions could change the course of history. The girl, despite her innate strength and courage, longed for peace and quiet, which was sorely lacking in this place full of noise and movement. Mixed feelings encompassed the young warrior. Pride in the deeds they had accomplished, and at the same time embarrassment at the attention that had fallen upon them. A shadow of wistfulness flashed in the young hero's eyes as he drifted into thoughts of the past, pondering that their mentors may have experienced similar moments. Surrounded by the faces of the audience, they walked through the crowd like ghosts of the past, following the path blazed by their predecessors. Before the majestically opened gates of the fortress, they stopped, feeling the weight and significance of this moment, anticipating the beginning of a new chapter. The girl, despite her strength and courage, childishly regretted that she did not have time to prepare for the important event, which gave the moment a note of sincerity and warmth. The footsteps of travelers echoed through the corridors of the castle, among them the question of the legendary Archmage Flamme, finishing echoing in the walls of the ancient halls. The wisdom of bygone eras, of which only legends had been written, was now only in the hands of those who dared to step beyond the known. A sarcastic comment cut through the silence, adding levity to the tense atmosphere of anticipation for the coming discoveries. The legend of the Archmage, laden with mysticism and conjecture, made one wonder how many more uncharted pages were hidden from the world. The girl looked thoughtfully at the cover of the ancient book, pondering how times turned stories into myths. Their journey continued through quiet streets where every stone seemed to bear witness to days long gone by. A sad thought escaped her lips that she might be the last witness to the ancient magic. Standing by her side, the young man only accompanied her in silence, immersed in his own thoughts about the past and the future. The morning greeted them with the coolness and silence of the dense forest, where even time seemed to flow more slowly. They set up a temporary camp among the trees, where every action, whether cooking or resting, was full of tranquility. A sudden surprise seized the girl when she found that she had awakened before her companions. The young man, engrossed in cooking, did not notice how time passed and how simply they became part of this secluded world. The energy of the morning's enthusiasm filled the air as they prepared to continue their journey. The moment of warm encouragement between the companions was a gentle reminder of the friendship that warmed their souls. A slight grin slid across the young man's face as he playfully encouraged his comrade, adding a cheerful note to their morning. Their journey resumed, and the path brought them to the far northern lands where the stories awaited their continuation. A rockfall came across their path, and they decided to take on the job, showing that their strength and determination knew no bounds. The local, surprised by the unexpected help, did not hide his gratitude, sighing in relief. United in the face of difficulties, they went about their work in friendship, confirming their brotherhood not by words, but by deeds. The question of the necessity of their actions hovered in the air, but the choice had been made. The promise of help left no room for doubt. Dialogue about the future use of the cleared path was intertwined with practical questions about logistics and magic. The irony of the situation did not escape the girl's attention, who noted with slight sarcasm the old man's one-sided view of the situation. With each stone thrown, the path became more and more passable, and their labors brought tangible results. Recognizing the progress they had made, they decided to finish what they had started by taking on the final effort of clearing the road. Addressing the old man caused slight confusion, for he wasn't all that old. A light joke lightened the atmosphere, reminding me that age is just a number. With laughter and a cheerful attitude, they continued on their way, strengthening the bond between them. In the end, agreement and mutual understanding became the foundation of their continued journey. The play on words and slight miscommunication added spice to their conversation amidst the hard work. The subtext in the girl's words flashed a desire for a warmer and friendlier relationship. The young man, caught off guard, realized that sometimes help was needed more than words. Her sigh and sarcastic response emphasized that actions were more valuable than any promises. The old man turned to the young helpers, assessing their progress in clearing the path. With thanks and an offer to escort them to town, he expressed his appreciation of their efforts. Their labors did not go unnoticed, and in gratitude the old man offered his escort. Along the new path, now free of obstacles, they moved on, with grateful hearts and a new ally. The characters discussed their uniqueness and rarity, realizing that their encounter was something exceptional. Amazement and admiration for their own singularity resounded in their words. The profound thought that each one's life journey was special made one think about the value of each encounter. Understanding their own place in the world came with the realization that their race was slowly disappearing, adding melancholy to their journey. She thought about how rare it was to meet someone who could share her memories of the past. Before their eyes appeared the busy traffic near the city walls, filled with traders and travelers. The multitude of wagons scurrying back and forth spoke of the prosperity and bustling life in this place. The old man noted with delight that today was a special day for the city, Freedom Day. The old man told of the brave Gimel, who long ago had bravely fought a demon in defense of their land. Watching the preparations for the feast, the girl suddenly realized that she had forgotten about the upcoming event. The memory of the great feat is alive. Every year, the city remembers the heroes by organizing celebrations and decorating the square. Ironically, she observed that people tend to attach importance to traditions, even if they serve as mere occasions for entertainment. The tale of the long-gone Gimel and his troop leaving their hometown awakens memories of the past. The melancholy tinge of a local's thoughts on the remoteness of events that might already have been forgotten reflects the passage of time. Despite the decades that have passed, the determination to keep the memory of the heroes alive emphasizes the importance of their deeds to society. On the anniversary of the departure, only once a year, this story comes alive again, in the conversations and hearts of those who remember. In a wooden room filled with crates and silhouettes of people going about their business, a little girl looks ahead as if preparing for an important meeting. A character in a cloak sitting on a crate speaks pensively about moving frequently, his words expressing weariness, but also a hidden determination. The dialogue in the white spacious room concerns monuments, symbols of memory and eternity, The questioning tone suggests bewilderment and curiosity. The frame shows that all the actions of the character are filled with the desire to leave behind a trace, so that the memory of him will live in the centuries. An open-minded young man shares his reflections on the brevity of his own existence, setting the tone for a conversation about life and death. The same character's next words reflect his desire to leave a vivid mark on history, emphasizing the importance of personal achievement and memory. The girl's face expresses care and devotion. Her line suggests a deep connection with her interlocutor and an unwillingness to part. The final view of the room allows for a sense of pause in the conversation, providing a moment of thoughtfulness and anticipation for the next step in their story together. The young man's confident gaze and his words about eternity beside loved ones convey warmth and hope for the immortality of memories. Beneath the starry sky stands a monument wrapped in flowers and the attention of passers-by, marking the timelessness and significance of the moment. Solemn words about the bravery of Gimel and his friends echoed in the hearts of those gathered, praising their feats and sacrifices. Against a dark sky, a gathering of people look over the monuments in respect, honoring those who have forever inscribed their names in history. The dialogue between the two characters about a familiar face sounds like an allusion to the common fate of heroism and sacrifice for many. The words about the longevity of the memories associated with the city reveal a profound message about the timelessness and significance of historic places. The skeptical remark about the impossibility of promising eternal remembrance invites reflection on the fragility of human memory and time. The silence of the empty streets of the evening city, devoid of dialogue, makes you gaze into the future, where every stone keeps echoes of the past. Before the journey begins, a brief exchange of lines between the characters establishes the direction, north. Inquiring about the ultimate goal of their journey causes a moment of confusion, emphasizing the importance of purpose in the face of the unknown. The answer to heaven suggests, with a touch of sarcasm, that the journey promises to be not only long, but also full of difficulties and surprises. The view of the fortress spread over the hills heralds peaceful times after the events of Gimel's name. The tension in the air of the city is felt through the abundance of guards, hinting at recent events or a hidden threat. The conversation about shopping is probably just a cover for more important and urgent matters that require the character's attention. Fryron's warning sounds like a command to action, a readiness for contingencies in the crowded city. The words about the demon thrown into the crowd create a tense atmosphere, bringing a note of uncertainty into the conversation. The lively city street is filled with movement, but the main characters stand out for their calmness and confidence in every step. Against the backdrop of ancient buildings of the city bustle, the characters continue on their way, despite all the difficulties and riddles that meet on their way. A guard's sudden cry breaks the silence, foreshadowing events that could completely change the course of their story. There is an emergency on the city street. Guards bent over the fallen, concerned citizens and protagonists standing around, ready to intervene. The address to Count Garnet by one of the characters sounds defiant and determined, indicating a willingness to defend justice. A restrained rejoinder shows respect for your opponent, but also an unwavering commitment to your own beliefs, that you can't sacrifice peace for political games. Doubt and bewilderment are reflected in the words about peace, emphasizing the gap between political action and the reality of ordinary citizens' lives. The phrase, "well, so be it," reflects a reserved acceptance of the situation with a note of regret or resignation. The comment about the deadly and cold stare emphasizes the poignancy of the moment, in which every look and gesture matters. Reflecting on the prejudice of the townspeople who still see her as human despite her fear, she expresses hope for understanding and empathy. The question, "Why on earth do you look at me as if I were a living animal?" shows the depth of her feelings and her desire to be understood and accepted for who she is. The harshness and distrust is reflected in the girl's words as she addresses the demon, asking a rhetorical question that challenges prejudice and ignorance. The guard's reply is brief and merciless. The order to throw her into a dungeon under lock and key sounds like a sentence that leaves no room for doubt or mercy. The castle tower towers over the city like a dark beacon of hope and despair, keeping within its walls the secrets of the past and present. The soldier pushes back the heavy dungeon door, behind which a new chapter in the character's history will begin, full of unknowns and trials. In the dungeon, where only a narrow strip of light penetrates, Frierin's voice sounds like an echo, reflecting the monotony and loneliness of her imprisonment. With irony and equanimity, Frieren responds to ridicule, her words full of hidden defiance and defiance of fate. The exchange of remarks through the bars of the cell is not without poignancy. In every word, one feels the gravity of the situation and the thin thread of hope for change. The intriguing question of peace and parliamentarian challenges the setting, introducing an element of intrigue and foreshadowing of future events. Information learned unwittingly while shopping becomes the key to unraveling a long-standing mystery about the Blood Placha, like the last whisper from forgotten legends. The story of an archdemon who has lost his army is shrouded in the darkness of past battles and a fog of mysticism that thickens with every word. A battle lost in the depths of time, where the city fought a war against an unknown evil, comes to life again, as if a long-extinguished fire has flared up with renewed vigor. Demon fatigue from eternal battles suddenly turns into a desire for peace, as if the wind of change decided to sweep away from the battlefield all traces of spilled blood. Skepticism and detachment resound in the words of communion with demons, reflecting hopelessness and weariness of endless confrontation. The strong belief that peace between humans and demons is impossible shows that for some characters, war is the only language they know. A scream in the forest cuts through the silence of the night. The order to destroy is presented as the final act of the struggle, ruthless and decisive. The bafflement and confusion in the face of the order to kill the child reveals the deep moral conflict faced by characters who find themselves on the edge of their principles. The despair and rage in the voice of the mother screaming at her daughter's transformation reflects the deep pain of loss and rejection of what is happening. The young warrior stands in confusion and pain, clutching his weapon, as if every thought of duty and justice causes him anguish of conscience. The demon, barely a child, calls out to his mother in a weak voice, and her suffering exposes the tragedy of a creature caught in the midst of the enmity of worlds. Other characters gather around the fallen creature, their faces an amalgamation of sympathy, confusion, and unwillingness to be part of this cruel reality. Authority and determination are expressed in Frierin's words, as she takes on the burden of responsibility, sidelining the other warrior. To realize the truth in saying that to become like those they consider enemies is to lose the very essence of their own humanity. The gentle optimism and belief in the possibility of redemption, even for a demon who may forsake the path of sin, reflects the hope of change for the better. Shock and bewilderment are frozen on the faces of the other characters, their reactions to Frierin's difficult decision full of fear and concern for her fate. The mother's words, filled with the bitterness of loss, reflect her realization that the daughter she knew would never return. But instead of despair, one of the characters sees an opportunity for a new beginning, offering a wounded soul a chance at a new life as a helper. The seriousness of the situation is emphasized in the rejoinder about the consequences of hasty decisions, and a warning about the long term is sounded. Frierin's decision to find common ground with the demon and stay in the village makes it clear that she is willing to seek peaceful solutions and take responsibility for the outcome. In the cozy chamber setting of a home-cooked meal, the three gathered around the table, their faces calm and the air filled with warmth and care. Against a backdrop of lush fields and mountain slopes, the family portrait is frozen in time, where each flower seems to witness a new chapter of their lives. Gathered around an outdoor table, they share the joys of simple days, and laughter sounds like a hymn to new beginnings. The game in the shade of trees where mother and daughter exchange flowers, as if symbolizing the peaceful coexistence of two worlds that were just on the brink of war. The flames engulfed the old wooden house, its walls groaning and cracking as if crying out to the heavens for the last time. A young girl in a long robe stood motionless before this spectacle of destruction, as if she herself were part of the fire that gave birth to and consumed life. On the ground in front of her lay the lifeless body of a man, his face turned toward the stars, which were now his only witnesses. His arm seemed extended toward the girl, as if in a last gesture he were trying to say something or beg. "Why did you kill the headman?" a young warrior in heavy armor asked, his voice full of accusation and sorrow. His gaze was trying to understand how this could have happened, how the world they knew had suddenly collapsed. The people gathered around were whispering, their eyes full of fear and bewilderment. "She's at it again. I should have killed her back then." The words were filled with despair and regret that the past had not been corrected and the future was now to be relived. The girl addressed the crowd, her voice calm but piercingly clear. "We couldn't live in peace." She knew that their worlds did not match, that she was a stranger among them. "I constantly felt you longing for my death," she continued, and her loneliness echoed in every word. "A replacement for your daughter that you once ate." The girl hugged the child that had once been her replacement, proof that she could be something more than a monster in their eyes. "So I cooked." Her words were heavy, but undeniably true. The people standing behind, gripped by incomprehension and fear, gazed at the scene before them. Their faces were tense, and each was experiencing his or her own struggle with the reality that was unfolding before them. "It's someone else's child," the warrior said, and his words sounded like a verdict, a final admission that the world they all lived in was now shattered, and that it was impossible to find a place for those who did not belong by birth. The girl looked at the child in her arms, and her eyes were full of quiet sadness. "But her father is gone, so she's a nobody." It sounded like a judgment not on the child but on herself, an admission that they were both lost to the world. The warrior stood before her, his sword pointed at the ground, a gesture that was both threatening and respectful. People gathered around him, their eyes bewildered, fearful, yet hopeful for resolution. "I think I've done something wrong," the girl whispered, and her words, light as air, were full of the realization of the gravity of what had happened, of how much the world had separated them. "Okay, we'll have to take her hostage and—" she began, but her voice was drowned in a sea of inner doubt. In this world, where every decision leads to a new spiral of events, even a monster can hesitate before making a choice. Footsteps sounded in the silence, broken only by the sound of the flames. A small child dressed in rags walked slowly toward his destiny, his tiny figure a stark contrast to the majestic walls that surrounded them all. "No," came the word quietly from the warrior, his hand trembling, gripped by a vague sense of doubt. "You will not be dissuaded now." His question was addressed not only to the girl with the horns, but to the world around him. "Mommy." These words were barely audible, but everyone who heard them felt in them the weight of 1,000 unspoken feelings, the lingering echo of a farewell or perhaps a last hope. And suddenly the space was filled with a rumble, an echo of the collision of two worlds, two fates, two futures that could have been but that may never come together. "Here we go again." The girl's words to the fallen figure were full of reproach and pain. She was already tired of the endless cycle of retribution and persecution, but she could not throw off the shackles of the past. "So why are you always calling for your mommy?" The little warrior's question was naive, but there was a deep truth in it. "Because it makes it harder for you to kill me that way." The horned girl's answer was cold, as if it came from the depths of her lost soul. "Flam called demons monsters with the gift of speech." The little warrior continued her musing, as if trying to unravel the mystery of words that were only a mask to many. For they all descended from the creature that howled at passers-by in its bony paws, mimicking the human cry for help. Her words were a grim reminder that words are sometimes weapons that can deceive and capture the hearts of those who listen. "Don't forget the grimoires," exclaimed the girl, pointing towards the corridor where the shadows hid yet unknown secrets. This reminder sounded almost like an incantation, promising new knowledge and possibilities. The medieval castle towered above the city, its walls mute guardians of stories and secrets, shrouded in the mists of time and oblivion. It was as if it were calling them to itself, promising to shelter and protect them. Something about Count Granat being late, the girl pondered aloud as she sat in the castle's sumptuous hall. There was a playfulness in her words, an anticipation of the strategic battle of wits called negotiation. But I'm more worried about that sorceress. I think I've seen her somewhere." Her words were lost in deep thought. Her thoughts were preoccupied with something else, more mysterious and dangerous than the upcoming meeting. Creatures that are useless to talk to? Her question sounded rhetorical, but there was a note of genuine interest in it. She was looking for answers that were beyond ordinary understanding. Funny, her smile was enigmatic, as if she was chuckling at her own musings or maybe the whole situation in general. A predator learns the language of prey for one reason only. She seems to be the only one in this city who knows about the true nature of demons. What an accurate definition. Her words were full of implication, and she clearly valued knowledge that could be used as a weapon. And to deceive and kill, not to understand each other. The little warrior looked through the bars of her cell window, her voice quiet but determined. "We should make a sneaky jailbreak. This town doesn't have long left." She was already planning her escape, realizing that their game of cat and mouse would soon lead to a devastating finale. "What is this place?" one of the companions asked, entering for the first time a room decorated in an ancient style. Everything around seemed frozen in time, every object reeking of history. "My son's room," replied the man in the puffy cloak, his voice sounding proud and a touch of sadness at the same time. In this room, every object was a testament to a past full of promise and hope. "Keep everything. He'll soon be the head of the family and retire me. He was a great guy." His words were full of love and memories of days when the future seemed clear and certain. "And here is the sword that the knight bestowed upon him by his majesty at the royal tournament. Where is your son now?" the girl asked, examining the relic that was more than just a weapon. "Died in the war with Aura 10 years ago." The answer came hard, as if each was laden with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and an incurable wound in his father's heart. The sword pierced the air like lightning, its clang echoing off the walls full of secrets. Standing before him, a warrior with a look full of challenge was ready for the battle that would decide the fates. The castle's grand hall was filled with the rumble of armor and the footsteps of warriors entering the room. The anticipation of battle hung in the air, heavy and impenetrable. Like the fabric of fate, they were all weaving together. They formed a semicircle, their gazes full of determination and readiness to support their leader. For each of them knew the significance of the moment in which they were immersed. Only his sword returned from that massacre, legends. The words echoed off the walls, filled with respect for the past and an indomitable desire to write history anew. Gathered at the threshold, the warriors listened to the order. "I hope Aura will be satisfied with the response of 3 severed heads." It was not a mere declaration, but an oath made in memory of a fallen son, and a promise of the retribution that was to follow. "Go to hell with your peace." These words were full of contempt for any attempt at peace and harmony. My father's voice sounded like a sentence, like a rejection of any compromise. All eyes focused on them as they stood, surrounded by guards. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone could feel the importance of the moment they were in. "Surely this room must have looked like this 10 years ago. It's amazing how clean and tidy it is," the horned girl said with regret, gazing into a space where every object, every detail was a reminder of time gone by and loss. The little companions look up at the woman with aristocratic features, their gazes full of incomprehension and hidden concern. "So what?" Their question seems naive, but there is a distrust of the musty atmosphere of the ancient halls and the intrigue they cultivate. He stands in front of her, his gaze hard and unyielding. "You know, I have my eye on my father's room too. Someone has to engage you." His words waft with coldness, foreshadowing a conflict that could bring down the walls of this ancient house. The sword, drawn in the silence of the corridor, carries the weight of the coming battle. It gleams in the candlelight like a star leading to an imminent clash. The gesture is a warning of the coming storm. "And sow sorrow in the hearts of my kin," her voice echoed through the silence like music. "Shall we hide our swords?" The sentence sounds like a sneer, but in it you can also hear an offer of peace, a chance to avoid further bloodshed. The calmness and confidence in the woman's voice cuts through the tension like a sword through silk. So let's talk, she offers, emphasizing that words can have more power than weapons. The warrior bares his blade, but there is a sense of doubt in his action. He weighs the risk, realizing that the next step could be fatal. The tension between him and the woman grows like an echo of ancient feuds. The group waits, tension hanging in the air like storm clouds before the storm. Their fates are intertwined in this dance of masks and shadows, where every step could be their last. The servant takes the situation as a sign to change the course of events. Take them to the guest rooms. His voice becomes a bridge between conflict and resolution, a suggestion to move the battle in a more civilized direction. I need to think, one of them utters, retreating to the window. Thinking draws him to the light, which dispels the shadows of doubt. The figures leave the hall, their footsteps echoing in the corridors like the echo of a bygone era. With each step, the tension recedes. The little girl asks, "Mr. Luthner, what is a hotel?" The innocence of her question collides with the age-old wisdom of walls filled with echoes of ancient secrets. On the balcony, they relax, and their conversation flows softly like wine in a glass. The light of the moon falls on them, promising peace after the storm. If we play on his feelings, he'll agree to a truce and take down the barbarian, she says, smiling enigmatically as if she sees the outcome of the game several moves ahead. In the gloomy hall, a lord occupies the throne, surrounded by his army. And afterwards, the army of Lady Dura will turn this city to ashes. His words echo off the cold walls, heralding dark times. By the way, Leni, where has Arak disappeared to? The girl playing with the cross around her neck asks with innocent curiosity, unaware of the hardships of adult games. What's his hurry? Gone to get rid of our nuisance. The conversation at the table continued, questions and answers weaving a fine web of intrigue between them. Mr. Aragt, you should not be here, the servant says, warning him of the unknown danger that lurks behind these doors. The silence of the cage is deafening. The silence that hovers between the bars becomes a harbinger of a fate that cannot be changed. Who are you? Asks the prisoner, his face obscured by shadows. Reception hours are long over, comes his reply, full of despair and loss. I am one of the executioners of the Dura of the Bloody Plague. Arag, he says, and his cursed fate echoes in that name. On the roof of an ancient building, where the wind plays with the angles of shadows, stands a man in a cloak, his gaze hidden and his words sounding like a sentence. I've come to kill you. The echo of his voice seems to be part of the city's symphony, where every sound is a harbinger of doom. In an abandoned room from which laughter and footsteps have long since departed, an elf girl sits in isolated silence. Her question, "Are you done playing diplomat yet?" hangs in the air, weightless but piercing like the sharp strings of a lute. The young man smiles with an open face, as if delicately teasing the situation. Oh, we're just getting started. His words are light and full of unexpected intentions, like the first notes in the overture of an unpredictable play. And so the dialogue unfolds further, like a chess game between strategists, each knowing the value of information. All that remains is to force the Hail to accept the truce, and the city will fall. If I deal with her, the cloaked man ponders, viewing the elven woman as a key piece in the game of power. Light and shadows play on the floor of the room, where two figures stand across from each other. Stronger than me. The young man's rhetorical question hangs in the air, adding tension to the already charged atmosphere. The elf girl's reply is sharp and full of hidden challenge. Stronger than a bloody dancer's fool. The elf girl's reply is harsh and full of hidden challenge. Stronger than a fool of a bloody dancer. Her words read not only self-confidence, but also something more. A hint of hidden power that could change the course of events. The young man smiles with unwavering confidence. His words, "You've already lost," like a verdict delivered at the end of a long game. But his calmness does not preclude respect for his opponent, even in this delicate game of extremes. The scene seems to freeze, waiting for the decisive movement. She has stood up, stepped into the light, his silhouette now behind her. Everything is ready for the last act, when every step can become decisive, and every decision can become history. The elf girl's face lit up with light, reflecting her inner epiphany. Uh-oh, magic threads. Intriguing, she says, and in her voice you can hear not only surprise, but the beginning of an understanding of the underlying game they've been drawn into. The young man in the cloak holds an invisible thread, his words focused magical energy around your neck to thwart me. Clever, revealing a new layer of tactics, where every element of the environment can become a weapon. But my threads are too strong even for demonic magic. Human tricks won't work, he says, pulling up his tie. There's not a shadow of doubt in his words, only confidence in his own abilities. I'll cut your head off and through the barrier. His words sounded like a sentence, and everything fell into place. This quiet corner of the city had become a battleground where every move could be the last. The young man in the cloak parries the girl's words with ease. Yeah, I guess I really can't handle the thread. His voice is not one of disappointment, but rather playfulness and recognition of his opponent's unexpected superiority. The elf girl looks down at him. Her words, "What demons these days? You still have a lot of learning to do, but you think that's enough to win?" are filled with the same lightly mocking tone as his. Suddenly the air is filled with a rumbling sound, the walls shaking with a blast of magical energy. Bezizam, the sound rattled off the edges of reality, deafening and powerful, breaking through barriers and defenses. A whirlwind of action engulfs them both, the elf and the cloaked man, in a dance of strength and agility. They are two opposite poles of magic, colliding in the epicenter of a conflict where each seeks their own line of victory. The girl in a fighting stance, focused and determined, deflects the attack of the boy whose movements are filled with despair. His words, "You bitch," sound like a curse, or perhaps a final cry of pain and betrayal. The characters' hands seemingly seek each other, but a ruthless force pushes them away. The sense of loss is intensified by the black, night-like paint spreading around their separated bodies. The girl, silhouetted against the background of white space, bends over her defeated opponent. Her words, "Stop, let's talk," suggest hope for reconciliation, for understanding, for healing the discord. One is ready. These words, taken out of context, sound cold and final. The scene above shows both characters lying on the floor. She, full of regret, he, exhausted and defeated. Immobile, they seem to symbolize the end of the battle, but not the war. The girl pondered her recent actions, hoping for the town's forgiveness, and realizing that there were consequences of her actions to be dealt with. Suddenly she found the lifeless body of the guard, realizing that there had been a disaster. The streets of the city were filled with calm everyday life, people going about their business, unaware of what was happening nearby. And here they were, finally resting after their long adventure, savoring the simple joy of a good meal, just as their teacher had said, safe and content. Sunlight pours through the clouds, covering the streets and houses with soft light. People hurry about their business, unwittingly creating the melody of the daily hustle and bustle. In the shade of an outspread umbrella, at a cafe table, a lonely young man concentrates on his plate, as if the whole world remained somewhere outside this island of solitude. A young woman in strict attire approaches the young man, her words stern and decisive. She allows no objections, her gaze is clear and piercing. The plate in the young man's hand seems heavy from the weight of the unspoken words that hover between them like invisible sparks. Her image stands out among the simple lines of the world around her. Her voice is filled with confidence and strength. In her request is the will and hope for justice, for the power to hear and respond. Her gaze is far away, somewhere beyond the immediate, toward a future she intends to change. She speaks of the need to fight, of the demons that beset the city at every turn. Her words carry the weight of responsibility that falls on the young man's shoulders. All around, everyone is still rushing about, busy with their own little affairs, not noticing the struggle going on right next to them. In a room where every shadow seems to be a breathless witness to what is coming, the young warrior stares straight ahead. His eyes are hard and determined, but his voice betrays anxiety. He knows he faces a powerful opponent whose strength leaves no room for levity. The scene changes and a hall filled with tension opens up before us. The centerpiece is a figure shrouded in an aura of power and strength. Warriors and advisors are gathered around her, but only one name permeates the air, echoing in the walls and hearts of those present. Amidst the steel armor and the stern stares of the guards, his comrades stand by his side, ready to support and protect. They are dressed in symbols of their commitment and readiness to fight, their faces reflecting a mixture of concern and hope. The strength of their brotherhood grows stronger with each shared minute of waiting. He stands before her and everything else loses its significance. His gaze is filled with complex feelings that are like chains binding him to this woman. In his eyes, he is not only a warrior but a man facing the depths of his own soul. Their dialogue is on the edge between the personal and the global, with the fate of the world hanging in the balance as they discuss seemingly trivial matters. He speaks with disdain of his enemy, but deep down he feels the inequality of this struggle. He raises the mug, full of foam and the gravity of the coming battle. The trembling in his hands reflects an inner restlessness mixed with determination. His voice echoes the battles and trials that have left their mark on his soul, a hurried goodbye when every second counts. He stares at her retreating back, his words a mixture of irony and self-criticism. He knows that the opinions of those around him will inevitably change after they're gone. His words are light and defiant, but there is uncertainty in his eyes. He tries to hide his anxiety behind a mask of nonchalance, though in truth luck is a rare guest for them, and the coming encounter promises to be exceptionally hard. Her voice is filled with confidence, despite the shadow of doubt in her eyes. She speaks of courage, but her words sound like an attempt to convince herself that they are truly capable of facing the challenges ahead. His figure is tense, and though he sneers at his own fear, his fists are clenched in anticipation of battle. He doesn't want fear to determine their path, even if it means suppressing it within himself. They stand on the threshold of a decision, and the world around them seems to freeze in anticipation. She asks a question that hangs in the air like an invisible spirit that no one wants to answer. In the silence of the cafe, his companion's words hang unanswered. She searches his eyes for confirmation that everything will be all right, but his gaze is full of uncertainty, and only the mug on the table seems unwavering. In the shadow of a sullen building, reminiscent of an ancient castle, lies a mysterious library. Its walls are covered with thousands of volumes that hold forgotten stories and ancient secrets. In this world, books have power, and every whisper between the shelves can mean a riddle or a prediction. Loneliness hangs in the air of the room, where a whisper sounds quietly, "I do not feel the dragon's presence." These are the words of a young girl with hair ears who is searching for answers among the labyrinths of knowledge. She is not only a reader but also a hunter of mystical creatures. Suddenly the conversation grabs her attention. "The dummy was too careless, so he's dead," a woman with demonic facial features says thoughtfully. These words hover in the air like ghosts of the past, foreshadowing something ominous. Sitting in a chair, the demonic woman delves into the texts of an ancient book. "We are gentlemen's cronies to a friend, executioners of the bloody scaffold. Do you think we can be taken by surprise because of some sloppiness?" Her words are full of hidden meanings and riddles, and only the bravest or most reckless library visitors dare to unravel them. Concern reflected in the bunny-eared girl's eyes. Cold, who is this elven woman? She ponders aloud, barely audibly speaking the words. In this confusion, she searches for answers, unaware that further events could completely change her fate. The library door opens and a group of strangers enter. "Sorry to keep you waiting," one of them says, a man with a confident and determined look. His words are filled with politeness, but there is something more in his eyes, perhaps knowledge or mystery, leaving only the corpse of a guard. "The sorceress we captured earlier has escaped," he continues, and the room grows tense. Everyone present feels the importance of the moment. There is a sense of an imminent storm in the air. "Gee, well, we'll help you find her. Lines are good at finding magic," the demonic woman replies, closing the book. Her voice sounds calm, but you can hear the confidence and strength in it that heralds the beginning of a new chapter in this mysterious story. "You shouldn't," the man cuts short, his voice firm and unappealing. He stands on the threshold like a guardian with a power that inspires respect, and his words cut off any attempted objection. The girl with the bunny ears is not lost and asks, "You'd better tell me where your other companion has disappeared to." Her gaze is shrewd, and her tone is full of hidden menace. She's not just an adventurer, she's a player in this dangerous game. "Stepped away. He'll be right back. I have to," the mysterious man replies, turning his back to her. His action is a clear signal. Things are going according to plan, and there is no room for doubt about his words. "So knowledgeable of the manor that they didn't ask the servants for the road either?" he remarks sarcastically, turning to someone outside of sight. He is not just an observer but a strategist, calculating his every move and word. "It's clear even to me. That elven woman is a skilled mage," the man admits, leaning back in his chair. His words carry a respect for his opponent's strength and cunning, the ability to see his opponent as a worthy adversary, an important quality for one who deals in magic and intrigue. "So why did she let the guards grab her so easily?" one of the companions wonders, clenching his hands around the silent figure on the floor. The question hangs in the air, emphasizing the uncertainty and apprehension of the unknown. "So the girl knew the risks of killing a guard in this town?" the demonic woman concludes, looking at those gathered before her. She doesn't just observe the events, she analyzes them, trying to foresee every possible outcome. "Mr. Luthner, I will ask again," she begins, and her voice is filled with the kind of weight that makes everyone present freeze. The question has not yet sounded, but its echo is already echoing in the walls of the ancient hall, waiting for an answer. "Where is your companion?" the girl asks tensely, her gaze sliding over the warriors' faces, sparkling with challenge. She expects answers, but her question underscores not only the disappearance of one of them, but also the unsolved mystery that envelops this meeting. "Damn it, the woman says, raising her hand, and the next moment her gesture causes a whirlwind to rain down on the guards. Her magic is sudden and powerful, as if fate itself has come into play. The walls shake under the blows of magical power. The man passes through the barrage without a scratch. His gaze is sharp and focused, clearly ready for action. His manner is as determined as it is skillful. "Drycath, you damned mediocrity. You ruined everything," the woman says, her voice quiet and filled with venomous contempt. Those words in the air become a curse, a promise of revenge that seems inevitable. The conflict reaches a climax. The man with the wound on his face, submitting to the woman's power, feels the weight of what is happening. His eyes are determined, but his face is contorted with pain. It is a struggle not only for power, but also for existence in the world. "We are but bloodthirsty monsters after all," the man barely audibly says, his words penetrating the silence, revealing the dark truth of their nature. They are not just mages or warriors, they are creatures whose actions are driven by instinct and passion. "We still need you to remove the barrier from the city walls," the woman says, her voice calm but firm. She is already looking ahead, planning her next steps. "Do not fear. We will not kill," she adds, and her words sound like a promise or a warning. History leads them back to the very place where it all began, to the castle that stands on the horizon as an unshakable witness to their struggle. Its walls hold the echoes of past events, and now fates will be played out here again. Two travelers, drowning in the shadows of the narrow streets, are approaching the goal of their long journey. "Here comes the Count's estate," one of them states, his words full of anticipation. They stand on the threshold of important events, ready for new challenges. Passing the silent guards, they sneak to the entrance of the manor. They are already waiting there, a meeting predetermined by fate. The air is saturated with the anticipation of a conversation that could change the outcome of their task. "Mistress Frieren?" one of the guards asks, his voice harsh and demanding. He is respectful but also suspicious, for nothing happens in this world without a reason. "What are you doing here? Have you escaped from the dungeon?" His questions sound like an accusation, and the tension between them grows. The Count's estate becomes the scene of a new act in their drama, with each character playing a different part. Three travelers dressed in cloaks stand against a cracked wall. One of them, with dignity in his voice, recounts his encounter with the demon, the sincerity of his words emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. A girl with elf ears looks down at the gloomy patches on the ground. Her words about magical particles disappearing after the death of creatures give what is happening a magical and mysterious touch. The group discusses a recent tragedy, the deaths of a fortune teller and a guard. The interactions between them are filled with underlying tension and foreshadow further revelations and trials. Before the last hero opens a door, behind which stands a girl, indicating the connection of what happened with the elven forces. His gaze is focused on details, suggesting that the truth is somewhere near, hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. A young elf in a cloak asks a question with a puzzled look, as if trying to understand the reason for recent events or his own role in them. His gaze is full of confusion and bewilderment. A woman with a serious and adamant expression speaks of the death penalty for killing a guard. Her words carry the weight of the law and the mercilessness of fate. The group descends the stairs, discussing their intentions to avoid innocent victims and their refusal to deal with the demons. Their dialogue reveals a desire to protect the city and its inhabitants from impending danger. The character in the black cloak looks back in surprise when she hears the suggestion to solve the problems on her own. Her gaze is perplexed and perhaps even fearful of the unknown. The man speaks with determination in his voice about monsters beyond the hero's abilities, expressing doubt and concern about their strength and capabilities in the fight ahead. The cloaked figure standing in the shadows rhetorically asks the question of surrender before a stronger opponent, hurting the honor and morale of his comrades as if challenging their resolve. A voice from afar asserts that the heroes are no weaker than the demons, adding confidence in their abilities and pushing them to take action despite all doubts and fears. A spell of desperation echoes through the streets, where one of the characters pleads to stop and help, emphasizing the critical situation and the need for intervention, while the echo of footsteps recedes into the depths of the corridor. As we near the end of our narrative, the streets are filled with whispers and stares. The character in the cloak states with a chuckle the stubbornness of his comrade, hinting at a complex character that can both help and hinder. The next moment reveals a hero gazing into the distance. He notes a great source of energy, a power that can be both a blessing and a curse, depending on who uses it. Then our gaze drifts out into the open spaces where a small figure stands before a majestic landscape. This is the beginning of a new chapter in their story, full of hope and danger. Finally, a majestic figure with horns stands in front of the army. It radiates an aura of power and certainty, as if fate itself had set in their path. It is an image that combines fear and admiration, a source of new challenges for our heroes. The dark cloak once again envelops the mysterious figure, whose words sound like a challenge. She is hungry for victory and does not tolerate strong opponents. Her eyes are determined, and she will not back down in the face of danger. Darkness engulfs the outline of the gloomy castle, whose towers point like arrows toward the night sky. In the silence of the night, every rustle sounds especially loud, and the shadows of the walls seem alive. On the castle wall, two figures are discussing their plan. One of them, with a piercing stare, sneers at their audacity to barge in. You can sense the tension in their words in the face of the challenge ahead. The next moment shows them inside, against the backdrop of the grand staircase. They are silent, as if trying to blend in with the shadows so that their presence would go unnoticed. The air is filled with anticipation, and so they encounter someone who loves silence as much as they do. His standing in the center of the empty hall brings an element of surprise to their plans. His calmness and confidence are unsettling. The mask of the elder hides his face, but his words, full of confidence and wisdom, pierce the air. He speaks of magic as a kind of deadly game over which he has ruled for centuries. The figure in darkness speaks of demons who dedicate their lives to one art form, magic. His words are full of pride and power, reflecting a deep devotion to his craft. In the hall, the heat of passion reaches a climax. Words about magic as something perfect that strengthens their power hang in the air. Time seems to stand still, waiting for the outcome. He who praised magic is now pondering its marvelous essence. His gaze is directed far away, somewhere beyond the visible, to the innermost secrets of existence. A figure stands in front of the window, pondering the greatness of magic that has delighted for millennia. In the distance, the landscape is visible, as if to reflect the eternity and enduring value of ancient spells. The following statement is imbued with contempt for genius without labor and diligence. The words have the spark of a real desire for perfection, for the honing of skill. The discussion turns to a plan of action. Their reasoning about the barrier that must be removed to reach the city indicates the seriousness of their intentions. The advice to give themselves time to think emphasizes the caution and thoughtfulness of their strategy. These are words of wisdom that remind them of the importance of thinking through each step. The fire of passions and principles burns in the hero's eyes. He reflects on the pain and sacrifices that are part of being human, emphasizing the value and importance of experience. The words of the ultimatum sound like an echo in the corridor. The heroes are faced with a decision that could change their fates. Time to think is limited, and every moment is precious. The division of duties and the definition of next steps give the scene a sense of urgency. Their voices echo off the walls in the empty corridor, filling it with determination and tension. Once again, the loneliness becomes palpable, as does the weight of silence, of waiting. The figure in contemplation, left aside as if burdened by the weight of the events to come. The gaze is full of concentration, as the figure on the threshold warns of stealth. Holding their breath, they brace themselves for whatever challenges hover in the air of this place. The words addressed to the young companion are full of tenderness and sadness. In them, one hears echoes of the past, distant memories of connections that were once important. The air is filled with relief and compassion as they talk of their impending release. Their gestures and facial expressions express mixed feelings of despair and hope. The detail on which attention has stopped is the blade of a knife, indicative of the hard decisions that are about to be made. The tension becomes palpable. The question of shivering becomes a bridge between two generations, where the older one imparts wisdom and experience to the younger one. The subtext of the exchange is deep and emotional, recognizing trembling not as a weakness, but as a display of courage is a lesson that passes from father to son, a sign of understanding and acceptance. Encouraging words of encouragement about finding strength even in the most difficult moments is not only supportive, but also an attempt to ignite the spark of struggle, humility in the face of the inevitable, and a willingness to focus on helping others instead of self-pity is a manifestation of true nobility of spirit. The confidence that he can't do without it gives strength to the young hero. He realizes his role and importance in the upcoming events. Wise words about striving to show fear in the face of danger that serve as a reminder that true courage is just such a recognition. A young warrior contemplating his next move reflects determination and willingness to take on a challenge, even if it requires sacrifice. The closing words about talking to the enemy hint at the possibility of peace or cruel choices that could have unpredictable consequences. Farewell words are spoken with the weight of realizing the end of the journey. Despair and humility merge into one moment of farewell. The young warrior, ready for action, makes a final salute to the old man, bringing finality to their relationship. The determination in his eyes and voice reflects the intention to continue the fight, despite all the obstacles and difficulties that will be encountered along the way. They leave the room, leaving the past behind them, and step into the unknown, ready for the new challenges that lie ahead. The inquiry about Count Garnet introduces an element of intrigue, indicating connections between characters that could change the course of the story. The ironic suggestion of the reason for the visit demonstrates the complexity of relationships and betrayal in their world, where trust is a luxury and betrayal is the norm. The order to leave, full of authority and force, emphasizes the hierarchy and discipline that dominates their society. These are words of power and control. The turn of phrase, "He doesn't even look in my direction," means ignored, possibly neglected, or conflict that could lead to a new turn of events. In a sullen room filled with shadows and restrained discontent, a figure in an elegant suit stands tall. The horns on her head are not only an ornament, but a symbol of power. Her words are sharp and direct, a warning to those who dare to cross the road or challenge her to a fight. The answer comes at once, full of defiance and intrepidity. The young man with the messy hair and the bold gaze has no intention of shying away. His confidence is piercing, and he is clearly not intimidated by threats, ready to face danger head-on. There is a sharp sound, and the frame is filled with the dynamics of movement. The sword swung with force glistens in the twilight, leaving only traces in the air. The moment is full of tension, and the outcome of the skirmish is still unknown. But the situation is heating up. Finally, they stand side by side, the silhouettes of their figures contrasting sharply with the white streaks of light. It is unclear whether they are allies or adversaries, but their joint presence suggests the importance of the upcoming event that will change their fates. Light bursts into the scene, casting shadows and highlighting two figures in a tense stance. The young man swings his sword, his movement full of determination and power. His opponent's gaze is full of surprise, as if she had not expected such courage from her opponent. The image comes to life even more vividly as the camera zooms in on the girl's face. Her eyes are mottled with wonder, and a look of delight is frozen on her face. This attention to detail emphasizes her humanity, even despite the horns adorning her head. The heated battle reaches its climax with the young warrior on the floor, his sword tossed aside. All around him are dark shadows, but even in this defeat, there is an unbroken spirit. His opponent's gaze is cold and calculating, as if she is weighing his fate. The confrontation ends in an unexpected way. He lies on the floor, tired and wounded, while she towers over him with wings spread. Her words reflect regret for the imprudence of youth, but also a recognition of human perseverance and strength. The horned character's gaze is filled with respect. Even the grandeur in her posture doesn't hide her recognition of her opponent's boldness. She appreciates the audacity of his act, to challenge him alone, taking the full weight of the battle. He lies on the floor, stricken but not defeated. His reaction to his opponent's words is half joke, half provocation. The question alone seems like a game, a way to hide his true intentions or cause further developments. The sarcasm in his words does not go unnoticed. "So you overlooked her after all," he utters, lying in the shadow of his opponent, and there's more to it than just a response of defeat. Her response is short. "What are you talking about?" This moment opens up a new facet of their relationship, a misunderstanding, or perhaps the beginning of an important conversation that could completely change the course of their story. The horned character's words bring a revelation. Her actions were part of a larger plan. "Fern, I distracted them like you asked," she admits, and now it's clear that the fight was just a diversion. She turns to someone outside the frame, perhaps an ally or leader, expressing apprehension. "Mr. Lautner, I sense magic." Her intuition suggests a lurking threat, that the battle is not yet over. The scene fills with chaos. Figures soar into the air, and the landscape around them begins to collapse. This is the turning point, when it becomes clear that the power the horned character spoke of is about to fall upon them. And in the center of the storm, she stands, steadfast and majestic, sword in hand, ready for a new challenge. Her gaze is focused and determined, ready to face the approaching threat, reaffirming her role as protector. Amidst the wreckage of reality, the girl with horns stands in confusion, discouraged by an unexpected discovery. "It can't be. I didn't notice the man. And what kind of magic is this?" Her astonishment speaks of a new, unknown element that has suddenly entered the game. The next scene shows another girl, calm and collected, answering a question from an authority figure in the distance. "Mr. Lautner, I've got this." Her confidence and determination leave no doubt about her competence. Now that magic has come into focus, it becomes clear that they are facing a force familiar to the demons as Eoltrak, a basic magical attack that seems to belong to another world. It all comes together in the words of the girl with the horns. "We've been invulnerable to it for over half a century. What is this nonsense? Was it Eoltrak?" Her confusion and bewilderment reflect the complexity of the situation and the struggle ahead with uncharted magic. The question hanging in the air, "Where did you learn that?" sounds like a challenge, a disbelief, and at the same time a recognition of some unknown power they have not yet encountered. The girl with the sword is not going to go into explanations. Her "are you trying to talk to me?" and "I'll finish you quickly" indicate that she sees this as a maneuver designed to distract her from the fight. The situation is escalating. "Fern, the Count is seriously injured. We don't have time to fight, let's leave," the girl says, emphasizing the urgency of the problem and the need to act immediately. And in the final moment there is silence. The shattered debris lies on the floor, as silent witnesses to the chaos that has passed, and the figure of the girl with the sword disappears into the passage, leaving behind only emptiness and questions. Dark shadows played around her like flames in the night. Her back was turned, her gaze staring off into the distance, where the fate of the man she had just saved flickered. The girl's silhouette stood out against the gloom, enveloping her in a mysterious aura. His hands were chained, but determination blazed in his gaze. She, pale and elegant though she was, stood before him like a guardian, marking each one with her blood. It was a sign that he was only dreaming of peace, that the war was not over. Standing before a defeated enemy, she held herself with dignity, not giving in to provocation. Her words were clear and decisive, and there was a power in them that made even spells recede before her will. Her face was calm, but a depth of ages lurked in her eyes. She spoke prose of the demonic kind, as if reading the pages of a long-forgotten book. Her words revealed the secrets of the past, filled with promises and betrayals that were closely intertwined with the fates of people. Echoes of past battles came to mind, where every broken shield was a witness to that magic. Her figure towered amidst the destruction, and the words flowed like water, suggestive of ancient rites and forgotten spells. On top of the mountain of the fallen, she stood unwavering, majestically looking out over the ravaged land. Her simple but firm posture spoke of an invisible power that hung in the air and held her firmly to this field of victory. The calmness of her gaze was like the rippling water of a river, and the name she spoke sounded like an incantation that through the ages carried its power and mystery, forever inscribed in the history of the world. Her gestures were magical, exuding a light that dispelled the darkness spilling over the edges of reality. The name she spoke was the key to the great mysteries that had made it possible for mankind to embark on the path of mastering magic. The words sounded like a sentence through the silence. The wind played with the strands of her hair, giving her the appearance of a statue made of the most hate and hardness. It was an admission that there were long-standing resentments living in her heart, unresolved. The black outlines of the building loomed against the starry sky, like the setting for an ancient legend. Inside, time seemed to stand still, and every rustle was a reminder of the great events that had already taken place within these walls. Voices echoed in the vastness of the room, where every object was filled with history. These walls had seen many fates, and everyone who sought refuge here found peace. The gratitude of his words penetrated deeper than the dearest hymns could have voiced. In his gratitude was the recognition that every moment of life was now doubly valuable. Leaving all doubts behind, the words of those who had witnessed her power sounded confident. She was right, and her wisdom was confirmed with every action, every choice made on this long journey. In a room with high ceilings and antique furniture, the tense conversation reaches a climax. The man in the center turns to the girl with pale hair and the boy with the dark bangs and says decisively, "Good. Now Frieren can go back to town." The girl seems pensive and the boy excited. They have a new task before them. The same boy and girl listen to the man standing on the stairs. His voice is firm and calm. This is the work of demons. He knows this firsthand. His eyes speak of the many battles that have left a mark on his soul. The weight of the coming confrontation hangs in the air. At a point in the story, the boy addresses the girl. "Wait a minute, so your scholarship name is Frieren?" Her clothes are simple but dignified. There is a sense of nobility in her posture. She nods, and in that simple gesture is an acknowledgement of her true name and perhaps fate. The same elf from Gimmel's squad. This is not a good thing. The weight of the past rests on her shoulders like a heavy cloak. She remembers every face, every loss, and that knowledge gives her no peace. In the shadow of mighty mountains, where time seems to flow more slowly, stands a majestic city. The townspeople recall the legends of how the ancient defenders repelled the onslaught of demonic forces, guarding the peace of their ancestors for centuries. Under starry skies, monsters in steel armor once obeyed the will of a bloodthirsty leader, wreaking terror and destruction. Darkness consumed the land, and only the bravery of the defenders stopped it. In the midst of the silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind, the figure of a warrior with a staff appears. Her confident gaze and bold smile speak of the many battles won and the wisdom gained in battle. The gentle voice of the young girl with the horns echoes across the desert. Her gaze is full of warm nostalgia as she remembers old times and old friends whose names sound like an incantation that evokes memories of the past. Night has shrouded the land, and in the semi-darkness the girl with the sword speaks, looking over her shoulder. "I'll be glad if the barbarians change their minds and turn around." Her voice sounds calm, but there is a sense of intransigence in every word. She is ready for any development, standing at the crossroads of fate. In a shadowy corner of the gloomy hall stands a figure with scales in her hands, surrounded by darkness. "Well, no," she replies with unwavering confidence. In her eyes are millennia of wisdom and knowledge beyond the reach of mere mortals. A young warrior stands before us, her eyes filled with wonder and the question, why? She does not understand the reasons, but her will to seek the truth is unbroken. Her determination is evident in every feature of her face, ready to face the unknown. The battle scene comes alive before us. A girl with a sword in her hands deflects a powerful blow from a huge enemy. The force of the collision vibrates in the air, and the sound of the blow echoes around her. There is no hesitation in her movements, only precision and speed worthy of a true master of the blade. A forest of steel and armor separates earth and sky, and at its center is a lone girl facing a countless army. Her gaze is calm and her stance confident. She has no fear in the face of overwhelming numbers and power. A woman with scales emerges from the shadows, her smile full of mystery. "If only because I am numerically outnumbered," she says, but her eyes play with confidence as well as a spark of challenge. Her appearance is unusual, but there is a sense of strength in it. "That's how," the sword girl mutters, weighing the situation. Her eyes reflect not only the light, but also the shadow of the coming battle. In her world, much is decided by the blade, and she is ready to defend her beliefs. She stands in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by enemies on all sides, but all around her is emptiness, as if the earth itself is receding before her strength. Her every move is one of determination and strength, and even her enemies seem a mere shadow compared to her determination. The girl's eyes read alarm. There are more of them than last time. The power of the demons is growing, and she feels the weight of that knowledge. She is to lead an army whose power is hidden from the ignorant eyes of men. Her resolve is unyielding despite the threat. "But I am only sickened by your vile, twisted spells." She is familiar with this dark side of magic, but her spirit is unbroken. In her heart is a fire that can burn away any curse. "How rude. I've been so diligent in collecting them, haven't I?" sounded with a slight chuckle in the crowd. Collecting relics is an art, and she is a master of her craft. Every warrior she collects has a piece of her soul in it. In the moonlit field, armor stands like monuments to some long-ago war. They are empty but endowed with a power that is about to awaken. Only the whisper of the wind penetrates the silence, foreshadowing the chaos to come. On the battlefield, the words sound like a sentence. "I'm gonna have to kill you after all, Aura." There is no desire in them, but inevitability. Familiar armor. A second voice echoes in the air, echoes of past battles, unresolved debts, and the coming storm. The creature with the scales smiles, and her smile is full of ambiguity. Her gaze is a mixture of knowledge and play, wisdom and irony. She holds the balance of the world, but her hands are ready to tip the scales. There's a tiredness in the man's voice. That's why it's taken us so long to overpower her. The scales of obedience. His words are intertwined with thoughts of justice and the sacrifices that have been made in the fight against an unknown enemy. He continues, "It subordinates man to its will, turning him into a puppet." In this confession there is the bitterness of defeat and the weight of the struggle for will against the dark threads that try to control destinies. The magic of the 7 fallen sages is unfathomable to humans. The man thoughtfully shared his knowledge of the ancient power. Aura puts her soul and the soul of her opponent on the scales and weighs their magical power. There was a sense of admiration and fear of these ancient spells in his words. He who proves to be weaker perishes the victor until his body is dried up and his bones become dust. He continues, describing a ruthless ritual where the stakes are higher than life. These words sound like echoes of a lost world where magic ruled over everything. And given the demoness's power, this spell makes her invincible. He realized that the risk only enhanced Aura's magic, making her power insurmountable. In his voice, he could hear the respect for the power that ordinary will could not overcome. And there's no way to resist it? The question sounds like a challenge to fate, the last glimmer of hope in the struggle against inevitability, which pulls the world into the abyss of the eternal balance of forces. The scales tip toward Aura, but she claims they never deceive. Her words are like an incantation of truth, promising a fair outcome no matter how heavily weighted the cup falls. I think she can be defeated if someone more powerful puts their soul on the line. Hope still lingers in the words of a man who believes that even in the world of magic, there is a power that can change the balance. But time is playing against them. In the 500 years of the Blood Plague's reign, there has been no man to whom it has been inferior in strength. The past has left a trail of invincibility, calling into question the future of the meeting of equals. Will no one be able to fight her back? The words echo in the empty hall, where unanswered questions hang in the air like heavy curtains hiding the scene of the upcoming act. A man stood in the room, where time seemed to stand still, his eyes fixed on his comrade sitting on the bed. "There were others," he whispered, as if each word was an echo of past battles that had left an indelible mark on their souls. Beyond the threshold of the room, the warrior's heavy armor gleamed in the light coming through the crevice of the door. It seems the steely will of veterans hardened by hundreds of battles is not easily broken, the other warrior pondered as he surveyed the scene before him. He knew that fortitude united them, making them unshakable in the face of any threat. United by a shared past, the warriors discussed their next steps. "This power has played a cruel trick on them," pondered a woman whose eyes were full of determination. They realized that their enemies would not yield to them in cunning and power. In the end, a man with long hair whose face reflected heavy thoughts uttered, "So she came to a legitimate solution to the problem." His words hung in the air like the final chord of a symphony that heralded a new chapter in their ongoing struggle. On the battlefield where sand mixed with blood, the warrior woman stood against the iron giants. Her sword was like an extension of her arm, each swing radiating a cold calmness despite the enormous power of her opponents. She soared like a Valkyrie among the dark clouds. Her figure loomed against the endless sky, and the armor of her enemies cast menacing shadows on the lifeless earth. "Well, how do you like my immortal army?" she said defiantly, addressing the invisible interlocutor. Her eyes glowed with irony, and her voice was full of hidden threat. Then, surrounded by motionless warriors, she froze, waiting for a response. The sound of battle faded, and a tension hung in the air, heralding an explosion of action. The sound of steel clashing cut through the air. Pam! The warrior in white cut through the ranks of the enemy with ease, her movements as silent as they were deadly. She moved through the battle like a shadow, leaving only the echo of her passing behind her. After the battle, the field was strewn with fallen soldiers, and the warrior stood like a statue in the center of the destruction. The emptiness around her mirrored the emptiness in her heart. Each fallen enemy was a reminder of the price of victory. "Wow," she said with slight surprise in her voice, weighing the scales of justice in her hands. Her gaze was cold and calculating, assessing the surrounding wasteland. "Dispelled my spell?" She was perplexed, looking at some distant movement in the dust. There was curiosity in her tone, but also an undercurrent of respect for the unknown opponent who could withstand her power. On a lifeless plain, illuminated by the sun, stands a girl in white watching a squad of warriors. She ponders the weight of power, thinking of the mysterious force fields that drain her spirit. In the distance, under the cover of the sky, silhouettes of enemy creatures hover in the air. The magical rays emanating from the girl deflect them out of the way, protecting the companions. Calm and tiredness are replaced on the other girl's face by memories of the anger that was once directed at her. Her eyes read uncertainty and doubt in her actions. After the battle under the shadow of the mountains, the travelers look up to the sky, where rain promises renewal. Among them, a monk bows in prayer, seeking solace for weary hearts. On the prairie, where the wind carries only the echoes of battle, a perplexed dialogue sounds. "Why?" one asks laconically, while the other asserts her lack of understanding, leaving unanswered questions hovering amidst the void. Amidst the fierce silence, the warrior stands, with strength and sadness in her voice. Gimel is gone. Her words are like echoes of worlds gone, lost and forgotten in the memory of time. The other girl's face in the shadow of the hood reflects softness and determination. In her gaze is the calm of a wise man who has seen too much and knows the value of peace. A lone warrior walks off down the sandy road, leaving behind the bodies of the defeated. Her words are like a sentence. You are but horned monsters, nothing more. It is a farewell without regrets, a step into the unknown. The evening light softly envelops the church, standing alone in the silence of the night. Its walls seem like a defense against the darkness, a salvation and a refuge for weary souls. Inside the church, the warm light of a lamp illuminates the faces of those gathered. They discuss protective measures, seeking reassurance and calm in the midst of impending danger. The young man stares out the window, his profile tense. An external threat looms over their hiding place, and the time of rest seems more like a respite between battles. Views cross. Youth and experience collide in disagreement. The gravity of the situation demands decisions, but reason and instincts do not always converge. In the spacious hall, where the echoes of the battle are still alive, the warrior recognizes that victory was only luck. She knows their true power, sensing the disparity in strength. A shadow of doubt falls over the tired faces, and they know that their fate hangs in the balance. Reflections on the past are intertwined with worries about the future. A voice of determination breaks the weight of expectation. And who should fight but us? Words that call for action despite fear and uncertainty. Concord finds its way through the weight of decisions. Then let us go together. Our words of unity and common destiny, the beginning of a new journey, a journey of brotherhood and struggle. The warrior's commanding tone indicates a new assignment. He is to go to the garrison to help the townspeople. The warrior's commanding tone indicates a new mission. He is to go to the garrison to help the townspeople. There is a moment of farewell, but in the words there is the hope of return. The promise of return is like an invisible knot between them. A warrior's resolve is confirmed by an oath. He will not recognize himself unless he fulfills his promise. In his words is a vow and selflessness. Despair and surprise flare at the thought of loss. What? We can't win without her. An exclamation full of fear in the face of possible loss. Humility and practicality hang in the air of the room when a voice asserts, "It is better to go with Gospokoi, where it is safer." Tactical caution outweighs fearlessness. Under the starry sky, two figures stand on the edge of the city wall, staring into the darkness. There is silence all around, waiting for something inevitable to happen. The mysterious amulet in her hand symbolizes more than just a piece of jewelry. It symbolizes hope, faith, and perhaps the key to salvation. The decision has been made. The guards will see the protector leave, and their courage will not allow them to stand aside. A new journey begins, and every step leads to the unknown. Silence hangs in the air, a heavy blanket enveloping the two standing side by side. The silence speaks more than words, of a challenge ahead, of an unspoken request or farewell. A caring question about wounds breaks through the silence. Concern for a friend, a companion, a protector. It cannot be hidden. Wounds are not just markers of battle, but symbols of resilience. Experience and realism permeate the answer. War is not a game, and scars are an integral part of it. Their presence speaks of survival, of trials past. The irony of the situation does not escape them. It literally leaves its mark on their clothes and skin. In their words, they recognize that war leaves its mark on everyone, without exception. Astonishment takes the warrior by surprise when surprise interrupts the calm of the night. Her gaze is full of questions, her bewilderment a mask to hide her inner turmoil. Among the shadows of the night, at the edge of the wall, the silhouettes of two people create a picture of a warm commonwealth on the eve of separation, where every movement is a word of silent conversation. An unexpected gust of wind steals past, taking a part of their world with it, leaving behind only sounds of surprise and flashes of memories. Turning to her comrade, the warrior woman finds the strength to support him. Her hand and gaze speak of her willingness to help, and of the unwavering support they have found in each other. The bandages on the warrior's arms speak of the hardships he endured. Their stains and tears are the evidence of the struggle to get to this day. His gaze is filled with confidence, but also a slight perplexity. What's the matter? Words harbingers of a willingness to take on new challenges despite the fatigue and pain. The gravity of the moment is heightened when blood is noticed. These are not just wounds. They are signs of the courage and fortitude that his comrades remind him of. Under a starry sky, as one remains standing, the other leaves. The distance between them symbolizes their inner separation. One is ready to continue the fight, the other stays behind to heal his wounds. A sudden scream cuts through the silence, shattering the seeming peace. The warrior feels a thrill of excitement, and her arms instinctively wrap around herself for protection. The companion responds without hesitation, ready for action. His voice is powerful and resolute. His resilience in the face of surprise is undeniable. The movement begins. They rush into battle, overcoming walls and obstacles. Their silhouettes against the stars are a symbol of indomitable energy and courage. Destruction follows them. Rocks crumble under their feet. It is a dynamic action full of tension and adrenaline. They are a whirlwind in the heart of the night. The tension of the battle reaches a climax, and the warrior on the ground, stunned, asks, "What am I seeing?" He tries to make sense of the chaos that has unfolded before him. His companion, standing confident and ready for action, demonstrates the skill, the legacy of their mentor. Her pose is the epitome of grace and strength. A slight self-irony slips into her words as she admits that her punch fell short of its target. There is a sense of lightness in her words, despite the gravity of the situation. And so, a figure full of majesty and restraint appeared before her. "I wasn't going to torture you, though." The words carrying the relief and inevitability of the coming fight. The tone of the conversation becomes more and more ironic and sharp. "Could it be that you didn't sense my approach at all?" Rhetorical question, emphasizing the mastery of stealth and the strength of the opponent. The opponent shares his tactics, admitting to the art of mana control, which allows him to remain as inconspicuous as his interlocutor. He skillfully disguises his presence. Pride and amazement are reflected in his words. It is incomprehensible to him how arrogance can descend to such actions, how much contempt there is for himself and his enemy. There is tension in the air as the warrior woman responds to his taunt. Her words are sharp, and there's a sense of readiness in them for the final confrontation. Graceful and deadly, the figure in the shadows asks the final question, "Or can't you wait to die?" His words are a challenge, a test offered to a rival, and a fine line between life and death. On the edge of the roof, the warrior woman looks down where her comrade is preparing for battle. "And how is the boy?" "Strong." She tests his resolve and strength in the face of danger. The beloved disciple, standing tall, sees what is happening as a test, a reflection of his teaching and instruction. He does not wish him an easy death, wanting his opponent to go through the hardships that will lead to true understanding and strength. This is a game of reason and morality, where every move counts. The intrigue builds as he asks, "Where is Friren?" and one more question. It's a foreshadowing of a coming conversation, perhaps about important business or unsolved mysteries. The warrior recounts the flight from the city, the murder of a guard by a demon, events that are disturbing and demand justice. She explains that here, killing a guard is a serious offense and that the death penalty follows. These words emphasize the weight and seriousness of the situation. Irony and defiance resound in his words as he offers to pay with the same. He explores the boundaries of morality and justice by questioning their foundations. The young warrior's words make a statement. The elven woman's hatred of demons is boundless. Frieren has dedicated her life to their extermination. It is dedication, a deep sense of duty and courage. The one below is certain. Running away is not inherent in Frieren. There is some hidden reason for her action that they have yet to uncover. Beneath the warrior's feet is a cold stone surface that serves as a testament to their current position, where every step could be decisive. A silhouette with piercing eyes hints. It must be about something more serious, a matter that requires their full attention and possibly hidden answers. In the confrontation, the statement, "Neither one of them move." It is as if it is a statement that they are both immobile in their stance and determination. She asks a question, trying to find out if he knows about Frieren's plans, because every move they make could be a clue. He responds defiantly, confessing his intention to let her live. His words are full of ambiguity and hidden intentions. The last frame speaks of his desire for a fight, a conflict he wishes to resolve through combat rather than words. It is a game of desire and ability to endure adversity. There is a confession in the dialogue. He fears only one thing, Frieren, whose power and pride remain unchanged. This is a reflection of respect and fear of her power. A threat hovers with his words. It is not difficult to pierce the heart. It is a demonstration of his power and the possibility of cruel choices. He recognizes the risks. A collision could cost a head. Such an outcome is a game on the edge where everyone can lose everything. And at the end, he asks if he's serving anything to Frieren, trying to make sense of his place in this story, in this struggle, in this world. In the expanse of the endless forest stood she, a warrior with pale hair whose eyes reflected hardness and unyielding determination. "For I do not conjure as skillfully as you do," she said, smirking through her words, holding an ancient staff in her hands. The tone of her words was full of hidden challenge, and her gaze was full of confidence. Sitting on the ground with a dusty book in her hands, her companion, a young elven girl, looked at her with a mixture of respect and rivalry. "You man can't keep up," she whispered. "Well, I've accumulated experience over a long life." Her words were quiet, but they held the depth of centuries. "It's about mana and technique, though," the elfess continued, turning toward the trunk of the ancient tree. Her profile was calm and her eyes hidden from the world. It was as if this admission was the essence of the magic she wielded, a secret accessible only to the chosen few. The dialogue turned, and the warrior, now standing before the elfess, spoke with a note of regret in her voice. "Today, even against my will, I'm sorry." And the elfess, without raising her head, asked, "Say, I often take you to battles with monsters, don't I?" Her voice sounded not reproachful, but genuinely interested and eager to understand. The elfess raised her head, her eyes sparkling with clarity and determination. "After all, you release mana much faster than I do," she admitted. "With you, battles are over in the blink of an eye." Her voice sounded not envy but wonder, as if each word was a drop of wisdom that spilled over the edge of her long life. On the roof of an ancient building, under the canopy of heaven, they stood like two pillars of different worlds. The space between them was filled with invisible energy, waiting for the upcoming test, in which each of them had to prove their worth. And so a man with aristocratic features and horns symbolizing his power appeared before the elfess. "Allow me, young lady," he began. "I have devoted my life to perfecting my charms." His voice was full of confidence and calm, his words an echo of the distant past. The warrior turned away, glancing toward the stars. "Here's a coincidence, so am I," she replied. Her words were simple, but there was a depth of experience in them, and each letter was inspired by the strength of her spirit and the independence of her heart. In the streets of an ancient city where every stone holds secrets of the past, Two unique souls met. He, a mysterious man in black, with horns symbolizing his connection to ancient spells, proudly declared his destiny to study enchantments. His voice was like the wind that whispers among the ancient towers. She, dressed in an innocent snow-white outfit, stood on the balcony staring out into the night. Her words were full of longing and reflection, reflecting her own fall, hidden behind a mask of calm and inviolability. There was a silence between them, full of unspoken words and hidden truths. He stood with his back turned to her, and there was as much expression in that silent gesture as in his words. She watched him from the balcony. Their gazes did not meet, but the tension of the coming battle of spirit and magic vibrated in the air. And then there is the sound of thunder, shattering the silence. The light of his spell dispels the darkness like morning light dispels the night. Her staff, pointed directly at him, radiates power, ancient and unshakable. The clash of their will and magic explodes the air, promising the beginning of a legend that will be retold for centuries. Dark shadows of magic swirl around him as he summons a defense spell. Quick to react, he thinks, recognizing the need to attack with intelligence rather than force. His magic is a game of chess, where every move requires insight and cunning. She, standing with fearlessness before the power that his spells embodied, recognizes his skill. Good. The protective redux worked, she notes with a slight smile. There is a sense of respect in her words for an opponent that knows how to surprise. That's how. I see you've really been training hard, he acknowledges her power. The magic pouring from his hands carries recognition and challenge. He sees her not just as a rival but as a teacher, in battle with whom he himself can grow. For power, bloodsucker, he utters, and his spell grows like a living organism. He finds in it a worthy opponent, and it inspires him to fight in earnest. In this battle, their every gesture and word holds deep meaning and power. The battle shifts to the forest, where nature witnesses their confrontation. Oh, the battle has begun, she remarks lightly, as if the game is just heating up. Her resilience and confidence leave no doubt of her skill. He, wounded but not defeated, disdainfully refuses to be spared. Got it, he mutters through gritted teeth, recognizing her skill but unwilling to interfere. There is determination in his eyes, intransigence in his every gesture. It's not over yet, he whispers, pushing himself off the ground. He is ready to continue the fight despite the fatigue and pain. His will to win reads more than a lust for battle. It is a search for his own path and truth. Persistent, though, she notes respectfully, preparing for another round. She appreciates his tenacity and is ready to take on the next challenge. In this battle, not only their strengths but also their principles collide, and each blow speaks more than words. Their powers clash again, the magic echoing in the heavens. There is a chasm between us, she thinks, swinging her staff. In that movement lies not just a gap, but a bridge that only they can cross, understanding the mysteries of each other's magic. He, fully aware of her superiority, admits with nobility, I precede the girl in everything. There is no regret in his words, only an acknowledgement that every teacher is delighted with the success of his pupil. She urges him to fight. Damned Friesen, well-tensed, steady. These words are like a mantra, concentrating her will and power. He, for his part, does not give up. Speed, however, is not to be denied. Their technique and speed in battle is a dance on the edge of possibility. Vitrom, no. By then, the battle will beat me with her victory, he says, finding the strength for one last throw. She replies just as forcefully, I'll try to hold on until the livelier runs out of pure mana. There is no room for doubt in this battle, only the will to win. Suddenly, from behind the scenes of the battle, an alarmed shout is heard. Lini, where did you disappear to? Hurry up and finish. These words, full of anxiety and impatience, bring a new note to the duel, sharpening the sense of urgency. What a stubborn one. Though all you can do is defend yourself, she provokes him, trying to throw him off balance. Her words are not just a taunt, but a challenge for him to show his true strength. Where did the axe come from? And a technique like my mentor's? He remarks, surprised by the sudden turn. His eyes reflect a mixture of surprise and realization that he has encountered nothing but an echo of the past. I know how to recognize mana, she states with confidence, displaying a knowledge that transcends mere combat prowess. Her ability to read the essence of magic makes her not just a powerful mage, but a profound strategist. Her unique gift during combat is fixing her opponent's mana flow, allowing her to copy his techniques with ease. This ability, like a bridge between the present and the past, gives her the advantage of a master who learns from each of her opponents. I noticed back at the mansion, she says, recalling the moments when she first saw sparks of his talent. Those moments became a mirror for her, in which she saw a reflection of her own path. There is more hidden in those words than mere remembrance. It is an acknowledgement of his power and her ability to see potential. She doesn't just fight, she also gathers knowledge, storing it like a librarian stores ancient scrolls. You fought like a great warrior whose techniques I managed to record in the distant past. She reveals her secret to him. In that confession, she reads respect for his skill, but also an understanding that their battle is not only a battle between two mages, but also the meeting of two stories. He asks in surprise, "That's a coincidence, isn't it? No other than the mischief of fate." The disbelief in his voice hides the admiration. He can't believe that such twists of fate are possible in reality. "I'm imitating a Dizin warrior," she replies, ready to fend off his next move. Her eyes stay fixed on her opponent, determined to deflect his every blow. The attack rips through the air, their weapons colliding with might, creating an echo throughout the battlefield. This is not just a clash of steel, it is a clash of wills and destinies. What the hell? Unfamiliar moves familiar to me by now. He recognizes that her technique has unknowingly become native to him. He realizes that every second of their bout is not only a struggle to win, but a revelation of his past and future. She stands taller, rising above the dwindling of his hopes. "We must hurry, or the lioner will scream again." Her words carry calmness and determination. She already sees the end of their confrontation. He, falling to the ground, admits his defeat. Will they be my undoing? The thoughts of defeat are heavy, but there is no despair in them, only reflection on the future. "I've lost. If that's the case, then—" His words cut off, leaving the unfinished thoughts hanging in the air like an echo that didn't find its response. And then he appears, a figure that commands respect. "Rise up, Stark." His voice carries wisdom and patience, calling for revival and the continuation of the struggle. "Still can't beat you," he mutters, but the wise warrior doesn't give up. "But why? May you be defeated, rise up anyway." Where one sees an end, another sees an opportunity for a new beginning. He retreats, seeing no point in continuing the fight. And why then? However, his opponent disagrees with this conclusion. "Of course not. You're no match for me." "I don't understand." He is confused, his gaze lost. But the warrior standing in front of him is ready to share his wisdom. "I'll tell you how to defeat strong opponents." The sage says confidently, "The warrior who endures to the end will win." In his words, the key to victory is endurance and patience, not just strength and skill. She, standing with staff in hand, admits defeat. Accept defeat. But her mentor looks at her with comfort and willingness to teach. "Learn, please." In this moment is the recognition that a warrior's journey does not end with one defeat. There's a look of intransigence on his face as he declares, "I haven't given up yet." There is uncertainty in his eyes, but his will to fight is unwavering. With a smile, he recalls, "Yours is a poor imitation. In fact, I remember this. My mentor's axe was noticeably heavier." The words come easily, but they carry the weight of past experience and lessons. Mimic magic, grab. She prepares to attack, swinging her staff with the intention of using his skills against him. Her technique is a reflection of his own style. "Well, my impersonation will be your undoing," she advances, determined to use his own techniques against him. There is a cold determination in her eyes. He swings with all his might, ready to repel her attack. And he himself is open. He's willing to take the risk of showing his weaknesses because he knows they can also be strengths. With all his might, he swings his weapon, causing a loud clashing sound. The tension of the moment vibrated in the air like the echo of battle. With a smile mixed with bitterness, he admits, "Well, I'm afraid I should have made up my mind a long time ago. It's quite easy, isn't it?" In this confession, he recognizes his own mistakes and accepts them. "Lightning strike!" he shouts as his attack is aimed directly at his opponent. It is a shout not only of his spell, but also a reflection of his determination and willpower. Shock and surprise are reflected in her eyes as she realizes that the attack she thought was victorious has been parried. At that moment, her confidence shattered, opening up room for doubt. In the silence of the night, she raises her staff and the end of it flashes, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant light. This moment is like the embodiment of her determination and magical power. His figure fades into the shadows, only the word curse hanging in the air. He seems exhausted, but not yet defeated. Demon-slaying soul movement. She casts the spell and its power fills the air around her. She prepares for the decisive blow, focused and powerful. A huge explosion breaks the silence. She attacks with such force that the entire world seems to shake from the collision of their magic. This blow is the climax of their fight. On a rooftop where every crack seems to be a trace of endless battles, a warrior with fox ears sits all alone. The reflection of the stars on his forehead flickers like a silent signal of a past battle. His thoughts express his despair. How much blood I've lost, a hopeless case. As if in response to his quiet monologue, a girl in white appears on the roof. Her steady gaze and confident posture contrast with his hopelessness. Her words, simple and final, carry the verdict. Now your plans will not materialize. The last moment is captured in a conversation between the warrior and the girl. He, overwhelmed and defeated, stands up to face reality. Her weapon is pointed directly at him, and his words admit defeat. Right, and a friggin's gonna get a good one too. Night shrouded the land. The stars twinkled over the battlefield, where warriors with menacing faces prepared for the decisive clash. Anticipation filled the air with anxiety, and everyone knew that this battle would be a pivotal one in the history of their people, for their enemies were powerful and relentless. Standing on the stone fortifications, the young strategist looked out over the fields where the armies had recently clashed. His gaze was heavy and full of thoughts about the fate of the Elven Kingdom, now left unprotected in the face of the invisible threat brought by the enemy units. The image of a lone warrior against the backdrop of dark forests made one think of how much courage it takes to stand against such might. Despite the enemy's numerous legions, their strength could be undermined by skillful tactics and fearlessness, for numbers do not always determine victory. His thoughts were interrupted by the figure of a horned warrior standing alone in the shadow of the fortifications. His gaze, staring into nothing, was full of doubt. His face was indecisive, realizing that a direct confrontation would not bring them victory. But at the same time, he knew that there was no retreat. Midst the shadows and light, a warrior appeared whose heart was full of confidence in victory. Her words were like music in the night, inspiring hope that victory would be for Lady Fyron, for her wisdom and strategy could change the outcome of the war. Her face was calm as she contemplated the battle ahead. She knew that wit and cunning would be her faithful companions in the battle with the demon, and that a careless attack could be a path to defeat. Memories of past fights flashed through her mind, reminding her that Fyron had always fought with bravery and honor. She remembered every blow, every victory, and every defeat that taught her to be stronger. And so she stood before her enemy, the thunderstorm breaking over them, as if to emphasize the importance of the moment. This clash was not just a battle, it was a duel of two worlds, where cunning and strength would decide the fate of all. Like a dance of death, the warrior in white threw a lightning-fast punch, forcing her enemy to retreat. He stared at her in surprise, recognizing her agility and speed, which allowed her to overpower him without overkill. There was determination in her eyes as she continued her reasoning. She knew that sometimes the most important thing to realize was that even in the fiercest battle, there was room for reflection, and that even the mighty Firen could not defeat him by force. She was confident in her strategy, knowing that only the ability to see beyond the obvious could lead to victory in this war where mana and magic were mere tools. And then she spoke aloud what had long been clear to everyone. True power lies not in magic, but in the wisdom and determination of the heart that lead to victory like the invisible thread of fate. Suddenly, a loud explosion cut through the silence, echoing through the fortifications, marking a new turn in the battle. Dust and rocks flew into the air, forming a cloud that obscured the sky and opened a new chapter in the story. When the dust settled, the warrior found herself in the forest, with dead warriors lying around her as evidence of the brutality of battle. She looked at the aftermath of the war with a heavy heart, seeing only the emptiness in the eyes of the fallen. Amidst the silence and destruction, her gaze fell on a powerful demon sitting on a throne of basalt. He was one of the enemy generals, and his presence in this place did not bode well. He raised his eyes to her, and in his gaze was the certainty of his own invincibility. He was the one who had led the demons in battle, and his will to power had left a mark on every corner of this land. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, its gaze full of surprise and admiration. "Hey, you're alive, aren't you? Did you defeat him?" she asked, addressing the warrior standing in front of the fallen demon. "You threw yourself into battle with the demons without fear of their might," she continued, with a hint that the warrior's magic was so powerful that even in such a battle, it did not run out. A shadow of a grin appeared on the warrior's face. She was unwavering and determined. "Incredible," she said, confirming her companion's words, but in her eyes she could read the depth of the strategy she had hatched. "There are many options, hiding places, ambushes," the warrior wisely observed, indicating that even in this bleak and dangerous place, where it seemed there was only destruction and death all around, there were still paths to victory. "I think you," the warrior in white began, but her words were lost in the sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves. She tried to understand why her companion had risked everything to defy the demons, powerful enemies of their lands. "Do I just understand?" the one replied softly, turning to her. There was a confidence in her voice that came not from magic or power, but from a deep knowledge and understanding of her enemy. "Because I'm far more dangerous than he is," she said as she stood before the startled demon, emphasizing that her inner qualities and ability to think strategically made her more powerful than any magic. "Yes," came the voice in response to the bewilderment of his companion. It was a recognition that intuition and wit can lead to decisions that seem risky, but are actually based on deep thought and understanding. The two figures stood in the darkness of the forest, opening a new page in their story. "What is your name?" one asked, eager to know the name of the one who had shown herself so brilliantly in battle. With sadness in her voice, she replied, describing the tragedy that had unfolded around them, where the village had been wiped out, sparing neither children nor women. She blamed herself for failing to protect them, despite her strength. A humorous tinge came through her companion's voice as she winked and suggested a rest, to which she only smiled, showing that even in the toughest situation, there was room for lightness. "No way. I'll take you as my apprentice," the warrior stated firmly, turning to her new acquaintance, offering her a chance to learn and become stronger. "Let go." With those words, she began their journey to new challenges and adventures. The forest path appeared to be full of shadows and echoes of past battles. "Would have died like the people of your village, in vain anyway," the apprentice said quietly, realizing the weight of loss and the cost of survival. "And yes, I hope you realize if I hadn't passed, you wouldn't be alive anymore," she added, emphasizing that their meeting was momentous, that it was the one that changed the course of events. Soon the apprentice's gaze fell on the approaching group. "Oh, I think they're coming towards us," she said, pointing to the new threat that was slowly but inexorably coming towards them. And there they stood before them. 3 figures formidable and powerful, each one inspiring more fear than the previously defeated general, heralding a new battle that would be even more brutal and ruthless. The apprentice met the gazes of her new opponents with a casual smile, "What nice gentlemen," she said, not hiding the irony of seeing their campaign as more of a bluff than a real threat. "Vile, lowly people, yet somehow proud of their charms," she continued, ignoring their attempts at intimidation, seeing through the masks of demonic power to their true selves. One of the enemies in the human sorceress commanded, "Leave the elf and go away," demanding that the apprentice leave her mentor without foreseeing the consequences of her insolence. "And you will let me go in peace?" parried the student, full of courage and bravery, ready to resist their dark schemes, showing that their threats could not break her spirit. "Your life is of no concern to us. Extermination of the elves, that is the task set by the great demon king," the demon said indifferently, revealing the true purpose of their arrival in these dark lands. "That's how it is." The apprentice knelt before her mentor, going to defend her to her last breath, demonstrating that teaching and loyalty were above any threat to her. "I understand gifted mages painfully well, Firen," the warrior said, turning to her apprentice. She knew that wisdom and knowledge were as important in their world as magical power. "They firmly believe in the power of their magic, and I can see these sorcerers like the back of my hand," she continued, emphasizing that knowledge is power and that she sees through their tricks and deceptions. The warrior's gaze was filled with contempt as she spoke. In general, stupid and arrogant beyond belief, her words were heavy and full of condemnation directed at the demons who dared to challenge their power. The astonished demons met her words with disbelief. They did not expect such audacity from a simple elf. Their reaction was full of indignation and surprise. But before they could react, the night was split by a flash of explosion, a deafening rumble echoing through the forest. The power of their magic was directed toward destruction. When the dust settled, the warrior and her apprentice stood at the edge of the resulting crater, unshaken and ready for further resistance. They were ready for a battle that neither the demons nor the king could have foreseen. The apprentice's face reflected surprise and realization as she realized the wisdom of her mentor and the depth of her plan. "Very powerful mages have lost their lives because they were too relaxed," the warrior said, pointing out that even powerful enemies can be defeated with cunning and skill. "Firen, they underestimated me, unlike you," she said, turning to her student, noting that underestimation was a frequent and deadly mistake even for powerful beings. "And you held back the flow of mana so they would think you weak." With pride and approval in her voice, the teacher noted the intelligence and strategy demonstrated by her student, for modest strength could have been a trap. "Pretending to be vulnerable in order to kill. The lot of lowlifes, cowards, and muggle maidens," the warrior summarized, emphasizing that true strength hid not only in might, but also in the ability to mislead the enemy. "Exactly," the apprentice agreed briefly, recognizing that their victory was the result of not only magic, but also their intelligence and wit. Before them stood a hut hidden deep in the forest, a place where they could rest and prepare for future trials. Modest but sturdy, it was their shelter and the workshop where plans and spells matured. The warrior entered the hut, leaving the noise of the forest and the tension of battle behind the threshold. This room, laden with potions and books, had an atmosphere of concentration and knowledge. "It's time to begin training. Ironing wounds healed," she told her apprentice, preparing her for new lessons and challenges that would teach her skill and sacrifice. "Call mentor, Fialme," the command followed, opening a new chapter in their master and mentee relationship. A new path of learning and discovery lay ahead of them. They walked along a path surrounded by trees, each step a reminder of the losses and what they had endured. "I would wipe everyone off the face of the earth. My hatred is so strong," the mentor confessed, sharing her feelings and what drives her in this struggle. "The demons took everything from me. So did I," the apprentice replied, admitting her losses and the fact that they were now both bound by a common fate and desire for revenge. "And I still like magic," the student added unexpectedly, expressing her fascination and attraction to the mysterious art that had become a light in the darkness for her. "As do I. Perhaps we're the only ones who can play so ugly with magic," the mentor concluded, noting with a slight smile that they both had a unique ability to use their knowledge and power in difficult circumstances. As the walk down the path continued, the mentor addressed an important lesson to her student: restrain mana to 1/10 of its flow. It was a reminder of the importance of control and the subtle use of power. "What do I have to do?" the student asked innocently, ready to follow directions and learn a new lesson in magic. "Any elf can do it. See, it works," the mentor replied, showing that even latent power could be a powerful weapon if channeled properly. "Is that all? Say, nonsense." The apprentice, standing in front of the rift that bore witness to the power of their recent battle, was ready for the next phase of her training. "Now we can move on to basic training. We will learn basic magic," the mentor concluded, pointing out the path the apprentice had to take to learn to master her power. The student following beside her asked an important question. "By the way, how long do I have to hold back mana? I'll get tired quickly, won't I?" Her gaze was full of genuine concern and eagerness to learn. "All my life," the mentor replied succinctly and clearly, turning to her student with a serious expression on her face, emphasizing that controlling magical energy wasn't just a lesson, it was a journey to be taken. "So much for your time to confound the demons," she added with a sly smile, emphasizing that magic required not only strength but also cunning, and that these lessons would be part of their long struggle. The final scene, where the warrior stands before the battlefield where the fallen warriors lie, speaks to the seriousness of their journey, the difficulties that await them, and the determination with which they will have to face them. On the battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of fallen warriors, stood a small figure with demonic features. "Looks like the Logner has been defeated," she said, realizing the outcome of a battle where even mighty warriors could fall. "You are finished, Aura," said another figure, an elven warrior standing before the stricken foe, ready to end his last moments in this world. "Go on, though. I guess the main thing is I can destroy you." The voice was calm and determined, showing that even in the face of victory, mercy or cruelty could be the winner's choice. "You spread the spell of the lion's share of the immortal army." The last words echoed across the field, emphasizing the scale of tragedy and destruction left behind by the battle. In the face of defeat, the demonic warrior with strands of snow-white hair asked a rhetorical question. "Think about it. Is it worth spraying mana here?" This was an admission that her magic resources were limited, and she was aware of the possibility of her defeat. An elven woman, armed with a staff and the experience of many battles, stood before her, her gaze expressing determination and calm. She knew that every choice in battle had its price and consequences. In the silence of the steppes, where every rustle is an echo of ancient legends, she stands, a warrior with age-old wisdom in her eyes. The wind ruffles her blonde hair, and her gaze is fixed on the army marching under the banners of ancient runes. Through time, her story spans centuries, a life measured in eras that to others would seem an eternity. Amidst the metallic gleam of her armor and the war cries of her companions, she is an unwavering symbol of enduring fortitude. But in her heart, where every blow is an echo of battle, now lives a silent sadness. The power that once gave her victories is now a source of hidden sadness, and her eyes, like mirrors of the soul, reflect the longing of an elusive world. The final chord of this scene, loneliness freezes in the lines of her face. She clutches her weapon like a last companion on a long journey. Silence envelops her figure like a veil, leaving the air filled with the weight of unspoken words. In the glow of the stars weighing the fates, she stands, majestic and inexorable. In her hands are the symbols of justice, and every sweep of her sleeve is like a sentence. In her smile is temptation, and the weight of her gaze is unforgettable. Next, our heroes, small and great, walk the dusty paths of history. The old walls listen to their footsteps with bated breath in anticipation of stories that will be retold again and again. The student, with curiosity in her eyes, seeks knowledge as mysterious as a night without stars. She asks where the line is between wisdom and guile, between light and darkness, in a world where every mystery is only the beginning of a new riddle. Finally, the master, with warmth in his smile, reveals the veil of truth, The words are simple, but in them are centuries of knowledge. She knows that magic is the way to the heart of the world, and not everyone can reach it. On a forest path, where every tree is a witness to the ages, they walk, pensively discussing the structure of the world. Their words are drowned in greenery, and their thoughts soar high, touching upon the questions of existence and the essence of power. In the Temple of Knowledge, where the wisdom of centuries is sheltered in the shadow of the columns, they continue their dialogue. In the steps of reason, they rise to the realization that knowledge is the foundation, and order is its framework. Their voices echo among the marble halls as they discuss nobility. The air is fragrant with thoughts of how appearance and wealth affect the perception of a person in society. A wise man appears before them, whose words and gaze shine through gold and gilding. He realizes that true nobility is not in silks but in spirit, and only the wise will see this through the prism of social prejudice. Against the stone walls, stories of questions weave, between the student and the fruit that lies before her. The play of light and shadow on her face seems to reflect the duality of the world where she seeks answers. As they ascend the steps of knowledge, they discuss the laws of being, those that rule the worlds, where power is a language understood without words. She listens attentively, absorbing the wisdom of the ages. In her gaze there is insight, an understanding that the secrets of magic and power cannot be hidden from a seeking mind and a feeling heart. She sees the world as a mosaic, where every pebble is knowledge. And when her gaze meets the teacher's eyes, she sees an echo of that power in them. Question and answer, light and shadow, magic in every word that glides between them, in a world full of wonder. Facing majestic mountains, the conversation about magic and power continues. Here, where the heavens touch the earth, they reflect on how magic affects the balance of power between worlds. Like keepers of stories, they walk side by side, immersed in reflections on the lives of rulers and kings, how their fates change after falling from the throne, and how different life in disguise is from the one behind the scenes. They share the understanding that in a world where only might is valued, there is no room for weakness. These words, quiet but determined, hang in the air like invisible threads that weave their destinies together. And at the end, there she stands, warrior of the night, fully armed, ready for battle. Her steel will is written on the blade of her sword, and there is no room for doubt in her resolve. The power in her heart is not for show, but to protect those who stand behind her. In the shadow of mighty columns, they share wisdom about how true experts in magic wield power, as well as demons wield wealth. Like the scales of fate, she weighs every thought. With sadness in her heart and hope in her soul, she asks a question that sounds easy, but which hides the depth of an age-old search for her place in this world. The apprentice looks at her, and in her words she sounds the audacity of youth and the confidence that she can match any opponent, no matter how powerful. In response, the teacher asks a question, tempting the student to evaluate her progress. In this dialogue, there is both a challenge and a confirmation of her determination to continue on the path of learning. At the edge of the world where the earth meets the sky, there is a cliff with the crowns of trees pointing towards the clouds. It is a place of silence and reflection, where even time seems to have stopped. Under the ancient tree, in the shade of its majestic branches, the student is in search of peace and inspiration. Her companion is only the whisper of the wind and the soft rustle of the leaves. The teacher's gaze is full of warm light as he looks at the student exploring the depths of her consciousness. His presence is like a beacon for the seeker. And so he asks a question, a simple one, but one that opens doors to new worlds where every melody and every word can be the beginning of a marvelous journey of magic. The student's eyes reflect doubt, and her words sound like an exploration of the facets of sorcery. She wonders if the paths of magic and childhood intersect, looking for common ground. The master looks back to the past, noting the changes in perception and values. His words have a note of nostalgia in them, of sincere surprise at the changes in his disciple. The student's affirmation is brief, but it encapsulates an epoch of reflection, an affirmation of time passed in study, in search and in self-discovery. And at the conclusion of this dialogue, the teacher expresses a bitter realization. In his words is the reflection that teaching sometimes carries the weight not only of knowledge, but also of emotion, and that magic can be both an art and a burden. On a path shrouded in the shade of trees, the student's words are light and weightless, like an autumn leaf falling to the ground. The teacher's response is warm and supportive, a promise of future achievement. The teacher, standing in front of the student, asks her to fulfill the request. His voice is calm, but the importance of the moment, the seriousness of the task, is palpable. And his last words, full of symbolism and tradition, sound like a trust in the path of the student. He provides her with a task that seems simpler than it is, but there is a deep meaning hidden in it. On a path strewn with the petals of the past, the student shares her surprise without expecting recognition from the teacher. Her words are simple, but there is a depth of understanding in them. The teacher, framed by the shadows of the forest, opens his heart, sharing his favorite spells. There is a spark of joy in his eyes, and in his words, a memory of the beauty that comes from magic. The teacher's next thought takes us back to his childhood days, to the moment when witchcraft first revealed its secrets to him. This memory is the key to his soul. Finally, the student asks to begin the lesson. Her eyes are determined and her voice is full of a thirst for knowledge that leads her down the path of mastery. The teacher's words carry wisdom and liberation from the shackles of imposed expectations. He reminds the student of the importance of being true to herself and her path. With confidence and warmth in his voice, the teacher predicts a great future for the student. In his smile is faith in her strength and destiny. As she walks away, the apprentice leaves behind her a field strewn with flowers. Her figure diminishes in the distance, but there is a sense of determination in every step. Finally, the teacher's eyes are fixed on the village at the foot of the mountains. His heart is calm and ready for the arrival of a new day and new challenges. In the depths of the forest, among the dead animals, stands a girl, the embodiment of strength and courage, her gaze unwavering, and her hand firmly holds a weapon, a symbol of victory and defense. At the foot of the cliff, she finds solitude to rest and recuperate. The fire flickers like her inner light, and potions simmer, bringing healing and renewal. Where the sunlight breaks through the trees, she is back on the road, ready to face any obstacle. The boards beneath her feet are just the beginning of her building a future. And finally, on top of the mighty beast, she's like a conqueror of worlds. She has a smile on her face and her eyes are fixed on new horizons and new victories. In a forest wilderness where legends come to life, a girl alone, with a basket in her hands, treads the path, and each step she takes is as if drawn by the silence and the natural world. She sees the castle rising among the mountain peaks, like an ancient fairy tale embodied in stone, waiting for a new chapter of its history. The mystical forest is full of rumors and stories, where every tree can hold the secrets of age-old sorcerers, and the shadows hide more than is visible in the daylight. And in this mysterious atmosphere, figures appear, mysterious and majestic, with a question hanging in the air, opening a new page in the history of the forest and its inhabitants. Focused and passionate about her work, the girl explores the herbs, searching for answers that only nature can provide. Her hands are busy, but her mind is clear and sharp. The figures in the shadows of the trees discuss her, recognizing her skill and the contribution she will bring to their world. They appraise her, but with respect and expectation. An open-air meeting where apprentice and master share a moment of truth. The man's gaze is full of recognition, while the girl continues her work with unfailing diligence. The man shares his own vision of the world, putting into words the depth of his experience and knowledge, finding more than meets the eye in the ordinary. The dialogue unfolds in the shadows of the forest, where the man shares his thoughts that the common witch is not the case. He sees her as more than just ordinary. The disciple looks at him in surprise, seeking confirmation of his words. Her gaze is full of questions, and she needs answers to understand her place in the world. With a smile full of warmth and confidence, the man confirms his words. His acknowledgement is not just a courtesy, but a reflection of his sincere admiration for her strength. The beginning of a new challenge, a gathering of incredible creatures and mages ready to face the unknown and prove their valor. The huge creature stands before the girl, her courage and determination shining brighter than the dark light enveloping them both. It's a moment of challenge, where fear is replaced by boldness. In a hall where the shadows of the columns draw strict lines on the floor, they gaze upon a throne where a being full of power and might sits. It is a meeting with destiny, where every step is measured and every word has weight. Before the girl, illuminated by the light, the name of the magic she has found is revealed. In that name is the key to her power and destiny, written in the stars and the echoes of time. She stands before the dark blur created by her spell. Her actions confront the darkness, and in that confrontation lies her determination and steadfastness of spirit. In the dusty arena, surrounded by a crowd of stone giants, stands a young warrior. Her eyes are determined, and her sword flutters in her hand. A light breeze plays with her blonde hair, and flames of magic waft through the air. This is the battlefield where the stories of glory are just beginning. Her gaze is fixed on the distant ghost of her comrade, which echoes in her mind. Their dialogue is one of certainty and the question that hovers between them. Is it confidence in victory or flickering doubt? The dialogue continues, like an invariable ritual before a fight. She thinks back to a time long ago, the words of her mentor sounding like an incantation in her heart. It is a voice that guides her through the darkness, reminding her of past victories and lost alliances. It is the story of a lifetime, the fire that ignites her will to fight. Standing alone among the fallen warriors, she realizes her vulnerability. Strength lies in limitation, and every step forward requires dedication. Her gaze is cold and determined, and her heart is ripe with the realization that the true battle is just beginning. In front of her is a torn hole in reality, like a portal to another world. Her words are like a spell that charges the air around her. The power of mana hovers over the earth, embodying her belief that magic is the key to greatness, the invisible thread that pulls at destiny. She reflects on the path she has traveled, carrying the burden of decisions and doubts, but her gaze is clear, and she knows that every choice has led her to this moment, where magic and reality come together, in a struggle against fate. Her sword rises like a beacon in the darkness. It is the heart of her magic, an instrument of will that draws arches of light in the darkness. Its iron is her voice, its gleam is her spirit, and every swing is a tale of her power. Now before her fallen foe she stands taller, as if fate itself had placed its will in her. The verdict flies from her lips, and there is an indestructibility in her step. It is a moment of triumph, when all doubts fade before her unyielding certainty of victory. She walks away, her footsteps reverberating with confidence, her heart firm and unrelenting. Leaving behind a defeated enemy, her figure is painted against the backdrop of destruction as a symbol of unwavering strength and honor, despite any adversity. The ranks of her troops rise, preparing for the next challenge. She will have to fill the ranks again, face battle once more, but she knows that victory is as much about strength of sword as it is about strength of will, and she is ready for both. Her face reflects her inner calm in the face of hardship. The fire in her hands is not just a flame, it is a reflection of her spirit, hot and unyielding, ready to burn away any obstacle on the way to her goal. One last glance at the battlefield, and she is ready to go again. Her spirit is indestructible, and each new step is another note in the song of her victories, which will echo through time for a long time to come. In the final act, her eyes meet those she thought were her equals. Words take on new weight. They are like the final chord in the music of fate. Recognition of her strength and respect for her opponent hang in the air, making peace between the rivals. She hears a question, a challenge disguised in innocence. Her answer is calm, confident, as if she has seen this moment in her predictions. She knows more than she reveals, and her silence is her answer. Her silhouette stands still. The fire and shadow in her hands speak of control, of mastery. She masters the stage like a maestro masters an orchestra, and her words are proof. She holds herself as she holds a sword, and in her smile, a spark of understanding that passed into silence. She knew the answers before the questions were even asked. Her confidence allows no doubt, and her way is that of a winner. She looks back to the boundary between light and shadow, feeling the invisible thread that binds her to the past. It is the energy of an old, familiar world where every step was a challenge, surprise and admiration reflected in her young rival's eyes. Even in the world of shadows, teachers have taught the value of the magical arts. The wisdom of the old world is alive in the new generation. With each word, she shares a piece of her journey, learning to keep the strength within. It's a life lesson as important as knowing how to wield a sword. Her question resounds in the air, reflecting the bewilderment before the senseless struggle. She seeks understanding, the reasons that cause conflict in this world, searching for answers that can lead to true peace. The gazes of two warriors cross, their words heavy with deep meaning. One finds in her alleged stupidity the key to victory, seeing in it a strength that opens new paths. Experience and longevity are what give her the edge, centuries of wisdom and knowledge. She has passed through time, witnessing eras and stories, and her words are the echoes of the ages. Humility before the wisdom and strength of the ancient warrior becomes the choice of the young. It is an act of respect and recognition of her greatness, a bridge between generations. And before her eyes opens a majestic rift, a vortex of time that leads to infinity. Her figure is alone against the majesty of the past and the future, her life story a mere moment in this eternal flow. And so she stands in the rain, its jet seeming to erase the boundaries between worlds, leaving only a pure expression of wonder and realization. Her rival claims that the demon's cunning lives in their words, but her own cunning is the art of controlling magic, and it's an art she's willing to pass on. The order sounds like the end of a ritual. Time to leave, time to take with him lessons and memories of battle, of wisdom, and what has been lost. Fear and despair are captured in the warrior's eyes. This is the moment when magic collides with reality, when the understanding of the cost of light and life becomes acute, and silence descends on the battlefield, where each step takes her further away from the ruins and bloodshed, into a world where memories of war become part of history. New faces enter history, bringing with them the promise of change. The word last has died out and carries the weight of a conclusion and a new beginning. The rejection of senseless cruelty resonates amidst the ravaged battlefield. A protest against killing is not just words, it is a vow. The Earl's promise of poisoning is a dark thread in the fabric of their fates, a foretelling of the disasters that may follow. And they go, leaving behind the bodies of the fallen, a reminder of the cost of war and the fact that even after victory, the cost of victory remains with us. Gratitude resounds in the words of one, while the other thoughtfully notes the lack of signs of battle, suggesting quiet heroism that leaves no wounds. In the room from which the departing squad can be seen, they discuss decisions made in the face of crisis. Their gazes stare out the window, where the past gives way to the future. The sarcastic response emphasizes that it would have been better if there had been no deal at all, highlighting the unwillingness to compromise. And so the question is asked about the word given at a critical moment, and who exactly would prefer captivity. It's a dialogue about choices, about what has been lost and what can still be found. Amidst the ruins comes the question, how not to be angry when learning of the end of one era. Gimel is gone, his disappearance leaves a void. The question on what hangs in the air, leaving room for conjecture and inevitable conclusions. The interlocutors exchange names, Stark, Fern, names that will forever be part of this story, becoming an integral part of it. And finally, recognition of merit in the face of incredible hardship. Recognition of courage and valor is the seal on their destinies. Their faces are lit up with smiles and mutual recognition, a sincere connection peeking through, despite the shadows of the past battle. Empathy and consolation find their place amidst the harsh aftermath of war, where every sacrifice reminds us of the great cost of conflict. The admonition sounds like a warning. Don't get used to fighting, seek peace. These are the words that everyone's real place is in peaceful life, not on the battlefields. And the last order is to bury the fallen with honor. This is a call for respect and remembrance, for a proper farewell to those who gave their lives in battle. The face reflects satisfaction. Peace is returning, and with it the lightness of being. The smile is born not from the joy of victory, but from the relief that peace has come. He confesses a gratitude never seen before. In these words is the realization of the value of the moment, when the age-old struggle ends. The daily life of the city flows in its own channel, unperturbed in the face of past battles. Here, peace is a commonplace that cannot be underestimated. A vow to fulfill any request is a promise of support and service to those who have stood by in battle. A vow made not only with voice, but with heart. Before them, they discover the secret of an ancient scripture that has been kept in the family for centuries. It is knowledge of a great magic, meant to protect. He asks if such a grimoire, such a source of wisdom would satisfy them. He asks if such a grimoire, such a source of wisdom would satisfy them. The last page opens. The finale of their quest, it can be the key to a new beginning or a reminder of what has been lost. The affirmation comes as an appraisal is only a pale reflection of what could have been a protective barrier. There is a note of disappointment in the words, but also a realization that even a copy has its value. The humility and understanding in her words show deep self-control and respect. She acknowledges her passion, relegating it to the background before the greatness of the task. Abandoning formalities, he opens up, seeing her not only as an infant, but as an equal. There is sincerity and frankness in this confession. She recalls an incident from the past that was a lesson for all of them. Memories of past trials remain vivid. The knowledge that ignorance and disrespect can have serious consequences is shared with the younger generation. It is a warning and a reminder that wisdom is in respect and awareness. The Count's image continues to hover in her memories as a symbol of unchanged tradition and lost brilliance. The casual conversation breaks the veil of formality, revealing a weariness of the capital's power games that seem distant and detached from reality. A figure enters, menacingly holding an instrument as if ready for a new battle. But it is only a glamorization of the simple, everyday care of the garden. Gratitude for a job well done is expressed with simplicity, pointing to the simple joys of a peaceful life, far removed from the drudgery of royal duties. Power recognizes its demands but readily rejects rigidity, reiterating that informality is not punished. The words, "okay, relax," make it clear that even in the seriousness of responsibilities, there is room for peace and humanity. As if removing a heavy load, she seeks affirmation that relief comes with the fulfillment of a duty, even if it seemed impossible. Recognizing loss is not just words. It is a sense of loss shared by all who have faced trials and losses in life. Words of recognition are heard from the authorities. News of the victory reached every corner of the city, and the citizens are ready to salute the heroes. Celebration in their honor unfolds in the streets where everyone is ready to express their gratitude and admiration. The scene in the study is filled with silence and stillness, a contrast to the loud joy outside. Here is a time for rest and reflection. On the steps they are surrounded by children's smiles and cheer, a reminder that every ending is also a new beginning. The character is met at the door by maids carrying heavy weights, symbolizing a return to daily life and order. The gathering in the room is filled with energy and movement, where everyone is busy doing their own thing, restoring order after a long absence. In the streets, the fun continues, where children play without a care in the world and adults watch them, reminding us of the carelessness of peacetime. At the fair, between the stalls and treats, there is a renewed calm and joy of simple pleasures available to everyone in times of peace. In the shade of the trees, they meet a new character that carries a tool of labor, symbolizing the continuation of working days. Together they look out over the city under the starry sky, contemplating the past day and what tomorrow will bring. The line of soldiers in front of them is a sign of respect and recognition that reflects their place in society and history. The sword, solemnly raised upward, becomes a symbol of the office and responsibility of being the guardian of peace and order. Before them, the battlefield sown with swords remained as a silent witness to the past battle and losses. The rooftops of the city lined the rows like neat structures of life, continuing its course, regardless of the stories of wars and victories. Preparing for a new journey is a familiar ritual, heralding new beginnings and uncharted roads. And so they stand at the threshold, ready for the next challenge, recognizing that every goodbye is also a promise of a return. A small group of travelers stood before the ancient stone walls of the city. One of them, who looked to be the leader, said hopefully, "I hope you'll allow me to escort you to the gate." The next leg of their journey revealed a map of the land surrounding them. The man with the map, whose facial features expressed determination and authority, explained, "Freeran, you are traveling deep north, I know, to the castle of the Demon King." The group walked down the cobblestone street, and their outlines emphasized determination and purpose. "We have Freeran with us, so it's no big deal," one of the companions said, adding, "At least one sorcerer of the first class is required." A young girl, whose gaze was full of curiosity and confusion, asked, "What are first-class sorcerers?" And in her eyes was a thirst for knowledge and adventure. To the surprise of her companions, the girl heard the explanation. "Oh, don't you know? It's a qualification given by the Mainland Sorcerers Union." With confidence, albeit with a note of modesty in her voice, she replied, presenting the document, "I have here qualified in the Holy City, a sorceress of the third class." Doubts began to flicker in her eyes as she thought, "So that's how it's made up now. I don't remember if I went through—" Meanwhile, the more experienced companion expressed concern. "Ms. Freeran, are you really walking around without ID? Don't look at me like I'm a fraud." The group's attention was on Freeran, who noted with a note of concern, "The requirements for sorcerers change every day. I'm not going to adjust." The young sorceress, flustered by the changes taking place, said regretfully, "What an antiquity. Well, I guess no one needs the symbol of sacred honor now, either." While the stranger, slightly puzzled, admitted, "Even I know about the sorcerers of the mainland. They've been around for half a century. That's yesterday." As they continued on their way, the elder sorceress concluded with a slight sadness, "Well, that's a shame. They demand more and more." And a shadow of doubt slipped into her words. "One way or another, we'll be cut off." Their path was destined for the northern lands, and with doubt in his voice, the chief of the travelers uttered, "In Auburst, I think it's the best sorcerer's town in the north. But it seems that somewhere in the north you can take a sorcerer's exam of the first class?" As they said goodbye to those left behind, words of gratitude were spoken. "Freeran, our family of people is grateful to you." The companions, standing at the crossroads, wished each other, "Have a good journey." With the first flakes of snow beginning to cover the path, the travelers were aware of the approach of winter. "Oh, snow," one of them commented lightly, while the others walked in silence. But the warning came with the elder sorceress' words filled with gravity. "Could cost lives. I warn you, the winters here are harsh." The harshness of nature was emphasized in the words of the leader. It was the northern winter that killed many warriors in the campaign against the Demon King. The snowy mountaintops towered above them like silent guardians of ancient mysteries, inexorable and majestic in their endless tranquility. Unexpected danger beckoned them, and the sorcerers' faces reflected the tension. "Well, we're lost," the youngest muttered, her eyes reflecting her excitement. In response to the problem, the elder sorceress, remaining calm, asked the important question, "Now what?" As if she already knew what step to take next. As if she already knew what step to take next. Past and present are intertwined in the story, 28 years after Gimmel's death. The story takes us to the Northern Kingdom, the neighborhood of Ackley. The unpredictability of their journey was emphasized by frustration. No sooner have we reached the Schweer Mountains than we're already in trouble. Yeah, in the midst of the blizzard, a conflict arose that required immediate intervention. "Old man, wake up, please, Daddy, or you'll die." And then, in the words of the young sorcerer, sounded an unexpected share of humor in a difficult situation. "And why is it so reduced portions of fruit, Jumbo?" "I have no idea." In the raging blizzard, they realized the uselessness of their magical abilities. Magic won't help in such a storm. I agree. What to do? The decision was simple, but it was no less difficult. "We'll have to haul it ourselves." One of the travelers, despite the circumstances, kept his composure and even a touch of humor. "You can't tell by looking, can you?" And at the moment when the situation seemed hopeless, the question suddenly sounded, Should we quit? What a delicious smell. In the midst of the storm, words of reason rang out. Your information couldn't be out of date. Suppose it was 80 years ago. There is a hut at the foot of the mountain. Let us ask for shelter. When they finally saw the shelter, the question came up. Phew, it's standing still, so it's not abandoned. I sense something. Does someone live here? With a sense of urgency in his voice, he said, We're about to find out. We've got to knock before we turn into icebergs. And in answer to their knock, the door opened, where they were met by a stranger with obvious surprise and strength in every movement. Ugh. The stranger in the doorway exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with hospitality. Good, good, I'm all drunk. However, upon seeing their condition, his enthusiasm was replaced by apologies. I'm sorry. As the group left, their footsteps were heavy with frustration and a coldness that was felt even through the footage. Ugh. But the stalwart Frieren had not given up hope and was already making new plans. Mrs. Frieren, we'll find another account. Not there. Her words were firm and determined, despite the glint of snow in her hair. Through the swirl of snow, the dialogue continued. There's a horny one out there, one of the travelers said in bewilderment. Yeah, why? She wondered, genuinely trying to understand the reason for his condition. In parting, the stranger gratefully retorted, Here, thank you for your kind words. His words sounded sincere despite his exposed state under the falling snow. Leaving the threshold of the unusual shelter, they gathered themselves to resume their journey. Let's get out of here, Mrs. Frieren. Their determination was unbreakable, even in the face of unexpected difficulties. The stranger, standing on the threshold, said puzzledly, Just a moment. His gaze followed the departing men, his eyes reading bewilderment and perhaps an incipient realization. The realization came instantly, for before him stood not just a traveler, but a creature from ancient legends. Are you an elf? He asked in disbelief and surprise. Hiding in the shadows, the stranger shared his surprise. I haven't met my kind in 3 centuries. His voice sounded respectful yet puzzled. Sitting on the doorstep of his house, he continued. Likewise, thought all the elves were extinct. His words were honest. They expressed genuine surprise at seeing the elves. And at the conclusion of this unexpected encounter, Frieren remarked, How fortunate the sorcerers turned me. Praise the goddess. Her gratitude was sincere, and the young sorceress beside her added, And thank you for conjuring the fire. At that moment, it was clear that their journey was filled with danger, but also with unexpected alliances. Sitting on the porch of his house, the man added with a note of sarcasm, It's cold in the hovel anyway, so they let me sit down to warm up. Frieren, tightening her shoulders from the cold, answered him, And I don't really... Her tone was restrained, but there was disappointment in it. The man, on the other hand, catching the scent of the fire, grinned and said, The stench of the fire. It's very pleasant. His words were full of irony, but not without gratitude. Frieren's young companion put her arm around her shoulders and said quietly, Frieren, the sorceress. Her gaze was full of hope, and at the same time apprehension about the future. Frieren, standing at the porch, introduced herself. I, Frieren, am also a sorceress, and a stark warrior. Her voice was firm, emphasizing status and experience. The man looked at her respectfully and replied, I'm not saying very. The shrine of the soul of the Oracle, then. Make your way to the gardens of paradise. I respect the faithful. Frieren, turning to the young companion in whom the little figure was wrapped, said, Mistress Frieren, we must warm the old man at once. Meanwhile, the harsh winter weather continued its onslaught, and the sounds of crackle, crackle, crackle were a reminder of the relentless cold they all had to overcome. Snow-capped peaks and dense forests framed the modest shelter, lonely in the midst of winter splendor. The remote hut, like an island of warmth in an ocean of cold, sheltered its unexpected guests from the blizzard. Inside the shelter, the young man, warmed after a long stay in the icy whirlwind, exclaimed in amazement, not believing his sudden salvation. But why? It's as warm as heaven. The man they had met was sitting nearby, watching the young traveler wrapped in a warm blanket. His gaze was calm and focused, as if he were used to sudden changes of fortune. The boy's amazement reached a climax when he realized that there was a stranger beside him, and a very imposing one at that. Where did the man come from? His face was distorted with bewilderment, and his eyes were full of questions. Under the blanket, wrapped together, Frieren and her companion sought warmth and comfort. Unwrapped, one of them said quietly, as if their situation was made a little easier by the shared warmth and closeness. The man looked at them, perplexed and at the same time expressing surprise. I warm him with my body, and this is such black ingratitude? He was dumbfounded by their reaction to his attempts to help. The young companion, with a warm smile, remarked, Old man, I must admit, you've got quite a body. His words were full of irony and lightness, despite the harsh conditions outside the hut. But when the man called him old man, the young traveler quickly corrected him. Stark? Not in that sense. The fleeting misunderstanding added levity to the tense atmosphere. In a room where warmth and comfort spread with every word, the young companion noticed the physical strength of the stranger. Your muscles are strong, tense well. What's your name? The man, not hiding his pride in his physique, introduced himself briefly and confidently. Warrior Kryat. Mimicking his brevity, the young man remarked respectfully. Still, I think you're eminent. First time I've heard of it. The stranger's final words reflected not only his strength, but also his wisdom. Stark, you gain strength for now, and let the girls help me unload the cart. His offer sounded like an invitation to cooperate, reflecting a willingness to share not only warmth but also responsibilities. The stranger looked at the supplies and said, Wow, that's a lot of food. His tone was surprised but also grateful for his good fortune. Frieren, weighing the risks of their journey, said, Going into the mountains now is certain death. We'll have to wait it out in the slough for a while. Her words were full of determination and practicality. The man, turning to Frieren, asked, Nah. Yeah, was wondering about that, Frieren. Have you heard of me? He was trying to puzzle out if they were familiar with his fame or not. Frieren replied with ease, I'm not surprised, nor have I heard of you. Her words held no surprise, for the world was full of uncharted heroes and stories. It is snowing heavily, but even through the noise of the snow, a girl's voice can be heard. She speaks of a hero, Fregen, who fought among the best warriors. Her companion looks puzzled, as if the hero's name has triggered a wave of memories for him. The silence is replaced by a short but heavy sigh. The girl's gaze is filled with expectation, and her companion, lost in thought, only utters, What do you mean? These words hang in the air like an invisible thread, connecting the past to the present. The answer comes simply and clearly, like an echo deep in their hearts. Elves, you know yourself. This brief exchange breaks the darkness, promising stories of past battles and untold feats. The warmth of home welcomes them after a long journey. The group sits around the table, coming together to share a meal. The peace and comfort of this place becomes a refuge from the chaos of the outside world and its endless rains. In the spacious house, night envelops the tired travelers. They lie in their sleeping bags, immersed in their thoughts and dreams, invisible ties between them weaving a warm blanket of togetherness. The morning brings with it the continuation of their journey. The rain drizzles, creating a rhythmic accompaniment to the steps of the two companions, their gazes staring into the distance, where each drop is a small story. The atmosphere is tense as the companions prepare to practice. One of them is in an awkward pose, as if testing the strength of his body, while the others watch, assessing his efforts. Finally, they took on a job that requires not only physical strength, but also coordination. The swing of each axe stroke, the rhythmic movement of the saw, every gesture is filled with meaning, every look with concentration. Inside the cozy house, life flows quietly. One of the companions studies the map with interest, while the girl watches his reaction carefully. In the background, another member of their team can be seen through the open door, ensuring the safety and tranquility of this gathering. Outside the house, the world is covered with white snow. The two companions are discussing their next steps, while in the distance, unintentionally, a bunny, a symbol of the rapid changeability of life and fate, is visible. In an open space, the girl looks pensively at a lone flower that is broken through the snow. This moment of solitude and reflection is filled with the silence and tranquility that nature provides. The forest stands in monumental silence. Dense trees covered with snow stand like guardians of eternity, guarding the secrets of the impenetrable taiga. Shroud of snow lay over the forest, and beneath its snow-white cover, the two shared the silence of the world. "It's been 6 months," the young elf pondered, remembering the long months they had spent together. Through frost and blizzard, they walked side by side, enduring the cold of the northern kingdoms. It was an ordeal that brought them closer together, he says, and they endured, leaning on each other. He holds out to her a figure, finely carved from wood. "Give it to Fern, she's a good girl, devout," he says with a slight smile that reflects deep feelings for a distant friend. "Well, yes, the priest brought it up. Fern is devoted to the goddess with true faith," the girl replies, touching the gift respectfully. In their words, they feel a bond that is above everyday concerns, a bond of spirituality and understanding. In the simplicity of the snowy ground, they share a moment of sincerity. "Like you, though?" Her words are light and thoughtful, and he answers with a smile. "Yes, unlike you." Their dialogue is imbued with a warmth and understanding that only grows stronger over time. The conversation turns to a story of worlds inhabited by myths and mirages, where meeting a deity remains an unattainable dream. Her gaze is fixed on the image of an angel, the symbol of their faith and hopes. With sadness in his voice, he recalls his doubts as a young man and how, over time, they turned into conviction. "Now I truly believe," he says, and this confession reflects a profound transformation of his inner world. He holds in his hands a small relic of his faith, and his words open his soul. "There is no one left in the world who has heard of my exploits. Faith alone keeps me going." These words are filled with melancholy, but also with a strength that comes from a deep faith and confidence in his path. His words are filled with sadness but also wisdom. He will say, "You can retire, Shaolin. You have lived a glorious life." He looks at the angel, sincerely hoping for a blessing that will bring peace. Her response expresses deep empathy. "It's unbearable that the world forgets your accomplishments." She sees him not as a myth, but as a living being with a rich past. "We've come a long way since we're still alive." His words reflect the long and thorny road they've traveled together, treasuring every moment they've experienced. Craft, any elf wants to believe that. Her thoughts speak of a shared hope, a belief that their history and exploits deserve to be remembered. In the silence of the forest, under the shade of the trees, she asks the question that touches the heart of their shared journey. "Isn't heaven just another dream, Frieren?" She searches for an answer that will explain their aspirations and trials. Sitting on a stump, he offers her to share his mental torment. "Confess to me, then it will be my turn." In this exchange of confessions lies the desire to understand and support each other. His reply is imbued with kindness and understanding. "Since you don't believe in a goddess, then I'll give you a blessing." These words are not just a formality. They are a gift of friendship and respect for her beliefs. Against the backdrop of a building where life is bustling and everyone is busy doing their own thing, she is surprised by his generosity. "I didn't think you would donate money to rebuild the orphanage." His act is a vivid testament to the fact that true heroes are not always those who are legendary, but those who quietly do good. In a tavern where every lace pattern on the walls seems to hold stories of the past, he offers with a smile, "Didn't expect that." His face reflects kindness and anticipation of friendly conversation. She laughs back, recognizing the unexpectedness of his action. "Ha ha 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 ha. Well, fair enough." Her words are light and sincere, full of respect for his unpredictability and openness. He opens a part of his heart to her. "I'm an orphan myself, after all." This confession brings them closer, showing that supporting the orphanage is not just a charity, but part of his personal story. I believe the goddess will reward us for living honest, righteous lives, he says as he raises his mug of beer. But you can sense both a deep faith in his words and a bit of a joke about how easily the church's tenets are forgotten in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. They sit across from each other, a question hanging between them that could change everything. Frieren. His voice is quiet, but there's a weight to it. He asks a question like a bridge between their worlds. Do you know anyone who would bless you? His gaze is calm and awaits her answer. Look, you don't have much faith in the goddess. Confess to me, I'll bless. His offer is sincere, as if he's willing to share a piece of his faith with her. She is thoughtful and honest in her response. 100 years of living at my own pleasure, nothing to be blessed for. Her words show a depth of self-knowledge and humility in the face of a long life. He is surprised at her longevity and strength. How is it you've been so diligent in keeping magic in check, haven't you? His words reflect recognition of her skill and endurance. She looks at him, and her answer is simple and profound. You could say this has become your life's work. Her words reveal part of her essence, the meaning of her long journey. You noticed? You bet we've been traveling together for so many years. He confirms his remark, reflecting the shared experience of their adventures together. Modestly and with some sarcasm, she adds, a boring story, really. But there is a sense of modesty in her words, but also a warmth of remembrance of their shared journey. With confidence, he suggests, let it. The blessing may come in handy in the future. His words carry hope and the possibility of an unexpected gift of fortune. In what way? Her question is direct and full of curiosity, wanting to understand how a distant promise might impact their path. My child is also learning witchcraft. His answer reveals the personal, showing that a blessing can be passed down through generations and become part of their heritage. Out of the lightness of their conversation, a joke suddenly pops up. What about the vow of celibacy and all that? His laughter breaks the tension, reminding him that even in serious matters there is room for humor. No thank you, I've already been blessed. She declines the offer but adds, I'm lucky for religious weirdos, though. Her words are playful and a warm call to further adventure. That's how good a friend you are, Frieren. Take care of him. His words are heartfelt and full of respect, and they cement a bond between them as strong as life itself. She recalls the past, and her words are filled with longing and deep feeling. Oh, that long ago. He went to heaven. Her answer makes it clear that though their journey has been long, some encounters cannot be repeated. It's a revelation about time and loss. Well, I guess we'll see him again. His words carry hope and the belief that goodbye doesn't always mean the end. Right, she confirms, sharing his confidence in the eternity of their bond. These snowy peaks rise into the sky like eternal witnesses of a world where time flows differently. These mountains hold the secrets of past eras and future legends. At the limit of earth and sky, in front of a mighty landscape, they meet someone from their distant past. That way, his words reflect the beginning of a new chapter in their endless story. Frieren, I'm not missing, the arrival says, and his smile flickers through the centuries. The meeting between the two friends is filled with joy and wonder that it is possible to reconnect after years apart. Together, they step back. Each step on this earth is a step through the ages. Their journey continues, guided by the invisible thread of fate that brought them here to begin again. Solemn steps lead up to a throne where a lone figure stands, as if awaiting the arrival of destiny. Down in the hall, a group in robes looks up, waiting or praying, perhaps before an important ritual begins. Their path takes them away from the monumental castle, receding into the distance. With each step, they leave behind the grandeur and gravity of the past days, moving on to new adventures. She speaks with ease, a note of skepticism in her voice. How boring. 10 coppers, that's all? Her words challenge a world full of danger and wonder, hinting at a dissatisfaction with simple rewards. Many heroes then set out to fight the Demon King, and they all failed. Not to say it was all for nothing. His answer reflected a deep awareness of the hardships they faced, and respect for those who had fallen in the fight. Standing before his companions, the sword-wielding warrior shares the thought, Well, not bad. We've done our heroic duty and earned some coin for the journey. An adventure, after all. His words reflect contentment and recognition that a hero's journey is sometimes made up of many small deeds and rewards. Agreeing with him is expressed succinctly. You're right. These words confirm the common understanding that every step on their journey, every small victory, adds up to the story of their lives. Intrigue ensues when she becomes curious about her companion's weapon. Just a replica. Your sword, the legendary Excalibur. Her questions show a deep interest in history and objects that have weight in legends and myths. The final memory comes as a reminder of the past, once received in gratitude from a merchant for saving him from a demon. This exchange shows that there is a story behind every item, and that gratitude can be as valuable as the greatest feats. In the hands of a young man shines a sword, a symbol of courage and strength. They said, future hero, children's fairy tales. His words express the skepticism familiar to many who stand on the threshold of adulthood, when dreams collide with reality. Under the canopy of trees they continue their journey, and the question hangs in the air. Did he inspire you on this path? The interest in what drove the young hero to the path of adventure is felt in every word. No, the young warrior answers briefly, but there is much more hidden in that word than a simple answer. It is a reflection of his own choice of path. I was inspired by a gator, a nasty orphanage boy. His words resound with respect for an unexpected source of inspiration, someone seemingly unimportant but who turned out to be a key figure in his life. A young warrior holding a sword, pondering the greatness and reality of heroism. They said, since the sword isn't real, I can't be a real hero. A note of disappointment in the prejudices of the world can be heard in his words. But he is not discouraged, but is determined to choose his path, and I thought I'll take it and be real. His determination to overcome the doubts of others only strengthens his determination to become a hero by his own definition. I have decided that I will definitely get Excalibur and overthrow the Demon King. These words are not just a dream. They are a vow he has made to himself, a goal he is willing to fight for. I am the very priest. Hater, contradicting himself, has become a pseudo-priest, a freeloading, Zawud-life churchman. Recalling the past, he shares the irony of fate when those who seemingly played heroes find their true purpose in the most unexpected circumstances. The girl's pensive look hides a deep thoughtfulness as she utters, causality. The words of greeting ring through the air. Ms. Freeran, you're finally awake. Someone stands before her, ready to offer the support or answers she seeks. They stand under an endless stream of rain that could tell their story. Life has taken us to the northern kingdoms, the Schweder Mountains to be more precise, 29 years after Gimmel's death. He reflects on his condition. I think I'm having déjà vu, or maybe just a dream. His words leave room for many interpretations, but they all point to a deep connection to the past. That would be good. His answer seems to be an acceptance of this strange feeling, as if he is ready to embrace something inexplicable that lies ahead. They are traveling down the road in a downpour that doesn't seem to stop. I underestimated the severity of the local winters, she admits, preparing herself for the hardships of the journey. Good, the reply comes easily, as if in agreement with her assessment and willingness to continue on their way. Mistress Freeran, would you mind walking on your own? The concern in her companion's voice spoke of concern and perhaps reluctance to see her in danger. Her answer is short. No. It is terse, but you can hear the weariness in it, perhaps from the incessant storms or the burden she carries. Tired of carrying her already, I guess. Let me do it. The offer of help comes naturally, as if it were not a request but a willingness to share the hardships of the journey evenly, affirming their mutual support and camaraderie. The hike continues through the harsh winter elements. He carries her in his arms in response to her weary silence, uttering, "Issue, horny." To the question, why yes? He does not give a direct answer, but his act speaks for itself. It is an act of caring and mutual aid. The majestic mountains around them seem to stand in immortality, oblivious to the insignificant human endeavors and their little journeys in their background. "I thought I'd turn into a dolphin. Did the benefits die down?" She jokes, finding humor even amidst the onslaught of the elements. Their path leads them to the ruins, reminding them of the fragility of human existence in the face of eternal nature and unchanging elements. In front of the travelers stands a fortification on top of the mountain, covered with snow, representing a powerful defense against the outside world and its troubles. Oh, indeed, a village in the mountains. These words emphasize the surprise and relief of finding the destination of their long journey in unfriendly conditions. Meeting the villagers brings warmth and friendliness. "We've been courting you, Mrs. Fryron." The greeting reflects cordiality and perhaps gratitude for returning. With a bright smile, the child looks up. Yes, 49th generation, inherited the right. The child's words carry pride and a sense of continuity. "You've gotten taller, such a baby." The adult's gaze is full of tenderness and wonder, seeing a new generation grow and take up the baton, continuing the traditions and history of their ancestors. The mountain village welcomes them peacefully, its roofs covered in a layer of fresh snow. "Glad to see you in Sword Village," says a voice reflecting respect and recognition of their accomplishments and adventures. Views of the ravaged wilderness unfold before them. Yes, it was once home to a hunter, and the Lord of the Mountains razed it to the ground. The history of the area lives on in the memory of the people, legends of its former greatness and tragedies intertwined with the fates of its inhabitants. "Was there one here?" she asks in surprise, unable to believe that such a place could have once disappeared, taking with it pieces of history and life that were connected to this land. A village of swords. He pondered aloud, wondering about legends and reality. "Have you heard of it?" His question shows that even those who travel the world can encounter the new and unexpected, sparking curiosity and a desire to learn more. His gaze was focused and yet filled with anxiety, as if he had just learned a terrible secret. "She's under Excalibur's protection," he whispered, unable to hide his excitement. In the forest, where magic is still alive, stands a sword embedded in the ground. Legend has it that Excalibur, the sword of the goddess, awaits its hero among the sacred trees. The cloak enveloping his figure swayed lightly in the wind, and he stood before the sword surrounded by ancient secrets. It is said that many had sought to free the sword, but only one had success. The two walk side by side down a light-filled corridor, discussing the legend that pervades their world. Does it really exist, or is it just an old fairy tale? She nods, a smile lighting up her face as if she knew the answers to all the questions. Exactly that one. Only one hero was able to pull out the sword, the one who spared our world from great calamities. They stood in front of the door, trying to figure out if their fates were connected to the legend. "Right. This is about Gimel, am I understanding correctly?" he asks, looking for confirmation. "No, Geither didn't tell," she says, turning to him, surprise reflected in her eyes. "Such a high-profile story, and you haven't heard it?" Before them is a modest house, as if it were the keeper of secrets itself. "This way," the girl says quietly, leading them to a new chapter of their journey. Sitting in the warm room, they exchange thoughts. "And yet outrageous, Mistress Frieren," he ponders aloud. "How warm," adds the other, appreciating the moment of peace. She laughs, her innocence at odds with the seriousness of the situation. "Even I'm angry, though I'm not evil by nature. They swore to come back after 50 years, and yet, this is what my grandmother had in her will," the girl says, her voice reflecting surprise and a bit of nostalgia as she shares the memory with her comrades. She turns to the unseen interlocutor as if reminding him of the great mission. "So be it, but one must remember one's duty. The guards that guard Excalibur are enough." The discussion of their mission continues. Demon extermination. "They are so howling around the village," one of them shares, concern evident in her voice. "What kind of duty are we talking about?" another asks, trying to understand the magnitude of the task. Silence fills the space as a sign of the impending storm. "The Lord of the Mountains has lost his peace lately," Frieren said thoughtfully, reflecting the general uneasiness. Determination reads on the face of one of the heroines. Well, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Let's not delay, she says, intent on accepting the challenge without hesitation. The snowy mountaintops stand majestically, as if representing eternity and permanence. It is there that their journey will lead to new challenges and perhaps new discoveries. A young warrior stands on a snowy slope, a trusty spear in his hands, and he is ready for battle. His gaze is focused on the invisible enemy who lurks in the cold shadows. The girl in white, with a special calmness, deflects the demon's attack. Her movements are precise and graceful, as if every gesture is executed with unwavering confidence. The third of their team soars through the air, using magic to overwhelm their enemies. Her strength and will glow like the sun breaking through the clouds. "Why didn't you go to the other heroes for help?" she asks her companions. The question hangs in the air, and the demons are no longer around. "But still, Gimel is a hero of the Wylands," states one of them, emphasizing the importance of their task. "Actually, we've been thinking about it," adds the other, immersed in her own thoughts. The warrior looks around at the landscape around them, full of signs of battle. "No, well, how come there are so many demons here?" His voice is full of surprise and hidden concern. They approach a dark cave from which comes an ominous growl. "Gathered at the cave," he states, preparing for another confrontation. The action shifts abruptly to a lightning-fast attack as he leaps from his seat, his figure looming in dynamic motion and his blows filled with determination and power. Before the dark entrance to the cave, he stops and turns around. "Frieren, listen." His voice echoes, and an incomprehensible rustling can be heard in the depths. A majestic beast bursts out of the darkness, its appearance accompanied by a loud howl. The power and savage strength read in every line of his body. Standing on the snowy cliff, they look at the beast with undisguised amazement. The power they feel from him makes their hearts beat faster. Frieren, remaining unperturbed, utters a single word full of inner calm and confidence: "Overlord." She confronts the Beast Lord, not expecting such an encounter. "Wow, I had no idea," she blurts out, coming face to face with the myth. She turns to the creature with suspicion and courage. "It happens, it's only been 80 years. And you're the local ruler?" One of the heroes falls, as if the power of the beast was too great. "Stark," she utters, eyeing her comrade worriedly. Wasting no time, she encourages him. "Get up, why are you lying down?" Her voice sounds commanding, intending to rally his strength for the fight ahead. The battle heats up with renewed vigor. The beast attacks again, its roar echoing off the snowy slopes, causing an avalanche. The warrior rises, encouraged by his comrade. "You're wicked," he says, but his eyes read pain as well as determination. She does not hesitate in the face of danger. Her walk is confident, and her eyes are free of fear. Her strength lies in her union with magic. Their forces unite, creating a defense against a powerful attack. Their determination and will to win shine brighter than ever. Calmness and strength are in Frieren's gaze, and she is ready for whatever trials fate brings. "Excellent," she says quietly, preparing a magical shield. Her movements are calm and precise. With a mighty swing, she deflects the beast's attack, her magic a wall between him and their small team. After the battle, they look at the defeated enemy, their breathing calm. The test is over, but their journey is not over. They stood before the majestic sword that now rested in the stone. Their eyes were full of thought. One of the companions, sitting at the foot of the stone, seemed to be gathering his strength after the journey and the fight. "We have done our duty," they said among themselves, realizing that they had accomplished the task before them. The sword Excalibur they had been searching for was finally found, but this discovery raised new questions. Now they were faced with a dilemma. The sword was attracting demons, posing a serious threat to everyone around them. This sacred land, protected by a barrier, could not hold off the dark forces forever, and the sword seemed to be the key to some greater mystery to be solved. A young warrior stands before the sword Excalibur, his gaze pensive and serious. "That's not what I mean." His words are cut short, as if he is only touching the depths of a thought that is slipping away. His companion, a girl with elf ears, is just as thoughtful as he is. "Gimel failed to draw his sword," she says, inferring the greatness of the task and who can accomplish it. The third of their company, a girl with a short haircut, expresses her opinion. So, not a real hero. Her words emphasize the gravity of their ordeal and the importance of the one who can handle it. Their entire small squad is now gathered around the sword, absorbing the history and majesty of the moment, facing the choice that will determine their future path. One of them, a man in a cloak, towers over the others, his gaze fixed on his sword. Gimel is a simple name, but it vibrates with power and determination. He proudly answers his comrades' doubts. What's wrong with that? So what if I'm not a real hero? I will overthrow the Demon King and bring peace back to our world. His confidence knows no bounds. Then it won't matter whether I'm real or fake. In his eyes, there is not only a challenge, but also a deep self-knowledge. The Elfess looks at him with a warm smile, seeing in his words not only courage, but sincere dedication. And Gimel will get his way. A true hero, she thinks, admiring his spirit, saved the world without the aid of a sword. They stand in the shadow of Excalibur, contemplating the situation at hand. So why is the truth being withheld? Perhaps someone wants Gimel to be called a real hero. They ponder, discussing how legends sometimes hide the truth. The Elfess sighed, her words full of regret that Gimel couldn't draw his sword, but also the realization that heroism was not only about strength, but also about spirit. One of the girls looks off into the distance, her eyes full of determination. The hero will be glorified by future generations, even if the truth has changed many times. She realizes that history is not only about facts, but also about the lessons people learn. At the end of their journey, they come to a granite wall symbolizing the boundary between their adventure and the everyday life they will soon return to lead, taking with them the experiences and memories of their ordeal. The elven girl looks on with hope and gratitude. I always believed that Ms. Freeran could pull the sword out. Thank you very much. Her words are filled with sincere gratitude and faith in her companion. With a smile, she responds to her companion's bewilderment by talking about the will that guided them and was the starting point of their journey. It was written in my grandmother's will, she says with the warmth of remembrance. They walk off into the distance, moving away from Excalibur. I'll be back in 50 years, and from now on, don't be late. The parting words sound like a promise of return and a hope for new encounters and adventures. A long time has passed since those events, and life has brought our heroes to the northern kingdoms, to a picturesque mountainous region. The peace and tranquility of these places seems unexciting, and the times of heroic feats are only distant memories. They decided to stop in a small, cozy town, where they could both stock up on necessities and go shopping, enjoying a well-deserved rest after their long wanderings. In one of the hotel rooms, they make themselves comfortable. What do you say, Mrs. Freeran? I feel good here. I'll read the grimoires. Shall we go shopping? Suggests one of the companions, finding solace in the simple pleasures of everyday life. Suddenly, in the lazy relaxation of the room, there is a reminder of time flowing ceaselessly. Oh, by the way, Stark Vive turns 84 today. That's right. I'll go alone then, ponders one of the girls, realizing that even in quiet seclusion, the past never ceases to be a part of their lives. In a room where time seems to have slowed down, the heroine looks at her reflection in the mirror. The silence is interrupted by a conversation about a gift she seems to be about to give. The girl sitting on the bed with the book expresses surprise. Why didn't you say anything before? I didn't think of the gift at all. Her words are full of sincerity and slight confusion. The joking tone of the conversation continues. Heh. We've got Fern forever out of it. I don't know what he wants, one of them says, teasing their small group friend. The question of a gift is in the air. Oh, a very nice thing. By the way, what will you give yourself? She asks, her voice light and cheerful. An elven woman sits on the floor, holding a bottle of potion, her gaze filled with thoughtfulness and warmth. An undressing potion, she pondered, probably thinking about the magical properties of the gift. The calm in the room is broken by a question. Say, is it very pleasant to receive as a present? She jokingly inquires, while the interlocutor continues her unknowing occupation. The intrigue increases when another heroine perhaps notices something unexpected in the pixie's behavior. "Oh, interested yourself?" She asks a question that seems full of curiosity. Suddenly, there is a moment of surprise. The bottle is opened with unexpected effect, causing delight and laughter in one and shock in the other. A playful atmosphere fills the room as the sounds and emotions echo through the space. The girl with long hair looks away, her eyes full of regret. She recalls the promise she once made, and her words are shrouded in sadness. "I asked you to bring him back." A lone silhouette stands in the ancient corridor, turning away from the door from behind which a voice says, "I do not wish to see you, Mrs. Freeran." The silence is broken only by the creak of the door. A little girl sits on the steps hugging a teddy bear. Her voice reflects disappointment as she says, It promised to help me up the hill." Wrapped in a blanket, she looks thoughtfully at the table with its many items. Her words sound confused. "Well, what should I get then?" Looking up from the book in her hands, she says, "Oh, right," as if a decision that had long lurked among the pages of forgotten stories had suddenly dawned on her. She taps on the ancient boards of the corridor, asking in passing, "Old man," and adds, "There's nothing left to do but ask directly." There is no answer, only the echo of her own words in the void. Standing in the passage, she looks around the room and says reproachfully, "He's not here." The emptiness of the room reflects the emptiness of her expectations. Outside, amidst the fall leaves, she approaches a vendor's cart. The hustle and bustle of the market seems foreign to her, but it is here that she is looking for something that can heal old wounds. The woman offers her help with a warm smile. Sure, she saw the girl in the square, where she helped an old man with a cart, and remembers the boy carrying a cleaver over his shoulder. The three friends stand together, glowing with happiness and unity. Their words, "We played together," sound like a hymn to unbroken friendship and carefree days of childhood. A little girl with a cat in her arms gratefully says, "Help me come down from the tree." Her eyes reflect the carelessness and joy of simple moments of life. Under the weight of the sunset, a farmer looks at a young lad who is exhausted from caring for his cattle. His gaze is full of respect and appreciation for his hard work. There are whispers in the crowd, full of wonder and bewilderment, as to who will be the next to receive help from Mrs. Freeran, for her generosity and care knows no bounds. Standing at the top of the hill, she looks at the lone figure in the distance. Her heart sinks at the thought that her kindness might have been perceived as weakness, but her gaze remains steadfast. The girl, with concern in her voice, blurts out, "Old man," as her gaze falls on a figure slowly making his way through the crowd in her direction. A guy sits on a bench, his gaze lost in the clouds, and he mumbles something about the silhouettes of the sky, not noticing the approaching girl. The girl stops, looking around. Confusion in her eyes, as the word "aware" hovers over her like an invisible question about the future. The guy sits lost in his own thoughts, dreaming of the unknown. His words, "poo-poo," carry the weight of untold feelings and unresolved problems. Standing against the wall, she concludes that it's not that bad, and that he's just a little child, trying to find an excuse for her concern and worry. Guy ponders what he'll have to Fern Rusraz, perhaps seeking answers or advice from a friend to help him overcome his doubts. Her face reflects utter amazement, and the words, "I have no words," sound like an echo of her inner turmoil when faced with an unexpected turn of events. The guy, without taking his eyes off his work, notes her presence in passing, as if remembering something distant and important. "Oh, Fern, just remembering you. The clouds." His thoughts are still somewhere far away. After coming to terms with the situation, she says, "Okay, bygones," trying to let go of the resentment or disappointment that previously caused her heart to falter. He turns to her in surprise and offers, "Would you like to go for a walk?" This invitation becomes a bridge between their estrangement and the possibility of a new beginning. They walk side by side, and the guy asks with some uncertainty, "Did I make you angry or something? Hurt you?" His words break the silence, as if he's trying to find the key to her silence. He apologizes. The words, "I'm sorry," mingle with the melodic rhythm of footsteps. She looks up at him, asking rhetorically, Why are you being weird? Their gazes meet and she questions his moodiness by reminding him of his birthday. Yeah, why the haircut though? Spurred on by her remark, he responds with a note of surprise. What, you were going to give me something? His reaction indicates that for him the very fact of attention is already a gift. She looks at him with slight regret and forgives his indiscretion with the words, "Oh, I got upset. Never mind." He quickly excuses himself. "I'm not guffawing, don't think," trying to dispel her concern and confirm the sincerity of his intentions. With sadness in his voice, he shares his story. "It's just, I haven't gotten gifts less often. Not from family, not from a mentor. And I can't imagine what that feels like." Her surprise turns to bewilderment when she asks about his past. "And your family didn't give gifts? What's the tradition in your family?" With a slight smile, he explains his past. "In a city of warriors, if you're weak, you're nobody. There were no traditions. I just wasn't particularly respected. In a camp amidst the forest, the soldiers gather around their leader, who stands with an unwavering look. His words sound like an appeal. You are of no use in fighting demons. Take an example from Stoltz." The lone warrior looks out over the deserted battlefield, noting the absence of blood and dirt. His thoughts of a trifling wound, betrayed deep disappointment, and the unseen pain of loss. Wooden houses are nestled among the trees, creating the atmosphere of a quiet country idyll, where time seems to slow down. Compassionate words pour from one of the villagers, praising the honor and courage of the warrior. "Your pure white cloak says you are the strongest warrior among us." The words of the village headman, "As you say, father, the pride of our village, Stoltz, are filled with pride and awe for the local hero." The boy with the sword in his hands watches the warriors passing by him, his determination read in every movement. "I'll compare you to the Stark. It's like heaven and earth," he thinks, sincerely wishing he could reach the same height. The warrior's serious face reflects his determination, and still no success in fighting demons. The boy trains hard. He acknowledges the young apprentice's resilience. Another man approaches and his words are imbued with sympathy. "Hey, it's raining blood. Time to go home." "Kai." He cuts off his conversation, distracted by the sudden change in the weather. Calmly, he responds to his interlocutor's indignation. "Don't rub it in too much on the guy, and I'll understand. And I advise you not to waste your time," demonstrating his confidence in the guy's abilities. Silence envelops the scene, and only the word "Stark" echoes in the air while the young warrior with the sword stands motionless as if awaiting an order. A downpour has fallen on the training yard, where a young apprentice is practicing his strokes with exasperation, under the watchful eye of his mentor. Unexpected consternation slides across the boy's face as he utters, "Oop, I didn't mean to," as if his movements had gotten out of control during the exercise. The mentor glances at his cloak, revealing traces of dirt lifted by his ward's clumsy blows. But his face remains calm. He puts his hand on the boy's shoulder, confidently saying, "I believe you'll go far. You need to work on your stance." His words are full of encouragement and faith in the young warrior's potential. The young man's gaze was full of doubt. His brother always stood out, not like the others. He was a mystery. The fire was devouring the house, and the family, like ghosts of the past, watched the destruction unfeelingly. He was alone in this chaos. He walked beside his companion, his gaze tired and full of remorse. He told her of his fear and his flight, the cause of the trouble. A deep pain was reflected in his words. No wonder his family disliked him, for who could love a coward? Doubt and self-abuse were his constant companions. She looked at him as if seeing through and uttered only one word, "Old man." The word hung in the air, laden with unknown meaning. Her smile was warm and bright, an invitation to forget the bitterness of the past and rejoice in the moment, an invitation to choose a gift as a symbol of a new beginning. His words were full of determination, as if he was trying to convince himself of the truth he'd expressed. The familiar warrior, the old man, had never run away, implying that it was time to put fear aside. Dusk was descending on the village, and he was still fighting his demons as he stood in front of it, making a promise to himself that perhaps tonight he would finally defeat them. He walked away, trying not to turn around, convinced that he had to make the journey himself. "I am coming," he said to himself in the echo of his footsteps. In the workshop, he was faced with a choice he had to make for himself. Did you buy it? The question demanding a decision sounded like a challenge. They stood in front of a storefront where each item seemed to reflect their own desires and fears. Expensive, you'll get by, were words full of pragmatism, but also of consolation. The waitress greeted them with a warm smile. "Hi, you're looking a little frazzled." Her voice brought a note of lightness and carefree spirit to their day. A couple is sitting at a table with huge cutlets on it. The young man perplexedly asks his companion if she knows why they are cooked at such a size for everything. He looks confused, while the girl seems unexpectedly alarmed by his question. The young man reflects on his mentor, who always made him cutlets for his birthday. He smiles at the memory, but his gaze is sad because, although his mentor did not give gifts, these cutlets were special to him. The girl across from him seems confused, not understanding what he means. Her gaze is full of incomprehension, and she is waiting for an explanation. This moment creates in the air a sense of unspoken words and secrets that are yet to be revealed. Suddenly, another girl joins the conversation, asking questions about their mentor. She addresses the boy directly, mentioning the name Stark. There is a sense of excitement and curiosity in her voice, while the others seem puzzled by the conversation. The elven girl looks at her interlocutor and notes ironically that warriors are terribly awkward. Her expressive eyes and half-smile make this comment witty and light, despite its critical nature. The same girl admits that she is like that herself. Her gaze has become more thoughtful, and her words seem sincere. She shows her vulnerability by admitting her own shortcomings. The scene changes and the guy responds by calling himself and her fools who can't put feelings into words. There is frustration in his voice, but also lightness because he has caught the commonality between them. The last moment shows the elf girl outside, who curiously asks the guy why he takes home huge cutlets every birthday. She's standing next to the pick, and her interest seems genuine and full of concern. In response to her question, the man in the Viking helmet explains that in his land, it is customary to serve cutlets to thank a warrior for his dedication. His gaze is serious, and his face expresses deep respect for this custom. He continues, treating it as a birthday present. His gestures are open and generous. He is willing to share part of his culture with others, thus celebrating an important event. However, the elf makes the observation that they are not warriors. There is a soft reproach in her voice, as she seeks to reveal a broader view of the situation, to which the Viking replies emphatically that all committed men are warriors. His words are deeply philosophical, and he makes no distinction between those who fight on the battlefield and those who fight for their beliefs in life. Guy reflects on the words committed spoken. It makes him think about his own commitments and what is really important to him. Then there is a scene in the kitchen where his brother asks him if he has been eating too much. The question is asked with a slight smile, hinting at a friendly joke between the brothers. The answer comes calmly and casually. He asked to make cutlets because it's his birthday. This explanation sounds like a gentle reminder of a tradition he wants to honor. The scene ends with the guy looking at the cutlet, his face expressing mixed feelings, satisfaction with the tradition, and at the same time a realization of loneliness on this special day. A wall of flame envelops the scene where the warrior figure takes center stage. The fire reflects the tension of the moment and the determination behind these characters. One of the characters turns to a boy named Stark, telling him to run. His hand on the boy's shoulder expresses both support and the need to act. The boy, Stark, begins his escape, his movements full of determination. The eyes of the others follow him, emphasizing the importance of this moment of retreat. The last scene shows the departing warrior with a confident smile. His gaze is forward, and he seems ready to face what lies ahead, remaining calm and in control. The girl asks about the flavor of the cutlets with interest, indicating that she made them according to Eisen's recipe. Her gaze is full of expectation and hope for approval. The answer comes short but sincere. Very much. The guy's back is turned toward us, but you can almost physically feel his satisfaction with the dish he has tasted. She mentions that there is a little liquid left, implying the possibility of adding it to the dish. There is a sense of casualness and homeliness in her words. The forest thicket, surrounded by majestic mountains, speaks of a distant and secluded kingdom where life has thrown our heroes. Long years after Gimmel's passing, the echoes of his life still echo in these parts, now a story woven into the fabric of time. We see a young man looking pensively at the world around him, regretting his childhood dreams, which remained only dreams. Happy days of the past come to life in the memory, light steps of childhood games and an unchanging comrade, always near, always ready for new adventures. A comrade whose bravery and recklessness are filled with childlike naivety and pure-heartedness, like a little gorilla playing hide-and-seek among the forest thickets. This friend, despite all his antics, remains a reliable support, always ready to help and support in any, even the most difficult situation. Sitting in the shade of a wooden structure, he recalls the moments of his youth when childhood dreams were left behind the horizon of adulthood. His friend, the same one who was there for him as a child, offers him his hand, inviting him to forget the past and embark on a new journey. Years later, his gaze is full of regret for the choice he didn't make, the hand he didn't squeeze back, the chance that could have changed everything. The elf girl in front of him, with an inquisitive look and an innocent question, not understanding why these stories were so important to him. With the harvest festival approaching, the hero goes to the woods to get wildflowers for his older brother, which are needed for the holiday cooking. Searching for flowers, he steps unintentionally into the mire and begins to sink slowly into its cold embrace, gripped by terror and despair. Or rather, there will be regrets if you don't reach out, he says, noting ironically about his situation, trying to hide his anxiety. The elf girl, hesitant at first, but now she was focused, realizing the seriousness of the situation and preparing to come to the rescue. Yeah, but agree, it's not that important, he answers with ease, trying to ease the tension of the moment while his hands are still cupped over his hands. I didn't get dirty for one, the girl objected with a note of playfulness, teasing him while he looked at her with slight disapproval. Will you wait a little while? I'll try to remember a spell to get a man out of the swamp, she says, searching her memory for life-saving words while he waits impatiently. Oh, I just remembered. Gathering herbs, Mr. Freeran? The newly arrived figure asks, interrupting the magical preparation and adding a new twist to the situation. In front of us stretched a peaceful village, drowning in greenery and silence, where every house and corner is filled with warmth and comfort. This is where we part, says the hero with a note of regret, looking at the abandoned place where every step is filled with memories. I apologize for Ms. Fryren's behavior, another character says, despite the fact that help was rendered at a critical moment. I insist, then I'll let her go, said the girl, wrapped in a shawl, determination and firmness in her voice. Sure you don't want to spend the night in our village? After all, preparations for the feast are underway, and I would be glad to receive you. The hero's offer sounds sincere and hospitable. We need to resupply. We wanted to get into town today, the travelers reply, referring to their plans and the need to continue the journey. Well, take care of yourself. Otherwise there are poisonous critters crawling around here. With a note of care and not without humor, he bids them farewell, warning them of dangers. With a final wave of his hand, he is left to watch the departing companions, their silhouettes slowly dissolving among the trees. The snake bit. The shocked look on the young lad's face suggests the suddenness and pain of what has happened. The bird in his hand seems equally puzzled. You've been warned, so what were you counting crows for? Companion tells him sternly, holding up a bandage, ready to administer first aid despite his inattention. Here we go, it's coming out of my nose. Embarrassed, the guy admits, covering his face with his hand, trying to hide the blood and his confusion. And I'm afraid to get medicines from the pharmacy because they will only make things worse. Here I am, all-powerful. Only a priest can deny me, he is heard to comment, expressing distrust of traditional medicine and superstitious beliefs. Spells like that wear you out quickly. I'm only good for half an hour at most, one of the companions says, expressing dismay at the limited time the magic lasts. Then we won't make it to town in time. Let's go back to the village. I'll cry Stark. The other decides, recognizing the need to return to the sage for help. Mentor said the agony of any poison can be endured. I'm sorry, it's nothing. The young man tries to reassure his comrades despite his condition. Aizen tried really hard since he surprised the gator. By the way, once Aizen was struck by deadly arrows that would have brought down a dragon, but he held his own. One of his companions praises him, recalling his past accomplishments and bravery. By the way, he told me travelers at 20% die from poisons. We have to hurry, the girl shares knowingly, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation and the need to act quickly. You shouldn't worry, reassures them the guy, despite his own dysfunctional situation, trying to keep the group's spirits up. It's too late, comes the grim confession from a wise man who has realized that the time for salvation may be lost. It's about to start braining your nose, after which you're going to drink mammy. One of the companions describes the aftermath of a venomous bite, specifying a possible development. Can't you help him, father? She cries out to the wise man, full of hope and despair at the same time. Treatment is only possible in the early stages, unless you ask your brother for help. The priest's reply plunges them into gloomy meditations on possible ways of salvation. Here I am, the guy says, trying to appear cheerful in the face of adversity, but his look betrays an inner tension. What can you do? We are poor people. Isn't Valvina's tiny little one too small? He tries to diffuse the situation with a light, joking tone, despite the impending danger. You better watch it, Sign. The young man was poisoned, the priest says gravely, emphasizing the need for a religious rite in the hope of healing. Brother, without these people I would have died, the young man confesses, realizing how much his companions and their efforts mean to him. Oh yeah, what, you didn't heed my warning? The slight reproach in the priest's voice hints at a warning given earlier, but apparently ignored. Hold. In one word, the young man expresses his condition, perhaps indicating the onset of the poison's effects, or his loneliness in dealing with it. I guess we're even, the priest pronounces, recognizing that his duty to the victim has been fulfilled and they are now both equally free from obligation. Good, brother, they are waiting for me in the square. With these words, the girl withdrew, realizing that time was inexorable and everyone must go his own way. The effects of the poison have ceased. It's all gone. The guy is relieved, feeling that the danger is over and life goes on. Father, tell me, what did you want to know? Wondered the girl, preparing to hear wise words or an important revelation from the priest. The sacred medallion around your neck is a badge of honor from the holy city. Only prominent priests are allowed to wear it, the priest notes, pointing out the importance and rarity of the jewelry. Your brother cured in a flash, an ailment you called incurable, the girl says with surprise and admiration, realizing her brother's unusual abilities. He's got talent, she admits wistfully, pondering the hidden capabilities and power her brother possesses. You know me? Who wouldn't understand like Mrs. Freeran? Gaither used to tell. Priest shares what is known about her through stories, emphasizing his knowledge of her family and history. I'll say one thing. I'm the priest of our village. He was the one who came here for the inspection and handed me the medallion, explains the priest, demonstrating his connection to higher church circles and his ministry. Still, I'm no match for my own brother, he confesses, emphasizing the respect and deep appreciation of his brother's talent. All through his childhood, he told me how he dreamed of being a traveler. We lost our parents early. I raised my brother like a father would raise a son. The priest opens up about their family history and his care as he shares his memories. As I remember now, the fire in his eyes. He did not want, believe me, to go to the priesthood. He was discouraged by this routine work. He recalls with sadness in his voice about his brother's dreams, which were far from church service. The priest shares personal experiences, recalling his younger years, and questioning his perception of his vocation, which reflects the common human theme of finding meaning in life. The girl appeals to the priest with a request, expressing her concern for her brother's future and her desire to protect him from further trials related to their difficult fate. The priest speaks with confidence about the need for support for a brother, emphasizing the importance of brotherly bonding and moral support in every man's life. The young man sits at his desk, deep in thought, his facial expression indicative of the weight of responsibility and unresolved issues he has to resolve. The elf girl sits on the steps, immersed in thought while her companion stands below, reassuring her with words not to worry. She shares that the priest's presence would add reassurance that something like this wouldn't happen again, while the young man crosses his arms tightly, expressing his conviction for the best. The elven woman turns to the priest asking about his concerns, which shows her attention and concern for his condition. The young man is once again in thought, recalling past events that seem to have left a deep mark on their lives, while his companion looks pensive and preoccupied. The young man, standing on the doorstep, announces that he will handle the situation himself, demonstrating his willingness to take responsibility. The mug sign on the front of the building hints that the place is a drinking establishment, where people can relax and have fun. Inside the establishment, a company is seen concentrating on playing cards, suggesting their passion for the game and their desire to distract themselves from their daily routine. One character reflects on how deeply one can immerse oneself in gambling, neglecting all responsibilities, reflecting his concern about the possible consequences of such a hobby. In a darkened room lined with wooden furniture, a young man examines his interlocutor with a penetrating gaze. He confidently says that it is not loneliness that weighs him down, but the desire to find new companions. His invitation to friendship hangs in the air like an invisible thread linking fates. Across from him, another young man with a surprised look on his face suddenly realizes that what he has in front of him is not just an acquaintance, but an offer to be part of something bigger. He anxiously notes that they need a priest, and unexpectedly offers a place on his team. Bowing his head aloofly, as if weighing each word before it left his lips, his tone is dry and impassive, as if he has long since rejected the world and its enticing offers, and his thoughts are occupied with more important matters beyond the reach of others. A man standing at the threshold of the room, his silhouette looming sharply against the light-colored walls. He is challenging, offering to join their company only if they defeat him, setting his own rules of the game and unwilling to compromise. The quiet village hides among tall trees, and modest houses with even rows of windows are a reminder of a quiet life. The world seems motionless, and only a shadow running past a corner heralds a change. Two people walking along a narrow alleyway between identical buildings are having a conversation. They thoughtfully notice that someone is running late, and their anxiety grows with each step, for in such a place a delay seems unusual. Suddenly they find him lying on the ground, dusty and alone. The bodies are motionless, and there is a tense silence around them, only the echo of their footsteps breaking it, causing disturbing thoughts. Surprise and consternation are reflected on the faces of those who found the unfortunate man. The looks are full of regret and concern, and an uneasy feeling creeps into the heart that something terrible has happened in this quiet village. Calmness and confidence can be read on the face of a person enjoying tobacco smoke. His words are light and casual, as if he is playing with the situation, confident in his actions and decisions. The same man is now resting, nestled in a secluded corner. His defiant posture and brash words create an atmosphere of relaxation and genuine smugness. The fatigue is reflected in his half-closed eyes and slightly open mouth. Reflections on life and fatigue from the daily grind make him seek peace in solitude. But even in such moments he doesn't lose his wit, playing with words and offering to join him, but is ironic about the idea of a team, preferring to remain aloof from general affairs. With an ear contour and a keen eye, the question of traveling sounds like a challenge that could change everything. These are words addressed to those who are not afraid to dream. A lone figure stands in front of the door, her silhouette sharp against the ancient architecture. The parting in her words leaves a weighty trace behind her. Self-irony and realism combine in the words of a man realizing that his best years are behind him. It is a recognition of lofty dreams and earthly reality. The call to adventure resounds amidst a forest where every tree seems to witness ancient legends. Words promise greatness and power if only one dares to follow them. A look full of wisdom and experience, reflecting centuries of indecision and forgotten feelings of struggle. The words of time past and unseen battles sound like echoes of a long life. The past weighing over them like a shadow from the trees makes one think of the long journey each of them has traveled. The pursuit of purpose and the lost years combine in their reasoning. The present is calling their names, offering a new path full of uncharted possibilities. Bright eyes reflect a willingness to accept the challenge and step into the unknown. And now a new reversal of fortune appears before them, full of surprise and unpredictability. It's a foreshadowing of a new chapter, a story that is just beginning and promises to be different from all the previous ones. The profile, caught in a moment of concentration, expresses determination and quiet confidence, an expectation of change that is just around the corner. The figure standing against the background of the forest is facing the future. The outstretched hand seems to invite one to follow, promising guidance to a brighter tomorrow. The seated man rejects the offer, his words full of hidden meaning unavailable to others. His decision is final and requires no explanation, and so the revelation, expressed in the simplicity of 2 words, begs the question. It is the realization of something significant that will change the current course of events. Words hang unattainable in the air, but a look says more than numerous phrases could express. It's a moment of understanding and dislike intertwined with determination. Certainty is countered by doubt, and a decision is made without regard to objections. It is a statement of intent that does not require consent. And there he was, mulling over what he had said, immersed in his thoughts. The words seem foreign to him, the meaning slips away, leaving him perplexed. The merchant, behind his counter stacked with various jars and bottles against the background of a store full of ingredients and tools, looks at the visitor with interest and slight surprise. A lively conversation breaks out among the streets. Shopping, gifts, and preparations for the upcoming holiday are discussed, everyone doing their part to anticipate the joy. An admonition given with ease and nonchalance heralds new adventures. The relationship between the speakers is filled with warmth and caring infused with light humor. And here's a decisive move, emphasizing the start of a new endeavor. The anticipation of change is in the air, and the slight bewilderment adds poignancy and fun to the scene. The noisy movement of the fabric being picked up by the wind draws attention, while the mantle falls down, ending preparations for a new path. His gaze is thoughtful and calm, as if he is pondering the words that have just been spoken, searching for a hidden meaning or memory in them. A calm and slightly puzzled expression on his face as he recalled the past, the things that might have influenced the present circumstances. Turn of speech where objections are mixed with excuses creates an atmosphere of misunderstanding and unshared responsibility. The irony of the situation is emphasized by the words about priests and gamblers, creating a contrast between the expected and the reality. Innocence and knowledge are juxtaposed in the girl's words, showing a playful attitude towards traditions and customs. Doubt and penetration mingle as they consider whether to accept a person on their team, weighing character and capabilities. And so the admonition that the fallen should be helped to rise reflects deep life lessons learned along the way. The village street is busy, people and vendors, heavily laden carts, all creating an atmosphere of daily bustle and simple life. Here in an open-air tavern, travelers find temporary refuge while enjoying the peace and tranquility of village life. The forest trail witnesses their journeys, sheltered by the shade of the trees. It holds stories of past steps and upcoming adventures. The table where comrades are gathered becomes a place of discussion and decision, where every opinion is important and every voice is heard. The market square pulses with life. Vendors offer their wares, shoppers chirp, and children's faces reflect surprise and joy at the hustle and bustle around them. A gathering around a table where everyone is busy doing their own thing, discussing or just enjoying the company. There are stories and laughter intertwined. The look of a young girl, full of determination and dreams, as if she is ready for new horizons just waiting to be explored. The young man with weapons over his shoulders and his eyes set on the future already sees himself in distant lands where new adventures await him ahead. The promise of return is emphasized by the confidence in his voice and look, the anticipation of the journeys and adventures to come. Memories and goodbyes are intertwined, creating the promise of future encounters and new stories. something left untold between the lines. The slight question in the air, suspended between friends, leaves room for speculation and hope for what comes next. Shadow and light on the face of one, a reflection on the fact that sometimes the brightness of life is blinding and makes one seek solitude for peace. The church rises lonely among the trees, its sharp spires and austere windows a reminder of eternity and timeless values. Pensive on his face, a question in the air, reflecting on a brother who may have taken an unexpected path, asking for support, recognizing that even in the spiritual battle sometimes help and guidance is needed. Doubts about life choices, comparing habits and lifestyles that seem incompatible with spiritual ministry, observations about the world around us, and speculation about how appearances can be misleading about a person's profession and morals. The words are full of irony and skepticism, highlighting the gap between expectations and the reality of clergy behavior. The regret in the voice of one, perhaps of not matching the ideals they sought in fellow travelers and mentors. And then there's a pause, a moment of reflection, maybe about the decisions ahead or how these revelations will affect their future path. Recognizing and acknowledging something important within herself, perhaps making a decision or acknowledging a truth she already knew. The words are addressed to a brother who stands in the distance, pondering his path and whether his heart is too small to make any major decision. Meeting again, but with repetition fatigue, words to the effect that repetition won't change the decision or lead to rapprochement. Whispers full of irony and challenge indicate a willingness to take risks for something important, even if it's a passion for older ladies. Dreams of traveling with a charming companion, openness to new opportunities and acquaintances. You can feel the sincerity in his words. The intriguing question of where is the one who won his heart adds to the mystery and anticipation of the answer. With an easy self-irony and wisdom gained over the years, she celebrates her presence and her importance, despite her age differences. The older brother's musings are interrupted, leaving an air of reticence and anticipation of new revelations. Complex feelings are expressed when he shares his preferences, which are somewhat different from the expectations of those around him. With slight regret and acceptance, she prepares to face the inevitable and take on a new role, perhaps one not entirely to her liking. The playful gesture, full of mischief and spontaneity, eases the tension of the moment and adds lightness to the airy atmosphere. A cozy friendliness in her words as she affectionately but insistently points out her lack of experience, while showing care and affection. Sincere bewilderment in their words as they face an unexpected turn of events that seems limitless. The puzzlement and confusion of what has just recently happened is reflected in their words and faces, adding to the mystery of what is happening. A light mockery and joking discussion of the unusual combination of qualities in one of their comrades at a loss. The final remark is most likely a call to action, ending fruitless reflection, and drawing a line under the current discussions. A decisive statement emphasizes his firmness and intention to go his own way by refusing an offer or request. Astonishment and bewilderment in the face of rejection, perhaps trying to understand the motives or offering an alternative. Words carrying the previous explanation mark that the story has already been told, and there is no need to repeat. The bitterness and sense of time lost is expressed in his words, revealing the gap between the promise and the reality that has passed unchanged. The weight of the past in his words, the recognition of a loss that had undoubtedly left a deep mark on his heart. A reproach for one who gives up quickly, without effort to know the totality of the circumstances. A warning of possible regret. If you don't take a chance now, you may be left with only nostalgia for missed opportunities in the future. A question asked in contemplation indicates an internal struggle and the possibility of a last-minute change of mind. The elven woman looks forward with a slight smile, a calmness read in her eyes. What was in the past is in the past, and now is a completely different story, she says, as if to say, accepting the new chapter of their lives and preparing for new challenges. A man in an elegant cloak stands before her, his gaze stern and serious. His constancy and determination are reflected in his resilience when standing on the threshold of a new endeavor. I can't. His short answer brings back memories of the past and reflects the internal struggle that still smolders in his heart. The past resurfaces in conversation like echoes of distant days. For the same reason I did 10 years ago, the words filled with the same determination as before, but also with a note of longing for what was lost. Standing in front of the house, he promises firmly, "I will not leave my brother. I will not abandon the village." His determination leaves no doubt, and the looks of those behind him are full of expectation and hope. "What are you talking about, Sine?" asks the girl with cautious curiosity in her eyes. "I overheard your conversation with the fighter back then." He begins, and there is a certain uneasiness in his voice that makes her look at him more closely. Opening the door, the young man sees the three of them. They don't notice him right away, engrossed in serious conversation. The silence of the room is broken only by quiet words and the rustle of paper. "It's an honor," he says, facing the older man. "A bright young man would go to serve in the holy city." His words waft with confidence and a hidden proposition that could change everything. Her excitement is clearly visible on her face as she asks a question full of worry. "But then, what will happen to my brother?" You can hear the concern in her voice, but also the fear for the future. He replies with unexpected confidence, easing her anxiety. "Of course he'll go with you." His words carry promise and hope, giving them both a new opportunity. "Mr. Fighter, Vineyard disappoint you, but—" The older man begins, and his words bring a heavy sense of foreboding, making them both tense up in anticipation of the news. Zune sighs, leaning on the table. Sine was just a baby when his parents died. His words reveal a past that explains his attachment to the village and his reluctance to leave it. With a smile full of warmth and determination, he says, "I dare not take away the boy's home as well. After all, I'm his big brother." These words emphasize his deep connection to his brother and their shared past. The older man looks out the window, saying with a slight smile, "Well, very sad." But there is no sadness in his eyes, rather a recognition that every choice has consequences. "Since it's such a shame, at least let my brother go traveling with me." His offer sounds almost like a plea, giving them a chance at a new life. The older man looks at the departing girl. The moment of parting hangs in the air, but in their hearts there is hope for a meeting in the future. He says with a look full of seriousness and conviction, "My brother stayed in the village for me." These words express the deep self-sacrifice and bond between brothers. "And for years you've been tormented by that thought, Sign?" she asks, reading in his eyes the hidden pain and years of doubt he's carried within him. A sharp gesture, as if cutting off all doubts. She puts a stop to their dialogue. Her determination in this move is telling. Up to now, there was no doubt that the choice was the right one. "Found something to compare it to. I don't regret the decision I made then," she exclaims, and in her voice you can hear not just confidence, but the crystal-clear truth of her heart. She stops, turning to him. "Well, what about you? How long will you have to drown in regrets?" Her question carries both a challenge and a genuine desire to understand his feelings. The view of the house and the sprawling trees in the open air transports them to a world of reminiscence and reflection where time seems to stop. "Ask my brother for forgiveness, good for you," he says, watching the children playing nearby. His words are full of approval and satisfaction with their choice. The children, in conversation among themselves, make the revelation, "You wouldn't think it, he's actually very kind." Their words dispel any doubts about his character, showing the depth of their understanding. With a look that reads deep satisfaction, he confesses, "This is the first time I've ever brought him up to it. He's never looked with such anger before." It's a revelation about how deep their differences ran and how much it affected their relationship. Sitting on the hillside, he addresses his absent friend. "Frieren, I'm going on a trip, I'll find a friend." You can hear the determination and anticipation of the adventures to come in his words. The girl walks up to him and says, It's 10 years old." Her carefree attitude and easy acceptance of time contrasts with his inner turmoil. "I'll travel to find him." His decision to search for his missing friend shows not only loyalty, but also a willingness to overcome any obstacle for this goal. The hero's back is turned to the sunset, and he states firmly, "Until then, we'll travel together." I won't rest until I do. His words reflect an unwavering determination and willingness to follow through. The whole village stands before their journey, seeing them off with looks full of hope and blessings. The air is filled with a sense of the beginning of something important and meaningful. They are walking down a road surrounded by trees, and the girl asks, "And why did you set out on the journey yourself, looking for paradise?" The answer is easy, but it hides a deep truth about finding your place in the world. "Well, really, what did I do, Patience?" His companion asks a question, with a note of jest in his voice, but also a genuine curiosity for an answer. "Life has taken us to the northern kingdoms, more specifically to the ratty city of Jura. Advocate 9 years after Gimel's death. Time has flown by, and here we are, on a new phase of our journey." "How many times can you pound me?" exclaims the boy, full of indignation and frustration. "What did I do wrong?" His outrage reflects a misunderstanding of the reasons for this treatment. Clap! The door slams shut with a bang, and he yells in frustration, "That's enough. I'll go to my mentor and you won't see me again." His threat to leave is a cry of the soul, perhaps a call for attention and understanding. "What are you yelling about? What's up there?" The sweetest of swearing. Girl enters the room, her innocent question and surprise in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere between the two friends. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he confesses, Stark didn't prepare anything for Fern's birthday. Here she is, freaking out. Bewilderment and regret intertwined in his voice. "Ew, that's Fern for nothing." And she was unwilling to listen to Stark. His words reflect an understanding that misunderstandings sometimes arise from an unwillingness to listen. "Admittedly, and I'm without a gift, men don't sweat gifts and anniversaries and stuff like that at all." He's trying to justify himself, though there's a smile on his face and a slight awkwardness. All right. I'll buy a present, but don't hit me." He surrenders to Fern's disgruntled gaze, his tone half joking, but there's a sincere desire to make things right. "Hey, witchy guy. An old guy like me won't take it personally, but," he says, looking wistfully at the girl, his words full of regret and subtle irony. "A boy like that would be very worried about fighting with a girl." His caring gaze on the girl expresses an understanding of how much childhood conflict can be troubling. "Would have caught up with him." Fern's words sound intent on fixing the situation, showing her determination and desire to help. "Why don't we go?" Fern's suggestion sounded gentle, offering a collaborative solution to the problem, indicating her willingness to take action and support. In the central square of the city, where the bustle of life seems endless, time seems to have stopped for the boy sitting at the foot of the monument, immersed in his thoughts. His gaze is downward, and his facial features express sadness or reflection. Maybe he's pondering his next move or remembering a recent fight that moved him so much. The girl on the doorstep looks outside, indecision in her eyes. The 3 dots in her line speak of hesitation and reluctance to break the silence of this moment. The narrow streets of the city are full of life, with merchants and shoppers exchanging news and goods, creating a sense of home and community. On the street in front of the shop, where each item carries a piece of the artisan's skill, 2 people talk, perhaps about a future purchase or the day's events. The hand holds a purse with a graceful butterfly on the clasp, a symbol of beauty and transformation that can be both a gift and a sign of change. "By the way, she has a butterfly barrette, doesn't she?" He ponders, remembering what might be the key to reconciliation or simply choosing the right gift. "You don't like it? And is that beautiful purse?" Her words reflect doubt and a desire to please, to seek something that will truly bring joy. "Oh, that's how it is. That's not the point. I just get the impression you're a ladies' man." The conversation continues, with a slight mocking undertone in the words, emphasizing their friendly closeness. "Did you find Stark? Didn't dare to approach then." He brings it up with a hint of recent events, realizing that not everything is as simple as it seems. "Hey, youth, I know you have nothing against Stark. I'd just never learned how to socialize with my peers." His words are full of understanding and a kind of fatherly concern. "Anyway, okay. Pick whatever you want. We might as well go to another shop." The offer indicates a willingness to support and help in the choice, emphasizing his openness and willingness to help. No, you don't. Her response is simple and sincere. She refuses the offered help, perhaps to find a more personal way to fix the situation. Then I'll pick it myself. He takes the initiative in his own hands, ready to make choices for her, showing care and willingness to help even in small things. Still, yes, you have every right to be angry, for you were left without a present. His words reflect an understanding of her feelings and allow for the validity of her grievance. Don't think Stark's such an asshole. He forgets his birthday, too. Don't be so angry. Trying to reassure her, he expresses his opinion of the Stark, emphasizing that the forgetfulness may not be malicious. Well, I made him a birthday present. Her words are simple, but behind them is a sense of accomplishment and a desire to show her care through this gesture. Huh? Surely they must have picked out a present together. His reaction expresses surprise and interest in her participation in the choice of gift, emphasizing the importance of the joint decision. People don't usually mind when they say, pick whatever you want. He shares an observation about how people usually react to an offer of help, hinting at her unusual reaction. And you probably place a lot of importance on gifts yourself, so she didn't want to do it that way. He infers her attitude toward gifts, suggesting that personal choice and the meaningfulness of the gift are important to her. Standing by the window, the scarf-wearing girl pensively contemplates the freedom of choice she never dared to take on. Her words drift off into the silence of the room, reflecting a quiet dream of independence. The next moment, she listens to the advice of an older companion, who points out with kindness and understanding the importance of forgiveness and caring for loved ones. His half-face silhouette facing her embodies support and wisdom. We see them from behind as they walk down the narrow street together. The man striding ahead states with a note of regret that his companion still has much to learn and understand in life, noting her innocence and youth. At the final moment, he turns to her, looking over her shoulder with gentle conviction. His words penetrate her consciousness, encouraging her to be proactive and in harmony with herself, emphasizing the importance of personal initiative and reconciliation. A young warrior with a sad look rests on the edge of the road. His journey has been a long one, and fatigue is read in every feature of his face. He contemplated his next move, something that troubled his soul. The girl, who has withdrawn into the background, decisively pronounces that it is time to return to the hotel. Her figure walking forward and the back of the man following her create a sense of contemplation of what is to come. The view from the roof of the house offers a view of the city, where every building, every street seems familiar, but at the same time full of mystery. The horizon is closed by mountains, giving the landscape monumentality and grandeur. On the final leg of our journey, the warrior stands at the well, gazing into the statue. Maybe he's looking to her for inspiration or the answers he so desperately needs to continue his journey. A girl with long hair addresses the warrior standing at the well, calling him by his first name, Fern. Her voice, full of determination and tenderness at the same time, cuts through the silence of the square, urging him to dialogue. The warrior turns to her, hesitation in his eyes. The words, "I'm sorry," are pulled from deep within him, and this moment becomes the epitome of sincere remorse and a desire to reconcile. He admits that he would have liked to spend time with her choosing a gift, but his insecurities prevented him from expressing those feelings. There is a desire to get to know her better, to understand her preferences in his words. His face displays embarrassment and fear of being rejected, which prevented him from pulling himself together. This courageous warrior, faced with his own internal struggles, finds the strength to be vulnerable in the face of a loved one. Against the backdrop of the sunset sky, the girl looks straight ahead, her eyes full of warmth. "No offense," she says, and her words are full of understanding and forgiveness. The man looks away, his gaze downcast as if he blames himself. "I'm the one who should apologize, old man. Too flashy," she admits, and her sincerity draws an invisible bridge between them in the air. "That's okay," he replies, his voice sounding soft, and there's no trace of resentment in his eyes, just calmness and a willingness to move on. "I'm not used to it. Seriously, I'm sorry." The girl's words are imbued with sincerity. She feels uncomfortable, but at the same time ready for reconciliation and understanding. At a crossroads in the ancient city, where the shadows of houses draw strict lines on the deserted sidewalk, a girl with long hair turns to her companion. The words, "Then let's go," hang in the air, promising the beginning of their journey together. The narrow streets are filled with the noise of vendors and the voices of passers-by. People of different classes hurry about their business, their faces hidden from us, but each of them carries their own story. The sun plays on the rooftops and the atmosphere is filled with anticipation. On the roof of one of the houses, under the sky that connects all the inhabitants of this city, a young man meets the gaze of a girl. "Who's to say" sign, peeping. "Interesting hobbies you have, Frieren." His words are light and mocking, reading both friendship and challenge in them. The answer doesn't wait. Make up without any fights. These are not just words, they are a code of honor. Because in this world, every utterance is important. Every gesture counts. This is how the groundwork is laid for further events that will determine the outcome of their stories. A young man with a downcast look reflects on the inevitability of growing up. Nostalgia and acceptance are heard in his words. Growing up, you become alienated. You try not to argue, and let the young people rebel. There's time. There is wisdom and regret in those words at the same time. Frieren, sitting on the roof, listens to the reproaches of his companion. "Already start so much with the kids. Poor you, Frieren." His calmness is contrasted with the carelessness of his youth, and in this contrast one feels the depth of his character. The girl, looking up to her comrade, understands his struggle with his inner demons. "It has to start with you too. I get it." What kind of alienation are we talking about? In her words, not only care but also a hint about overcoming difficulties together, about the support that everyone needs. Once again, he is alone with himself and his musings. I wonder what I look like in her eyes. This question does not expect an answer. It is rather rhetorical. After all, she came to me. Frieren didn't come up to you. His thoughts are intertwined with his feelings, leaving room for speculation and conjecture about his true emotions. Frieren walks down the roof, his figure drawing a clear silhouette against the sunlight. Well, Frieren was raised by a priest. I am no match for the Geither himself. His words carry a hidden meaning that reflects the depth of his respect for his teacher. The girl looks after him, and there is a certainty in her gaze. You clearly overestimate him, she says, and you can read the playful teasing in her words. She knows his soul better than anyone else. The scene takes us to a meal where men in robes have gathered. The table is set, and the faces of the participants are serious. The conversation crosses back and forth with flashbacks. Played with food. He was hungover more than once. They are words that reveal the humanity, even in those usually seen only as majestic. Girl standing on the roof, her voice full of irony. A vicious priest, anyway. This is not a condemnation, but rather an affectionate acknowledgement that even the saints are not without sin, and it is common for everyone to stumble along the way. On the roof under the starry sky, the conversation continues. Really, you outdid him. Well, I'm sorry. These words carry an acknowledgement of the ability to surpass even the most worthy teachers, albeit with a slight apology for the unexpected sincerity. Frieren reflects on his behavior and compares himself to the image of adulthood he aspires to. Acts like a proper adult, not like me. He gives the impression of a kind and trustworthy man. His introspection reveals a desire to grow and be better. The scene shifts to the street, where an old man rebukes a young man. What kind of disrespect is that to an old man? But the answer comes with confidence and self-irony. Look, you've changed. At least he's starting to look like an adult. The young man, walking off into the darkness, replies with a warm smile, It all comes with age. These words carry wisdom and the recognition that time brings change, and each day is another step toward maturity. The old man, tucked into the railing, sighs, Hey, if only it were really so. I'm still the same child at heart. These words reveal the profound truth that no matter our age, a part of us always remains young. Looking directly into our eyes, he continues, trying my best to behave myself, and so it will continue until the day I die. It is a recognition that dignity and self-esteem require continuous effort. The next image shows a girl curled up in a fecal ball, talking to herself under a blanket. Kids need an adult example, especially poor Frieren. She needs support and approval. The warmth of her words shows a willingness to support and be there for you. And who will approve of your behavior, praise you for your diligence and example? Asks the girl, addressing an invisible interlocutor. You can hear a note of challenge in her voice. She is looking for affirmation in herself and others. The old man ponders something deep and personal. Goddess, really, to see her, I can only do it after I'm dead. There is a quiet resignation in his words, an acceptance of the imminent future and a belief that there is something else after life. The answer comes from the doorstep where the girl stands. And as long as you live, you will be praised by me. In her words is not only a promise of support, but also the assurance that merit is noticed and appreciated. Is that so? The old man looks at her with interest. Perhaps he's surprised by the statement, or maybe he just wants to know more about what she means, what actions or character traits she considers worthy of praise. Are you in control of human emotion? How will you praise? He asks a question that reveals a slight chuckle, and perhaps a test of her intentions, a test of her understanding of human nature. The silhouettes of an old man and a girl loom on the doorstep of the house. The night enveloped them with its calmness, and the stars witnessed their warm conversation. A slight smile lit up the old man's face as the girl touched his head. "A pleasure," he says, and a soft light of gratitude appears in his eyes. "Frieren, I'll put in a good word for you with the goddess. You deserve her praise," the girl says with majesty, promising that his kindness and wisdom will be noticed, not only here on earth. They slowly back away from the doors, preparing to plunge into the night. "Well, that's reassuring," the old man says, and you can hear the confidence in his words that the world is still full of goodness and light. On a rooftop under a wide sky sit two people, their gazes staring off into the distance. The sun seems to stop in its tracks to overhear their words. "Frieren, what are you doing?" the girl asks, her interest mixed with a slight sneer. The man looks serious, but there is a spark of amusement in his eyes. She continues, as if playing with him. "Enough for the effort sign. You're doing great." Her words feel both supportive and a friendly nudge. "Rejoice sign. You won't find a lady older than me," he replies with a sly smile. An older lady would look like that." His words are like a skillful swipe in the dance of the eternal game between wisdom and youth. Truly, life is unpredictable, taking us to places we could never have dreamed of. Here they are, travelers, making their way through the bandit forests of the northern kingdoms, 29 years after Gimmel's death, on their trusty wagon. In the back of the caravan sit our heroes, and the dialogue between them involuntarily slows down. "Here's thanks. We owe you," they say, recognizing the debt they owe to those who helped them along the way. The young man replies with a note of self-irony. "That's good for me too, I'd say." There is a lightness in his words and a confidence that all the obstacles in their path are just another page in their story. "Fallen into the clutches of a peddler, then?" asks one of the companions. "Admittedly, I'm a merchant from a village nearby. Our family has maintained a jewelry shop for centuries. Interested you?" His words are full of pride in the family business and a willingness to share the best of what he has with travelers. Truly, life is unpredictable, taking us to places we could never have dreamed of. Here they are, travelers, making their way through the bandit forests of the northern kingdoms, 29 years after Gimmel's death, on their trusty wagon. In the back of the caravan sit our heroes, and the dialogue between them involuntarily slows down. "Here's thanks we owe you," they say, recognizing the debt they owe to those who helped them along the way. The young man replies with a note of self-irony. "That's good for me too, I'd say." There is a lightness in his words and a confidence that all the obstacles in their path are just another page in their story. "Fallen into the clutches of a peddler, then?" asks one of the companions. "Admittedly, I'm a merchant from a village nearby. Our family has maintained a jewelry shop for centuries. Interested you? His words are full of pride in the family business and a willingness to share the best of what he has with travelers. Frieren, going through the items in the trunk, expresses mild annoyance. You always have junk. Her words intertwined with a slight weariness of the mess. Where did I get him? She ponders, rummaging through her things. Searching for something lost always brings with it memories, reflections on the past. Found it, she finally says with relief, holding perhaps another precious memory or important item in her hands. I'm sorry, missed it. She apologizes, her words full of genuine regret. The winged monsters of these parts are very cunning, skilled in concealing magic. Her explanation brings a touch of mysticism to the story and emphasizes the challenging environment they have to survive in. A huge winged creature hovers in the air, lifting the carriage like feathers in the wind. How to be, Frieren said thoughtfully, her eyes following this unusual sight. There's a plan brewing in the carriage house. Can you keep the carriage in the air? Asks one of the companions, and the other adds, and continue the journey using the magic of flight. You can feel the excitement and readiness for new feats in his voice. Right now, for example, Frieren says, and her question is infused with curiosity. Old man, have you ever watched a flying carriage in your life? The answer comes calmly and confidently. You may be surprised, but people learned to fly only 40 years ago. In these words, there is pride in the achievements of mankind and faith in its capabilities. Frieren, gazing with fascination at the magical creature floating in the sky, shares his knowledge of the world. And before, the sky was considered to be strictly the territory of demons and monsters. Humans borrowed flight techniques from demons, so, her companion, perhaps feeling the strain of the greatness of the moment, asks, Let's keep it short and to the point. His words are filled with a desire to get the point across without unnecessary detail. I see. The technique is not fully understood, so there are many limitations. You can only hold something in the air for a very short time, he explains, emphasizing the impermanence and risks of magical practices. Frieren, Sena picks up. I'll fly with the merchant. We have to get out of here, says one of the companions, showing determination and willingness to act despite all the dangers and unknowns of flight. The companion asks with confusion in his voice, what about me? He stands on the threshold of the unknown, preparing to step into the unknown. Good. Let's pack up. One of the companions replies firmly, calling for action, for preparation for the next stage of their adventure. Frieren looks up at him and her eyes are determined. I'm going to crash to death, got it? Gee. Her words reflect the seriousness of the situation, but also trust in her companion's abilities. Of course I'm going to crash. Why are you surprised? Would a warrior crash from such a height? He replies indignantly, both defiance and confidence in his fighting skills in his voice. I should so... Frieren ponders as he watches the scene. That's odd. Aizen has always remained unharmed no matter where he falls from. Hater was always amazed. Her words carry memories of their acquaintance's bravery and unusual abilities, able to emerge whole from the most desperate situations. You have to calculate, one of the companions decisively states, emphasizing the importance of precision and planning in their dangerous enterprise. What about holding the carriage before the fall itself? Offers another, exploring the possibility of taking a last chance to land safely. Frieren excitedly intervened. If we miss the timing, we'll turn into flatbread. We're all very scared, you know that. Her words are full of anxiety about the possible consequences of their actions. Anyway, we have to hurry, the third adds, emphasizing the inevitability of haste and risk in their current situation. Here they are, on the verge of reality and wonder, watching a creature of legends, a monster of the kind that topples its prey, as a symbol of the unpredictability and outlandishness of the world in which they are forced to survive. Frieren looks ahead to the vastness of the sky. Indeed, she says, perhaps reflecting on the trials ahead or the vast possibilities the world has in store for them. The fight scene with the winged creature unfolds in full force, a whirlwind of action and adrenaline, as they come face to face with a monster trying to topple them into the abyss. "Well, you have to make the most of life," says one of the companions, and in his words sounds not only a challenge to fate itself, but also the philosophy of a true adventurer. "You could have warned me," the other exclaims indignantly when a sudden event takes them by surprise. The surprises of the journey add spice to their adventures, making their hearts beat more frequently. Suddenly, the sky lights up with a massive explosion that sent shockwaves of air in all directions, marking an unforeseen turn in their journey. The next moment shows the carriage overturned on the ground, amidst the wreckage and things strewn about, testifying to the force of the collision with the unknown. "Phew, that passed," one of the heroes sighs in relief, realizing that the danger is over but feeling the aftertaste of the stress. "You live," the other, barely recovering from a sharp fall, responds in a weak voice. They survived, but no doubt the ordeal will leave a mark on their memories. And here was a horse tied to a tree, as if nothing had happened. This calm image contrasted with the chaos of the incident suggests that even in the most unpredictable events, there is a corner of calm. In front of us is a carriage that miraculously survived an unexpected adventure. "The horse is a little hurt, but that's okay. I've already healed it," one of the companions says, sighing in relief at having gotten away with only light casualties. "I'm sorry." He tosses back his thanks, rendering courtesy and humility in the face of what could have ended far more tragically. "What are you?" "I'm grateful to you. One would have died in this forest long ago," the other admits, realizing that without mutual aid their chances of survival would be extremely slim. "Then we'll fix the carriage," declares the companion resolutely, ready to get to work and restore their only means of transportation to continue their journey. Their carriage stands in the shadows of the forest as a reminder that every journey carries both risk and opportunity for a new beginning. Frieren, rummaging through the trunk, suddenly stops as if she realized something. "Huh, here we go." Her eyes fill with disappointment and she quietly admits, "Lost." Apparently something of value was lost in the chaos of recent events. Against the backdrop of nature, away from disaster and adventure, a more tranquil scene unfolds. "We'll have to change clothes," says one of the traveling companions, offering to change after the hardships we've endured. "It's not so cold anymore, by the way," another adds, emphasizing the change in environment, perhaps heralding a new stage in their journey. Suddenly, one reminds the other, "By the way, your bracelet. It's a reminder that even in tumultuous events, it's important not to forget the little things that can make a big difference." The girl remembers a special gift while holding on to her neck. The old man gave it to me for my birthday." Her face reflects the warmth of memories of someone significant to her. The man recalls how carefully he chose the gift, his words filled with a slight fatigue. "I spent 3 hours choosing, made me choose for myself." Said let him buy what he wants, the girl continues, her words expressing the trust and freedom of choice given to her at that moment. The final words carry irony and light teasing. "Been through a lot, old man? Poor guy, you can't think of a more excruciating thing." There is a sense of friendly banter and an underlying respect for the effort put into choosing the gift. The young man recalls his feat with weariness in his eyes, tried to guess by the expression on her face. 3 hours, I sympathize." His words are full of sympathy for his own perseverance and endeavor. The girl standing off to the side snickers slightly mockingly. "I hear everything, by the way." Her tone emphasizes a light playfulness and attention to the conversation. "But what's comforting is that my choice made her very happy," smiles the man, glad to realize that his labors were not in vain and brought joy. The girl, with a slight smile on her face, looks at her companion, expressing mute gratitude for his efforts, and a gift that clearly appealed to her. The man respects the young companion. "You're a smart guy, old man? Exceeded my expectations." His words carry an acknowledgement of the young man's skills and growth. The girl considers a bracelet symbolizing something more. A bracelet in the shape of a mirrored lotus symbolizes eternal love in the language of flowers, often given to sweethearts. Her words express the depth of the gift's meaning and its connection to ancient traditions. Sputnik modestly replies, "Yes, I haven't a clue, an old man." His reaction shows that he may not have realized the full depth of his choice. "Don't get any ideas," he exclaims, confused by her words. "How do I know the language of flowers?" His surprise and embarrassment make the situation both touching and amusing. The girl looks at the young man with a mixture of seriousness and surprise. "Yeah, you're a jerk, even angrier than usual." He stands up, confused by her words. "I don't, you are after all." But she interrupts him, "Say again." The bewilderment doesn't disappear from her face. Should I look for another gift?" Apparently she's still trying to understand his words and their implications. She addresses him with tenderness and confidence. "You gave me the bracelet from the bottom of your heart. Another gift is out of the question." In her words, she sounds sincere appreciation and the value of her feelings for him. Characters share brief lines in the woods, creating an atmosphere of calm after the storm. "Ah, so," says one, and the other replies with surprise. "Well?" The action shifts to the carriage, where the girl is attentively engaged in something. Sitting by the steps of the entrance, immersed in her tasks, an encounter with an unusual pig-like creature at the carriage house adds an element of fantasy and unpredictability to the character's daily routine. And the evening ends with a communal dinner with friends against the backdrop of the forest, sharing food and company, recharged by the warmth of friendship and relaxation after busy events. Before us is a scene of relaxation, a girl nestled on a large sculpture, her position suggesting that she has found a moment of rest in the shadow of the majestic creature. The comrades gather around the carriage discussing future plans. Between them, there is an atmosphere of focus and anticipation of a new day and new adventures. The carriage has been fixed. "Mrs. Freeran, I think we'll hit the road early in the morning," one of them says, confirming their willingness to continue their journey with the restored means of transportation. "Gimmel's ring," the girl pondered, remembering the lost object. Her expression is full of regret and longing for an important symbol of the past. The determination reads in the girl's words, "We won't leave until we find the ring. I'll help." She is not ready to give up her quest, showing her dedication and perseverance. Freeran tries to comfort her. "Come on, if we don't find it by morning, it's not fate. What I've never lost in my life." She accepts the loss with philosophical calm, recognizing that not everything in life is controllable. "But the ring is in the shape of a mirrored lotus, isn't it?" reminds the girl, emphasizing the uniqueness and significance of the lost object. In the language of flowers, a mirrored lotus implies eternal love. Freeran finishes, reminding them of the depth of the ring's symbolism and what it means to both of them. Freeran notes with surprise and some thoughtfulness, "I didn't know, here's how, big deal." Her words reflect a new understanding of the meaning of the gift. Did Gimmel know about colors, she wondered, speculating on how deliberate Gimmel's choice was. In the next step, she accepts the situation with dignity. "So be it, the ring means a lot to you." Her words express recognition of the importance of the ring to both of them and her willingness to support in the search. "Let's all go looking together," she declares firmly, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and working together toward a common goal. "They would have told you sooner," someone in the group notes with some regret, perhaps implying that in teamwork, it is important to share information in a timely manner. A character shares his community's experience. "In our village, it is not uncommon to lose jewelry." The words sound like a simple statement of fact that such losses are not uncommon in their places. He offers help. "This is the kind of gift I want to give you in gratitude for saving you." A goodwill gesture to give thanks for their actions. Magic in action. A girl reaches for a sparkling star in the night sky, perhaps using a spell to aid in the search for the lost one. "Freeran, you made a great contribution on a recent mission. Choose whatever you want," said with respect and recognition of her contributions, giving her the freedom to choose her award. Freeran concentrates on picking out her reward, her companion rushing over. "Quickly, you have to choose wisely." Her decision is measured and deliberate, despite the incitement. The companion responds to her choice. What? His surprise suggests that Friren's choice comes as a surprise to him. His face lights up with a smile as he considers his chosen item. Ah, so. The facial expression suggests an inner satisfaction and perhaps even a personal connection to the found object. Thank you very much. Friren's gratitude comes from the heart. She appreciates the effort and attention given to her and her companions. Something important, perhaps a missing element, is handed to him. Here you go, Friren. Thank you. Her gaze filled with surprise and gratitude. She hadn't expected such a gesture. They are standing in the street and he puts a ring on her finger, offering her something of value. This moment seems solemn and full of significance. The palm of the hand is open, and on it lies a ring, a symbol of the return of the lost and important. It is a moment of relief and joy. Good. You haven't given up the search after all, have you, Mistress Friren? Asks someone in the group, emphasizing her persistence and determination in her search. She smiles and says it easily. I guess so. The word is filled with calmness and contentment, reflecting her willingness to continue onward after all the challenges have been met. The companions turn to Friren for answers, her interest in the mirrored lotus becoming a topic of conversation, causing one of them to exclaim, "Well, geez." It may reflect their surprise or even admiration for her unusual choice. Life has taken us to the northern kingdoms, the Green Hills to be exact. 29 years after Gimmel's death, the path appeared uncharted and full of mystery. Overcoming the stony steps that led to heaven, we travelers of different destinies walked shoulder to shoulder. Our friendship grew stronger with each step, like tree roots in the ground. Look, we're missing a man from our team, one of us began suddenly, causing the rest of us to hush in anticipation. A premonition of change hung in the air. We have an adventurer, a sorceress, and a priest. Maybe we could use a thief. The offer fell unexpectedly, but everyone immediately felt that it was exactly what we needed to complete the puzzle of our destiny. In the shadows of the stone walls, sighing dreamily, the newly recruited thief in our team was already dreaming of the hidden treasures and riches that lay ahead. However, quickly brought back to reality, he realized that the treasure trail requires not only desire, but fortitude when we said, "No, go higher." Some of us began to dream of the fame and glamour that comes with adventure, dreaming of meeting beauties who would admire our exploits. But we also remembered our noble friend Friren, whose courage and fortitude had gotten us out of trouble more than once. "Don't forget about Friren," we reminded him. "He's so depressed. Not to be impertinent, but your team really needs to steal the experience and guile that comes with age." "I'm sorry. Oh, there's the village." Our eyes perked up at the sight of the destination of our long journey. Finally, we've arrived. But the meeting was not a joyous one. The village seemed lifeless, with bodies sleeping on the ground like echoes of some unknown tragedy. Why, every single one of them, sleeping. We stand amidst the silence, trying to figure out what happened here in this corner of the world. "You can't take a joke anymore. It's no good. Let's go look for another village," says one of us. But there is anxiety in his eyes. "Mrs. Friren, do not make me angry," adds the other, addressing herself to the one whose wisdom always guides us. "Right, that's the smell. Aha, the effects of the curse have found." The confidence in Friren's voice leaves no doubt. We are facing something uncharted and dangerous. Curses are commonly referred to as sleep charms or petrification practiced among demons and monsters, Friren explains, and we all take heed. "What curse are we talking about?" asks one of us. "People's witchcraft abilities aren't enough to stop their effects. Is the village doomed then?" The question hangs in the air, but the hope of salvation is stirring in our hearts. "People can't dispel curses. Priests with the power of a goddess are another matter," Friren says, indicating that higher magic would be required to solve the problem. Therefore, curses are addressed to the priests. It's a reminder that there are forces in our world that transcend the ordinary. We need to determine the type of curse and its source. Not in vain, Friren reflects, and you can hear the determination in his voice. "What do you say, Sane? Can they be saved?" asks the sorceress, full of hope. The question hangs in the air until we begin our next challenge. The goddess's charms are described in sacred scripture. Only the chosen ones are subject to them, the sorceress explains, emphasizing their uniqueness and power. And how are the spells of a goddess different from ordinary sorcery? A comrade inquires, wanting to understand the depth of their power. Therefore, they are not particularly focused on, as with the charms of demons. Their effects are incomprehensible to us. The sorceress continues, delving into the mysticism of this ancient knowledge. It takes talent to use them. Of course, talent implies curse-breaking. People say patronage of the goddess, she concludes, emphasizing that it takes a special grace to be freed from a curse. So Frieren is powerless against curses? One of the comrades asks without hiding his anxiety. Sorcerers don't pick up on them, she admits with a heavy heart. Something I've given up on here, and yet somehow I feel unsafe, says one of the travelers, feeling the gravity of the situation. And we're going to sleep. I'm scared, exclaims the other, succumbing to the fear in the air. A very rare curse, don't deploy. Frieren calmly remarks, already figuring out the next steps. Her confidence inspires us. It's easier to get rid of the source of the curse. It takes a special ritual and objects to match. It's about the monster, where it is, I've already determined. Onward, into battle, Frieren concludes firmly, pointing the way to our next bout. Arkisnet, one of the companions said questioningly, trying to figure out Frieren's hint. Ms. Frieren, Stark, begins the other, waiting for her decision. Can you wake up the old man for a while? The sorceress turns to Frieren, a note of urgency in her voice. Well, my charms are only enough to wake him up for 5 seconds. Consider not waking you up at all, Frieren replies, and her words don't promise an easy solution. We must hurry, Frieren concludes dryly, realizing that time is working against us and our next steps must be swift and decisive. The coolness of the forest and the shade of the trees gave us respite from the scorching sun. Our heroes, determined and hopeful, continued their journey down the winding path leading to the unknown. Suddenly, one of the companions loses his balance, and his body, as if devoid of will, falls to the side. This moment reminded everyone how unpredictable the enchantment surrounding them could be. Stopping to rest in the shade of the trees, they pondered their next steps. Time had not waited, and each of them felt the importance of the moment they were now experiencing. The gravity of the situation was weighted down by the realization that they had very little time left. It was necessary to act quickly and decisively to counter the looming threat. The situation became more and more disturbing when one of the team members also fell victim to a mystical curse that was sweeping the village. Concern and fear were reflected on the faces of the others. I'll take the barrier. Let them stay here. The decision was made quickly, for the safety of those under the spell was paramount. Meanwhile, 2 of the group continued through the gloomy forest, sensing the proximity of the target that lurked somewhere nearby, deep in the darkness. It's right next door. There's not much to go by, it was said with confidence and firmness, foreshadowing the imminent encounter with the source of the curse that shrouded their world in a shadow of menace. On the eve of the completion of their mission, one of the characters speaks to the other, emphasizing the importance of remaining vigilant and ready for action at a critical moment. The companion replies with confidence that he will not let any difficulty stand in their way, and that they will face the enemy together. Upon reflection, however, he recognizes that their powers may not be enough, and it may indeed only be for a few fleeting moments, underscoring the uncertainty of their situation. Frieren, thinking over what they have said, comes to the conclusion that they need more time to complete the task successfully, and they must find a way to win it. Our heroes encounter a giant creature whose presence is terrifying and awe-inspiring at the same time. This is the same creature that caused the villagers to be trapped in the curse. Her magic was so powerful that even the sight of her evoked mixed feelings of fear and admiration in our travelers. At the same time, they realized that even clerics with the power of a goddess are able to use battle magic against such an opponent. This gives them some hope of success in the upcoming confrontation. One of the travelers leaning on a tree finds courage and determination. The sight before the heroes is a majestic and mysterious monster, perhaps the key to unraveling and saving the village. They are ready to face him and accept the challenge of fate. The travelers have uncovered the creature's secret. Its sweeping buds form in symbiosis with the plants of the local lands, making it an enemy of extraordinary power. With this knowledge, they realize that the creature is not just powerful, but deeply rooted in the very essence of the nature of these places. They discover the monster's weak spot, its pistol. This knowledge gives them not only an understanding of how the beast can be defeated, but also hope that their task is doable. In a battle rush and focus, the cleric summons the power of battle magic, preparing to use it against the enemy. This moment is filled with tension and anticipation of the outcome of the bout. And now comes the climax. The attack begins, and echoes in the air are the 3 spikes of the goddess, a magical spell that could be decisive in this battle. A magical attack was launched, aiming directly at the monster's vulnerable point. The forces of light and darkness collided, creating a flash that illuminated the surroundings for a moment. The next moment was an explosion that echoed through the night, echoing throughout the land. The power of the blow was so great that it shattered the silence of the night forest. The monster seemed to stagger from the force of the blow. The majestic creature that had seemed invulnerable now found itself under attack. The hero, who gathered all his will and magical power for this attack, watches the result of his action, wondering if it was enough to defeat a powerful enemy. Realizing the risk of each of his actions, the hero knows that it is necessary to get exactly into the heart of the monster. Any mistake in such a confrontation could cost dearly, including Friren's life. He thought deeply, realizing the seriousness of the moment, and wondered if it was possible to wake up Friren to confront the monster together. If the creature proves capable of repelling his attack, it could have disastrous consequences, not only for the village, but also for the forest that is their home, and for all the heroes of their squad. With each passing minute, the tension builds, because the stakes in this battle are higher than ever, and any move could have unpredictable consequences. At the most decisive moment, when every second counts, the hero makes the choice to act quickly and without hesitation, without wasting precious time on reflection. He realizes that it's impossible to make a deep spiritual connection in such a short period of time to fully understand Friren and her plans, but he knows they must work together and be one. Accepting this, he continues to move forward, even though Friren's train of thought remains inscrutable to him, like a riddle he is unable to solve. Finally, in a quieter setting, away from the battle and tension, he admits that to the end he has never been able to plumb the depths of her mind and understand what is really in her strategy. A discussion erupts among the travelers about the importance of spiritual connection in their common cause. One of them doubts the necessity of such a connection, while the other is not ready to agree with this statement. In this dialogue, it becomes clear that Friren, the group's leader and spiritual advisor, has no illusions about dream-level understanding. It is action-oriented and results-oriented. She prefers to have her words listened to, rather than trying to guess her thoughts or feelings. Her approach to life and battles is pragmatic and purposeful. She was probably the one who once defeated a demon king, and it is her power that her companions believe in. That faith and trust in her leadership is the foundation of their relationship and shared victories. In the face of danger, and standing on the threshold of a decisive battle, the hero reflects on Friren's words, realizing the importance of listening to her experience and wisdom. His companion reminds him that they should fight together, that neither of them should take risks alone, and that she is ready to support him in battle. The hero, with a twinkle in his eye and a slight smile on his face, agrees with these words, making the decision to be ready for anything that might happen. And now comes the moment of truth. Magical energy is unleashed, and the hero is about to unlock the curse, using all his knowledge and power to end the threat hanging over them. After the crushing blow dealt by the hero, the monster is confused. The hero's companion, full of determination, is ready to support him, armed with a sword and ready for battle. They both turn their attention to the creature, waiting for its reaction. Tension is rising in the air, and they are ready for any outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the monster makes a loud sound, reflecting its painful state after the magic attack. The light of the heroine's sword glints in the darkness, and she prepares for the decisive blow that will possibly end this epic battle. The battle was over. The monster fell under the force of the heroes, leaving behind only shadows and dust. The companion, holding back her emotions, simply states the fact that the fight is over, and her words echo in the silence of the ravaged battlefield. After returning to the village, the villagers greet the heroes with gratitude, recognizing their deeds and the dedication with which they fought for the sake of all. The hero, humbly looking away, refuses praise, saying that he was only doing his duty, not seeking fame or recognition. But his modesty does not diminish the significance of his actions in the eyes of the people he saved. The villagers express their gratitude to the heroes, emphasizing that without their help, they would have remained at the mercy of the curse. The hero's companion, showing her respect, notes his courage and bravery, and he in turn pays tribute to her instinct and ability to analyze the situation. She thanks him for everyone's lives, recognizing that their success would not have been possible without his contributions. Walking along the path from the village, one character utters words of recognition to another, appreciating his contribution and ability to act in a critical situation. Leaving behind the rescued village, they go away thinking about what happened, and one of them cannot stop thinking about the beauty and mystery of a certain woman who apparently left an indelible mark in his heart. After the accomplished adventure, our heroes return to everyday life. One of them seems to be hovering in the clouds, immersed in his thoughts and memories. The other expresses bewilderment at seeing him brooding and asks about the reasons for his absent-mindedness, trying to draw attention to reality. The third, seeing that his comrade is stacked and exhausted after their adventures, offers to go to his mansion to rest and gather his strength after their heroic battle. Their path leads them to a majestic building that may be their refuge, and a place to take a well-deserved rest after all the experiences and trials they have faced. The heroes are gathered together in a room that abounds in the grandeur and comfort of the homes of nobility. They discuss past events and share impressions of their adventures. Among them is a man who holds a special place in this group, recognizable as one of the greatest warriors of the Orden family, a family known for their heroic deeds and influence in the northern kingdoms. This warrior is not just a participant in the conversation. He wishes to hold a conversation with the honorable elder, wishing to discuss important matters, perhaps concerning future plans or strategies for their next actions. In a post-battle atmosphere saturated with feelings of relief and battle fatigue, the young hero jokingly hints that one of the older members of the team might expect his mother to keep speaking for him, especially given his role in the vanguard. In response, the elder, seated in a chair with dignity and composure, makes a request, hinting at a possible reward for the services rendered by the heroes. Meanwhile, Friren, feeling unwilling to listen to further discussion, decides to leave, inviting the elder to follow her. One of the heroines discovers coins jingling in the silence of the mansion, and perhaps this is the beginning of a new mystery or adventure that lies ahead. The conversation reveals the financial side of their adventure. The coins are the payment for the risks they take. The importance of this reward is emphasized by the fact that it keeps them alive and allows them to continue traveling. Friren, who was ready to be left out, reminds herself, demanding to find out exactly what she wants or requires before everyone disperses. Suddenly, the conversation turns to the origins of one of the heroes, who happens to come from a warrior village in the Central Kingdoms, a place known for its warrior traditions. The elder, recalling their origins, is surprised to find that their ancestors were also connected to this village, which adds a new facet to their shared history, and perhaps foreshadows further interactions between the characters. The characters listen attentively to the story about the portrait that takes pride of place on the wall. It is a depiction of the eldest son of the master of the house, Uld, who is the heir and hero in the eyes of the locals. They draw attention to the striking resemblance between father and son, who resemble two drops of water, their facial features so identical that passers-by cannot tell them apart. The conversation turns to the nature of the upcoming work the characters have to do, perhaps related to a new task or mission. The story becomes more somber when the story is told of a battle the son of the master of the house engaged in confronting an enemy general which was apparently an event of great importance and involved great risks. A sad chapter in their story tells of a tragedy that occurred during a bloody battle that only a few knew about. This event is shrouded in mystery, and its details were not widely known. Only a close circle of people, including adjutants, were aware of the death of Uld, the son of the elder, making his story even more mysterious and painful. There is a question among the characters as to why they might need an elder, emphasizing the importance of his role and possible influence on future events. In light of what has happened, they discuss the need to maintain public morale and strengthen the city's defenses to prepare for possible future threats, realizing that their task as defenders is far from over. As they discuss plans for the future, the elder urges against rushing to announce the death of the heir, emphasizing that it must be done with care. He reveals part of his plan. They must appear in public and convince everyone that Uld is alive and well, which requires careful preparation and staging. The conversation about finances continues, and it becomes clear that the illusion will require a significant amount of money, 10 antique gold coins, to keep the illusion convincing. They also discuss the need for a grimoire, a book of magical spells or knowledge that can be found in the mansion's library, which may be a key element in their plan. They face the daunting task of convincing everyone that Uld is alive. One of the characters doubts the success of this scheme, drawing attention to his scar, which could give away the forgery. However, the elder explains that the scar will be an additional element to create a convincing image of Uld returning from the battlefield wounded, giving him credibility in the eyes of the people. Longing envelops the heroes, because they realize that without money, their plan is doomed to failure. They need the means to keep up the pretense. The elder decides it's time to teach the young man etiquette, so he can convincingly play the role of Uld without arousing suspicion from others. The process of learning manners begins with the basics. The adjutant diligently corrects the young man's posture, paying attention to every detail of his appearance and demeanor to ensure that he matches Uld's status. The next step is learning to ride, a skill that is definitely necessary for a noble heir. The young man will have to master the art of riding confidently in the saddle, which is part of his image. Under the guidance of an adjutant, the hero learns how to behave properly in the building, practicing movements and gestures that reflect nobility and dignity. Their lessons culminate in a test. A young man must demonstrate confidence and grace, owning himself in the face of high society, which requires not only knowledge of etiquette, but also inner strength and self-control. Training is not just limited to practical skills. The adjutant also conducts theory classes, immersing the young man in the study of books and scrolls that may contain historical data, strategic knowledge, or information about magic needed to perform the role convincingly. The young man passes through the corridors of the mansion, permeated with an atmosphere of austerity and grandeur, which should also help him to get into the role of the heir. One of the heroines, apparently realizing the gravity and difficulty of the task, asks about her progress in learning etiquette. The young man's response alludes to his insecurity and possible difficulties he has encountered in the learning process. In a final gesture filled with symbolism and drama, he kneels and extends his hand, perhaps practicing one of the etiquette gestures or illustrating his willingness to submit to the demands of his role. The character turns to his companion with hope and uncertainty in his voice, seeking her support or approval. Her answer, though brief, expresses doubt and concern, which may be a sign of the difficulties they face in their difficult endeavor. They decide to take a walk to gather their thoughts and perhaps discuss next steps. The portrait named after Lord Orzan clearly plays a key role in current events, perhaps involving the legacy or loss of an important person whose name carries weight in their world. On the landing, a girl in nun's garb addresses a young man, asking him to call her father. Such treatment is unusual, hinting at some secret roles and hierarchy in this world. A young man in a stylish uniform stands in a spacious hallway. His words about 2 months off his son's shoulder and the question about the road to his heart sound heavy, emphasizing the weight of responsibility and loss. In a deserted hallway, the two stand against each other. One speaks of following the will of the other, despite the lack of personal affection. This emphasizes the complexity of their relationship and the decisions to come. The profile of a man with a clear gaze expresses his inner conflict. His words about not being immune to murder complete the image of a man facing a moral choice. The girl on the staircase appeals to an older man, probably a mentor or supervisor, to not deny her son's dying wish, emphasizing the importance of the moment and her respect for his decision. In a garden where nature blends with silence, a young man wields a sword, in preparation for a training or trial, under the supervision of two older individuals who may be his mentors. The same trio heads up the forest trail. A man in monk's robes instructs a young man on proper posture, emphasizing the rigor of training and the importance of discipline. A man with a look full of seriousness comments on the situation, saying that the younger son, soft and unsuited to the role of heir, is failing in his responsibility. A man with a determined look makes a comparison between an older and younger man, emphasizing the difference in experience and skill, foreshadowing a possible rivalry or transfer of knowledge. The mentor addresses the young man, noting his mastery of the sword, and offering instruction in their family's art, suggesting ancient tradition and heritage. The young man with sword in hand asks a question expressing bewilderment or anxiety, perhaps before an upcoming test or discovery. The older man calms the younger man, assuring him that they are not on a battlefield and urging him to be brave. They are words of encouragement and guidance before an important event. An older man is evaluating a younger man, perhaps it is his apprentice or son, who is having difficulty learning and becoming a warrior, which creates a tense learning atmosphere. The young man with the sword listens to the evaluation of his talent compared to his brother, which may cause him to feel competitive or inadequate, encouraging him to grow. The mentor speaks of the young man's effort and potential to surpass even his own achievements, adding a note of optimism. The older man with the sword expresses the hope that the young man will hear and accept his words, which is an important part of the learning process and understanding between teacher and student. The man with glasses shares his observations, saying that the guy is too hard on himself, which may hinder his development, reflecting concern for the student's psychological state. The mentor assesses the young man's efforts with the word poor, emphasizing that there is room for improvement and the importance of continued training. The girl reacts with surprise to the offer to take etiquette lessons, which may be related to an upcoming event that requires some knowledge of social behavior. The man in luxurious clothing brings up the importance of having a companion for the ball, especially for a young man, which emphasizes the social norms of their world. The young pixie thoughtfully offers the option of inviting her mother to an upcoming event. This shows her innocence and perhaps ignorance of the ins and outs of etiquette. The girl in black, possibly her sister, expresses sympathy for her, understanding the difficulties she faces and supporting her morally. The view of the fortified city under the starry sky creates a sense of a world full of adventure and stories, where every house and street holds its secrets. The dance hall, where people came together to enjoy music and each other's company, emphasizes the social aspect of their culture and the importance of such events in strengthening relationships. The character expresses his concern for finances, which is a universal problem, and apologizes for his neediness, which adds depth to his character. The man offers a dance, albeit with apologies for clumsiness, which creates a moment of intimacy and learning between the characters, perhaps strengthening their bond. The girl is critical of her partner's manners. Perhaps this gives him an incentive to improve his skills and become better at meeting her expectations. The dance hall is filled with couples, each absorbed in their interactions, creating an atmosphere of romance, tradition, and social play. The girl sitting at the table is more attracted to the cake than the dancing, which may reflect her casualness and desire to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. The character says with regret that perhaps if he had not been disabled and gone to the front, his friend would still be alive. This is a sudden and dark twist in the story, showing the complexity of his inner world. The man in uniform states that the evening is coming to an end, summarizing the events, perhaps with some wistfulness or disappointment in his voice. In the final shot, we see two characters facing each other, both with a serious expression on their faces which could foreshadow an important dialogue or decision facing them. The character announces the completion of a task and asks for the reward due, which hints at the successful completion of some mission or task important to him. We see two men standing in a hallway, creating a sense of waiting or pausing after an important event or conversation. One of them calls the other a great warrior, but with a contradictory tone, which may indicate difficulties in their relationship or upcoming trials. The young man with a distinct expression refuses to become a substitute son for his interlocutor, which expresses his desire for autonomy and the uniqueness of his role. The older man clarifies his position with a soft smile, noting that he is not a replacement for the young man's father, emphasizing his role and attitude. It recalls the past of another, a village connected to demonic entities, adding mystery and perhaps a heavy legacy to their history. Discusses their past quarrel over a small thing, which may indicate a strained but important relationship between the characters, where even small things matter. And at the end, the older man concludes that the son doesn't want to see his father, expressing contempt or disappointment in their relationship and possibly closing the door to further communication. One man's words about a miracle that happened when they met hint at unusual circumstances, or a fateful encounter that sets the tone for their relationship. The young man says with a slight smile that his place is not here, which may express his independence and desire to seek his own path without adhering to traditional expectations. In addressing his mentor, the young man expresses his eagerness to talk about his travels, which emphasizes his thirst for adventure and eagerness to share his experiences. The response clearly demonstrates understanding and possibly reconciliation on the part of the older person who seems to accept the young person's decisions and desire to leave. The building, with its high roofs and many windows, gives the impression of an old manor house or an educational institution filled with secrets and scholarly knowledge. In a spacious room of books, one of the heroines shares an observation about Mrs. Freeren's long stay among grimoires, which may indicate her pursuit of knowledge or search for answers. Another character notices Mr. Akil's fatigue, which may suggest that he too is engaged in a time-consuming quest for knowledge or an important task. The scientist's words about a portrait without a face add an element of mysticism and mystery, perhaps a reference to unsolved mysteries or forgotten stories. One character comments that it will take some time to recover, which can refer to physical or mental fatigue after intense events. There is a slight note of surprise in the dialogue between the two characters, emphasizing the possibly unexpected turn in their conversation or the events around them. An optimistic remark about a boy's future indicates his potential and the expectations placed on him, perhaps by someone more experienced or influential. The image of an adult and child holding hands is filled with warmth and foreshadows a journey or a new beginning, symbolizing the transfer of knowledge or care. The beginning of the story establishes the time frame and location of the action, foreshadowing a new chapter in the characters' lives after a significant event in their world. The dialogue between the characters reveals the historical significance of the place, emphasizing respect for the past and the long history guarded by strong warriors. The question of the longevity of the dwarves introduces an element of mysticism and ancient traditions, pointing to the unique characteristics of this world and its inhabitants. The elven woman speaks of her longtime friend, the Magi, expressing a desire to meet him again, which adds a note of nostalgia and depth to her personal connections. The conversation points to changes in the world, where creatures like Freeren are hardly ever seen anymore, and the sensitivity of information that should be withheld. The promise to visit an old friend for a week emphasizes their long lifespan, and a perception of time very different from humans. Arrival in the village is marked by a meeting with an old acquaintance, the Magi, which symbolizes a return to roots and a reconnection with the past. The description of the Magi as an old warrior in the prime of life brings out the contrast between his age and the vitality that characterizes this fantasy world. The old wise man recalls his granddaughter's name with warmth and slight confusion, which creates an atmosphere of familial affection and respect for the older generation. The elfess, who reminds the Magi of her name, humors his forgetfulness, facilitating a moment of understanding and friendliness between them. The unexpected appearance of a new character introduced an element of surprise, his name raising questions, foreshadowing new plot twists. The dynamics and tension of the scene with the fallen tree emphasize the suddenness of the incident, and may symbolize upcoming difficulties or trials for the characters. The Magus speculates on the causes of death on the battlefield, emphasizing the vulnerability of demons and humans to the chaos of war and its consequences. The young man is lying on the ground, apparently facing an unexpected danger or obstacle, which emphasizes the risks of their journey. The Magus, helping the young man up, warns him against carelessness, which emphasizes the importance of being vigilant and ready to defend oneself. The elven woman, offering her hand to the Magi, ironizes his ability to get into trouble, demonstrating their friendly and warm relationship. The young man on the ground seems exhausted, and his request to wait indicates physical or emotional difficulties he is facing. The elfess shows understanding and tolerance by offering to rest, reflecting her care and desire to help her comrade. The comment about the old man's unusualness hints at his eccentric nature, and perhaps the unique abilities or knowledge he possesses. The sign on the hotel building foreshadows the next stage in their journey, perhaps providing them with a place to rest and recuperate. The group, when planning an extended stay, apply for jobs, which shows their willingness to integrate into local life and contribute to society. Their everyday activities in the village, such as tending plants, show the simplicity and tranquility of rural life, away from the hustle and bustle and dangers of big cities. The comment about the lack of hands to work in the village suggests that the characters will find a use for themselves and an opportunity to be useful in the world. The local man's surprise at his friendship with the Magi emphasizes the unusual nature of their connection, as well as his respect for the older generation and their wisdom. A local man shares his thoughts on the difficulty of communicating with the ancient Magi, which emphasizes the alienation caused by the elders' age and wisdom. The account of the Magi protecting the village from demons and monsters reflects his deep connection to the place and his role as protector, giving it an almost mythical significance. The elf and Magi spending time together shows their close bond and respect for his life experiences and service to the community. Reflecting on the fact that the Magi spent eternity alone reveals the deep sadness and majesty of his existence and evokes empathy and reverence for his victims. The young man carries the old man on his shoulders, which may symbolize respect and care for the older generation, as well as the burden of history and wisdom they carry. The characters eating together at the table perhaps symbolizes togetherness and unity, emphasizing the importance of family traditions and shared meals. The fishing scene indicates the quiet life and daily activities necessary for living and surviving in a rustic environment. Gathering mushrooms in the forest is not only about finding food, but also an opportunity for the characters to enjoy nature and time together, strengthening their relationship and understanding. The painting shows the Magi sitting next to a huge sleeping beast, which may symbolize his connection to nature or magical abilities to pacify wild creatures. Two characters standing near the house, perhaps discussing their future plans or reflecting on past events, summarizing their adventures. The image of the village at dusk creates an atmosphere of peace and tranquility, emphasizing the end of the day and the beginning of the silence of the night. The dialogue about the week that quickly passed hints at how time frames are perceived differently, especially when each day is filled with learning and new discoveries. The elven woman's words point to the man's unique ability to learn and master new knowledge without a significant investment of time. The gratitude in her words reflects the satisfaction of the time spent and the recognition of the importance and value of the moments spent together. The sorcerer's sincere admission that it was the elf woman who helped him deal with his difficult past demonstrates the deep gratitude and mutual influence of their relationship. The group portrait emphasizes the unity of the characters and the importance of each of them in the overall story, hinting at the continuation of their journey together. The elven woman asks a question, to which the old man replies that the past no longer matters, which may reflect his philosophical outlook on life and attitude towards history. reflecting on the fact that people do not put themselves in danger for no reason, expresses a common life wisdom and understanding of human nature. The Magi's words about keeping the village as a memory of a loved one reveal the depth of his feelings and attachment to the place and its history. The final declaration of the fulfillment of a promise made to a man emphasizes his honor and loyalty, showing that not even time can destroy his word. The old man states his unwillingness to share the secrets of magic, which may be a sign of his devotion to the art and his adherence to its laws. Memories of a loved one that have faded from memory show how time can erase even the strongest memories, bringing sadness and the realization of loss. The words about the Magi's single-mindedness in keeping his promise underscore his unyielding will and honor, despite the passage of time and changes in the world. The young man's assurance that the departed wife would have been proud of the Magi's steadfastness reflects a deep respect and faith in his principles and promises. Recognizing that Gimel was a great hero emphasizes respect for his past services and the fame he earned through his exploits. The Magus speaks of his wife's dream and his intention to keep the memory of the hero Gimel alive, carrying that memory through the ages. The young man expresses honor at having people like Frieren and Aizen in his squad, while easing the tension to reassure the old man. The old man sentimentally notes that his life is much shorter than the elf's, realizing the difference in lifespan between different creatures. The young man suggests that Frieren continue his work, emphasizing his desire to keep the Magi's memory alive for years to come. Frieren's agreement is expressed calmly, demonstrating her willingness to accept the role and the responsibilities associated with it. The Magus notes with slight regret that they were lucky to have partners, perhaps indicating their contribution or importance in his life. The remark that the gestures were in vain may reflect some bitterness or disappointment in past actions that did not produce the expected result. The Magus wonders if the elven woman remembers the hero, perhaps testing her memory, or emphasizing the importance of preserving history. Her response, "You're offended," may indicate a deep respect for the past and the significance of those who have left a mark on history. The additional question about the character's voice indicates the Magi's desire to retain a fuller recollection of the man, his character and personality. The elfess claims that she hasn't forgotten anything, and that it was Gimel who sparked her interest in humans, which speaks to this character's influence on her perception of humanity. The elfess asks the old man a rhetorical question, pointing out the significance of his actions and paying attention to the reasons that drive him. He opens up to her, expressing his loss. Memory of his wife is gone, and he can no longer recall her features, her voice, her look. The affirmation of his intention to continue defending the village despite the loss of his memories demonstrates an unwavering devotion and sense of duty to his departed wife. The elfess notes with a note of tenderness and respect the character of the sorcerer, who, despite his age, has retained a keen mind and spirit. They sit side by side, in a moment of peace and reflection, perhaps sharing quiet conversations or enjoying a moment of silence. The question of aspirations and aspirations of the soul emphasizes the depth of their conversation, touching on the eternal themes of the meaning of life and purpose. By asking a question about the Demon King and the whereabouts of his wife, the Magi bring an element of mystery and the unrevealed pages of their own history into the dialogue. The Magus confirms hopefully, and perhaps with a note of regret in his voice, that times have changed. He reflects on times of peace when heroes like him fought demons, noting the significance of these events to history. The elven woman follows his story closely, her gaze full of interest and perhaps admiration for his tales. She begins to talk, perhaps to learn more about the past or to express her thoughts about what she has heard. At the elf's question, the sorcerer responds with a light laugh, indicating the casualness of their conversation. She looks at him with confidence and warmth, promising to keep his memory alive for future generations. Their contemplation of the starry sky together is filled with tranquility and reflection on life. Talking about the past and present, about life and time, builds a bridge between generations, linking them through shared memories and hopes. Paper airplanes float in the air above the cozy roofs of village houses, like symbols of peaceful times and serene dreams. The characters stand in front of a structure surrounded by trees, a place where time seems to stand still, resting from the storms of life. The girl turns with parting words to the elder. In her voice one can feel sincere gratitude and respect. The sorcerer known as Frieren raises his head, his face reflecting deep thoughtfulness and wisdom accumulated over the centuries. In the silence of the forest, the old man shares his innermost feelings. He dreamt of his wife, whose memories have long since faded, but whose presence is still felt in his heart. The girl looks at the elder with wonder, as if trying to catch echoes of his long-gone days through his tired but wise features. With deep gratitude and a hint of sadness in his voice, the sorcerer confesses that her appearance has awakened long-forgotten feelings and memories in him. A road opens up before them, leading away from a village lost in the forest, where every stone and tree holds echoes of the distant past. The story takes us to the peaceful seclusion of the northern lands, where past and present intertwine in the quiet neighborhood of Clun, sighing under the weight of bygone years. Midst lost goals and forgotten hopes, one seeks answers, another seeks meaning, and a third finds a new dream in the soft whisper of the wind. Doubts and reflections flicker in the conversations of travelers treading a path, as winding as their own paths, leading to unknown horizons. After stopping for a moment, one realizes that the present is a tangle of dreams and actions, leading to the cherished heights of one's destiny. Locket opens a door to the past. The photograph shows friends separated by time but connected by an unbreakable thread of memories. The words of the photo evoke memories, weaving them into the fabric of the present. The real thing becomes a bridge between worlds. The sorcerer, as he listens to the story, is immersed in reflections on a forgotten but still alive in hearts, and a story that is now coming to life again. The intertwining of fates leads them onward, on the path to truth and clues that are hidden behind the mists of time, waiting to be revealed. The two travelers stopped at the edge of the forest. One of them, a man in an elegant cloak, remembers the past, speaking of a man with a forgotten but significant name. The young companion asks with genuine curiosity in his voice about the name of this mysterious man, whose name is shrouded in legend. The man reveals the secret with a slight smile, giving the name of the one who was being talked about, the warrior Gorgel. His eyes read respect and a bit of nostalgia. A group of people follow the travelers, and among them a clear-eyed woman utters, "I see," as if solving a riddle that sounded in the air. The young companion, not satisfied with the brief answer, interrogates the details with a thirst for knowledge in his eyes, wanting to know more about the legendary warrior. The man in the cloak touches his chin thoughtfully as he remembers another person close to Gorgel, and ponders what his name was, delving deeper into the past. With a turn in the story, he explains that everyone in the village called the warrior simply Gorgila, and this name became real to him, as if reflecting his soul and destiny. The man then changes the subject with unexpected ease, introducing himself as a monk from the island of España Olca, adding mystery to his story. Two women following the men are exchanging thoughts, one of them asking, with noticeable surprise, if their interlocutor really finds the story interesting. The man in the cloak takes the floor again, emphasizing the importance of Gorgila's personality, saying that he was, is, and will be, as if his spirit is present in every time. In response to his words, the young companion expresses his thoughts, agreeing but also calling Gorgila a strange boy, which adds irony to their dialogue. The travelers eventually reach a grand staircase leading to unknown peaks, their adventure promising to be as mysterious as the stories they share. The woman, addressing someone unseen, speaks with notes of gratitude about the chance given by the teacher, and that their journey is not over yet. Her companion seems confused and unsure, asking questions as if she missed something, or didn't get the gist of the long journey they had made. The man, cigarette in hand, offers to stay in this town for a while longer, implying that their stories are not yet complete, and there is more than one important discovery to be made. They have arrived at a place that seems like a peaceful haven, where ancient buildings stand against a backdrop of mountains, heralding a new chapter in their mysterious journey. A man in a cloak approaches the locals to ask about Gorgel, which sounds delusional to one of them. So unbelievable does the idea itself seem. The young man immediately recognizes the tale of Gorgel, who, he says, cannot be forgotten, for he saved their town from monsters. Then with visible interest, the man in the cloak continues to ask about Gorgel, trying to find out where he might have gone next. The interlocutor gives the advice to contact an old woman who lives in a house on the slope, who seems to know more about Gorgila's history and his ways. The house on the slope where they were directed looks secluded and mysterious, as if it holds untold stories and secrets of the past. The old woman who greets them at the doorstep declares her harmfulness and unwillingness to help right from the start, setting strict rules for communication. She offers a deal, running her errands in exchange for information, which makes the travelers wonder about the price of knowledge. Her first task is to deliver a letter to the blacksmith Nigel from a neighboring town, which may prove to be the key to the next stage of their quest. The travelers share their impressions of the road with Gimel, planning today's bouts. There is always someone in need of help, and our heroes can't pass by. Battles with monsters had become routine for them, but they had not lost their vigilance. A new plan is hatched to please the old lady, in order to unravel the mysteries of Gorgila. In the blacksmith's workshop, they pass the letter around, trying not to disturb the master in his craft bustle. Outside, the characters help an old lady with baskets, performing her errands with enthusiasm and hope for answers. In the forest, a mysterious ritual takes place at an ancient tree, where they bring a strange artifact at the request of an old woman. An ancient chest appears before the travelers, perhaps the key to their next adventure, or the end of a quest. Along the way, they encounter a huge bird, a magical creature that guards the forest limits. The battle with the powerful beast leaves a trail of exhaustion and struggle. The heroes face a real challenge. Despite her best efforts, the old lady seems unsatisfied. The task still remains unsolved, regretting that there were none like Gimel or Hater among them, capable of softening the heart of a grumpy old lady. The old woman gives one last task. There are monuments to heroes in the school that need to be polished so that they shine again as a reminder of the great deeds of the past. She stands up and heads for the exit with a firm step, inviting them to follow her to show them the place where their final test lies ahead. Along the way, the reflection that the heroes saved the world from the beasts, but now their names are all but forgotten, as are their contributions to history. With sadness in her voice, the old woman says that the monuments have been standing for several centuries, and their names have long been forgotten, because the world does not remember its heroes forever. The man in the cloak pensively reflects on forgotten heroes, their stories, and how quickly the world can forget its defenders. In a conversation with the old woman, he is surprised to learn that she knows his nickname, the monk from España Olca, which adds another layer of mystery to their encounter. They arrive at the site of the monuments that need to be polished. Monuments embodying the deeds of past heroes rise before them. Looking at the monuments, one traveler notes the similarities to Sain and Gorgila, noticing how the sculptures reflect the features of their longtime acquaintances. The young man looks at the monuments and feels a deep connection to the past, feeling the weight of the war they have seen. The girl watches him silently, her gaze full of reflection and inner questions, as if she is searching for answers in his expression. They stand together, immersed in their thoughts, facing the history that is about to come alive before them. And then there is the question of whether they are ready to get to work, a task that brings them together and back to the past. In front of the monument, one of the characters recognizes familiar features in the sculpture. Is it Sain? He clarifies if this is the case, and if his name was not Crad in the past looking for answers in the annals of time. Another character replies that he is seeing the monk for the first time, and asks if anyone knows his name. Monuments to heroes stand in the woods, shrouded in silence and oblivion, waiting for their stories to be heard again. In front of the monument stand the heroes, and in front of them are children who look up, full of wonder and admiration. One of the characters asks the children a question, wondering if they know the stories associated with these monuments. The children answer that these are ancient heroes, but their names have long since been lost to the memory of time. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the monuments, which stand in the shade of century-old trees like symbols of enduring heroism. The boy declares with heat in his voice that their people will not forget, that their exploits will be remembered forever. He vows to be like Gimel, whose name will never fade into oblivion, remaining eternal in the hearts of men. The conversation continues at the monument to Gimel, who once defeated a demon king, and whose memory soars to the heavens. Another child speaks up, skeptically noting that even such heroes are forgotten over time, pointing to the fickleness of human memory. Children looking at the statues seem inspired. One of them looks up at the heroes and vows to follow their example, work hard, and become just as great. The boy enthusiastically declares that from this day forward he wants to be known as the brave warrior Gorgel. Another child responds by clarifying that you have to have a loud, memorable name to be remembered. All of them, heroes and children, stand before the statues, pondering what it takes to make their mark on history. The laughter of an old man is heard among the shady trees, who finds the boy's idea accurate and insightful. He addresses one of the characters, apparently recognizing him as a monk from España Olca, which adds a mischievous touch to the dialogue. The boy, impressed by this address, responds that it sounds cool and groovy, full of enthusiasm and excitement. The statue of the hero in the forest, as if brought to life, reminds him of his bond with España Olca, strong and indelible. The heroes and a local old lady are gathered in front of the monuments, and they view the statues, discussing their significance and past. The man in the trench coat notes thoughtfully that if the statues were bronze, they would have acquired a patina over time. He recalls how Gorgel once tried to help with the monuments, but it didn't work out. Now they are faced with the task of polishing the monuments, starting the work with only their hands to restore them to their former honor once again. The old lady fondly says that Gorgel's name is still remembered by the people despite the passing years. She says that Gorgel always mentioned them warmly, believing that their names would remain in history. A road into the forest opens up before the group, leading to new discoveries and chapters of their own story. The question remains as to where Gorgel has gone and what lies ahead for them along the way. The map marks a route through towns and areas, describing the characters' onward journey leading them eastward. They stand on the forest trail and one of them utters a, "uh-huh," confirming the direction of their next step. The man in the cloak pensively contemplates the manner in which they will continue on this long and arduous journey. In the map spread out before the heroines, the names of distant lands pop up. One of them points to a place where the key to their task is probably hidden. They discuss the route the person they are looking for must have taken, gazing at mysterious points on the map. The scene changes and we see three characters in the shade of the trees. The young man sits with his head down, immersed in his thoughts. The girl is standing in front of him. She seems to know more than she is saying. Their gazes intertwined, full of unspoken words and emotions. Sunset colors the sky, and the girl suggests we postpone the conversation until morning. Dusk always brings peace and quiet. Perhaps she hopes the new day will bring the clarity and determination they are sorely lacking at this moment. Finally, new characters enter the scene, returning with a successful challenge. They have found shelter in a remote village that may be a key place in their adventures. The meeting of old and new friends in these borders heralds a new stage in their journey. Evening comes, and the heroes of our story are standing in front of a building that looks like it will be their shelter for the night. Silhouettes of houses loom against the setting sun and mountain peaks, promising peace after a long journey. The warmth of the fireplace envelops the weary travelers inside the house. They made themselves comfortable on their bedding, preparing for rest and the important conversations to be held in a circle of trust and warmth. One of the heroes shares his contribution to the common cause, collected wood for the fire. The other heroine is busy preparing dinner. Their concerns create an atmosphere of homeliness and mutual support. In the last shot, the girl addresses her companion, acknowledging that it is cold far from civilization. He responds by pointing to his frozen hands. In this simple gesture is a sense of belonging and commonality of their fate. The dialogue continues, and one of the characters shares words of wisdom, perhaps musing on life or the journey ahead. Her gaze is full of determination, and her words seem important to the young man who is watching the conversation intently. The young man responds with his words of encouragement or advice. In his eyes you can read warmth and care for his companions, and his gestures express a desire to help and support. Silence fills the space between the characters. The girl's gaze is full of expectation. Perhaps she is in search of answers or solutions that her interlocutor has to offer. The scene is enlivened by the young man's emotional response. He is desperately trying to explain or object to something, and his whole appearance expresses intense indignation or passionate conviction that he is right. In front of the fireplace fire, one of the characters folds their hands in gratitude or prayer. His gestures read respect for tradition or reverence for the powers that might have helped them on their journey. Dinner time brought the heroes together. The young man in the foreground is apparently ready to share his food, while the others stand at the door looking back outside enigmatically. Our gazes stare out the window, where the first snowflakes are visible. The conversation concerns the trials ahead, their voices full of excitement at the thought of enduring another winter. There is a spark of hope or determination in the heroine's eyes. She is confident in their strength, and that in the face of any obstacles, they will find the right path. Snow continues to cover the ground, and the heroes gather together to assess the situation. The snowfall is intensifying, and it looks like the weather is going to keep them from moving on for quite some time. The group stands at the threshold of their temporary shelter. One expresses the opinion that they would be better off not taking any chances and staying put until conditions improve. The decision is made. Despite the bad weather, they must continue on their way. This is a rhetorical question, for in the face of their mission, the elements recede into the background. The determination of one of the heroines leaves no doubt. They will stay here until they can safely continue their journey. Her gaze reflects hope and faith that they will soon be on the road again. The characters' eyes are fixed on a snowy settlement, where even in the cold there is life. They notice that the houses here are not of the smallest kind, and there is even a tavern, which is a sign of hospitality and comfort for weary travelers. The heroine shares her impressions of finding items with legendary history in such places. She mentions a mysterious old man who is rumored to own a witch store full of mysteries and wonders. The discussion shifts to the mysterious purchases that were made earlier. It makes you wonder what items and knowledge our heroes may have acquired in their previous wanderings. The laughter and jokes in their conversation show that even in their strenuous pursuits, they find room for lightness. They recall charms that can get rid of mold and even fouling removal, appreciating the old wisdom that helps with household and adventure. The heroes rest after the meal, discussing future actions. One of them, perhaps the leader, remarks that they will have to wait as the weather is not favorable for travel. And there is a certain irony in this, for in the northern kingdoms death by cold is commonplace. With regret, they admit that they will have to postpone their plans. The restrained smile on one character's face may mean that he or she has made peace with the imminent vacation and is ready to use that time wisely. Two of the group remain indoors. Their postures and facial expressions suggest reflection. Maybe they are considering next steps or options for the situation. We see one of the heroines meeting a mysterious old man-magician. He shows her something, and the item is perhaps important to their task or may help them on their journey ahead. The tavern has a cozy atmosphere. The heroes sit at a table with drinks and snacks in front of them. Conversations flow freely, and the smiles on faces indicate a well-deserved relaxation after a long day. Outside, the snow continues to fall, surrounding the two characters with a white veil. They seem to be thinking about something or waiting for the right moment to continue on their way. Something happened in the magic store. There are scattered items lying on the floor, and the heroine is shocked by what she sees. It could be the result of some sudden event or a failed spell. The group gathered together again around the fireplace. The warmth of the fire and the tranquility of the room create the perfect environment to rest and recuperate before the new challenges that await them. The winter wind blows around the lantern by the door of the house, creating a sense of privacy and peace. A snow jet completes the picture of a cozy refuge in the cold season. Inside the tavern, a conversation breaks out. One of the characters mentions that winter will soon be over, and asks his interlocutor about his travel plans. showing concern or perhaps looking for company for his next journey. Reflections on the way forward are interrupted by surprise at a sudden realization. Little time has passed between the characters to communicate. Perhaps it makes them appreciate every moment spent together. And here's a dialogue between two characters. One rebukes the other for leaving without warning. The words contain both the discontent and the concern so often inherent in strong friendships. The heroine turns to her companions with concern in her voice, seeing that they are not in the best of health. She calls for action, feeling the need to help them. The dialogue between the characters hints at their roles and responsibilities. One of them, probably a priest, reminds the other of the importance of their mission and the true path they must follow. The scene shows that despite being tired and confused, the characters are ready to get up again and continue their journey. Their mutual support helps them cope with adversity. The final words point to the importance of team spirit and sharing responsibilities. They are willing to ask for help from the very old man they talked about earlier, showing that their community is a strength. The young man, head bowed, accuses himself. His words full of remorse and guilt. There is a shadow of sadness in his eyes that suggests an inner conflict or the aftermath of some event. Dialogue on the doorstep foreshadows a serious conversation. The intention to speak openly and honestly, eye to eye, emphasizes the importance of the upcoming discussion. Things heat up when one of the characters asks the other to start a story. The demand, "Well, tell me," sounds like a call for candor and a willingness to listen to the truth, whatever it may be. The memory of warmer and closer times when they were first together in this house brings a note of nostalgia, and perhaps a realization that there was, and still is, a connection between them. Under the weight of guilt, the young man decides to be sincere, preparing for a confession. His interlocutor awaits his words with bewilderment and excitement in her eyes. One character shares life wisdom, emphasizing that tender feelings and respect for personal space are important in relationships, especially between men and women. The desire to reconcile is expressed in the words of a young man who seeks understanding and forgiveness. His intentions are pure, but he knows it will take more than words to heal a relationship. A serious conversation ends with the advice that true reconciliation requires that one's words reach the heart of the interlocutor to be heard and understood. The character announces that Freiren will not be a witness, perhaps indicating his choice to remain aloof from an upcoming conversation or event, which adds to the mystery of their interaction. The young man, staring down, utters an apology. His words are simple, but you can hear the sincere remorse and desire to make things right. Now it's the other character's turn to speak up, and he asks to tell all, emphasizing that it's not about malice, but rather a small human weakness, which gives their dialogue a touch of understanding and empathy. The girl's final words express her willingness to forgive, and her understanding that apologies require not only words, but time, so that their weight and sincerity can be appreciated. The character wistfully recalls the argument, recognizing that its source was a trifle not worth the strife, reflecting the common human tendency to exacerbate petty troubles. The girl explains the reason for her excitement by describing the physical pressure, which was sudden and intense, causing her to be frightened. The question about Stark sounds like an attempt to figure out if the vision was real, or just a figment of imagination, which adds an element of mysticism to their interaction. Her reaction to the question shows surprise and bewilderment, as if she did not expect that her experiences could be taken as something not serious or important. The character offers a simple explanation for what happened, making it clear that sometimes you shouldn't look for hidden meaning in random events. The apology is accompanied by a call for a change in behavior, where one of the characters asks the other to be less rude, which emphasizes their relationship and desire for better communication. The scene shifts to a winter evening where a lantern by the door illuminates the falling snow, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and isolation from the outside world. A friendly slap on the table can mean the end of a conversation or the beginning of a new topic. The overall atmosphere seems more relaxed and fun after a misunderstanding is resolved. With excitement in his voice, he expresses bewilderment, as if he stumbled upon something unexpectedly unpleasant in his drink. His facial expressions and gestures indicate deep disappointment. She thanks him for his actions, which she believes saved the situation. Even though she doesn't understand all the details of what's going on, her admiration for his determination is exceptionally genuine. A light laugh diffuses the situation when he jokingly notes that she is the only one who sees something commendable in his actions, addressing her with ironic condescension. Taking her words as a compliment, he smilingly treats it as a sign of respect, even if it was expressed in a joking manner. This simple observation creates an atmosphere of understanding and warmth between them. He turns to his companion with the beginnings of an important question that he seems to have been about to get up the courage to ask for a long time. Waiting for a response fills the air with excitement. His question concerns the care she has shown since the beginning of their shared journey. The insistence in his voice betrays a desire to understand the reasons for her actions, which adds depth to their relationship. The words of her response reflect the personal pain and strength that went into not seeing her reflection in others, her fears and insecurities. She shares her experiences and finds a parallel between his behavior and her feelings before meeting a powerful enemy, which gives their dialogue a particularly emotional tone. He hesitantly notes the strangeness of the reason she offers, as if unable to fully grasp her logic or the emotion behind it. She then explains her decision to give him the ticket as a symbol of trust and caring, which could be a step towards healing their relationship. Her question, "Don't you get it?" sounds like an invitation to think deeply about the meaning of her act, emphasizing the importance of understanding and paying attention to her feelings. Finally, she mentions Gimel, perhaps a figure from their shared past or mythology, emphasizing that her actions follow the example of the great and wise. The one who had been silent for a long time reaches out to Frieren, as if offering a truce or a new beginning for their relationship, bridging the distance that had come between them. His words, "I'm your ticket," carry a promise of support and loyalty, as if he himself becomes the key to the new opportunities and journeys ahead of them. Being grateful for the shared moments spent with the team and realizing the joy of shared adventures makes her reflect on the value of those memories. And finally, with a warm smile, she turns to Sein, asking about his feelings, showing ease and genuine interest in his experiences. He stands in the foreground, looking directly at us, while behind him the rest of the team continues to move forward, leaving him for a moment to reflect on the journey. His words, "Yes, very," seem like an answer to a question we haven't heard, but there's more hidden in them than a simple statement. It's a confession brimming with emotion and memories. A winter evening descends on the village, covering everything around with a snow-white blanket. The snowfall brings with it peace and quiet, ending another day of their journey. And here they are together again, by the fire of the fireplace. The warmth of the flames warms not only their bodies but also their souls, promising comfort and peace after long wanderings, uniting them in the face of a common future. The peaceful village, shrouded in winter cover, seems deserted and quiet, as if holding its breath under the weight of a blanket of snow, waiting for the spring awakening. A path cutting through the soft snow leads deep into the forest, where walls of trees stand like guards at the gate to another, mysterious world. He makes the decision to leave the cozy refuge, not wanting to spend the rest of his days in the constraints of the walls. His words are full of determination and anticipation of new adventures. Their farewell is short, but in it there is a sense of mutual respect and hope for future meetings, which will undoubtedly promise new stories and discoveries. On a stone-paved road, 3 travelers say goodbye to a 4th. The mountains in the background and the wide sky create a sense of saying goodbye to the larger world. A lone figure walks away from us down the forest path. His words, "Yeah, it's unaccustomedly quiet," hang in the air, carrying with them the weightiness of the moment of goodbye. Now the gaze shifts to the 3 travelers moving forward. Their silhouettes loom against the desert landscape, leaving an impression of the incompleteness of their story. A man with a surprised expression on his face wondered at the strangeness of the farewell that had taken place. His eyes read bewilderment and confusion. The girl with the elf ears looks forward confidently, her words about Sein, "No small one unlike you," reflecting inner strength and determination. The figure of the man is again alone amongst nature, His back receding into the distance suggests his inner focus and perhaps the hard choices he has had to make. The Fodzi mountain range, where fate took the heroes after the northern kingdoms, rises above it all as a witness to the story that unfolded 29 years after the events that changed their lives. The man with the sword stops in the woods. His journey continues, perhaps in search of answers, or a new destiny that lies ahead. He finds his companions asleep by the fire. The scene is filled with silence and tranquility, contrasting with the inner turmoil of the character. In his words, "We walked for quite a while." They must be tired. One senses the care and understanding that the journey has not been easy, and even the strong of spirit need rest. A man carefully prepares a meal over a fire, while a girl in a blanket looks on, surrounded by the morning silence of the forest. He continues to cook, his actions methodical and focused, with the girl still visible in the background and supplies scattered nearby. Breakfast is ready, so get up, come on. The hero turns to the girl, suggesting that they start the day by sharing a meal together. A girl, possibly named Fern, reacts sleepily to his words, a peaceful, trusting expression in her half-open eyes. Fern asks for another hour's reprieve to prolong her sleep, but her companion, Friren, reminds her that the day has already begun. Taking care of Fern causes Friren to note that she doesn't look well, as if something is bothering him more than the usual morning sickness. Friren touches her forehead, perhaps checking her temperature. His gesture expresses the anxiety and concern he feels for Fern, and so another character, an elf, comes close to Fern, creating a moment of intimacy and support between them despite the coldness of the morning around them. Friren brings water, realizing that Fern doesn't just look tired but sick, which adds to the seriousness of the situation. On a spread blanket, they make Fern more comfortable, close to the fire, creating a sense of coziness and care in this morning's camp. The elfess pulls out a book, perhaps a medical manual or diary that may contain information needed to help Fern. She explains that these are herbal records left behind by the scene, suggesting that they may hold the key to healing, or important knowledge passed down by them for future generations. Friren's reasoning for identifying the disease is goddess-level magic, and it emphasizes the importance of an accurate diagnosis to effectively treat Fern. The elfess says she has something similar to the writing, perhaps a secret component or knowledge that might help. The shot of the pot on the fire symbolizes hope. What can be cooked to heal Fern could be her salvation. Friren recognizes his limitations in medical knowledge, but his determination to help Fern is steadfast, even though he is not a priest and cannot recognize complex illnesses. The elfess is relieved that it's just a cold, and they search the book for the right herbs to treat it, which gives the situation a note of hope. She recalls having been to these places before, where she and Gimel and others gathered herbs, emphasizing their connection to nature and ancestral knowledge. After agreeing to the plan, they decide to go to a warmer place, which is a practical move to improve Fern's condition. Moving through the snowy forest, they carry Fern on a stretcher, their determination and fortitude evident as they continue their journey in search of healing. The travelers find a small cabin in the woods, sheltering from the cold and giving Fern a chance to recover. A local shares a story about the village that once stood on this spot, marveling that they found their way to his secluded dwelling. He says it's been years since the village disappeared, and now they can use his vacation home, continuing the tradition of hospitality. The elfess thanks her for her help and mentions an ice tree nearby, perhaps a key element for their next steps or part of Fern's treatment. The elfess assures that everything is fine, as she is already familiar with the area, which suggests her experience and knowledge of the territory. She promises to return with the necessary ingredients for a cure, leaving Fern to rest, which emphasizes her determination to find a cure. Friren recalls Fern holding his hand from the moment they arrived, which reveals a deep connection between the characters. The elfess shares memories of how Fern always took comfort in holding her hand when she was sick, revealing their long-standing bond and understanding. Anxiety grips the elfess as she notices that something is wrong with Fern, adding to the tension of the moment. Fern turns to her, expressing embarrassment, perhaps sensing her friend's concern. Surprise and shock are reflected in the elf's eyes, as she realizes something unexpected about Fern's condition. Fern asks to be treated not as a child, emphasizing her desire to be taken seriously, even while in a weakness. There is a moment of silence and reflection in the room, where the elf and Frieren ponder the situation while sitting next to Fern's bed. The elven woman says, "Okay, I get it," making a decision or recognizing the need for the next action. On a walk through the snowy woods, Frieren reflects on the fact that in a couple of years, Fern will be all grown up, noting the passage of time and the changes it brings. The elven girl remembers how it seemed like it all happened as if it was yesterday, when Fern was just a little girl, and she was much taller than her, reflecting on growing up, and the years that had passed together. The elfess wistfully notes that although time has flown by, Fern remains a child in her heart, a sign of deep affection. Frieren will always be someone for her to care for, emphasizing their long history of relationship. She offers to go shopping for herbs for a cure, showing activity and determination despite her emotional brooding. Their path lies through snow-capped mountains, symbolizing their difficult journey, and their search for healing in this world full of mystery and danger. Frieren gathers herbs in the woods, immersed in the work necessary to support their journey and care for the sick. They encounter an unusual turtle-like creature, emphasizing the fantastical nature of their world and its unexpected encounters. The road leads them to the edge of a huge gorge to be crossed, symbolizing the obstacles and challenges in their path. At the end of the day, they warm up by the fire, time to rest and recuperate before the next challenges of their journey. They are close to their cherished goal, the place where the ice tree, the final ingredient for the cure, blooms. The elfess points out the right mushrooms that grow on the bark of trees, an important element in their quest. In front of them is a view of the ice tree, an impressive and mystical sight that Frieren wants to show Fern. Frieren shares his thoughts on the beauty of this tree in winter, but expresses his willingness to bring its leaves to save Fern. Frieren explains with a serious look on his face that his bond with Fern grew stronger, and he held her hand for support as she looked vulnerable. The elven woman looks at him with some bewilderment, questioning her actions. She seeks validation in her decisions. Frieren continues by saying that he held Fern's hand to support her, as he knew of no other way to help at that moment. She turns to Frieren, asking a question that perhaps reflects her doubts or her desire to get his opinion on what she should have done in the situation. The elven girl reflects that sometimes you should listen to your heart. It is her answer to her own doubts, and mentions a teacher who would do the same. Frieren agrees, emphasizing the importance of emotional support, and is confident that their teacher would never feel bad about showing care. The view is of Fern lying on the bed. She is looking up, perhaps reflecting on what is happening around her or her condition. Frieren leans over Fern, holding her hand, and asks what she's thinking, showing his concern and desire to know her thoughts. In the shadow of a gloomy castle, a young pale-faced knight sits in his chambers, drowning in sad memories. His hands are neatly crossed on the hilt of his sword, as if he's trying to find comfort in the cold metal. "You had a nightmare," he says, and you can hear the deep concern and understanding in his voice. Knight's loneliness is shattered by the memory of his mother's warm and gentle hands that held his hand when he was small. "When I was a kid, my late mother would often hold my hand like that, and for some reason it made me feel better," he whispers, as if feeling her touch again. The image of the mother is replaced by the image of a gentle girl with a look full of compassion and wisdom. "But because you were a child then," she reminds him, eager to find an explanation for his longing and to find a way to help him now that he's grown up. The knight's heart responds to her words, and a slight smile appears on his face, full of sadness and warmth at the same time. "It's not just children who need care," he pronounces, reaffirming his understanding that even the strong and brave sometimes need support. The knight stands at the headboard of a hospital bed where a girl lies with a quiet and peaceful face. He leans toward her with a question, heartfelt and tender. "You like it, don't you?" His eyes read hope that his efforts had brought her joy. A shadow of a smile appears on the knight's face as he hears her reply. "I guess it's not so bad," she utters, and you can hear the weakness in her voice, but also the gratitude for his concern and care. An old healer enters the room with a finished cure in his hands, but the knight reassures him. Quiet down. I look pretty good when I'm taking care of others, don't I? He knows that true healing comes not only from potions and potions, but also from a sensitive heart. Outside the hospital, outdoors under the white snow, Knight ponders his feelings. Maybe Fern was embarrassed because I was around. I doubt she wanted anyone to see her like that. His thoughts go deep into the past, to the secrets they both hold. The girl with elf ears and clear eyes looks at the elder with gratitude. I'm going to try to listen to my heart. Thank you, Stark, she says, promising to follow the wise counsel and search within herself for answers. Two figures walk down a snow-covered path, leaving behind them footprints in the snow-white cover. And as a token of my gratitude, when you are ill, I will hold your hand as well, pronounces the knight, turning to the girl. His words are full of the promise of loyalty and support. On the next leg of their journey, they encounter huge mushrooms growing among the trees. And they're a lot bigger than I thought. What a fear, exclaimed the knight, surprised and at the same time delighted at the unexpected discovery. Their adventure takes an unexpected turn when the girl starts brewing a potion right in the woods. Why, you look like a witch, just terror, jokes the knight, but there is no fear in his joke, only a slight irony and a friendly nudge. In a quiet hospital room, a girl with elf ears carefully prepares a potion by the bedside of a patient. Her movements are careful and caring, each gesture filled with tenderness and the assurance of a speedy healing. Lying in bed, the girl raises her eyes to her assistant. She looks weak, but in her gaze you can read gratitude for her help and warmth for whoever is standing beside her at this moment. You'll feel better soon. Here we go, says the elfess, bringing the bowl of medicine to the lips of the sick one. There is a glimmer of hope in her eyes that the potion will bring relief and recovery. The girl lying in the bed sighs, looking up at the ceiling. I know, Miss Fern. I'm not a child anymore. Her words show that she accepts her current state, realizing that she is getting stronger every day. The elfess looks at the sick woman with a slight smile and warmth in her eyes. I know, she says, as if answering an unspoken question, reaffirming her willingness to help and support in any situation. The girl lying in bed looks up, her face illuminated by the faint light and the sparkle of restored health and gratitude playing in her eyes. Her smile speaks volumes. She feels better, stronger, and ready for new days. The trio leaves the house, leaving behind the warmth and comfort of the hospital room. The old man looks after them, waving his hand in a parting gesture. Confidence and anticipation of new adventures are written on the faces of the characters. It's all thanks to Mrs. Fern, Mr. Stark, and Mr. Sign's notes, the girl says, reflecting her gratitude for the help they've received. They walk together, the unity of their spirits made stronger by the trials they have had to overcome. So, our target is the magical Tower of Dewhurst, the knight pronounces, pointing to a distant silhouette on the horizon. Before them lies a new path, full of the unknown and enchantment, which they are willing to travel together. Before travelers a view of the monumental structure, towering against the background of mountain peaks. Life has taken us to the northern kingdoms, more specifically, the Kloll region. 29 years after Gimmel's death, a voice from the past is heard, as if the wind is bringing echoes of events long past. The group stands tall, gazing into the distance. He's still a long way off. We'll have to catch a cabman on the way, remarks the knight, planning the next leg of their journey. So this is what the greatest city of magic Dewhurst is like, he says, gazing admiringly at the cityscape. When Mistress Fern is qualified as a first-class mage, will we be able to enter the northern plateau? Asks one of the companions, while the other, with a note of doubt in her voice, adds, I don't think I should be the one to get it. It's going to be obsolete soon anyway. Meanwhile, the pixie turns to Fern with a proposition. Fern, why don't you give it a try? In her words, you can feel not only the offer to try her hand, but also faith in the abilities of her companion, backed by friendly support. Doubt envelops Fern as she weighs her chances of success. It's impossible for someone like me. Only a very small number of skilled mages can obtain it, she says, pointing out the complexity of the task before her, and the difficulties one has to overcome to become a mage of the first class. Her companions exchange looks of incomprehension. "You're not interested, are you?" asks one of them. "I see," replies the other, somewhere in the back of her mind sharing Fern's doubts, but not wanting to stop there. Knight asks a question that hovers in the air. But why now? Why do we need such an incredible mage on our team to get to the Northern Plateau? He searches for logic in their quest, trying to figure out the exact purpose behind the ordeal. The Elphis explains the reason for their search. Because once upon a time, the plateau was swarming with monsters that used illusion magic, like Einsam, the ghost demon. Her words immerse them in a world of ancient mysteries and warn them of the risks involved in their journey. "You can't go to such a dangerous place without a mage or priest on your team," she finishes, emphasizing the importance of each member of their small group. The Elphis takes the floor again, clarifying her thoughts. However, the need for a mage just to enter means that there are significant problems on the Northern Plateau. Her eyes reflect the seriousness of the situation, and she realizes that there are difficult challenges ahead of them. Their journey continues, and now they travel by coach, making their way through the snowy forest. Their carriage, a small speck among the snow-white trees, rushes toward their goal despite the cold and loneliness of the winter forest. When we get to Durst, I'll find out more about the exam. Given what Fern said, there will definitely be surfirings there, which means we need to think about tactics, the knight says, as he plans his next moves and prepares himself for what lies ahead. With optimism in her voice, one of the companions replies, "Wouldn't it be like a simple walk in the park with your magic?" Her words are filled with confidence in their strength and in the belief that together they can overcome any challenge. The elven woman enters the dialogue with dignity. "Don't call me ancient mage." Her words are firm and clear. She stands her ground, reminding us that true magic knows no temporal boundaries and retains its power regardless of the centuries. The atmosphere in the coachman tenses up a bit, and one of the travelers apologizes. "I'm sorry," while the other tries to lighten things up with a joke by asking, "Don't you think calling her an ancient mage is a bit rude?" The pixie's memory holds many stories, and she shares one of them. "I haven't forgotten how the old man once called me a bloody old witch." You can see that the past has left a deep imprint on her memory, and she is not ready to forget insults, even said in jest. "That's enough. I'm going to bed." The Elphis puts a stop to the conversation, ending any further talk. She turns to sleep, perhaps to avoid further unpleasant conversations or simply to gain strength for the challenges ahead. The Elphis finds a comfortable place to rest in the bottom of the cart. "Wake me when we get to Durst," she asks her companions, laying down peacefully, ready to sink into a well-deserved sleep after much conversation and reflection. Suddenly, they are snapped out of the tranquility of their trip by their question. "What is it?" "We've passed," the cabman replies, and you can hear the certainty in his voice that they have passed some important milestone in their journey. In response to the bewilderment of her companions, Fern, seated opposite, remarks, "I can only see half the sky." Her words are thought-provoking, and she may be pointing out the limitations of their views, or some magical distortion in the world around them. The dialogue continues, and one of the characters reminds us of the importance of knowledge and skill, techniques and experience, spells and how you use them. "I'm telling you in advance, Fern, it's not just mana that determines a mage's power." These words emphasize that it is not only innate abilities that are important in magic, but also skills that are developed over time. Fern's words sound like a hymn to perseverance and determination. "Perseverance and willpower," she says, emphasizing that achieving mastery requires not only knowledge, but also an unwavering commitment to a goal and a resilient spirit. "And finally, talent," she adds, outlining the full picture of what makes a mage truly powerful. "Talent is a spark that can light a great fire of magic in one who is willing to develop it and apply it." She continues her reflection on magic. "In my entire life, I have lost 11 times to mages with less mana than me." This admission backs up her words that the amount of mana is not the only determining factor. The image of a mighty beast comes to mind, and the words about demons, If I'm not mistaken, Kaval was one of them. 4 of them were demons. This revelation about the past lifts the veil of secrets they have yet to uncover in their adventures. Fern goes on to recount her experience. There was also an elf like me among them. She shares this, emphasizing the diversity of creatures she has encountered and confirming that magic is not just inherent to humans. And the remaining 6 were human, she finishes her story, making it clear that magic connects different races and cultures, that in their world magic knows no boundaries and unites all who are willing to learn and evolve. The scene changes and a new character appears, a young woman in travel attire, with a gun at her side and determination in her eyes. I think it's not far to the Earl's domain. I'm in the northern kingdoms, in the lands of Count Granath, to be exact, she says, indicating her location and purpose of travel. And the road to Duerst is not an easy one. Her words emphasize that she faces a daunting task, and that the journey she is undertaking requires courage and experience. It's a hint of the adventures and challenges that lie ahead of her. The traveler decides to take a moment to rest, sitting down on a stone bench by the roadside. I'll rest for a while, she pronounces, assessing the need for recuperation after the long journey. Her peace is quickly disturbed by the arrival of uninvited guests. The rough voice of one of them breaks the silence. "Lady, your outfit is nice." Words sound like an inappropriate compliment in such a situation, and hint at the beginning of trouble. Things heat up when the intruders suggest she leave. Why don't you leave everything valuable and disappear? Their intentions are clear, and it's not just a chance encounter. They want something more. The traveler is not surprised by their appearance. Ha, bandits again? Her reaction shows that this is not the first time she has encountered something like this, and her confidence and alertness shows that she is ready to defend herself. Even though things have calmed down since the fool died, there's a lot of people like you around here. Her words betray experience and the knowledge that the road to Duerst is full of danger. The bandit with aggression in his voice demands, "Who gave you your word? Leave everything valuable here and swap." His words are cut short as he realizes the situation is getting out of control. The scene is filled with action. One of the bandits falls to the ground, defeated by a surprise counterattack. The strike was quick and decisive, demonstrating the fighting skills of the defenders. With calm confidence and authority, the elf says, "If you want to live, run away." His words carry not only a warning, but also a sentence to his opponents if they do not follow his advice. The bandits, rendered speechless by surprise and fear of the enemy's unexpected strength, retreat. Let's get out of here. Fear causes them to abandon their criminal intentions and seek escape in flight. The bandits withdraw, with their heads drooping, their shoulders covered with the shame of defeat. They take away with them the lesson that sometimes it is better to retreat and preserve life than to continue a senseless confrontation. The traveler addresses her rescuer with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I'm a male magician." Her words are succinct but express deep appreciation for the timely help. How unusual. Are you really an elf? She is surprised encountering a mage elf for the first time, which seems like something out of the ordinary given the peculiarities of her world. The elf replies with restraint, urging me not to jump to conclusions. "Don't look at me like that." You can sense in his voice a desire not to be judged by appearance or race, but to be judged by actions and deeds. The elf says with bitterness in his voice, "I'm not here to save you. In the woods nearby, I found the mutilated bodies of bandits." His words reveal that fighting evil is not an accident, but part of his journey. That was clearly the work of a magician, a battle-experienced mage, he concludes based on what he's seen. This fact supports his assumption that those who set foot on the path of magic can meet in the most unexpected places. The traveler, not losing her wit, playfully asks, "Are you preaching to me?" She takes his words with ease, despite the bloody reality they denote. The elf replies gravely, "I was just saving those guys' lives, and not stupid enough to blame someone for killing in self-defense. No, I'm an adventurer too." His words reflect an understanding of the complexity of a world where sometimes you have to act decisively to protect not only yourself but also others. On the road, the conversation continues. To participate in the first-class mage exam, the male mage explains, revealing his intentions. Going to Duerst? He asks, pointing to a common goal in their journey. What a shrewd middle-aged man. Boring. The magician male dog speaks with a slight chuckle, implying that his life experience allows him to see more than just the obvious things. Fern said something like that too, didn't she? I'll have to ask about her travels the next time I see her, he pondered, planning to delve into the stories of his companions to understand their motivations and goals. The scene changes to a grand building, the Continental Mage Association, North Branch. It is the place where mages from all over the continent gather to exchange knowledge and powers, and where the most serious tests and examinations take place. There are still 2 months to go before the exams start. Don't forget, the first-class mage exam takes place every 3 years, the uniformed woman reminded, emphasizing the importance and rarity of such an event. It is a time of preparation and focus for all magicians seeking to reach new heights in their craft. Amidst the atmosphere of tense anticipation, the words of an important reminder resounded. And you must be at least a 5th-grade mage to pass it. This criterion emphasizes the rigor and high standards that candidates must meet. Fern, filled with determination, walks through the doors of the hall where a test awaits her. Good luck, Fern. Parting words show support and faith in her success. And I say you can. The elf expresses his confidence in Fern, giving her moral support. He has faith in her abilities and in her willpower to overcome the challenges ahead. Fern is concerned about the possibility of failure. What if I fail? Her question shows the anxiety of the great challenge. Then we'll either hire a first-class mage or travel by sea. The answer suggests alternative paths if the primary goal is not achieved. This emphasizes that even if they fail, there are always other opportunities and ways to achieve their dreams. In a cozy room where everything is in its place, the girl with anxiety in her eyes talks about the cost of pleasures, about the fact that not all joys are available every day. The scene shows 2 elven girls, one responding with surprise to the comment that she is not qualified, as if to hint at the hidden history between them. Introduces an element of mystery when one of the girls shows a strange object, wondering about its purpose, and her companion mentions the emblem of a holy wand, which makes you wonder about magic in their world. Against a backdrop of architecture steeped in history, one of the elven girls calls out to someone standing off to the side, creating a sense of an upcoming important event or meeting. An old man with a penetrating gaze asks permission to examine the mysterious object. His interest seems not mere curiosity but something more significant. The next moment develops the intrigue. He doesn't just want to take a look, but suggests that he has before him the key to some important test, perhaps even a first-grade exam. The dialogue continues, and here already between the characters there is an assumption that the object has a special value, and the surprise of one of the girls hints that the attention to this thing is not accidental. And now all the characters are together, perhaps gathered for some event or task that requires their unity, their movement through the city streets full of determination and anticipation. One of the heroines shares her thoughts on the fickleness of organizations and the fact that she cannot join everything, which emphasizes her desire for stability and order. Then turning to her companions, she confidently declares that she has something valuable, creating an atmosphere of anticipation for the discovery of an important secret. The laughter and bright gaze of the elfess holding the emblem of the holy wand reveals her inner confidence, and perhaps a realization of her unique role. The last moment makes one wonder about the rusty necklace that seems to be key to the story, raising questions from others and intriguing the reader. The characters are in the background of a city scene, and an elfess with loose hair standing in front of her companions utters the word, "I see," which may indicate her realization of some important information or a decision made after a discussion. She holds up the necklace, claiming it's the only proof she's a mage. Her gaze is serious and thoughtful, emphasizing the weight of her words and perhaps her impending actions. The discussion then continues, and one of the companions confirms that they do not know about the rusty necklace, adding an element of mystery and misunderstanding to the situation that unfolds before us. Finally, The other companion expresses his conviction that despite his lack of knowledge of the rusty necklace, he believes the elf is an exceptional mage, ending the dialogue on a positive and supportive note. The silence of the air corridor is suddenly broken by an ominous prediction, the echo of which does not settle in the hearts of the listeners for a long time. These words bring foreboding and inspire anxiety. A character whose facial expression reflects a mixture of hope and determination doesn't let the threat dampen his spirit. His readiness for the challenges ahead is indestructible. The elfess, immersed in her own thoughts, was clearly concerned. Her concern for what was said shows a deep sense of sensitivity to the world around her and its prophecies. And so, a lofty farewell. Mistress Fyron was not just an address, it was a recognition of her status and importance in the magical community, despite all the looming shadows. A girl with soft facial features and wearing a scarf radiates warmth as she speaks words that recognize someone's magical power. Her eyes read genuine admiration and trust. The scene shifts to the city streets where one of the characters, standing with his back to us, replies, "By itself," which may be a response to a recent confession or assurance of someone's competence. Next, we see a massive gate, perhaps the entrance to an academy or library, which hints at a new stage or next level in their journey. And in the final scene, a reading character in a library is drowning in books, pondering the age of maturity of a magician, which gives depth to the world they live in and its traditions or laws. In a library full of books and mysteries, an elven woman questions Fernie's choice of third grade, which involves strategic choices in their magical system of learning. The next moment shows her immersed in reading. She reveals information about the number of first-class mages and the conditions of the exam, which reveals the complexity and organization of their world. She then discusses the many accidents associated with this exam, adding a sense of the danger and majesty of the challenge facing the magicians. Finally, in a conversation with a coworker, she notes a decrease in the number of mages, which may hint at changes in their world or increased demands for magical ability. The elven woman, as she leaves the magic tower, reflects on the times when mages could be found everywhere, but now only in places like this, emphasizing the changes in their world and perhaps the decline of magic. She then proposes to begin intensive preparation for the exam, which will take place in 2 months, emphasizing the seriousness and importance of the upcoming event for the magical community. In the library, amidst endless rows of books, 2 characters are busy studying magical texts, illustrating their quest for knowledge and willingness to be tested. And the final scene shows a moment of training or testing in nature, where one character demonstrates his mastery of a magical weapon in front of another, indicating the practical side of their training. The characters gather around a table that is bursting with food, including birthday cake, creating an atmosphere of celebration or commemoration important to their relationship and story. Next, we see one of the characters putting the other to bed, which could symbolize the trust and care in their relationship, or the importance of rest after a hard day. The next scene reveals to us a night sky, under which 2 characters are flying, showing off their magical abilities and the freedom they bring to their world. Finally, we see a character sitting at work on a laptop, and another reading a book on a bed, indicating their pursuit of knowledge and self-development even in the quiet of their home. The stately hall fills with tense silence. The mage candidates have gathered to undergo the ritual that will determine their future. The walls are decorated with mysterious symbols, each holding stories of magical battles and ancient spells. The examiner, a first-class mage named Gendu, towers in front of the gathering. His gaze is stern and unyielding, as befits a guardian of magical traditions. His words, "Begin selection for the first-class mage exam," echoed in the hearts of the candidates, like a spell calling them to the test. The rigor of the selection process is evident in the formation of the candidates. There is a sense of both unity and dumb rivalry in their ranks. Each is characterized by determination and uniqueness, ready to endure the challenges ahead. And so, one of the examiners, standing before the students with grandeur and dignity, remarks that this year all the magicians are outstanding. This observation sounds like a prediction, a hint of the extraordinary events to be experienced by these young practitioners of the art of magic. Virgil, with his cheeky smile and fire in his eyes, is the epitome of strength and courage. He is a second-class mage and head of the Northern Magic Corps, with a summer of endless battles with demons under his belt, which has defined him as a veteran and a hero in the eyes of the people. Dinkin, whose gaze reflects wisdom and cunning, has achieved the status of supreme ruler, using not only his magic, but also his political savvy in a brutal game of power. He comes across as a powerful player in a world where magic and influence go hand in hand. Fern, a third-class mage whose youthful innocence contrasts with the severity of the trials she has overcome, becomes a symbol of hope and a new generation of mages ready to take up the baton from their elders. Among them, those who disturb the tranquility, remaining in the shadows but deliberately influencing the fates of the magical world. These figures add intrigue and uncertainty to the future, where each step could lead to a new coup or conflict. Cavell, a magician of the third class, is shrouded in a veil of mystery and scandal. Her presence here elicits whispers and stares, for her past is marred by being accused of the worst of crimes, the murder of an examiner. Her confident strut and sparkling gaze show that she is not afraid of the opinions of others, and is ready to face any challenge. Among the candidates are others who are stepping up to fight for a place among the magical elite. Their ambition and talents make this race for a place in the sun even more unpredictable. A stranger appears in the hall, whose power of magic hangs in the air, reminiscent of the great magicians of antiquity. His arrival calls into question everything that is known about the magical hierarchy, and adds new intrigue to an already confusing story. And the examiner, towering above everyone, is ready to reveal the details of the test that will determine everyone's fate. His announcement will be the beginning of a new chapter in the history of magic, full of danger and discovery. The examiner announces with majesty, the 57 challengers will enter the battle, not just as individuals but as parts of a collective, groups of 3. This trial will test their ability to work together, as well as their individual skills. Now, in front of a pandemonium of audience members, he begins the process of separation, a moment when alliances are formed and destinies are intertwined. Passions are running high as the outcome of their future trials depends on these decisions. One of the candidates, an elven woman, looks at her number badge. It's not just an identifier. It's the key to future alliances and rivalries that her path in the world of magic depends on. And as if to confirm her thoughts, the examiner suggests the magical procedure of throwing mana into a token to find her future companions. This action will not only define her team, but it will also show how deep the bonds they can build in the lead-up to the battle. Tension hangs in the air as candidates realize that there is no room for ordinariness among them. Word of suspicious mages heightens their vigilance. Every step and glance may conceal a threat. First impressions here can be worth more than magical powers, and everyone is eager to show their uniqueness, their power, to stand out and imprint themselves on the minds of allies and foes alike. Reactions to tokens guide sights and steps. They are guides in the creation of teams, landmarks in this new hierarchy of magical power. But not everything goes smoothly, as shown by a moment of panic when one of the candidates falls down, exuding screams. It's a moment of discovery when controlling power becomes a matter of life and death, and every wrong move can have unpredictable consequences. Passions run high. One of the candidates, sparking anger, challenges an invisible enemy. Her scream is full of determination and fearlessness. She is ready to fight not only with magic, but also with words. In response, one hears a cold-blooded, "Well, try," coming from a competitor whose confidence and calmness challenge threats and promises. A third figure, an elven woman, stands aside, and her silence speaks more than words. Her facial expression hints at fatigue from this constant tension that characterizes the magical dueling of words. And so they come face to face, the tension between them palpable. Their interactions are shadowed by the trials to come, where each will fight for their right to be called a mage. A spark of hope and anticipation of victory shines in the girl's eyes. She smiles, but there is a hidden depth in her gaze, a sign that she understands the weight and possible consequences of the coming ordeal. The answer is given to her by another candidate whose face is lit up with slight trepidation, but she too shares this hope. Her words, "Yes, me too," express a shared sense of unity and common purpose that may be the determining factor in the challenge ahead. Fate led the aspirants of magic to the deep forests of the Northern Kingdom, where the grub pool spreads among silent witnesses, centuries-old trees. This place, shrouded in mystery and ancient spells, will be the arena for their first serious test. Candidates gather in the forest where every rustle and every glance can be part of the challenge. Their attention is fixed on the examiner, who holds a cage with a mysterious, meteoric iron bird, the key to the next stage of the test. The examiner explains the rules of the first stage. He suggests that they will have to face not only tests of magic, but also the outlandish creatures that inhabit the area, which adds an element of surprise and possible apprehension. Aspects of their assignment remain unclear, but one thing is certain. The trials promise to be intense, requiring not only magical power, but also wit and the ability to adapt in the unpredictable conditions of the wilderness. The examiner continues to dictate the conditions of the test. Each team will need to catch their meteor bird, a task that requires not only agility, but also teamwork. Twilight will be the boundary by which the first stage must be completed. The time constraint adds pressure for candidates to act quickly and decisively. The rules are strict. No restrictions on actions except one. You cannot leave the examination area. Such discretion is a double gift, for it can lead to both triumph and downfall. The introduction of a barrier that is insurmountable for the bird emphasizes the seriousness of the challenge by imprisoning the students in a space from which there is no escape. This challenge will test their wit, willpower, and ability to overcome obstacles. The gravity of the moment is reflected in the words of the examiner as he proclaims the beginning of the examination, and the echo of his words echo through the forest as if nature itself were awaiting the outcome of the contest. Among the trees you can see the candidates already facing their first difficulties. Their movements are uncertain, and the task ahead is not an easy one. They are just beginning to get used to unfamiliar territory and its challenges. Some of the applicants already realize the importance of strategy and planning. They realize that without a well-thought-out plan, success is impossible, and this forces them to think quickly and efficiently. And while they contemplate their first steps, the idea of getting to know each other on the road is suggested. This is not only a way to assign tasks, but also the beginning of forming bonds that can be crucial in the challenges ahead. Firen, facing her fate and her teammates, expresses hope for success, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and a collaborative spirit. Lavina joins her, presenting herself with a dignity and determination that marks her out as a third-class mage, inspiring confidence in their power. Kana, the third member of their small alliance, shares her training history with Lavina, adding depth and strength to their bond built on a shared past and childhood memories. However, when it comes to style, they admit their ignorance, which adds an element of uncertainty to their upcoming adventure and tests their ability to adapt and learn on the go. Firen shares rumors about the style, adding to the mystique of their mission. She offers to watch him once they discover him, which shows her caution and desire to explore the unknown before action. The team's journey through the forest is full of not only physical, but also emotional challenges. Their interactions reflect the oscillation between fatigue, crankiness, and determination that is a natural part of team building under pressure. Fatigue makes itself felt, but they keep their guard up. Offering to rest is not a sign of weakness, but an acknowledgement that even mages need a pause to recuperate. Once again, their decision emphasizes the importance of strategy. Stopping to rest becomes not just a physical necessity, but an opportunity for tactical planning of next steps. Avalanche's words reflect a desire to remain invisible and safe, showing the importance of caution in the unpredictable environment of the exam. The exchanges between team members are strained, each measuring each other's strength and the strength of their characters, which is inevitable in a competitive environment. Firen asks a rhetorical question that emphasizes her own perception of her power and position in the team. It is an exploration of her place in the hierarchy. Avalanche, on the other hand, rejects conflict, showing that her strength is not in aggression, but in her ability to keep her composure and strive for peace even among her rivals. In a forest where every shadow can hide danger, comrades remind each other to be vigilant. If you meet danger, come back. These words emphasize the importance of safety and mutual aid. The caveat, "and be careful of the sky," adds an element of suspense. In this world, threats can come not only from the ground, but also from the air. A moment of reflection before the action begins. They both realize the weight of the challenges ahead and the need for deep concentration. Firen, sitting alone, is immersed in her thoughts, perhaps doubting or worrying about the future. I hope all will be well." Her words express the universal feeling of hope mixed with anxiety that everyone feels in the face of the unknown. Kana offers Firen to lead the group, noting her analytical skills, indicating mutual respect and trust in their team. Firen declines the offer of leadership, pointing out that the tension between her and Avalanche should not interfere with the common goal, and accepts the apology, which shows her nobility and maturity. She brings the conversation back to the sky warning, which highlights her attention to detail and caution in the face of the unknown. Firen's spontaneous "hey" when Kana suddenly quickens her step creates a dynamic in their interaction, emphasizing the caution and vigilance needed in this forest full of mystery and unexpected dangers. Avalanche, with a look full of determination, discovers the target of their assignment, Style. Her discovery sets the stage for the challenge they've all been waiting for. The meteor bird appears to them, the embodiment of the magic and mysticism of this world, a symbol of their task and the test before which they must prove their strength and wisdom. The team comes together to start the action. Their interaction and strategy will be key in successfully capturing the bird. Kana, armed with a magical tool, prepares to cast, filling this moment with tension and anticipation. Now their team must act as a unit to succeed. The power of Kana's magic is impressive. With majesty and precision, she creates a whirlwind that captures the bird in a powerful dance of the elements. Suddenly, the magical vortex breaks and the bird breaks free. Despite a confident gotcha, the task turns out to be unfulfilling. The situation spirals out of control for a moment. A huge column of water soars to the heavens, displaying the unbridled power of nature and magic. Avalanche calms the situation by recognizing Kana's skill. Her words confirm that despite the unforeseen outcome, the ability to act as a team and support each other is their true strength. The magical power flares up again, and the vortex created by Kana collapses with renewed force, creating a dance of ice shards around the bird. The bird doesn't seem to give in, calmly looking down at its pursuers from atop the ice throne, as if summoning them for another round of magical combat. Firen, witness to this powerful demonstration of strength, cannot hide his admiration for their efforts, while realizing that they have encountered a creature beyond their expectations. The suggestion to seek shelter reflects not only a concern for safety, but a desire for deliberate and judicious action in an environment where magic behaves unpredictably and dangerously. Avalanche shares his thoughts on the difficulty of the task. Style, a creature of astonishing speed, able to instantly elude any pursuit. She realizes it takes more than magic to catch him. Kana suggests that they should use the rest of the day to develop a plan. She realizes that they only have a limited time before sunset to complete the mission. Firen expresses her frustration and fatigue from fruitless attempts, her words reflecting a general feeling that the task was more difficult than they had expected. Firen's observation of her team's good coordination shows that despite the challenges, they are able to work together and perform effectively. She recognizes that this synchronization and mutual understanding is a great achievement, and that their progress in collaboration is notable. Avalanche, while not expecting much from his comrades, harbors hope for their newfound strength and empowerment during this ordeal. She suggests looking around the shore before continuing the style chase, prudently ruling out haste, and again emphasizing the importance of tact and caution. The team moves forward, their journey taking them through a dense forest full of uncharted threats and opportunities. But it soon becomes apparent that tension and fatigue begin to affect them When one of the team members loses their balance, their willpower, and physical endurance put to the test, there is an explosion of magic in the forest, apparently the result of another battle or magical experiment. Even away from the battle, its echoes reach the ears of the team, heralding new challenges. The team decides to take a break, camping among the trees to recover after a busy day. A night in the woods promises to be unsettling, but the need for rest is obvious. Kana wakes up to a sudden sound. She feels alarmed by an incomprehensible noise that breaks the silence of the night. With the first rays of morning comes the question of where Frieren is, which adds to the tension in the atmosphere. The disposition of each team member and their well-being is a paramount concern after a night in dangerous conditions. Kana witnesses a strange sound that reminds her of rain, but her attention is diverted by a more pressing question. Where is Katli? She concludes that the sound she hears may be something else, something lurking in the forest, and that something demands their attention. Suddenly a stylus appears in front of Kana, a majestic and powerful being, possibly the source of the mysterious sound they encountered. Things escalate when Styles launches an attack and Kana, caught off guard, tries to dodge. This moment puts her in the face of the real danger of the wild forest. In the midst of a tense confrontation with the mighty Styles, Kana suddenly realizes that she has lost her staff. This item is apparently key to her magical power, and without it, she seems defenseless in the face of danger. The clash with the creature escalates and it seeks to attack again. Kana, finding herself in a desperate situation, realizes that the chances of success without her staff are rapidly diminishing. In a moment of dire need, Kana turns to Avalanche, her voice reflecting genuine concern and perhaps a plea for help. She hopes that Avalanche may have the power or knowledge to help in this desperate situation. The situation escalates when the Style, which is moving towards Kane at an incredible speed, prepares a new strike. At this point, both the girl's magical abilities and physical dexterity are tested. The Avalanche, like the wind rushing past a threat, reminds us of the need for vigilance. In the forest, where every step can be your last, caution is not just a word, it's a way of survival. Calm after the storm, Kana affirms their well-being, but you can read the weariness in their looks. The battle with the unseen enemy had exhausted their strength and patience. Frieren thoughtfully recalls the moments of the battle. You can hear in her voice not only an interest in Avalanche's strategy, but perhaps respect for her courage and determination. Frieren's eyes reflect reflection on the events of the previous day. Perhaps she recalls the critical moments that have conditioned them to their current situation. Frieren asks a question that may sound like a rebuke, but there is no judgment in her voice, only genuine bewilderment and a desire to understand. Kina confesses her weaknesses, revealing an unexpected side to her character. A story about training at a magic academy adds depth to her character. A majestic landscape opens up before them, showing not only the vastness of the world, but also the distance from civilization, highlighting their isolation and the challenges ahead. Frieren looks down at the quiet surface of the river, and her words are filled with determination, but also the realization that the way forward is a path they must travel together. Standing on the edge of a precipice, Frieren's sense of humor is undaunted, even as her words touch on the risk and courage so essential to their journey. Lavina answers calmly, confidence and understanding readable in her short reply. It's a dialogue between two strong personalities who know each other and their weaknesses. Kana expresses her feelings candidly, admitting that her actions are motivated by a desire to improve the situation, even if it seems rude. Frieren makes a witty remark, emphasizing that wisdom and maturity don't always correspond to age, especially when it comes to mages. Frieren stands against the backdrop of the sunset sky, asking Kana to assess her qualities. Her gaze is serious yet open to any response. Kana looks up at Frieren from below, a mixture of reflection and respect read in her eyes as she prepares to give her answer. Frieren's profile looms against the night sky as she listens intently to Kana, her features lit up with gratitude for the honest feedback. Frieren asks Kana with surprise and persistence to name more of her good sides, standing with her back to her under a sky transitioning from dusk to night. Kana, sitting tiredly on the ground, speaks frankly of Frierin's concern, with a look of respect for Frierin's diligence and responsibility read on her face. Frierin's face is illuminated by the soft light of the sunset as she listens to Kana's compliments, and her smile makes the atmosphere warmer and friendlier. Kana raises an eyebrow skeptically at the remark about lying, creating a contrast between her humble perception and Frierin's sincere words. Frieren stands on the edge of a cliff, dust and rocks flying up around her, and she screams in surprise or fright, raising her hands to her face. The scene is filled with dynamics and tension as it is unclear what is happening and where the danger is coming from. Kana notes with relief and surprise that it was dangerous, standing a safe distance from the edge of the cliff. Her gaze drifts upward, and her face expresses a mixture of relief and concern. Frieren, dangling in the air on magical threads, mockingly and defiantly tells Kana that she won't be so kind anymore. She looks confident and ready for action, and Kana looks down at her with amazement and some admiration. Kana shares her thoughts on Lavina, expressing respect for her determination and ability to deal with difficult situations despite her gruff nature. You can read on her face the realization that power and confidence come with experience and determination. Frieren gazed into the distance, her gaze hiding a wisdom and steadfastness that is only gained with years of practice and battles. The light of the moon played on her pale skin, and beside her, in the shadow of her presence, stood Kana, her young face reflecting a calmness and ease unfathomable to many who measured time by battles and trials. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the faces of those seated around them. The night air was chilly, but the warmth of the fire and the closeness of their comrades gave them comfort. Eisen sat across from Frieren, his eyes reflecting confusion and doubt. "Tomorrow is our first battle with the dragon." His words hung in the air, becoming heavier than the night's chill for a moment. Eisen squared his shoulders as if trying to shelter himself from the weight of a future collision. Frieren looked at him with compassion. "Are you scared, Eisen?" Her voice was soft, but not without determination. He nodded, unable to hide the trepidation that trembled in his every gesture as they sat under the stars, breathless in anticipation of the coming storm. Dawn was approaching, and the first rays of sunlight were darting in to battle the departing darkness. Frieren stood, turning around to face Eisen, her silhouette looming against the lightening sky. "I see, then." She started, but his gaze was filled with a determination she rarely met. It was barely audible from under his hood. On an exposed mountain peak under an endless sky shimmering with stars, a heavy sigh cut the silence. "Are you afraid?" Eisen asked, turning around to Kana, who was sitting up tucked into her lap. Her answer, "Yes," was quiet, but it sounded strong in the stillness of the night. Eisen hugged himself over his shoulders as if seeking comfort in his thoughts. "I'm scared too," he admitted, his voice shaking with uncertainty, and the moon casting his profile in silver. They both laughed, nervous laughter escaping their lips, crashing against the rocks and carried away by the wind. "What kind of conversation is this?" His laughter was an attempt to diffuse the tension that held them together in the face of the unknown. Frieren approached them, his voice warm and casual. "I wanted to encourage him as an adventurer," he said as he turned back to Kana, and there was a flicker of recognition in his eyes that fear was part of their journey, but it would not stop them in the face of adventure. In the shadows of the gloomy forest, a warrior in a helmet and grilled helmet utters words of gratitude with a heavy sigh, trying to convince himself that his anxiety has subsided. In an open space under the night sky, a group of travelers share thoughts on the hardships of the adventurer's life, where an old warrior assures everyone of their ability to keep their cool in any situation. The pixie's smile lights up the night as she looks fondly at her companions, recognizing that each of them is coping with the ordeal in their own way. The young dyad, puzzled yet determined, asks a question that could change the course of their journey, and begins to share her new understanding with her comrade, an elven woman, waiting for the right moment for revelation. The girl in the forest, drawing air in through her teeth, contemplating a plan that could succeed or ruin everything. Her words about being able to catch Stelios seem like a clue. A maiden with a lamp appears among the trees, her face reflecting calmness and determination. She carries something important in her hands that can make a difference. Like a hero returning in victory, it communicates the completion of a task. Her words bring relief but also hint at the continuation of their adventures. The dialogue between the two characters exposes the tension of the moment. One of them, hiding a smile, points to the difficulties to come, while the other has to contend with inaction. In the final scene, the team prepares to defend their accomplishment. The fate of the stylie depends on their determination, and they know that the time of battle has come. A trail lost among the trees is followed by 3 travelers. The leader, sitting on a stump, offers to discuss strategy, for knowledge is their weapon, looking up to the sky where a creature, more myth than reality, soars. One of the heroines realizes the pointlessness of the chase. Wonderful birds flitting faster than sound, a message of a world where anything is possible. At the edge of the abyss where earth meets sky, the last heroine shares the knowledge that their adversary is as impregnable as a dragon. Simple magic is powerless here, and every step to victory requires cunning and courage. A girl with a short haircut dressed in a sophisticated outfit stands in the middle of the forest, contemplating her actions. She says that the creatures of the forest are very sensitive to her presence and disappear when they sense her. Sitting on the ground, she continues her musings. The problem is that these creatures have no mana of their own, making them nearly impossible to spot in the forest. Another girl with long hair adds that the creatures have become more wary because of the examiners who roam nearby. She recalls their last meeting in the morning. Both of them sit in the woods, contemplating their next moves. They realize that even if they manage to encounter one of the creatures, they have no way of catching it. The epiphany comes in the silence of the forest, where the heroine discovers her secret, a night-tested magic that may be the key to their task. Bewilderment is reflected on the companion's face when she learns of the secret preparations. The night wanderings now take on meaning, and the trust between the comrades grows stronger. The seriousness of the moment is emphasized by a look of determination. The magic of catching birds isn't just a spell, it's part of their soul, ready to be tested. The story of the hunters who created magic specifically for their people brings depth to the narrative. This knowledge is a legacy, and every word is important in understanding their journey. They stand in front of a huge bird defeated by magic. A victory, but a victory with the flavor of doubt, because the line between monster and bird turns out to be so thin. Sitting on the ground, the heroine is immersed in reflections on the nature of her enemy. She realizes that their world is full of secrets and monsters hidden beneath the guise of familiar creatures. Hope flashes again at the words about the power of magic to tame even the wildest of creatures. This knowledge gives them strength and confidence in their actions. And so the dialogue between the heroines heats up about the reasons for the silence. The revelation of opportunities that were available before forces them to rethink their strategy and connection to each other. In the forest thicket, where every leaf whispers its secret, the heroine ponders the weaknesses of their plan. Magic requires intimacy, but intimacy is a risk. Discussing the distances they have and have not traveled, the comrades try to find the best point for an ambush. Their words are a dance of strategy. With longing, they recall the step that was decisive in their recent clash. Mistakes teach them to be cautious, but also courageous. Doubt sneaks into their ranks but doesn't leave them hopeless. Questioning the difficulty of the task pushes them toward new solutions, new ways to win. Reflecting on the difficulty of their task, one of the heroines weighs the odds of success. She knows that only a complete freeze can ensure victory, but doubts her powers. Another believes that the element of water is the key to success, but her ability to control water is limited and requires certain conditions. After all, her magic controls but does not create, and the perfect moment to cast a spell is when nature itself provides the necessary element. Realizing that the elements are susceptible to magic gives them hope. All they have to do is find water, and they can catch the bird, stop it from flying away. The words, "will let go," hang in the air, and each of the heroines puts their own meaning into them, their own hope for the success of their mission. A spark of confidence ignites in the elf's eyes. This plan could work, she thinks, and her determination infects the others. They gather in a circle, each immersed in their own thoughts, assessing the risks and opportunities to be realized. Recognizing the riskiness of their scheme, they nevertheless find in it the potential for victory. All that's left is to gather the will in your fist and start executing. Doubt creeps into their conversation, but the realization of the lack of alternatives spurs them to action. The companion addresses her comrade with a question full of concern and worry, as the stakes in their adventure are extremely high. An unexpected moment. One of the heroines finds herself in the hands of another, and there is anxiety in the air because every action can have unpredictable consequences. But determination takes over, and they come together to realize their daring plan, determined to overcome any obstacle. Among rocky trails framed by trees, the team makes steady progress as they prepare for the challenges ahead. A figure appears before them with an admonition reminding them of an unfinished test that requires concentration and will. Calmness and self-assurance loom large in the words of another who believes in the power and dignity of mages, emphasizing the importance of nobility in battle. Silence can be more formidable than words, and so a third figure stands waiting, unfazed but determined to face what lies ahead. The forest corridor resounds with the assertion that magic requires a special approach and place, and even magical powers are not masterful in thoughtlessly chosen spaces. The heroine holds the magical artifact tightly in her hands, preparing to use it. Her eyes read focus and readiness for battle. The words of the water replenishment proposal carry strategic preparation for the upcoming test, where water will be a key element. The wide view opens up to a panorama of the forest with a lake in the center, which will probably be a source of strength and the site of a decisive confrontation. The characters ponder their chances of success if they remain unseen until sundown, but one of them does not hide his satisfaction at the rapid progress of the task. Confusion grips the group when they hear an unpredictable sound that breaks the silence of the forest, making them wary. Doubts about whether everything will go smoothly are echoed in the words of one of the characters, emphasizing that they are prepared for possible surprises. And then new information is revealed about the nature of the world around them. In front of them is not just a path, but a river, which can be both a help and an obstacle on their way. 3 characters are in the woods discussing the details of an upcoming exam. One of the figures sitting on the ground claims that a barrier surrounds them. A man with glasses standing nearby confirms her words, explaining that it is a powerful barrier of antimatter, impenetrable to everything. The girl with the scythe, turning to her interlocutors, speculates whether a barrier can even stop water, expressing her surprise and bewilderment. Relying on the dryness of the ground around it, another character concludes that the barrier has been standing there for over a week, which gives an indication of its resilience. The girl makes the assumption that the barrier caused the water to accumulate in the lake inside its boundaries. The man responds by emphasizing that examiners need water too, as they are living beings. She suggests that participants may have brought their own water to provide for themselves for the duration of the exam. Finally, adds that although people could have prepared, the little bird she sees was denied the opportunity to do so. A young man with glasses shares his observations, suggesting that those who have realized the water situation have already gathered by the lake inside the barrier. He doesn't hide his concern, but the girl with the scythe easily brushes the problem aside, suggesting he forget about the water as an annoying issue. The same man asks the next logical question, about how they can purify the water if they find it, and offers the option of boiling it. Suddenly, the tense silence of the dialogue is interrupted by a loud sound resembling the pounding of a giant's heart, which echoes throughout the forest, causing the heroes to freeze in place. With the sounds still echoing through the forest, the group finds the other members of the exam approaching them with caution and attention. One of the figures suddenly soars into the air as if gravity did not exist for it, leaving its companions in amazement at such ease of movement. A battle breaks out on the ground, where the clash of 2 forces is visible in every gesture, in every movement of the opposing sides. The warrior at the head of the group admits to the pain, but his voice sounds almost indifferent, as if he is used to defeat. And this is just one of many. After the skirmish, the girl with the scythe notes her opponent's good reactions, assessing his fighting skills. The warrior, despite feeling the pain, seems pleased with their confrontation, and offers to lay down his weapons and leave without further violence. However, his opponent shows no signs of giving up, questioning what will happen if she refuses to give in. With the same challenge in his eyes, the warrior replies that words would be superfluous then, and their dialogue moves into a new round of combat where actions speak louder than words. A sudden powerful rumble, like an explosion or the roar of a mighty beast, rips the air, causing the characters to look around for the source of the sound, which leaves them bewildered. They discover that the sky above the forest is mottled with strange towering columns that appear to be motionless, yet carry tremendous energy. The moment one of the characters steps forward with a powerful blow, nature itself seems to respond to her actions, submitting to the will of the warrior. And then it becomes clear that this power has the ability to alter the very environment of their battle. For as one observer describes, the lake was completely frozen, transformed by one single powerful action. Amidst the shattered landscape and icy air, one participant questions the actions of her comrade, fearing repercussions for all. The group stands, scattered amongst the trees, waiting for the next move, trying to discern everyone's intentions and strategies that may determine the outcome of this fight. The man comments with a grim look that using the girl's magic could backfire on her, causing resentment and resistance from the others. And suddenly the team springs into action, determined to break the icy shackles that have now become a barrier to their path and possibly to their survival. On the side of a forest road stands a group of people, their gazes staring into the distance where their fate is decided. An elder with a white beard turns to a young man named Denkin, seeking wisdom on the next step. The girl speaks with a slight smile about wasting time and energy, suggesting prudence instead of rash action. They conclude that further attempts to melt the ice are futile, and instead, an alternate route to the lake must be sought without succumbing to the provocations of magic. The wise elder announces the decision to take the initiative, speaking confidently of a plan to capture the stylish warrior of the second team. He suggests that their determination to use the tactic of freezing the lake could not have been thoughtless. There is necessarily a cunning plan behind it that they intend to disrupt. While some move swiftly along the snowy path created by magic, others prepare for decisive action, showing their readiness for battle. Meanwhile, the girl with the scythe they are trying to catch makes an unexpected maneuver, disappearing among the trees of the forest like a ghost eluding pursuit. She paces along the forest path, drowning in her thoughts, breathing in the cool air of the peaceful morning. The elven warrior, Firin Sama, represents calm and determination despite the whirlwind of events around her. Her associate, with a note of concern in his voice, turns to her, trying to understand her intentions. He knows there is a deep strategic mind behind her calm gaze. A group stands before us, among whom an elder with a snow-white beard, Denkin, whose name commands respect among his comrades, stands out majestically. Lawfen, a woman with a strong gaze and unwavering posture, takes a stance beside him, looking like someone who is used to battles and strategies. Richter, a man with deep facial features, reflects in his gaze the wisdom and restraint needed to make informed decisions. They discuss the strategy of their opponents, reasoning that simply melting ice with magic may not be the ultimate goal of a group as strong as their opponents. Trinity walks down the trail, leaving the frozen lake behind them. An elder with a beard confidently pronounces that no one else will approach the reservoir, emphasizing that their actions have cut off the path to a valuable resource. With a faraway look, he notes that others are already looking for new water sources, realizing the criticality of the situation and the need to adapt. A group of warriors perched on a snowy slope look up to the horizon as if searching for a new path or challenge to overcome. The elder shares with his companions that although the enemies can't sense magic, they will have a difficult time countering an aerial attack, implying that their next move must be thoughtful and unexpected by the enemy. The group continues on their way through the dense forest, mulling over the events of the exam. They wonder if their rivals really meant to wreak havoc by freezing the lake. The elder makes the wise observation that there is likely a deeper meaning behind this action by the second team, and they must be prepared for the unexpected if they are to succeed. Away from them, exam takers rush forward, exploring and seeking new paths and strategies to achieve their goals. One of them, striding confidently forward, leads his companions deep into the forest, where every tree may hide both a new danger and a new opportunity. In the forest, amid the rustle of leaves, our heroes discover an ominous sight. Figures hovering in the air between tree trunks, seemingly devoid of life. The elder concludes with a heavy sigh that these unfortunates were attacked by monsters, and their life's journey was cut short right here in the forest, which was their last refuge. With a confidence that admits of no doubt, Richter suggests that we continue on our way. Despite facing harsh realities, their mission requires moving forward. Laufen, whose compassionate nature won't let her pass, offers to pay one last honor to the fallen, if only by removing them from the trees so the earth can take them back. They gaze up into the sky, where the shadows of birds circle above the trees. Richter is surprised to note that it is hard not to notice these birds. There are already too many of them to ignore their presence. The elder explains that if they try to remove the bodies from the trees, they will immediately attract attention. He realizes that spells have been cast on the bodies that serve as a trap. Suddenly, they realize that these are not ordinary birds, but Geisel scavengers. These creatures lure victims by creating a trap with their spells. The elder bitterly states that the previous team fell victim to this very trap, which led to their deaths. This discovery adds gravity to their mission in this dangerous forest. A tense silence reigns in the forest as the trio discuss the strangeness of the situation. The words, "strange this," pour out between the trees, reflecting the bewilderment and anxiety that envelops them in this unpredictable place. Laufen, with a note of condemnation in his voice, comments on the recklessness of choosing a location for the exam, where deadly danger lurks at every turn, and it seems that their lives are worthless to the organizers. Richter, without taking his eyes off the trail, shares his understanding of the brutal reality of the exam, where each test is a filter that sifts out the unworthy. He concludes that those who are unable to survive such conditions do not deserve the title of mages first class, emphasizing the ruthless nature of their world, where strength and survivability are key criteria for success. Deep in the forest, they reflect on the fact that the Continental Mage Association values the quality of its first-class mages highly, striving to select only the strongest and bravest, capable of facing even the army of a demon king. Suddenly, a place appears before them that seems like an oasis of silence amidst the chaos of the exam. The man sits by the table alone, immersed in reflection or meditation, as if the epitome of calm and control. The elder, hearing Richter's words, does not hide his disappointment. He is surprised to hear such harsh words from such a seasoned warrior, hinting at the depth and complexity of their world. Richter, without softening his tone, says that survival and strength are key for mages, and those who do not meet these criteria do not deserve a place among the elite. This emphasizes the ruthless nature of their journey. The elder with the beard makes an unexpected statement, rejecting the idea that quality doesn't matter to a mage, causing his companions to be bewildered. He continues his speech by stating that if a mage is unable to win people's hearts, then he is no different than a weakling. Despite all his power, emphasizing his words with personal experience, he recalls seeing mages far more powerful than he, but they were led astray and haunted by their own fears. The elder concludes that true power is not in frightening others, but in power that is not based on fear, for such power will never be lasting. The elder continues his teaching by emphasizing that magic is not inherently a thing to be proud of, but a tool that requires wisdom in its application. Laufen takes his words to heart, realizing that the ideal of magical power lies in the combination of might and wisdom, qualities that are the hallmark of their elder. Richter, however, cautions her against excessive admiration, reminding her that even the most powerful mages can become blind to obvious threats. Far behind them, other exam takers struggle with the magical trap, demonstrating that the test requires not only strength, but also vigilance. A young girl in uniform stands at the edge of the forest, her face reflecting bewilderment and anxiety, perhaps because of the unexpected obstacles in their path. In another part of the forest, another exam participant looks in amazement at a sudden phenomenon, a circular area devoid of snow, suggesting some sort of magical activity. This area, cleared of snow, appears to be the arena for an upcoming trial or duel, bringing a sense of anticipation and suspense to the story. The group, including the elder and his companions, stop at the edge of the clearing, assessing the situation, and perhaps preparing for the next stage of their ordeal. A young girl with large glasses hides in the bushes while her companions stand alert. Her gaze reads caution and concern. Perhaps she's found something unusual or dangerous in this place. In another clearing, a group of warriors are fleeing from a huge bird resembling a geyser scavenger. Their faces reflect focus and determination. They are ready for battle and are not going to give up without a fight. A tense dialogue unfolds between the two figures standing in the woods. The interaction between the two seems important, and they may be preparing for a magical confrontation. One of the characters decisively unleashes a stream of magic from his weapon, directed against an unseen enemy. His facial expression suggests that he is determined to confront any threats in his path. The trinity walks through the dense forest, each immersed in his own thoughts, pondering about something. Their faces are impenetrable, their gazes hidden, but they are clearly on the lookout for something or someone. In another part of the forest, a group of participants gathered around a mysterious circle on the ground. They sit or stand, their gazes directed in different directions, as if they are in anticipation or expectation. One of the heroes, an elder, shares an observation. Their opponents are probably hiding using magic for disguise. This observation brings an element of intrigue and strategy to the story. He continues by noting that this technique of secrecy and deception has been encountered before, and that it is something familiar to him, pointing to his experience and wisdom. Three comrades are discussing a strange situation at the well. One of them, an old man, looks worried and asks a question, questioning something that is bothering him. The young man and the girl, his companions, confirm his doubts, feeling nothing special. The old man shares his certainty that the mysterious phenomenon they seek is so weak that only a spellcaster can detect it. The girl listens intently, and the young man seems thoughtful and focused. The old man continues, explaining that although the power they seek is weak, the style bird will be able to sense it. This makes the satellites think about the next step, as the stylites no longer fly to this water source. One of the companions, standing in the background and reflecting on what he has heard, asks a rhetorical question. He may be questioning the need to act or wondering about the value of their quest. The girl concludes that they need to find a place where the water is free of magic. Her determination and logic lead the group to a new stage in their adventure. The old man adds that the second team may already be in such a place that they must hurry, lest they be overtaken. As they discuss plans, they face a problem: how to find the right place. The old man suggests a little rest to gather his thoughts and gain strength. Finally, they realize the daunting task of finding a water source without magic in a perfect hiding place, which is hidden in the exam area known as Ogrum. The old man, drawing on his experience and intuition, suggests they just wait, confident that the answers to their questions will soon reveal themselves. They are in a forest where time flows peacefully. The tension of the search is replaced by the silence of nature, creating a contrast between their task and the tranquility of their surroundings. The girl shares her strategy for limiting water sources for stybos, which can lead to uncovering the location she's looking for, but admits that some locations may have gone unnoticed. They decide to ambush him, using the stylobes as an indicator of the presence of magic. In this way, they intend to identify a hidden water source by staying in the shadows until the right moment arrives. The girl is squatting, her gaze fixed downward, perhaps contemplating her next move or listening to the silence around her, waiting for signs of change. Suddenly, there is a moment of peace. The group stops to appreciate the silence that has enveloped them. This could be the sign they've been waiting for. One of the companions expresses surprise to learn that the girl can completely hide her magic, which is a rare and valuable skill in their world. The girl explains that her ability to hide magic is imperfect. Under certain conditions, magic can still manifest. This discovery could greatly influence their future actions. They decide to split up to explore the neighborhood more thoroughly. The girl is alone with the forest, where every rustle and rustle matters. During the search, another companion asks for silence to focus. The seriousness and tension of the moment can be felt in their every move. The girl left in ambush speaks confidently about her role and importance on the team, even if her magic is imperfect. She knows her power will manifest when the time is right. Suddenly, there's Stilb, a legendary bird that can sense magic. Her appearance could be a clue, the answer they've been searching for so long. The companions continue their search, dispersing into the woods. Their figures diminish in the distance, and they seem small compared to the majestic trees around them. Stilb approaches the water as if his attention has been drawn to something unseen. His actions seem deliberate and precise. It's as if he's searching for answers at the bottom of the creek. The girl watching the scene doesn't hide her surprise. The bird on her shoulder is no longer just a symbol, but a partner whose presence has special meaning. Her gaze meets the bird's, and there is a sense of connection in this silent communication. Perhaps this connection will start a new phase in their adventure. Stilb is in the air. His flight is tense and purposeful. His companions watch him, their gazes full of anticipation. They ask each other questions, making assumptions and speculations about the results of their actions. The atmosphere is filled with the anticipation of important discoveries. The girl gently places the stalwart into the cage, her face reflecting mixed feelings, perhaps relief and anxiety about the future. They discuss the exam they have passed, draw conclusions, and make plans for the future. Their adventure, it seems, is just beginning. The group is back together, and their triumphant "found it" indicates that the search has been successful. They seem relieved, yet tense at the same time after a long journey. The old man shares an important observation that magic was used. This revelation may change their perception of the situation and their future actions. They are at the well, which may be their sought-after water source. The sign next to them may symbolize their next assignment or where the next exam will be held. The girl suggests the strategy, "Let's do it later." They realize that they have found not only an answer but a new mystery to solve. The companions watch one of their own, which is in the center of a forest clearing. She adopted a fighting stance, indicating a coming challenge or encounter. The girl in the clearing is holding a staff, ready for action. Her determination is read in every facial feature and body tension. And then they realize, "I think we're too late." This discovery suggests a missed opportunity or an impending challenge. In the clearing of the forest, Scarf manipulates his steel petals in a concentrated manner, preparing for an unseen but palpably close confrontation. His gaze and posture exude the confidence of a mage wielding power of the First Order. His ally, is also ready for battle, holding a staff in her hands. She is tense but ready to use her stone bullets to support her team in the challenge ahead. And so begins a clash of forces where magical petals and stone bullets meet in a dance of destruction. The sounds of their clash echo through the forest, heralding the outcome of the battle. Air's face reflects the tension of the battle. She ducked again, using her skills and instincts to avoid the blows. Her movements in defense are reminiscent of a student following the strict instructions of a teacher, leaving no room for error or doubt during combat. The enemy asks a provocative question, assessing her fighting style as typically defensive and expressing doubt about her ability to take the offensive. Air explains the reason for her style. She was trained to exclusively use basic magic in combat, which explains her focus on defense and avoiding direct confrontations. Air's opponent, after studying her style, concludes her teacher's strategy apparently emphasized defense and survival in combat instead of aggressive attacking. Air briefly confirms his speculation, recognizing that her training was focused on basic magic, which was considered sufficient to counter the mages of the present era. She plunges back into battle, where her caution and prudence become her defense. Her lack of aggression in combat can be a weakness, as well as a strength. Despite the criticism, Air does not hesitate and continues to fight using the knowledge he has gained. Her resilience is reminiscent of facing an experienced and powerful mage, which requires a special approach and strategy. The enemy continues to press Ire, pointing out potential weaknesses in her tactics, suggesting that facing a more powerful foe could turn out to be a defeat for her. Ire replies calmly and confidently, not giving the appearance that her opponent's words might embarrass her or affect her self-esteem. She recognizes her superior strength among her comrades, which implies her ability to endure adversity when facing danger. The forest around them becomes a silent witness to their duel. The trees stand like mute guards surrounding the battle arena and await the outcome of the battle. Amidst the ruins, with a sharp sound, a new character appears, energetic and ready for action. His sudden appearance and bright smile foreshadow a new twist in the plot. The battle scene expands, and we see a vast clearing where each character takes their position. The space in between is saturated with anticipation of the next move. The character creates a magical structure out of air blocks, showing off his abilities and setting himself up menacingly for battle. This is Verbel, a second-class mage, his self-confidence and fighting spirit setting him apart from the others. He will undoubtedly be a serious test for his opponents. Verbel looks over his shoulder, his expression casual and full of smugness. He assesses the situation, concluding that the magic of a calculating opponent may not bring him victory. His analysis of his opponent's strategy is evident in the dialogue. He mentions the simplicity of magic, but at the same time admits that its trajectory is difficult to predict, which adds tension to their confrontation. With the ease characteristic of an experienced mage, Verbel notices that he won't be able to dodge this time. This recognition may indicate respect for the skills of the opponent or an understanding that the battle will be more difficult than expected. The scene opens up and we see a spacious clearing where each duelist takes their place. The feeling of loneliness and isolation is heightened as they wait for the next move, knowing that each move could be decisive. Verbal looks over his shoulder, his expression casual and full of smugness. He assesses the situation, concluding that the magic of a calculating opponent may not bring him victory. His analysis of his opponent's strategy is evident in the dialogue. He mentions the simplicity of magic, but at the same time admits that its trajectory is difficult to predict, which adds tension to their confrontation. With the ease characteristic of an experienced mage, Verbel notices that he won't be able to dodge this time. This recognition may indicate respect for the skills of the opponent or an understanding that the battle will be more difficult than expected. The scene opens up, and we see a spacious clearing where each duelist takes their place. The feeling of loneliness and isolation is intensified as they wait for the next move, knowing that each move could be decisive. Verbel, without losing the fighting mood, is interested in further actions of the opponent, provoking her to continue the fight, trying to cause her to aggression or mistake. His resolute refusal to need help demonstrates his confidence in his abilities and hints at his independence and experience in single combat. He recognizes his status as a warrior, captain of the Northern Magical Forces, which hints at his importance and combat accomplishments, perhaps even historical victories. She expresses respect for his straightforward style that is focused only on winning, without frills or showmanship, which shows that he values results over process. Jer's face is filled with anxiety when she recognizes that a child, possibly in danger, is frightened and could die, which shows her compassion and humanity in the seriousness of the current moment. She gathers and prepares for action. Her words, "That's how it is," reflect determination and willingness to move from words to action, reflecting the tension before a decisive move is made. With a sharp swing of her staff, Air releases a wave of magic, demonstrating her power and skill, representing a decisive move in facing her opponent. The loud sounds of destruction reflect the power of her strike as she breaks through magical barriers, showing her determination and willpower to protect those in danger. Astonishment is painted on Air's face as she realizes that her opponent is able to control so many projectiles at once, a testament to his high level of skill and power. She self-critically notes that her attack was too direct and lacking in finesse, realizing that it is not only strength that matters in combat, but tactics as well, and that she may lack cunning or ingenuity. In a moment of rage and desperation, she admits that she still has a lot to work on, and learn to be ready for such opponents and such difficult battles. Meanwhile, Verbal demonstrates his pairing magic, creating complex and powerful bindings that far surpass normal magic, showing the depth of his skills and strategic approach to combat. The character is trapped by powerful grappling magic, rendering her powerless in the face of a superior force. Her facial expression and posture reflect desperation and struggle for control. She realizes that without finding a weakness in her opponent's defense, all her efforts may be in vain. This moment shows her eagerness to find a way out of a desperate situation. Verbal explains the principle of his magic with complete calmness. As long as he keeps his eyes on the target, it will not be able to move. His confidence and control of the situation make him a dangerous opponent. He declares that his opponent is now nothing more than easy prey, asserting his superiority and dominance in battle. This statement emphasizes the power gap between the two. In a deep forest, where light barely penetrates through the dense crown of trees, stands a group of travelers. A girl with dark hair and a serious look speaks of an enemy that seems to be waiting for them in the shadows. She suggests that if their stalker really wanted to kill them, he would have acted by now. The next moment shows a man with a cheeky smile and troubled eyes. He utters a phrase seemingly meaningless in this situation. Last chance. They are words full of double meaning and possible warning or threat. The scene changes and we see a girl on her knees surrounded by woods. Her gaze is downward, and a motionless figure stands nearby. A moment full of tension and uncertainty, as if the entire forest held its breath in anticipation of something inevitable. And so, in a desolate area, the figure walks away, leaving behind only words given to the wind. Leave shame and get out of my sight. They are words of farewell or judgment, a sign that the outcome is already predetermined. The girl looks at the distant figure, her voice reflecting a mixture of determination and weariness. I was glad we'd fight to the death too. The answer comes through the silence of the forest. What? Boring. Are these the words of the game or of the upcoming battle? She turns around, her face serious, disappointment in her eyes. He only wanted to take the chair away from me. Simple words, but in them lies a deep meaning, a tale of lost and found. Wait a minute, she says, turning to the retreating man. You can hear the bewilderment and demand in her voice. The tension between them grows like a frayed string. She points to the cage where the stool is noticeable. You could have taken the chair yourself while I wasn't moving, couldn't you? There is a challenge in her words, and in them a contempt for his indecision, or perhaps guile. The girl waves her hand, releasing the chair cage into the air and seems to lift off the ground, ready to follow. The wind carries relief. The decision has been made. She is ready for a new path. In the forest where light and shadow merge, she stands opposite her pale-haired opponent, balancing his strength and coolness. Their gazes intertwined like swords in battle. He tells her, I suppose you need to see the whole body in its entirety. His words hint at secret lessons, a skill you can't apply in a crowd, only one-on-one. She remains where she is, watching his receding figure intently. In her heart, she knows this is not the end, but only a break in their duel, a temporary lull before they meet again. The man's profile, framed by the dark contours of the trees, reflects determination and strength. His eyes stare off into the distance where his thoughts lead him, maybe to the next challenge or a new goal. In a forest thicket where light plays with shadows, he, standing across from a seated girl, asks the rhetorical question, smart, right? He caught a glimpse of something more than simple maneuverability in her actions, perhaps the beginnings of a game of wits rather than strength. His smile is wide and his words are light, but they feel the weight of past battles. Nah, if I were you, I'd chop my head off. Then it would be over. Is this a joke or hidden advice? It's hard to say, but you can sense the experience in his words. In the last image, he recalls his past battles. I've met people on the battlefield trying to do something similar. The words brought back memories of past battles, of those who had tried to manipulate the outcome of the battle as he himself did now. She looks down at him holding her weapon, her words full of contempt. They were all fools for taking pleasure in killing. Is it a reflection of her own philosophy, or a condemnation of his methods? He stands in front of her, the image contrasting the forest backdrop, and his words are peremptory. I should just kill you and leave the body here. The coldness of those words leaves no room for doubt about his intentions. The moment is filled with tension. He reaches out to her, she sits at his feet. Their postures speak of dominance and submission, but their gazes speak of mutual respect that is above the game. Her question is icy. Have you killed women before? In these words sounds not only curiosity, but a challenge, a test of his principles and past. He smirks, an answering challenge playing on his lips. And you think not? This confidence and casualness hides deeper feelings, perhaps an understatement. Her gaze is heavy. Her words turn to herself as if she is thinking aloud. What kind of hell did you go through? It's a question for his past, for the stories that left marks on his soul. Buying time? He looks at her shrewdly, trying to decipher her next move, to grasp the intent behind her deceased appearance. She replies, a restrained irritation in her voice. Fine, I'll buy that. Her words seem like surrender, but there is a sense of menace in their sound, a promise that the game is just beginning. A row of soldiers stands against a lifeless desert backdrop. A voice from the crowd speaks of a harsh reality. People are well aware of their own weaknesses. In their resilience, one can feel the severity of the ordeal they have endured. We have women and children in front of us, armed to the teeth, terrible but already commonplace. Their looks are full of determination and desperation, ready to defend their homes to the last. The man looks at them. His answer is simple. It's not hell, it's just the way life is up north. There is no pity in his words, only an acknowledgement of the plight of those who live on the edge of the world. The girl replies demurely, I see, I've heard enough. Her words reflect a weariness of endless battles, but also a willingness to keep fighting for her future. In a forest where every tree may hide a secret, they stand against each other. She sits on the ground, he towers over her. That stance speaks volumes, but their views speak of mutual respect. So you're going to kill me? She turns to him, and in her words you can hear not so much fear as a desire to understand his motives, to understand the essence of the confrontation. He stands looking down at her from his height, his silence filled with words he doesn't say out loud. There's no aggression in his posture. It's more like brooding and contemplation. She continues, and the magic that restrains movement is like the kind that wants to delay death. Her words reveal a depth of understanding of the magical flows she feels and controls. Her gaze is now filled with understanding. She gazes into his face, examining his motives. It's clear now. You let me buy time for the same purpose. In her words, there is an awareness of the game that is unfolding between them. He stands in front of her, his silhouette sharp against the forest. Now that's athletic. He acknowledges her skill and willpower, even when she's seemingly in a vulnerable position. And now is the time for me to decide on another murder. His words may seem cold, but in his eyes you can read the complex inner struggle, the decision he has to make. He smiles, but there is no joy in his smile. It's more of a mask. My hand will not waver if it is necessary. But listen, miss, even if I have my doubts. His words show that he is not indifferent to her fate, and that his every choice is weighed. He turns to her, the words simple yet full of subtext. See you soon, miss. Is it a farewell or the promise of a meeting that will change their destinies? A new character appears, a girl with a gun, her presence sharp and determined. Please stop, she says, stepping into their game, bringing a new element of uncertainty. He is surprised by the new development. You've got to be kidding me. Air was damaged. His surprise shows that he is not omniscient, and that there is room for the unexpected in their world. Let's make a deal. His words take on weight. He's ready to negotiate. A new game that's just beginning with the arrival of this unknown girl. Amazing, you can completely hide your mana, he admits, turning to the new girl, respect for her skill evident in his voice. By any chance, you're one of the stooges? He makes an assumption about the girl's past, trying to figure out how they are connected to the events enveloping them all. All we did was stumble upon a plezod, and this girl was trained in bird-catching magic. The discussion revolves around luck and skill, as each character brings a different role to the situation. Although you can capture anyone, Fate wasn't on your side, was it? With these words, the girl might be alluding to upcoming trials or unforeseen twists in their fates. Damn right. I could only give up, he admits with a smile, seeing that his abilities are no match for the magic this mysterious girl wields. You defeated Air, didn't you? What's wrong with her? His question is full of concern. He seeks answers by trying to understand the outcome of past events and their consequences. She's destroyed, the girl replies, and her words sound like a sentence. The bitterness of loss and the inevitability of fate are felt in this confession. Their gazes cross, and in that gaze is a mutual recognition of strength, skill, and perhaps the beginning of a new alliance or a new enmity. The silhouettes of the two figures recede into the depths of the forest, where light and shadow dance together. They leave behind a vow. The condition for passing the exam is to catch a chair before tonight's sunset. He turns to her, his gaze calm and determined. That means we, the 8th team, lost. There is no chagrin in his words, just an acknowledgement of fact and a willingness to take on the next challenge. It was a complete defeat in a fascinating game of necessity. The girl says this with quiet admiration, recognizing in her opponent a worthy participant in their dangerous game. See you soon. Her farewell sounds like a hint of the incompleteness of their encounter, a foreshadowing of the future battles and trials that lie ahead of them. He stands with his back to her, summoning one last gesture of trust or betrayal. Go ahead, shoot me in the back. No fear in his voice, just defiance and perhaps a glimmer of confidence in her honor. Then the need will definitely arise, he continues, suggesting that their future actions will be determined not only by circumstance, but by choice. Yubo-sama? I know. Her reply is brief, but it sounds like an acknowledgement of his status, strength, and perhaps an implicit respect for his personality. Let's help Lantsu-sama while there's still time. Looks like we've been double-crossed, doesn't it? She offers to cooperate, realizing that in this complex game, it is more beneficial for both of them to work together than to oppose each other. Her eyes stare off into the distance, and she asks a rhetorical question, reflecting doubt. Is it necessary? That four-eyed one is a cunning fox. She weighs the risk of whether to trust the figure standing before her, or if there is cunning hidden behind its outward simplicity. The next scene shows a man standing in front of a broken mirror. There is a sense of control in his stance. He doesn't look surprised or confused. This is part of his plan or challenge. Looks like this is the end, another character says. There is no drama in his words, just a simple acknowledgement that all the cards have been dealt and the game is over. Well, that's amazing, isn't it? The final words sound like an invitation to think about what is happening, to reflect on an unexpected turn of events that could change everything. The character with glasses expresses his surprise with confidence in his voice. You control countless petals, with the clear intention of breaking through my defenses. He analyzes the situation, identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent in front of him. You're self-taught, right? The self-taught often have gaps in the very basics, he continues, hinting that even the most talented and independent sometimes miss important details in their craft. I always pre-analyze an unknown opponent before a fight. You see, He pauses, emphasizing that his success in battle depends on prior preparation and strategy. Your weaknesses mean the ultimate in clarity. I will be the winner. He finishes, accepting the challenge and establishing his superiority, already anticipating victory in this intriguing game of wit and magic. The warrior, adopting a defensive stance, challenges, "And how are you going to defeat me without your leading hand?" His confidence in his abilities fuels the situation, making it even more tense. "And you're quite the Voltip," he continues, implying that his opponent may be overconfident or underestimating the circumstances they're both in. "If you don't refuse to surrender, then you're asking to be beheaded." He gives an ultimatum, showing his willingness to act decisively and without hesitation. "Like I said, I've thought it all out ahead of time. You've got, mana sensing problems." The character with glasses uses his knowledge to expose his opponent's weaknesses, exposing his vulnerability to the upcoming clash. A character wearing glasses makes a surprise move by touching his opponent's shoulder. Momentary astonishment grips his opponent, The exclamation mark above his head indicates complete surprise and bewilderment at what has happened. The glasses-wearing man's face remains impenetrable, his expression calm, but his gaze concentrated. He is in complete control of the situation, holding it in his hands, demonstrating a high level of strategic thinking. It has a body, so it's more of a clone. The magic of illusion. Another character draws a conclusion, shedding light on the nature of what is happening. This information can drastically change the course of a battle, revealing new aspects of magic. And at the end, when the character with glasses runs his hand through his opponent's head, it's clear. It was just an illusion. Thousands. The sound of a hand passing through the air confirms that there was no impact, and that this entire episode was a masterfully executed stunt, demonstrating his ability to manipulate reality. The character in glasses stands majestically, his figure looming against the falling petals. His silhouette emphasizes confidence and dominance over the current situation, as if he is ready for any turn of events. From the beginning, I didn't trust anyone. Since the beginning of the exam, he repeats, as if emphasizing his caution and foresight. His words reflect the deep calculation and distrust that is part of his strategy for survival and victory. In the next image, we see two figures, one of whom is moving away, immersed in his thoughts. This removal may symbolize a break or end to their interaction, perhaps leaving room for new alliances or conflicts. That damn girl, is she making a fool of me? What did she mean by token teacher? There's a sense of irritation mixed with curiosity in his words. He tries to make sense of his enigmatic adversary's intentions by exploring the subtext and hidden meanings of her words. This reflection can lead to a new phase in their complicated relationship. We have before us a scene where the hero in the fur collar finds his comrade, Ere, lying on the ground. Hey, get up, Ere. The words sound urgent, but with a touch of concern, he realizes the seriousness of the moment. He exclaims with sarcasm and disbelief at the situation. You ran out of mana, that sucks. And you were the best at your academy, weren't you? His words may seem harsh, but they mask concern for Ares' condition. Ere, lying on the ground, replies with weariness and weakness. I wasn't prepared for this. I was swept away by the sheer power of that basic attack magic. Her confession shows her vulnerability, and that even the strongest can be caught off guard. You must think I'm kidding, right? His question is filled with irony. But there's also a genuine desire to understand how Air could have ended up in this position. An overgrown forest path is seen, creating a tunnel of light and shadow, in which two figures face the consequences of their conflict. One of them answers briefly and firmly, no. The hero in the fur collar expresses confidence in his comrade's abilities. I'm sure you could have won this battle. He doesn't lose faith in her skills despite the apparent outcome of the battle. You probably didn't think it through, jumped into a frontal attack, he suggests, carelessness leading to defeat, even despite her usual prudence and wisdom in battle. And yet she accomplished such a thing with simple attack magic. That girl is a monster. He expresses admiration for his opponent's abilities, recognizing her strength and skill, even facing her in battle. Let's find a scarf. The last words suggest a shift from the current frustration to the next phase of their journey, implying new goals and objectives for the team. In the forest, where every step echoes between the trees, he addresses her with a note of non-seriousness. Then there's nothing to be done. His tone is light, but his words conceal the depth of the decision to come. She, with a note of desperation in her voice, replies, Wait, I can't go, expressing her vulnerability and need for support. Her next words are determined and demanding, Hey, don't treat me like a thing, carry me. Her voice reflects a mixture of pride and pleading, insisting on respect for her person, even in weakness. The burden of her body rests on his shoulders, his face contorted with distaste and contemplation of the weight of this unwanted burden. Not every day requires carrying a comrade, but he does so, perhaps remembering the duty and friendship that binds them. He paces the trail thoughtfully, the question in his mind, why would I do something like this? His words contain not only a complaint, but a realization that sometimes even the strongest need help. In a forest where every tree holds its secrets, a young warrior with golden hair and a girl with a worried look discuss strategy. He, the unwilling protector, seems weary but determined, and her words sound like a plea for help. Under the shadow of tree giants, a fearless warrior struggles with the weight of his burden. His challenge, "Hey, Scarf," sounds like a command, and he's willing to overcome any obstacle for the sake of his mission, even despite obvious fatigue and painful tension in every muscle. Peace seems but a fleeting dream when he discovers the breathless body of his comrade on the ground. It's as if time has stood still, and there's an acute sense of foreboding in the air. Compassion and concern are reflected in his eyes as he looks at his fallen friend. Lying on a floral carpet, the wounded warrior looks up, his gaze full of pleading. "Farewell. Carry me." Words full of despair and hope break the silence of the forest. Paralysis has enveloped his body, but his spirit remains undaunted despite the circumstances. The warrior's ragged breathing echoed in the silence of the forest. "Shit, seriously. What the hell?" His words are born of weariness and frustration, and the shadow he casts seems as heavy as the burden on his shoulders. Sounds coming from far away turn to words of encouragement from the warrior's companion. "It's the rain. I can hear it starting outside the barrier," she says, claiming those drops match her mood. Such empathy seems like a rare light in the darkness of their circumstances. Time for them is like sand through their fingers. Every moment is filled with significance. "Two of us are out of formation, so we can't catch the Steely," the warrior pondered, realizing that the task before them was impossible. His companion's blonde hair vibrates with his every word. Away from the storms and turmoil, the girl is left alone with the thought of failure. "It's a total failure," her words echo in the hollow of the forest, and in that confession lies the pain of not only personal but shared loss. There is an implacable weariness on his words. "I wouldn't mind leaving you here," but deep down he knows he is incapable of betrayal. Her reply to her is imbued with irony and tenderness. "Regardless, you still saved us." "That's nice." His companion stares after him. His retort, "Don't whine, you're a man, don't leave me," is not only a request for help, but also a reminder of duty and honor, of the invisible rope that binds their fates. His words, "You went to fight demons because of that kindness," sound almost like a rebuke, their weight comparable to the weight of the armor he wears. But hidden in this rebuke is a deep respect for her choices. The last image opens up to reveal a majestic hall, where a huge creature in steel armor looks out over the conquered and tired heroes. And to top it off, "Saved my village." These words carry the pride and gratitude that was the finale of their challenging journey. The young warrior's gaze sparks with ardor and hidden meaning as he says, "Men fight for their ambitions. Fool, do you think I risked my life for nothing but kindness?" His grin is a mask that hides his true feelings. He looks away and his words, "I have my own reason," sound cryptic. The depth of his eyes suggests that these reasons are rooted in the past, perhaps in the very essence of his soul. As they walk down the forest trail, he confesses, "I like a girl from my hometown." This revelation gives his actions new meaning, lifting the veil on his motives. Recalling the past, he continues, "And she fled to the heartland with her family. Exactly 29 years ago. Demon activity in the northern countries has increased." His story paints a picture of a world where personal feelings are intertwined with global events, giving the character's struggles even more depth. With a note of self-irony in his voice, the warrior recalls his past. "Acted like a badass. I was a stupid kid." His gaze is downward, as if he's reliving those days. He stops, his eyes wide with the candor and boldness of his words. "I killed every one of those stupid demons. And then it was back to the village." His determination and willingness to stand for his home come alive in those words. "I don't even remember her name or her face. I was about 5 years old at the time," he admits, and his voice sounds almost lost. This revelation makes his struggle all the more moving and tragic. "What a fool you are, I'm a fool." He agrees with his companion's quiet rebuke, and in this confession there is hidden not only pain, but also reconciliation with his own mistakes and choice of life path. In a forest filled with the rustling of leaves and mysteries, a warrior in a black jacket with white hair says dejectedly, "Hey, we'll have to take the ship again, and yet I get severe seasickness." His words reek of light humor, despite the unhappy prospect of the journey ahead. The girl next to him replies, her voice full of understanding and concern. He's small first class, so it will be okay to walk. Her suggestion comes from a desire to help, to find an alternative that would help avoid the unpleasant journey across the sea. She looks at him, as if sensing his excitement, and says affectionately, "Shall I introduce you to my grandfather?" Her suggestion sounds like a joke, but behind those words is a desire to make his journey more enjoyable. The warrior stops in confusion, while his companion turns her attention to something in the woods. "Wait, Virhel." Her words are full of intrigue, and in that moment the air is filled with the anticipation of a new discovery. "Look." She points her hand in the direction, and her voice is full of delight and mystery. Together they stand on the threshold of a new discovery, and a sense of anticipation hovers in the air. Under a canopy of trees, an ancient suspension bridge looks out at them as if waiting to be crossed. It looks dated and unreliable, but at the same time there is a certain wisdom and history in its decrepitude, familiar to every traveler who has ventured across. The warrior looks at the bridge with obvious caution. His gaze is skeptical and evaluative. He weighs the risks, and his decision will depend on many factors that are carefully analyzed in his strategic mind. On the ground lies an unusual object, a strange stone decorated with symbols and orbits, resembling an astronomical instrument or an artifact from ancient legends. It could be a clue to an upcoming adventure or a mystery that needs solving. The warrior asks, perplexed, "You've got to be kidding me. And what did we work so hard for?" His question, full of irony and weariness, emphasizes the absurdity of their situation, and his companion's response reflects a general sense of bewilderment faced with the unforeseen circumstances of their journey. The warrior's voice reflects the wisdom gained in their wanderings. "For a long time, however, we have been unlucky." In these words, all the gravity of the road traveled, trials and failures which nevertheless did not break their spirit. In front of them is a view of a barrier-protected space hidden from view. The rain drums on an invisible surface, creating the illusion of a mirror of the world where every drop is an echo of their adventures. At the edge of the forest, where the trees are witnessing a new chapter in their story, they see a figure resting on the ground. A traveler or protector, he awaits them, perhaps with a new mission or tidings that may change their path. Hidden behind a tree, an observer watches the scene with interest. His presence is mysterious and impenetrable, but his attention is directed precisely at the group of characters who have just entered his field of vision without noticing his presence. The girl striding ahead seems determined and ready for the challenges ahead. She holds a magical artifact and a box, possibly containing an important item or creature needed for their mission. The old man, huddled against the trunk of a tree, watches with an expression of thoughtfulness and concern. His beard and wise eyes give him away as a man who has accumulated years of experience and knowledge. A figure stands in the way of the characters, seeming to challenge or offer a test. Should the student use his magic once and it won't work a second time? It is a warning or advice addressed to the owner of the artifact carried by the girl. The old man continues his observation, his words, "Though one will be enough. Since it's not a battle to the death, carry a subtext that can signify both impending danger and hope for a favorable outcome to their task." Before the girls opens a boundless forest, where each path can be the beginning of a new adventure or lead to unexpected challenges. They stand at a crossroads, and every step forward could change their fate. One of the girls with the sword suddenly shouts, "Frieren, stale!" Her voice is full of determination, and she seems ready for action when faced with an obstacle or challenge. The elven girl looks at her companion and says, "Looks like she's got her." Her words read both amazement and admiration for their comrade's use of magic. What interesting magic." She ponders, watching with interest. There is a sense of curiosity in her voice, eager to learn new aspects of the magical power they have met along the way. A group of girls move along a shadowy forest path surrounded by mysterious beauty and unpredictable dangers. The one ahead of them holds a long sword and a magical artifact, foreshadowing possible battles or spells that may be needed along their path. The forest landscape suddenly opens up, revealing a large-scale barrier defense covering the entire terrain. The rain falls on the transparent dome, and it seems that a whole separate world is hidden inside this sphere. A figure rests beneath the protection of the barrier, peace surrounding her despite the inclement weather outside her hiding place. Everything around her seems peaceful and stopped in time. The girl with the sword turns to the figure. And it's not bad inside the barrier, though it's pouring rain, is it? Her words are full of hidden meaning, and maybe she knows more about the magic of this place than meets the eye. A man in formal wear with a serious expression says, "Come to think of it, you're the observer of the second exam, right, Sens?" His words suggest the important role his interlocutor plays in current events. The long-haired woman, a bird perched calmly on her shoulder, replies with a slight reproach, "Because of you, several promising contestants have failed again. Yes, Genii?" Her words perhaps indicate the severity of the trials for which a man is responsible. He answers without turning around. "Don't make me laugh. Someone promising wouldn't die from something like that." His words reflect a rigid approach to teaching or assessing ability, which may be the standard in their world. "I'm sure you're well aware of that. Besides, that's what makes first-class mages so valuable." His words reveal a deep philosophy of magician training and selection, where only the strongest and most skillful reach the heights. The long-haired woman, the bird leaning lightly against, replies calmly, but with a slight rebuke, "Even so, you're a bit over the top." Her comment may indicate the severity of her interlocutor's methods or his tendency to be overly harsh. He continues, pointing out his understanding of the dilemma. "Choosing a victim whose mana cannot be sensed in a mage exam. Luck is also part of a mage's power." His words emphasize that success in magic requires not only skill, but also luck, which is part of their evaluation. With a smirk, he adds, "Whether you can catch her or not, it all comes down to luck. Such a thing can only be called a doctrine." He justifies his methods by presenting them as a necessary element of learning, even though it may seem cruel. Besides, it looks like someone was able to catch a chair without getting caught by luck alone. He watches the girl with the sword, who seems to have successfully accomplished the task without relying solely on luck. It's still 3 hours until sunset. It's getting to be the fun part. His words foreshadow that the next stages of the exam will be even more exciting, and the real test of their abilities is just beginning. The group of participants looks attentively at the organizer, who outlines the essence of the upcoming test in one word: conflicts. The word hangs in the air, foreshadowing the challenges and confrontations that will test each of them. The man asks measuredly, "Who do you think will win?" His question is probably addressed to the woman with the bird, eliciting reflections on the nature of competition and the strategies that can lead to victory. She suggests, "I think there'll be about a third left." Her answer reflects a realistic view of the brutality of the exam, where only a few will make it through the whole ordeal. The man adds confidently, "And Denkin will definitely be among them. In terms of strength, he's not inferior to a first-class mage in any way." His words emphasize that there are exceptionally talented mages participating in this competition, and each of them is a serious competition. The woman ponders aloud. Why would an old man who only wants power and money come to such an examination? Wants to get that privilege? Her words make one think about the motives and goals of the participants, which may not be as obvious as they seem at first glance. The man standing back says thoughtfully, "Who knows? The old man's old enough. He must have his reasons." His words emphasize that each exam participant came here driven by his or her own, and perhaps ulterior motives. The group moves forward, and one of them inquires about the magic used. Say the magic that girl used. They seek an understanding of each other's techniques and strategies, which may be the key to their own success. The elven girl replies with respect and a bit of admiration. That was Aelver's acceleration magic, wasn't it? Magic handed down to a hill tribe in the northern lands. It reveals knowledge of magic that may be the result of deep study or personal experience. The old man with the staff confirms, indeed it is. His brief response may reflect an acknowledgement of mastery, or a statement that this magic is indeed as powerful as it is said to be. The elven girl concludes, if that's the case, then you two might as well keep hiding. Her words hint at a tactic or strategy they might use in the current trial or conflict. The old man with the staff replies, Laudrin is still a rookie. She left too many traces of mana behind her. His comment emphasizes the inexperience of the student and the opportunity for opponents to easily track her down. You could easily track her down. Frieren. The man turns to the elf, making it clear that even with the acceleration magic, the apprentice couldn't hide her presence well enough. To you, we're probably just a small obstacle. The old man concludes that their skill level makes this exam only an easy test, and that the real challenges are yet to come. The elven girl replies briefly, but her one-word answer, maybe, seems full of hidden meaning, as if she knows more than she's saying, or is considering the depth of the information they're discussing. The old man continues, so you know about me. There isn't a mage in my generation who hasn't heard that name. This is the first time I've met you in person, but one look was enough to convince me. His words confirm his importance and influence in the world of magic. You're a mage on the heroes team, Frieren. He recognizes her, emphasizing her status and perhaps her past service or involvement in significant events. One of the girls standing nearby says in surprise, she's a legendary mage. Is she famous? I wondered if it was possible. Are elves really immortal? Her questions and wonders show that the legends of magicians are alive and continue to inspire new generations. The old man addresses the group. So you have come to challenge me with dignity? His words sound like an acknowledgement of their courage and willingness to face it. The man in black, turning back to them, asks, You've been following us around all this time, haven't you? I thought your first move would be more insidious. His words express some surprise. Perhaps he had expected more sophisticated tactics on their part. No, that's more than enough. The old man responds by showing that he assesses their actions as appropriate to the circumstances, and that they have demonstrated a level of competence that he considers acceptable. While Denkin is busy with you, I'm going to kill one of these two. The man in black makes an unexpectedly somber statement, indicating his willingness to use extreme measures and possibly pointing to hidden aspects of the ordeal in which they are involved. The elven girl with a serious face recognizes the gravity of their situation. There will be no choice for us but to surrender, unless we fulfill the full team condition. Her words express an understanding of the gravity of their situation and the need to work together to accomplish the goal. The man in black, turning his back to them, remarks, Funny, well, try to come over. His tone suggests defiance, and he seems more amused by the situation than seeing it as a threat. Another girl in the group, talking to a friend, makes the remark, Avalanche, that man is strong. Her words confirm that they are facing a worthy opponent, and the upcoming confrontation will not be easy. The man begins to approach the girls, his posture and facial expression suggesting readiness for a fight. At this point, the game of wit and power seems to be just beginning. The old man with the staff makes a strong statement. We need only delay them, that's enough to win. He expresses confidence that extremes are not required to achieve their goal, but that controlling the situation is enough. He turns to the man in black. Stop, Richter. I thought you were a more judicious and cold-blooded man, Denkin. These words indicate that a man may be known for his strategic thinking and ability to remain calm in tense situations, and I'm sure have been involved in political struggles on more than one occasion. You are an imperial mage. The old man emphasizes his experience and position, making his actions unexpected given his role and status. I just don't see the value in either first-class mage status or senseless killing. His words reflect a deep philosophy and disdain for empty titles or actions that carry no true meaning or higher purpose. In a deep forest, where shadows hide many secrets, stands a man in a robe, addressing a girl with a magical artifact. His words hover in the air, reflecting bewilderment. Yuma, I can't figure out what's so valuable about him. The confident voice of a girl carrying a scroll of ancient spells rang out in response. Pop, I share your beliefs. Another figure appears among the trees, a man in a strict suit, saying with importance, I am amazed. Don't you really care about the exam, even with the privileges taken into account? His presence brings a new element to the discussion, making the viewer wonder about the hidden meaning of his words. The girl, glancing boldly at him, repeats the word privileges with a note of doubt and curiosity. Her look and posture speaks of disbelief that these so-called privileges have true relevance to her mission. Finally, the man in the suit turns around, allowing his face to be seen, and explains, over half a century ago, a magician suddenly appeared that founded the Continental Magic Association, and to this day reigns over all the magicians of mankind. His words paint a picture of a world where magic and power are intertwined. In a mysterious library where books hold ancient knowledge, an elven woman sits surrounded by tomes of spells and chronicles. Her task is not easy. She gathers experienced mages who had the power to resist the army of the Demon King. At the edge of the forest, where the fate of warriors intertwines with ancient enchantments, a promise was made. Whoever wins the title of first-class mage will be given a special privilege. It's a word that promises power and authority, but there is so much more behind it. However, this privilege is not just a word. It is an opportunity for the magician to perform any miracle desired. The ancient books around the elven woman carry the keys to these wonders, to forgotten spells of power. A man in costume reveals the essence of the gray magician, a living symbol whose power stretches across the ages. He is closest to the light of the goddess, his magic an echo of the deepest and darkest corners of human history. Magic promises a great variety of gifts, curing deadly ailments, access to inexhaustible riches, and even the power to shake the very foundation of reality. These vows paint before the magicians a path full of temptation and hope. For true spellmasters, the opportunity to master any type of magic is akin to fulfilling a most cherished dream. This thought hangs in the air of the forest edge, filling the hearts of wizards with the desire for the unknown. But the path to first-class magic also lurks dark secrets. He is able to transform mages, revealing to them astonishing depths of power, so that they will no longer resemble their former selves, transforming into something else, mysterious and powerful. So the question before them is, what is the price of this title? Is the gift it promises worth the trials and changes that will inevitably follow its receipt? How much would have to be given in return for the power to turn the world upside down? To an elder with a staff, his face reflecting years of wisdom and the hardships of countless battles, pronounces, just ridiculous. You can sense a hidden meaning in his voice, an appeal to an inner strength that is not measured by magical ranks alone. In a clearing where every step could prove fatal, a man in the shadows turns to the elder. People like you who don't care about privilege are a minority. These words paint before us the conflict between overbearing power and true strength. Denkin, hold her for a moment, the mysterious man in the suit orders, pointing to the girl's retreating figure. There is a cold calculation in his voice, a foreshadowing of an imminent confrontation. Suddenly, in the semi-darkness of the forest, came the ominous, "A minute is enough time to kill those two." These words, spoken with such confidence, make one wonder about the dark side of magical power and the price some are willing to pay for its possession. The elder, standing firmly on the ground like the embodiment of the age-old trees around him, waves back. It's just two girls, minimizing the significance of the situation, as if there was nothing unexpected to him about what was happening. His calmness is undisturbed, even as he continues, "Just get them to sleep for an hour or three, and put them in a bit of a naive role." The elder remains unperturbed. In his one-eyed gaze there is a depth of understanding of the game of fates. "Dinkin," he calls out to the man in the suit, the simple word emphasizing the hierarchy of their relationship. The authority and weight of years of experience is heard in this short address. And so the elder, approaching the girl, declares, "I will crush her." His determination and willpower are unquestionable. He is ready to take on the challenge despite the seeming innocence of his opponent. Standing before an imminent battle, the elder with the staff seems to assert his readiness with one simple movement, saying, "This is all that is required." His swagger shows that a true master of magic doesn't require a multitude of spells or a show of power. The man in the suit, with slight disdain in his voice, responds, "Old fool." He underestimates the experience and cunning of the elder, believing that youth and ambition trump wisdom and caution. There is an explosion of magic in the clearing, revealing to us the majesty and power of the earth control spell. Balgart, a word that summons the forces of nature, demonstrates what the wizards of this world are capable of. And now the magic is spilling out all around, huge pillars of earth soaring to the sky, creating a picture of chaos and destruction around the elder and the girl, showing the might and destructive power of ancient spells. After a storm of magical events, a tranquil landscape opens up in front of us at the top of the hill. Two figures sit at a table, immersed in conversation, against a backdrop of endless sky and flying birds, resting after a grueling ordeal. The scene takes us to the steep edge of a cliff where a man in a suit stares off into the distance. The abyss opens before him, symbolizing the depth and uncertainty of the future they all choose. There's always so much energy in the young ones. It is foolish to waste the privilege on them, one of the older mages pondered, contemplating the indomitable impulse of youth and a passion for action not always balanced by wisdom. "Well, why do you think that?" asks the girl, her words full of perplexed inquisitiveness. "You already know the answer." The elder's wise gaze returns to her, in which one reads tolerance for the naivete and lack of experience of youth. The elder turned back as if to summarize their journey. True pleasure can only be found in the quest for magic on your own. His words reflect the deep philosophy of a seeker of true wisdom, who does not depend on external rewards. "I agree," the girl responded, accepting the knowledge passed down to her. You can hear the determination in her voice to continue on the journey to find her own power, based on her inner aspirations. And here we have before us a library where knowledge is put together layer by layer, like a summer in the life of a mage. It's a place of silence and reflection, where time flows differently, and each book is a whole world. "Time flew by in the blink of an eye, huh?" the elfess says thoughtfully, surrounded by the books that have witnessed her training. "The disciple whom I have trained brings to me already a disciple of his own." Her words feel like a continuation of the cycle of learning, an unchanging passage of time in which wisdom is passed from generation to generation. In the long hallway of the Academy of Magic, a young girl is surprised to recognize the name of her mentor. She's an elf too? Her name is Frieren. These words create a link between the present and the past, between student and master. Frieren, with the calmness and confidence that comes with years of experience and training, introduces himself. "You must be Sydney." In this simple admission lies the beginning of a new path for both characters. "And I give it to you. Name any magic you want." Frieren's proposal opens the door to a world of possibilities for Sidna. It's a chance to unlock her potential under the guidance of an experienced magician. "I have knowledge of virtually every grimoire in existence." These words of Frieren's speak to the depth of her knowledge and the fact that the passing of knowledge from teacher to student is not just teaching, but also the passing on of cultural and magical heritage. Sidna, stunned by the opportunity before her, thoughtfully repeats the question, "The magic that I want?" Her eyes read bewilderment and excitement at the unknown choice that could change her life. Frieren watches her student, ready to gift her with knowledge. "Tell me which one you desire, and I will give it to you." Mages spend their lives in pursuit of the magic they desire. Her words are full of an understanding of the pull of magical prowess. Frieren adds with confidence, "There's no need for that." She knows that true mastery does not always require sacrifice, and true strength lies in making conscious choices and understanding your true desires. Sidna listens to Frieren's words, and a light of understanding lights up in her eyes. True pleasure can only be found in the independent search for magic, you know. These words, full of wisdom, show her the path every mage must take on her own, in search of her unique magical essence. Frieren shares his observations with one Flam. Flam, this girl is hopeless. There is a look of disappointment in her words, perhaps a lack of the spark she expected to see in her student's eyes. She has no ambition, no fire in her eyes, she continues, describing Sydney. In those words lies an assessment of a student's potential, and it seems that Sydna is not meeting Frieren's expectations. But then Sydney turns to her. Teacher. One word, but in it resounds respect and a willingness to learn, even if the path of learning will be difficult. Suddenly, Frieren makes a surprise announcement. This girl will one day slay the Demon King. We have before us the image of a man who can see potential where others see hopelessness, and believe in the strength of his students, even against all odds. Frieren looks off into the distance with hope in her heart. I'm sure mages like her will lead us into a peaceful era. Her faith in a future where magic serves the good, despite all obstacles, is undeniable. Flam's doubts break the silence. Even if I'm not capable of it, you can hear the fear in her voice of the enormous responsibility and task before her. Frieren stands in front of his student like a statue, speaking the reality of their world. A war instigator like you can't defeat a demon king. We're not going to achieve that. She recognizes the difficulty of the task, but does not dismiss the possibility of victory. Still, there is optimism in her words. Teacher, you can't even imagine an era of peace, can you? It expresses the belief that even the impossible can become a reality if you believe in and strive for a miracle. A scene opens before us where Frieren stands, full of dignity and serenity, as the epitome of hope. Frieren is a mage of the age of peace, the words announce, heralding her not just as a mage, but as a symbol of the change to come. In another image, we see Frieren standing in front of an elder, ready to train or fight, showing her determination and strength. This point speaks of a continuous chain of knowledge and power passing from one generation of magicians to the next. And so, she turns to her teacher or rival with words of admiration and recognition. This is what a magician should be. That's so great. In her words, you can feel the respect for the skill and strength that inspires feats and great deeds.